Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American Regionals of the Quake World Championships. My name is Stunna, and I will be your host this weekend here in sunny Los Angeles, California. There have been nearly 2 decades worth of Quake, and the prestige grows by the minute. The goal of these competitors, though, is to make it to QuakeCon in Dallas, Texas, an event iconic in its own right across the industry as a whole. And for sure, some of these guys are looking to leave their name on that. Let's take a look at how some of these guys got in here in the first place with a quick breakdown of the format looking into the tournament itself. Now, you'll note there were 32 players that qualified across 4 qualifiers online for the Duels tournament. And then you'll also note that Sacrifice, the 4 versus 4 team-based competitive mode, which we'll be looking at tomorrow, is also featured here. Let's take a quick look now at the Sacrifice bracket itself. You're going to notice Team Liquid, Team Top Gun. When in doubt, Team Liquid, definitely the team to look out for. These guys got a couple of heavy hitters on their squad. Something about that Rafa guy, I think he's definitely got it going on. You're defending QuakeCon champion, of course. Let's take a look now at the Duels bracket, something I'm definitely excited for. You're going to note a lot of names on here, especially Rafa, Dehang, even Carnage. Carnage is going to be our first matchup of the day. But definitely a lot going on here, and every single one of these guys are looking to leave their mark on Quake. On Quake, and find their way onto QuakeCon. With that being said, I think it's time to introduce you to my counterparts over at the desk. Let's introduce Blue and Machiavelli.
All right, well, thank you very much, Stunna, and welcome over here to the casting desk. My name is Blue, of course, and joining me here is Machiavelli. Machiavelli, how does it feel? We've got Quake back on the big stage once again.
I'm excited. It feels great. You know, we've gone through the qualifiers. Now here with the creme de la creme of the players, the guys who made it through these, competitive brackets. So now the quality of play is just increasing, and now we get to see who gets to make it to the big show in QuakeCon. So very excited.
And of course, one of the great things about Quake now coming back is we get to build on the legacy that was already established throughout many of the previous Quake games. One of those players, of course, being Rafa, who is easily one of the most storied players here trying to qualify on the North American side for QuakeCon. Tell us a little bit about Rafa.
A complete Quake player. He's got the aim, he's got the smarts, and he's got the emotions under control. Especially in a tournament atmosphere, it's really, you got to keep your mental and emotions in check. So he really is a complete Quake player. He's 2-time defending back-to-back champion right now, 5 times overall for QuakeCon. I mean, this guy's an absolute beast when it comes to Quake.
And those were 2 of the most recent QuakeCons as well that he's won. So as Stunna mentioned earlier, back up on the stage, the current defending QuakeCon champion. And another player, of course, that we do want to highlight is actually one of Rafa's teammates in the Sacrifice format that you guys are going to be seeing a whole lot more of tomorrow. But today, they're going to be enemies, as Dehang is going to be here as well. He's another player as well that has quite a bit of history in Quake.
Yeah, another top dueler. Been close, he's been on the verge of Quake greatness. He was neck and neck with Cypher. I think he came in 2nd place at a QuakeCon a few years back. So he's really been on the verge of breaking through the barrier and getting the big win. So it's a question of, can he get over that hump, this time around? It really is a lot of emotional, psychological things go into it, not just your, physical gameplay. So it's up to him to overcome and break through those barriers.
And of course, we'll be able to talk a lot more about that when it is a match time. Of course, Dehang and Rafa are not going to be the only 2 players that we'll see. We have 30 other players from North America and Australia. They're going to be vying for 12 slots from North America. And of course, at QuakeCon, they'll be joining 12 others from Europe and players from the open bracket there at QuakeCon itself as well. Well, guys, it is almost time for the first match. But before we do jump in that, we're going to send it over to our analysts to talk a little bit more about some of the other players in this event.
That's right. Thanks, Blue. I do appreciate it. Now, look, I'm here with Jahar. Jahar, we've got an excellent day of matches across the board. But kicking it off, we got Pit and Carnage.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a beautiful, beautiful weekend out here in LA. But, of course, we're going to be spending all of it indoors here because we fear and loathe the sunlight. But these guys, of course, they've been practicing since yesterday. They got in fresh and bushy-tailed, and they've been just going at it all day. They went actually pretty late into the night getting some practices in, making sure they're warmed up. But, of course, there's a good reason they're doing so.
I don't know if the term bushy tail is applicable to this, but we're going to take a look now at Team Johnson, though, because right now we're going to watch Carnage play later in the day. And interesting to note, all 4 of these guys are competing in duels today.
Absolutely. So, of course, they've been playing against each other in the online qualifiers, sometimes knocking each other out of the running for at least temporarily until they came back in next week. But of course, we've got Carnage, we've got Clamp OK previously of Evil Geniuses, we've got Necrophagist, and we've got Sane, who's a little bit more of the newcomer to the team, but he is fitting in just fine.
Now, what you're saying is these guys coming together, they put together a pretty powerful roster. I mean, there's some heavy hitters here in terms of, I guess, veterancy within the game itself.
Absolutely. Of course, as we saw with Team Liquid, you've got, you know, your QuakeCon champs, both current and former, all tied up in there. But you've also got players here who not only duel pretty competently, but they spend a lot of time and focus on the team games. Of course, we're going to be seeing Sacrifice tomorrow, and they come from a lot of Quake Live Capture the Flag as well. So we're going to be seeing a lot of the emphasis from these guys on Sacrifice, but they're no slouches in Duel either.
No slouches in Duel. Well, definitely Duel is what we're going to focus on today. We do have Carnage and Pit to kick off today. Give me some initial impressions on this matchup.
Oh man, if anybody watched week 2 of the online qualifiers, they knew, well, maybe they didn't know that they were going to be in for an amazing matchup. It went to all 3 maps, but we did see the first map, Blood Covenant, go to all 5 rounds. Of course, Pit, this is his first LAN experience here. And that is always such a huge factor, of course, coming in from coming in from home, coming in from the tumultuous network as we have across the United States. But of course, coming in here and making sure that you're gonna be able to face off against somebody who's played so much on LAN.
Now, Pitt, hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah,
right,
as he comes in here today, he was able to actually beat Carnage in the qualifier. I believe it was the second qualifier. He was able to go ahead and advance over Carnage. So right now we're looking at a rematch scenario.
Absolutely. A bit of a grudge match, actually, because, of course, knocking somebody out of the running in a qualifier has a huge impact on their chances of making it here and making it all the way to QuakeCon. But there's been a huge difference between these players just in terms of attitude. Of course, you know Carnage. He is he's a happy guy. He's always bouncing around the place, both in map and out of map. But of course, Pit, we've seen so far, has just this awesome laser focus.
Speaking of Carnage, and I've known Carnage for years, let's take a look at him now right there as we do pull up. Daniel himself, hailing from Texas, trying to make his way back there, of course, for QuakeCon. What do we know about Carnage?
Oh, what don't we know about Carnage? He will tell you everything. But he's been at QuakeCon, just completely inseparable from the community for several years. Always been a really competent dueler, but like I said previously, the team games are, I think, is where he enjoys himself the most. He's a great team leader. He's able to work with everybody really well, gel really nicely. So hopefully here, either way this match goes, it will keep him pumped and primed for tomorrow.
Now, we do know this to be a rematch from the qualifier stages. Is there any sort of advantage Carnage might have going into this, or is this maybe more Pit going to take this one away as well?
While it's still a question mark, the fact that Carnage has a lot of LAN experience does help. I mean, being here, having light shining in your face, having this awesome smoke machine going on, it has a huge effect. And also, the network being so low latency helps as well.
Well, it is definitely game time, and I'm going to throw it over to Blue and Machiavelli. You're going to bring you the action.
Thank you very much, and we've already had our first kill coming in from Pit as he takes out Carnage's Ranger right within the first 20 seconds of round number 1. So Pit off to a hot start here as we jump into the new duel format for Quake Champions.
Yeah, he just pushed into position with the shield and rained down some rockets on Carnage for a quick lead. That's huge. I mean, in a duel, it's really nice to get a quick frag like that, get control, and it really gets you in a good rhythm right away.
Now, for those old school players out there, for those of you who have never been able to dabble in Quake, the format for Quake Champions is going to work a little bit differently. As you can see at the top, each player has 3 champions on their roster, and the way that the rounds will work is that basically the first player to knock out all 3 of their opponent's champions or have a lead in champions overall, as a nice frag comes back out there from Carnage, will actually win the round. So right now it's tied, 1 kill to 1 kill.
Yeah, wow, great rocket placement there from Carnage. Pit put a shield up, but I think he tried to LG a little too much, and when you shoot, the shield comes down, even though the cooldown, so he really let himself vulnerable to that rocket, and Carnage made him pay.
Pit gonna get a little bit of rocket damage as he does fall back for the retreat, but right now trying to scavenge. Doesn't have a whole lot of armor, just working with the base health pool. Doesn't have the greatest kit either, only has the rockets, hasn't been able to find the LG. You'll note that there's actually gonna be no railgun coming into play on this map, actually, because of how small it tends to play out. So only gonna be having LG and rockets as the big power weapons that these players have to look to control. They're skirmishing around each other right now, but no one making a huge amount of progress. The power spawn coming in for the health in a second. Pit does miss the pickup, but he does a lot of damage to Carnage and basically makes that pickup a bit of a moot point.
Yeah, Carnage still in really good shape though. Even though he took some damage, he took both major items, the heavy armor and mega health. So he's still in good shape right here. Pitt's going to be kind of looking for those light armors and stuff, trying to get back in control, because right now Carnage is the one in control. So Pitt needs to kind of, he needs to build the stack back up, try to utilize those light armors, and get himself in position for an ambush.
And Carnage is continuing to control the situation. Once again, going back in, he was able to pick up the armor. He's got the health again. You can see he gets the tank medal there too, because he controls both of it. So Carnage has every ability that he needs right now to be able to jump in and engage. He just doesn't have his dire orb up yet, but gets tagged again. That's the one thing that I think is keeping Carnage back right now. Is Pitt keeps getting off these really nice rocket shots, but once again, they are going to dive in for an engagement. Carnage trying to switch over, but at the last second, we do see the dire orb come out from Pitt that saves his own life and completes the second kill against Carnage, now knocking out his second champion.
Yeah, good rocket play from Pitt. He really just outfought Carnage there a little bit, and the dire orb even at the end was kind of like the coup de grace. I think the rockets, he had Carnage on the ropes anyway, and it's just a little highlight frag, instead of just a normal frag. Yeah. He decided to go for the highlight kill. It's nice.
Just one of the security of it there, so nicely played out. Pitt once again back into an advantage position. Carnage now in his last champion for this round, so if the Nyx ends up going down and dying, then that will be the loss of the round for Carnage, and Pitt will start off with an advantage here on this map that is played on a series of 5 rounds, so first to 3 will win the map.
So now, Pitt's in pretty good control right now. He should be running both items. Looks like Carnage stole that mega health. But same thing applies, when you're not in control, you really want to try to run those light armors and run your opponent into an ambush. Obviously, he's running between the major items.
See the stealth pop came out there for the Nyx too, and with that, Carnage was able to use it. Got a nice amount of damage off when he came out of the stealth. Did have to disengage for a second, but on the re-engagement, completed the trade kill, and now has brought things back down into a 1v1. And it's going to be a mirror matchup as well, which means things can end really quick if you're not paying attention, because these are well, both of them are on this champion, of course, but it is essentially the squishiest champion of the game. One up.
And both these guys are really landing their rockets, so as we've seen with Nyx, she doesn't last very long in a rocket fight. You can see, oh, nice. Very good reversal here.
Pops himself pretty much changed his life. Gets the head-on shot there. The airborne as well, going to go over to the LG. And with that, Carnage is able to complete the final kill with the comeback as well, because he was lagging behind a little bit there. But thankfully got the trade kill towards the end of it, and then got the final kill towards the end to win himself round number 1.
Yeah, just that's a textbook setup. Nyx versus Nyx. The first Nyx pops the Ghost Walk. Carnage correctly waited till she came back, then popped his to dodge the rocket, and then put himself in position to get the kill. Good play by Carnage.
Well, we've got Carnage back here now. He's immediately going to find himself jumping into combat against the clutch over here for Pitt. Last time Pitt did win out in this initial play, but I believe he started the Ranger last time, didn't actually go right for the clutch. So now he's going to be diving back in, tries to use the Dire to close the gap, but not going to work. Pitt does come out on top with another quick frag, pretty much at the same timing as well, just about 20 seconds into the round.
Yeah, just pushing him around a little bit with Clutch. As you saw it early in the last round, so I'm wondering if Clutch may be causing Carnage a little bit of problems.
Yeah. It does take a lot of damage from it, but he's got control over the armor. He's going to lose the health, I believe, with Carnage being able to swing back down below and pick that back up. But Pitt still in a great position by having that full armor. He's got a massively higher health pool than what Carnage is going to have over there on the visor. But the visor also has that nice active you can use if Pitt wants to try and play this sneakier play style. We found out very easily by the activability, but Pitt gonna dive right in. He's got the shield ready to go. Carnage stood no chance, unfortunately, right there. And Pitt is in great control of this matchup now.
Yeah, this is great way to utilize that shield. We've seen it time and time again. For those unfamiliar, I mean, with Clutch, you pop that shield and you get in close proximity using those rockets. You can see you took the time, make sure you landed them. Because the shield's up, you have that extra time. Just a clean kill by Pitt.
It's going to be in a little bit of trouble, though, getting chased down by a whole lot of LG damage. Still has plenty of armor to support it, so he's not going to be eating as much there, and recovered his health pretty quickly, too. So he's in a great position, just trying to read into where exactly Carnage is moving. He's got a pretty good lock on it. Careful those rockets with the dive back in. Misreads the position slightly. However, the armor coming up in a second. He's being held back by the LG. He can safely swerve around, but not for long enough, apparently, as Carnage did way too much damage as LG was on point, and he did lock him down to complete the trade kill. And he's going to go for a quick refrag, but no! Pitt, with the telefrag coming out there, completes one of the final kills of the round and takes round number 2, tying us up at 1-1.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that Ranger Dire Orb. We've seen it in several duels, people utilizing it, and especially in critical situations, to really throw that out there. And Pitt, that's 2 telefrags there from the Dire Orb he got in that match so far, so he's definitely been utilizing it.
He's been utilizing it quite well, too. Normally, you only get 1 of those a game at most, and that's a real treat, but we got 2 in the same round. So Pitt on the board. He's going to look to continue that advantage. Just try to plunge in for a sneak attack. You can see him using the increased movement very well, but Carnage finally gets revenge, and he gets his own kill now with the Dire Orb 2. Vengeance from the last round, as he's going to take the advantage at the start of round number 3.
Yeah, that was just a great counter by Carnage there. Pitt was trying to set up the kills like he saw in the previous rounds, where he'd get aggressive, pop the shield, get close. Carnage was waiting for him that time and just made him eat that Dire Orb. Shield or not, you're going to get telefrag.
Yep. So Carnage finally weighing out Pitt's aggression here, as he has been rather aggressive in his playstyle so far. Started off a little bit more timid, because I think Carnage was able to get the advantage back in round 1, but he started off a lot more front and center here on these second and third rounds. This time, though, he's going to reserve himself in. He's trying to take that duel with the LG, he just doesn't have the health. He actually had Carnage down to a pretty low point. He still has him down that low. He's going to make a run over here to pick up the armor. He'll probably lose the mega health, and in fact, immediately he does. Carnage is going to get the pick up on that, but now, because he has the armor, he has a great advantage for that upcoming fight there, and he can claim the trade kill, bringing it back down into another 2v2.
If I was going to point to something there about, how that frag really happened, I think Carnage made a little miscalculation about which major item was up first. And so because of that, Pitt had the time after he picked up the armor to get back to mega health quickly, and Carnage wasn't in good position yet after picking up the mega health, which really put Pitt in great position to get a frag, and that's what he did.
And of course, we haven't talked about the power-ups yet and how this plays in for some of the newer players out there that haven't necessarily dived into Quake just yet to be able to figure that out. Those timers at the top left, players are not going to be able to have access to that. They have to keep track of that on their own. That's a huge part of the skill of Quake, is not only being able to frag out well, as there's a nice rocket hit from Pitt right there. I think he's going to try to go for the completion of this kill too. He's got him on the ropes. He's down to about 50 HP. Can he actually figure out where Carnage is going, though, as Carnage is on the hunt for some health? It's on the pop of the visor ability there, too, as you can hear in the background, but Pitt's still going to be able to find him out. Just can't get great damage going. He's trying to hit that last rocket or two that's needed, and there it is. Another kill from Pitt, as now he takes the advantage again. But anyway, going back onto my point there, a huge part of the game is not only just being able to frag, like we just saw there, but also being able to be able to keep track of these major power-ups and make sure that you control them so you have a constant advantage over your opponent.
Yes, I mean, controlling that is huge, having an extra stack, especially when you get to the higher levels. You see these guys both landing great shots, so having that extra stack is critical. And then, of course, there's the deeper strategy plays off that. And then you start baiting items and laying traps, and there's a whole, when you get to the professional level like these guys got traps for traps.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's plenty more that plays into the skill required for Quake as well. The movement, as you can see, these players are jumping around to be able to keep their speeds high and give them the speed they need to jump in and engage in a lot of these situations. Carnage is down on to his last champion, of course, for this round, but is in a little bit of a rough patch himself. He kind of got cornered a couple moments ago, and now he's trying to recover. Did that quite nicely, but he's still going to be, he got cornered here, so there's no way he's surviving that one. Carnage, another trade, and once again, we're going to go down to a 1v1 on the Nixes.
Well done by Carnage right there. Just kind of coming in out of that little alleyway there. It's kind of a rough area to be in. You don't have a lot of avenue to escape, and he just lined him up with the lightning gun and took him out. So great frag by Carnage.
And both the Nixes take quite a bit of damage from that initial engage. You can see they both pop their stealth as well. Now Carnage is going to try to dive in. Might have chose the wrong weapon for this fight, though. Thankfully, at the very least, he pushes Pitt back a little bit here, so he's going to be able to fall back, regroup, hopefully, and get himself a little bit more health to pick back up. Just barely skirts past Pitt there without him realizing it. Still gets brought down to 33 HP. Thankfully, gets himself full armor, so he's going to be able to pick that up, buying him a little bit more room to take extra damage here. Still trying to recover his health. Granted, not much that he has overall here, but now he's right in the position for Pitt. He's trying to take this fight here. The LG may not prove to be the best in that range, so switches back over, and now trying to read into it with the rockets. The stealth pop early from Carnage isn't going to be enough to get the kill as he dives back in. His opponent will conversely pop the stealth and now try to chase down Carnage. Is it going to work? As Carnage over to the shotgun is doing enough damage to once again just push Pitt back. Both of these players sub 25 HP at the end of that fight, so they did just respect each other, backed away, and chose to re-engage at a later time.
So I like the way these guys are playing. They're willing to take those risks, those calculated risks. Both guys were low, but you can see they're really vying for that frag. Not afraid, to trust in your ability. One of the things at this level is keeping those emotions in check, and just playing your game. So sometimes you can let the pressure get to you. Maybe you won't push when you usually do. It doesn't seem like it's getting to either of these guys right now.
Yeah, and you can see Carnage really trying hard to lock down the location of Pitt and knock him out. He's got about 5 seconds here to maybe get him where he has a slight advantage because he got that armor pickup, and now he's going to dive back in. He knows exactly where his opponent is. He did try to go for the instant kill there, forced the pop of the stealth, so now he's going to run, reposition. Was hoping that he would follow him through the portal, but not going to happen.
Sudden death.
And as we see now, as we pass the 5-minute marker, now in a normal match, if one player had one more champion than the other, then they would be able to win the round just off that timer. But now, because they're both tied at 1, they do take this to sudden death. And we have another near end to the fight there as Carnage was brought down to 10 HP. Just barely escaped it, able to recover his health, but he's still in the hot seat here as Pitt is nearby.
Yeah, that was a big recovery there by Pitt, because Carnage kind of was looking to ambush, and then Pitt hit him with some really good rockets. Looks like he went for the kill, though, there. He could have probably secured that armor and even mega health after that. I think Pitt kind of let Carnage a little bit off the hook, maybe. We'll see how this plays out, because the armor was sitting there, so he could have grabbed that first, and then the timing was split, and then pick up the mega health, because Carnage was going to be in a weakened state, kind of looking to get anything he could. He wasn't going to challenge for major items.
Once again, the stealth pops come out. Carnage gets a little bit of a stealth advantage off of that one. Great work with the LG so far. He's got him on the ropes, and there you go. It's going to be Carnage that now takes a second round for himself and puts him first up to map point.
Yeah, in that round, I really think that decision there by Pitt, I know he was thinking, because Carnage was low, as we saw, he had 10 health, so Pitt's thinking, go finish him, get a machine gun kill, but Carnage, for his credit, took a nice angle of escape and really separated the two, and Pitt, went for the mega health, and it really let Carnage get a little bit of a stack and enabled that kill, so yeah, it really comes down to those little micro decisions in this game. It's very interesting.
Nice little bump from Carnage there to make the shield into the moot point. And was looking actually like he wasn't going to be able to get the damage to find the frag, but quick switch over to the SMG, and Carnage, once again, another quick frag for him, and this time it is from Carnage, not Pitt. So first 20 seconds of every round so far has been action-packed. We've seen a kill happen there. Neither of these guys wanting to kind of sit back and play passively to build up their kits. They've been okay with just picking up a weapon or two and then diving right into the fight, as we've seen in all 4 rounds so far. Carnage is going to be a little bit careful. Pitt knows he's sitting in there. Does some great damage on the return and even gets the second kill, too. Perfect from Carnage. Now he's a 3v1 advantage with still 4 minutes in the round to go.
Just perfect rockets here. Looking at the replay, look at 198, and then the fall away for another. I mean, just great rocket play there by Carnage. And of course, dodging the dire work. That was he was ready for it that time.
That now he's gonna be able to move in, trying to make up a little bit of extra timer bubbles there to be able to bring his active closer cooldown here, since he's going up against the Nyx. Having that dire orb is a good escape mechanism to avoid getting surprised on when the Nyx jumps back out of stealth. There we go, the dive in from Carnage is going to force the pop of the stealth. Not too surprising there, just seeing Pitt getting away. Now it's all about hunting down where the Nyx goes after that. This is where the dire orb comes in. It gives Carnage an extra chance to try and dive back into the fight. Unfortunately, he missed it this time, so he is going to let Pitt escape to recover his health a little bit before the next fight.
Yeah, going in for the kill there, Carnage trying to get the finishing blow, but in the process, similar to Pitt in the last round, he gave Pitt that heavy armor, so he's kind of let Pitt a little bit back into the match. He's still got good control, but Pitt's not completely out of it. As we've seen these matches, these rounds, they can swing really fast. So it's up to Carnage to close it right now.
Pitt being pushed into a corner here now. He's once again going to have to pop that stealth, gives him a reposition. He's not going to choose to take the fight, though. Does choose to fall away since the full armor spawn came back up. Was able to easily take that, but conversely, because the timers are pretty much right next to each other, Carnage is also able to easily take the mega health and keep himself at a nice advantage, too.
Yeah, if you're Pitt right now, you're looking to just get a good ghost walk ambush, get yourself back into this match. If you're Carnage, you're thinking you want him to burn that ghost walk and get the finish, like he just did.
And there you go with that. Carnage finally able to lock down the Nyx. I believe put Pitt into a position where he didn't actually have the stealth to use right there, and I think that's the reason that the Nyx finally ends up going down and Carnage is able to complete that kill. And of course, importantly, complete the map, as he does take control of it 3-1 there, winning the first map in this series.
Yeah, very strong play from Carnage, especially towards the end. Early on, right, we saw Pitt get the first frag, and actually in the first 2 rounds, we saw Pitt get the first frag with Clutch, and it seemed like maybe Carnage would, maybe struggle a little bit, but it seemed like he found a rhythm. Really started to land some of the rockets he was landing were just fantastic. Yeah. I mean, they really were. So it seemed like he was starting to read Pitt really well. Even the ghost walk, sometimes he's kind of on top of where he was already going. So yeah, just good turnaround from Carnage, and Pitt, hey, he's playing sharp too. So it's really coming down to just a few moments here and there in those rounds. So it's up to Pitt to kind of make the adjustment and refocus for this next map.
I think we saw a great example of how well Carnage was able to read into the situation there in round 4 when they were in the Ranger v Ranger fight, when Carnage was able to dodge the dire orb successfully, and not only that, but he had a nice little flick reaction when we first saw Pitt jump into the fight and engage to get a full 100 damage rocket, and then spin it over to his right quickly when he did see the dire orb being used to complete it with, I think, 1 or 2 more rocket shots just to get the kill there. Carnage, really, it took him a minute to get into it, because it did look like Pitt was actually going to be kind of dominant for the opening stages of the map, but afterwards, we definitely saw Carnage coming in, and he took really full control for rounds 3 and 4 of that first map.
Yeah, it really was a nice read. He had Pitt coming around the corner to set up that initial 100 damage rocket, and then, like you said, he followed up with a 98. So right away, it's like 198 damage with 2 shots, and then, the fall-away rocket was just the finisher. But it's just a nice read. It just shows the level these players are at, to be able to predict movements of another human being. These aren't bots. These aren't, it's not AI you're playing against. These are humans. Totally, everybody plays different in this game. It's just interesting to see players be able to read into somebody else like that. Almost it's like they're reading their mind.
Yeah, and this is, of course, now, as you can see, we're loading in the Blood Covenant, which has been the quintessential map here for the Quake beta. I believe it was one of the first maps to be added into the beta. We've seen played out to these players. They've had plenty of time to jump into it and, of course, play it out, as they're now in warm-up, of course, while we are going to get started. You may have seen it there for a second, too, before we actually did load into the map, but there's another mechanic to this new duel game mode, and that's the draft, as well, as these players do have an opportunity to go through their picks. There's no bans, it's just picks, but they do, through those picks, because they're split a little bit, they have an opportunity to sort of counterpick each other's champions and whatnot.
Yeah, and it also allows them to pick champions that suit their play style, their strengths. Everybody in Quake's kind of interesting because it does have that history, as we've talked about, from Quake 1 all the way till now. So there have been different iterations, different feels to Quake. And one of the things I love about champions is that they kind of gave that different feel to various champions. So it's all about what you're comfortable with, but there is also that counterpick strategy, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and we see examples of this already with Carnage going for a more kind of standardized layout here. He doesn't have any really heavy, tankier champions in his layout. So the champions themselves actually have different health pools, speed, and maximum armor amounts that they're allowed to have based on who they are, obviously, here. Now, Pitt's gone the other direction. He has this really tanky character to start himself on right from the beginning, and that's the Clutch. And that's a large part of the reason why in the last map he was able to play so aggressively, get right up in Carnage's face without too many consequences.
Yeah, Clutch is a very interesting character because the hitbox really is the size of a house. So it's easy to line up a Clutch with, like right here, like railgun, lightning gun, that kind of thing. But on the flip side, that shield ability and his stack, so if you push a scenario, as we've seen earlier in the last map with Pitt, he's popping the shield and getting up close with the rocket launcher, it's devastating.
Carnage trying to take a little bit of a fight earlier on here, getting some nice damage off on a Pit. Not really a whole lot to discourage him from continuing that fight. But this is a much bigger map. We have the rail coming into play now, as I'm sure you've already seen there too. Carnage popping off a shot already, so we're going to be looking for some nice rail hits to try and lock down the health pools of some of these players and bring them down low. It's a nice way to close out. It's a nice way to keep your opponent from getting too aggressive on you. And, well, oof, Pit almost making a big mistake there. We did see Carnage actually having the rails out at the time, but hopefully Pit didn't.
Yeah, both players, in these high-level matches, the first frag is really critical. So, oh man, this is some nice railing by Carnage there to put Pitt on the defensive. He's probably going to go in for a kill here, I think. Yeah.
Pitt had to pretty much completely fall back here now because he was down at about 5 armor overall. The shield might save his life here. Carnage able to get some good damage on the teleport itself. You can see the 95 rolling in, just not enough to completely knock out Pitt, as he has that massive health pool to still work himself off of right now. And Carnage, unfortunately, is not going to get the peek from Pitt at all. He has to go up to the top ground here to look for it. He almost gets hit by that rail, but great stuff so far from Carnage. He's definitely dominating most of these duels, just hasn't been able to really find positioning to go in and get the closing shot to complete that first frag just yet.
Yeah, Pitt actually did an excellent job with the defensive shield there by Mega Health. He really did save his own life because Carnage was going in for the finish right there. So, and it really got him a stack back. But now he's low again. I mean, you got to give credit to Carnage. Like you said, he seems to be winning their head-to-head when they're getting in these toe-to-toe battles. It seems like Carnage is getting a little bit better of those exchanges.
Carnage is getting aggressive here now because you can look. He split the timers a little bit. They're pretty much opposite of each other, 15 and 30 seconds. So it gives Carnage plenty of time to now try and continuously control both of these power-ups as he does right now. You can see the excess health, but it's now gone. And also the excess armor too, which gives him a little bit of a buff going into the fight. And he needs that as well going up against the champion he's currently facing. The Clutch there with all that extra health that he can pick up comparatively to just the Rangers, working with just your basic health pool for the most part. Carnage wants to complete this. He needs to be careful not to get too over-aggressive, as we saw how well Pitt was able to play when he was forced into a defensive situation. What's great about the fact that it's taking Carnage so long to get this kill, though, is that if he does finally get it, and he's able to control Pitt's respawn, then he could essentially just run this down to the timer too, since we already are past 3 minutes. There's only 2 minutes left in the regulation time for this round.
Yeah, we're getting down to real nitty-gritty of the round where that one frag could determine it. Assuming you still have a decent stack and they don't spawn and rush you right after. So yeah, I expect both players to kind of be a little tight right now. Because right now if you give a frag, it's rough.
Carnage again doing some decent damage with the LG that time. Just not enough to lock him down. But unfortunately, Carnage, like I said before, has ended up in a pretty unfortunate position a lot of the time when he ends up getting this damage, so he's not really in a spot where he can immediately chase down Pit and complete the kill. You've seen him try to do it a few times, just Pit has a lot of options to escape. There's a lot more like side corridors and areas to hide on this map comparatively to the Corrupted Keep, where it's a very small arena for these players. There's not really a whole lot of room to escape once you're locked into a fight. It's a lot more different here on this map, as you can have these super long-range duels with the railgun here.
Yeah, and also because of the heavy items, you know, the Mega Health and the heavy armor being on opposite sides of the map, you can really play one side of the map and start to play passive. And if your opponent also does that, plays the other side of the map, then you get a really defensive battle. So it's up to these guys. Oh man, this is great shooting.
He's so close. Carnage has done so much damage in this round. I'd love to see the scoreboard after this round as well, just to see the difference in overall damage that's been done here. But with the timer being under 30 seconds now, it is essentially going to become whoever gets this initial kill will win the round.
Yeah, Carnage is in great shape right now. Does this smooth. You grab the heavy armor, rocket jump to get positioned back up the bridge quickly. He can afford it because of his stack. I expect him to look for some damage here, but he's definitely going to want to secure that Mega Health, which he's going to now. And he's in great position now. So Pit is probably going to try to get this next heavy armor. It's debatable here. It depends if his shield is up or not. It's going to be really risky.
Yeah, and for sure now, as we edge into overtime here, Carnage with that advantage, he just has to maintain it now and be able to complete that kill, and he will take round number 1 here on our second map, and he'll be well on his way to pushing forward into a series victory too. Move in to lock down his opponent, does read into that situation well, but the shield is unfortunately going to kill it again. Oh, there it is. Another Dire Orb frag coming out from Carnage this time, and he uses it to win the round as well. Beautiful stuff.
Wow. I mean, look at this. I mean, first I thought, okay, I thought he was baiting the shield, honestly, right? I thought he was going to bait the shield, you know, run back off, pick up the Mega Health again, and then come back to get the finish. But instead, he's like, nah, I'm just going to throw this Dire Orb up right now and close the show.
Works perfectly. What a way to end the show indeed. Is now Carnage going to jump right back into the fight this time. He is exposing himself a little bit here, trying to go for the full armored pickup, so left himself in the open, but was able to pick it up, and still has a little bit of excess after the fight too, so it works out okay for him. Even Pit down at basically just 100 HP currently, so he still has a huge advantage over Pit, despite being in a pretty aggressive spot before trying to get the armor. Oh, nice shot on the rail too. Didn't even have the accelerated movement going, but still wasn't enough to dodge the rail from Carnage.
Yeah, nice little adjustment. You can see it with the mouse, the quick little flick up. Those little fine movements, this is why these guys are where they are, man.
Yeah, it's looking good for Carnage to get revenge now from that week 2 qualifier. If things continue the way they're going right now, Pit's going to have to step up here real soon, as this is definitely looking like a map that Carnage has had a lot of practice on, and he's very well prepared for, at least to go up against Pit here.
Yeah, and one of the things, you know, coming from an online qualifier to LAN, and this is something I can speak to directly, especially with my experiences, is that LAN really is a little bit of a different game. It really is. It speeds up, you know, your projectiles, rockets will feel more responsive. The game will just feel faster, so it's up to you to adjust kind of to that speed. Some players really do rise on LAN compared to how they play online, so it's really curious, and some people actually don't do as well as they do online, and they kind of falter on LAN, so it's always interesting to see how people adjust.
I'm not sure if we saw a mistake from Pit there, or if he just didn't realize that it actually spawned at the time that it did, but he was standing right next to the full armor, but for some reason just completely bypassed it, didn't pick it up, and ran out of the room, giving it to Carnage for free. That was a little weird. I guess Pit just didn't notice that it spawned there for some reason, so he actually gives up quite a big power over to Carnage, and now he controls both of them, with a split timer too.
Yeah, another thing that can happen to a good player is that you're so familiar with the map, a lot of times you'll back into items knowing that they're going to come up, and so he might have thought he grabbed it, and then he did not. So there's some of that could happen as well.
Nicely done for Pit. There's a great rocket there to completely kill Carnage's engagement. He was getting ready to leap up over top onto the rail spawn there and then pursue into the other hallway to find Pit, and he's going to be able to line up a nice rail shot for him. The force shield pop. Is he going to take the port? Nope, was just trying to bait with it. He's not going to choose to take the fight anyways. Unfortunately, Carnage is also a little bit low. Well, low in the terms of the fact that he doesn't control either of the powers right now, or doesn't have the advantage of having them in his arsenal. He's just sitting at his basic health and armor, and Pit was still at a good 150 or so HP, so chose to fall back, chose to not take that fight temporarily.
Yeah, looking like we got a little bit of a standoff, just like the first round. You know, it looks like neither guy's getting anything going early. It might come down to that one frag, you know, here in the last, you know, couple minutes, like the last game, the last round, should I say. It's getting very interesting. I'm seeing, you know, Pit's doing a good job. You got to, Carnage is running both items right now, so Pit has been doing, even the last round, he's doing a good job of trying to minimize circumstances where he can get fragged, right, when he doesn't have control. And he wants to push when he has his shield up. You can see the strategy. But Carnage, to his credit, is doing a good job of not letting him see. He had to pop a shield defensively, and that's not what he wants to do. He wants to get in position to use it offensively and get into space, use the rocket, pop the shield, get the kill. So now Carnage is doing a great job. He has him on the ropes right here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't look for him for a frag.
Pitt fails at his primary goal right there. You can see he was just camping out, really trying to get that mega health, but he was brought down to 3 HP in the process. So did have to escape, did have to dodge away from the fight there. Try to survive for another day, but with no power-ups, it's going to get difficult. And once again, as you were mentioning before, the timer is being run down incredibly far just to get this first kill. We're approaching the 1 minute mark in 20 seconds, so that's not going to leave a whole lot of time for Pitt to refrag if he does end up going down first again, since Carnage is, just like the first round, really controlling the entire situation right now.
Yeah, and I know some people, if they view Pitt, they'll be like, what's he doing? Because it will come down probably to that one frag, he has to be very careful right now not being in control. So you want to utilize the light armors, the health bubbles, get your normal stack. See, now he's in a much better position with the shield. This is what he wanted, and he got the kill.
Cornered Carnage as well there, so nice timing on the initiation itself, as Carnage does not have anywhere to run in that situation. Got some great bounces off of the rocket. Pitt, great timing on that initiation. Now he's got this great advantage all of a sudden as he spins this around completely against Carnage's favor. Carnage is being sneaky though, but a misread. Was hoping his opponent would go through the portal. Still has a chance to chase him down right here, but he's got to be careful not to get ultra aggressive, as now it's a Nyx versus a Clutch. That does not really favor the Nyx in open combat, so now that he's been revealed and he didn't initially get the kill, he's got to be very careful about the way he takes the rest of this fight. As like that, he could just end up getting railed out with one shot, and that'll end his life.
Yeah, he knew that, the clock was running down, so he was just trying to be really aggressive. And Pitt landed his shots. It's really hard to do that at this level, to push into somebody. These guys all are really top notch. They don't miss the easy shots very often. So when you come right at them, that's just bread and butter for these guys. They'll line you up.
And of course, at the end there, Carnage realizing there was no way he was going to be able to make a comeback. He had 10 seconds to get 2 kills. Essentially impossible. So just giving that one up there to his opponent and allowing for the tie to come in, bringing us to a 1-1 scoreline. Yeah,
very well played. Kind of how I mentioned what Pitt was doing. He's roaching around the bottom, taking the armors, taking the health, get his basic stack up, get that shield back, and then ambush. To swing the tide. That's one of the things I love about Quake Champions. The time to kill ambushes are really in play, even if you don't have a major item. As long as you have your base stack, if you get a good ambush on somebody in this game, they're toast.
Carnage getting a lot of damage off with the super machine gun right now. As he pushes up, he's able to actually bring Pitt down quite low. Pitt was trying to do a little bit more, as you can see, I believe, with the LG there, but connect as much. That's a great return, though, from Pitt. The rocket damage there, pretty much destroying all the progress that Carnage had made a few seconds before. Now he is going to be able to move in, getting that full health. And for Pitt, he's looking for the jump down. Didn't get it, though, but he's able to easily hop back up, connect onto one rail shot. Saw the dire report, misses the rail follow-up, and now he's going to get right up close and an immediate rocket shot to claim the first kill again. Suddenly, the game sped up a little bit. We got the first kill happening before we've even hit the minute mark.
Yeah, just good play by Pitt. I mean, one, going to the mega health, he's really measuring Carnage, waited for him, came up the jump pad, got the hit, and then got aggressive with the shield, the rockets, again, using that clutch mobility. I like how Pitt plays clutch. He plays clutch really well.
He was finally put into a position, too, where I think he could actually go back to that more aggressive play style that we were seeing a lot more of in the first map. He really didn't have the capability to do it before. Now, look, you can see it. He's using the shield really well, negating basically all of that LG damage. He brought it close, as you can see. Only 10 HP at the end of the fight, so Carnage making it aggressive here again to look for a refrag. But beautiful use of the shield, and just like before, just like we saw back on round number 2 there as well, where he was finally able to get that first kill, corners his opponent, waits for the perfect timing to where there's no escape, and he's able to move in where he has an ultimate advantage in the fight.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if it was planned. It seemed like he baited Carnage into a little bit of, self-sense of security. He allowed Carnage to hit a little bit of that lightning gun first to close distance, then he popped the shield, and then as we saw in the replay, look at the care that he took with taking the time to land those important shots. As we saw, he was at 10 health, so if he doesn't take that care and misses that shot, so it's important to not panic. He had the time with the shield, and he landed the shots.
Another little edge-off shot there from Pitt, trying to hit the rail too, which might have actually ended it. Carnage may have been able to survive that rail shot, maybe 1 or 2 excess, but now he was able to fall back, but he's able to get the full armor pickup, so he's back to an okay amount of health to work off of. And for Pit. Oh, he's locking down those rail shots once again. He's being so sneaky, even on such a big character like Clutch. Gotta be a little careful now because of the stealth pop, but he follows his opponent perfectly, chasing him down to the next room. The Nyx is still gonna be a little bit faster than the Clutch in certain situations here, so Pit as well doesn't just want to dive into a fight that he knows he's gonna take massive damage from, trying to read into his opponent's movement, but the last second, the Nyx on Carnage does end up turning back around, so Pit's finally gonna give up on this fight as he's also taking quite a few hits here and he needs to recover his armor and health.
Nice little juke by Carnage, changed direction and left the rocket for his opponent who's going to go cut him off. This is very intense right now. I mean, Carnage, if you're Carnage right now, you're just looking to get him on one frag. I mean, you get that one frag, you still have 2 minutes. Figure if you can get into the next 30 seconds or so, you're looking really good.
Oh, he's trying to chase it down right now, but oh, at the final moments of that last fight there, Carnage actually, or Pit, excuse me, I think actually lost the position of Carnage. Thought he went through the portals to try to chase it down himself, but all he ended up doing was turning his back to his opponent while he still had the shield up. So things got a little bit too chaotic for Pit. He lost track of his opponent, and with that, the Nyx was just barely able to win that fight, buying Carnage a little bit more time here. He's got a minute and a half to get one more frag, or Carnage will win it out on the timer.
Yeah, Pit's got to be careful playing too defensive right now. There's a lot of time on the clock. He needs to make sure he keeps his stack up because, you know, Carnage is going to look for that one good ghost walk engage right now. And Pit's got to be careful. I don't know what his arsenal's looking like. Did he pick up a rail yet or anything? Because when you die, that's one of the things that, not just your stack, but you're losing your weapon arsenal. So not having a rail or a lightning gun or a rocket can really hurt you.
And Carnage is barely keeping himself alive there too with the pop of that stealth. He's able to save himself for a couple of seconds. Carnage now trying to fall back, looking for the re-engagement as he drops back down. But Pit is long gone. He's well over towards the other side of the map, waiting for the full armor to come back up. So both of those power-ups are pretty much on even timers right now. But Carnage, he's going to get aggressive. He's going to bypass the free Mega Health pickup to go over here, trying to counter with the armor. Nice flick from Carnage, hit the rail shot. His opponent does pick up the armor, but he's continuing to get these rail shots left and right. There's another switch up, but Carnage is going to dive right back in. He has that second kill, and now we're tied back up, bringing things down to a 1v1. Another Nyx v Nyx battle with only 30 seconds to go in the round.
That was an excellent play. You know, I know you're questioning why did he leave the Mega Health? It's because he knew, he saw the clock. So he knew that Pit was making the assumption that he was going to grab the Mega Health as well. And so he just said, heck with it. I'm going to push your item too. And landed some great shots. And way to keep his head in the game. Switch the machine gun, get that finish there at the end. Don't try to get too fancy. You already did the fancy shots to line it up, you know, to get him ready. Great finish. It looks like we're going to sudden death again, looks like.
Unless someone gets a kill in about 5 seconds here. Pit almost hit a head-on rocket against Carnage when you saw he tried to go for the full armor pickup. The problem here now is Pit trying to look for these nice little rocket shots has now given up both of the power-ups. So Carnage has complete control. In a moment, he's going to run back over here trying to go for the armor. He does have the low ground, though, so he needs to be careful against Pit. But he waits, and now he's going to be able to dive back in. Both of them pop stealth at pretty much the same time. A little bit later from Pit there, but now in range, there we go. There's the shot from Carnage, and he closes out the complete reversal from Carnage as he takes control of round 3 now, taking the lead 2-1.
Clutch, that's all I need to say. What a comeback there by Carnage. One to get the tying frag, first of all, was just brilliant. And then there at the end, it really was in the balance because they both ghost walked. They were both kind of low, and he just landed that rail. Like, Carnage really heating up right now.
Yeah, so with that, back under control here now after slipping up a little bit back on round 1. However, a player like Pit, he's now back on the clutch, which we've seen him use quite well in the previous round. This has been his, where a lot of his power has come from, and a lot of his frags too. You can see that massive health pool that it has to work with. Pit, though, is going to be choosing to take the low ground right now, and for Carnage, he's still hunting. He's got pretty much a full kit to work with, but he's using to roll that SMG still, diving into the fight. He's doing pretty decent damage with it.
I honestly think that's a good tactical play to utilize, you know, the machine gun like that at range, especially because, as we talked many times, the hitbox and clutch is huge. So 10 damage. I mean, you're whittling that down so fast. You're going to force him either to fly, to run, or pop a shield from range, you know, because Clutch doesn't want to be there for him.
Yeah, and if you can get the fight at range, too, on the SMG, and you know how to control it well, then you can do the zoom, and I think it goes up to 15 damage at that point per tick as well. So, oh, nicely found from Carnage, though, gets himself into a nice little fight here where he has the advantage because of a direct rocket hit, but he's going to fall back because he's only about 2/3 of his HP, so he's got to be a little bit careful about the way he plays this. Armor Swan coming up in a second, took a big risk by heading up there. If he got hit by that rail shot, he would have almost been dead there. But he was able to pick up the armor. Now he's back into a great position, and he can try to chase down Pit, who also was just barely able to scavenge through, getting the armor before he dived back down into the bottom there. Hit a nice rail shot, once again bringing Carnage's health down relatively low.
Yeah, Pitt was going to try to get a kill there, and then, it was a good calculated risk because he knew he could back off the mega health like he did if he didn't get it. So yeah, this is really in the balance. Both guys making really good decisions. It's coming down to these guys landing some amazing shots.
Carnage trying to get around that shield here. Has a very short duration, so he's okay now. Was able to get out of the fight too, surviving with 75 damage there. So he escapes, and now we'll look to scavenge with the mega health coming up. Should have easily seen Pitt coming back in through the LG room there. And as a result, Pitt also knows that he got spotted, so he backed up. He's now trying to navigate through the bottom part of the map to try and get a better position against Carnage here. Carnage, I think he's lost the position of Pitt, so he's going to play really slowly right now to sit back and listen to figure out where Pitt's going. And there you go. Now he's found him, gets that nice free rail in the engagement. That's a big hitbox. So the second one's pretty easy to hit there too. Great damage being done. Unfortunately, Pitt's able to negate most of that pretty quickly by going in and getting the full armor pickup.
Yeah, but still, I like what Carnage is doing. He's picking at him, using the hit scan weapons from range. That's not Clutch's strong point. Clutch, like we've seen, he wants to get in your face with the rocket or a shotgun with the shield up and really push the issue. So putting him in those long-range positions gives him a chance to bait that shield or put Pitt in a little bit of a worse situation than he wants to be. So I like how Carnage is playing, but I like how Pitt's not exactly making it easy on him either. So there is a lot of back and forth right now. Neither guy's giving an inch. I mean, we're 3 minutes in, no frags. I mean, these guys are really evenly matched.
Both missing their initial rail shots, and I think Carnage misses the port a little bit there too. He's going to be forced to fall back. He's in a really bad spot, but he's still trying to continue this fight. Another missed rail. He's at 100 HP, but no armor basically here. Only a quarter of it to work with now. As he dives back up on top, he's got a little bit of an advantage to play off the bridge, but his opponent's also going to jump up there too. Great LG counter coming out from him, and the final rail shot to close out on the first kill at 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
It's interesting because I know right there kind of what both players were thinking. Pitt had a good opportunity. He knew Carnage was low, but when you go up like that and you rocket jump in the air, especially as a class as big as a Clutch, you saw what Carnage was also thinking. He was waiting for that rocket jump. And he was like, I'm going to line you up with this lightning and I'm going to make you hit this shot that, then he missed. And once you miss and you're getting lined up with the lightning gun like that, it's really tough to recover.
Carnage was able to hold his ground there too on the fresh respawn coming out now for the Ranger on Pitt. Almost got brought down, but survived the initial fight with 25 HP. So backed away, returned some decent damage on the Pitt too. So now he's ready to fight once again, that he's got the full armor pickup. Just has to locate his opponent there. Sees him now. He's got that dire orb up too, so you can expect a port from him potentially if he wants to use it. Health is a little bit low though, so that's a risky move to do. But he's like at 50 HP. If he can recover it back up to 100, so no reason why he wouldn't want to try and dive back in to take that next fight when he's given the opportunity. I'm trying to read into a rail shot here too. He's a little bit less consistent with the rails, but thankfully that time he hits him head on. And for some reason, Pitt just continues to stand out in the open there, taking that fight despite the obvious health advantage that Carnage had. So basically gives him that second kill. And now Carnage, well, he's got a nice little 3v1 advantage, and there's only 20 seconds left in the round. So unless Pitt can get 2 kills here in 20 seconds, it's going to be going to Carnage, and he's going to take control of the second map.
Yeah, I think that's the win for him too.
Yeah, so with that,
that's a heck of a game. Credit to Carnage, because we did see him Pitt take him out in week 2. I have mentioned earlier that LAN is a different animal to deal with, but I really like Carnage's rail got really started to heat up there at the end. He was doing some really good shots. Pitt at the end, credit to Pitt. He got out of that rail battle. He saw the clock was running low, and he's like, hey, if I'm gonna get a rail battle, this is it. This is my chance. I just need to land some shots and make him miss. And Carnage got the better of him, but. It's a good job for Pitt. I mean, this is his first big experience. It really is. I can't stress enough how much, psychology and emotions go into this. So it's a big thing to overcome when you're first trying to break onto that big stage. So we'll see how he adjusts going to the next game for him, because he's going to be on the losers bracket now. It's double OM. So, but he played great. I really do. I really think Pitt played great, but Carnage was the better man today.
well, it looks like we do have our analysts ready to talk a little bit about the post-matchers. So let's send it over to them.
Hey, thank you, Blue. Now, Jahar, go ahead and just give me a breakdown. What just happened?
A lot of things happened. That was a really up and down matchup. Of course, there on Corrupted Keep, we saw both players doing incredibly risky things the whole time through. There wasn't a time when Pitt was able to keep his clutch alive for very long at all. Carnage was on that clutch every single time. And most of the time, Pitt rolled out with that clutch as the very first champ, so we didn't get to see much of that play there. Of course, when we went over to Blood Covenant, we did see a lot of clutch there, and we saw that match really slow down. But unfortunately, we saw Pitt just take rail after rail after rail and rocket after rocket. And even though Clutch had the health stack, ostensibly in his own right. He was taking so much damage, so he was losing control of the major items. He was having to take 25s in the smaller armors. And to his credit, he was able to stay alive for a very long time, but it came down to just a few shots.
Now, how are you feeling about the rail from either of these players and how they showed up with it?
There were moments when Carnage's rail was just not there, and that's when Pitt was able to, almost take that second round. But of course, Carnage just had a lot more consistency there in the end.
Well, absolutely, and good on Carnage to move through. I know this probably is going to do a lot for his psyche and his confidence. A player with a lot of talent, and I think being pushed against the rope obviously might just help him to break that envelope.
And of course, one thing that we saw in that first round was both players, again, taking a lot of risks. What we just saw there, both players playing Ranger, both of them having that Dire Orb, which is a momentary, just one-hit potential to make that frag. And they were both baiting it, both going for it, and they both missed. And it came down to how well you can react under pressure there. Once things have kind of fallen apart with your plan, how much can you just take that back and turn it into a frag? And I think Carnage, with a little bit more of the LAN experience, was able to keep his cool.
Yeah, so I mean, overall, we could talk about tendencies. We could talk about this. We could talk about that. But what really went wrong here on the other side of the equation?
Pitt, honestly, he was in the right spot for a lot of those hits, but he just wasn't making them. And sometimes it just comes down to, are you hitting your rockets? Are you hitting your rails? There were a few moments where, that first frag on Blood Covenant where he or that first round on Blood Covenant where he dropped down with the clutch. There was a little bit of tilt there, maybe, a little bit of frustration. Just, all right, I've got shield, my opponent's down in the pit, but I'm going to go for the frag anyway. But as you saw, that Dire Orb came out from Carnage, and it was spot on.
Now, could this be a situation where it's, first game of the day, jitters, your first matchup? Could that have played a factor here?
I think it's definitely a case there. I mean, both players had a lot to prove. We saw both players needing to say, all right, we had a bit of a rough scuffle in the online qualifiers, but now here at LAN, it's time to make something decisive happen. And Carnage pulled out.
Well, Carnage pulled out and put it back in. And pulled
repeatedly.
Repeatedly. Well, we do see him pick up the W there. He will be moving on to round of 16. So good on him. I think, is this the way you would have forecasted this beforehand? Hindsight, of course.
If I'm being honest, sure. I mean, again, experience and just being able to keep your calm plays a lot into it. And Pitt, this being his first LAN event, we're seeing a lot of really good play coming out of him, a lot of raw skill. And I think as we see him play more and more in LAN, we're going to be seeing him just rank up.
Well, up next, we've got Dehang and Sane. How do you feel about that matchup?
Well, if you weren't tired of seeing Team Johnson just yet, we're moving from Carnage over to Sane. Like I said earlier, a relative newcomer to not the scene, but to the team. But, of course, seeing a teammate just take a duel has got to be good for the nerves, and he's going to need them. Dehang has been a QuakeCon champion for a couple of years. It's been a little while since he's been in that spotlight, but of course it's a new game, a new opportunity to take that trophy.
So any sort of, I guess, tendencies we can look forward to in that? We're going to go into it more in depth, but I mean, who are you pulling for right now? I'm putting you on the spot. Who are you pulling for in that one?
I think it's no secret that I've been a longtime fan of Dehang. He's been a little bit in the back for the past few years, but I've wanted to see him, find an opportunity to push back forward and come back into the spotlight and prove that that he is who he is.
Well, he is who he is. I do believe that that pretty much wraps it up there for the Carnage Pit look at things, and I do believe that does it for us right now. We're going to go to a quick break, but after that, when we come back, we're going to be jumping right into that action.
So my fondest memory of people playing together is the original QuakeCon. It was a group of about 32 friends that played online, got together in an IRC chat channel, and decided, let's get together. And they came to Dallas, Texas, because they thought, hey, Id's in Dallas, we can come to Dallas. They were playing Quake, and they invited us to come over, to go there, and to be in the room with the hardest core fans that we have, guys that drove halfway across the country just to be together to play a game that I made. I knew that we had something, and I knew that I picked the right career because I love what I do, and I love the fact that we have such passionate fans.
All right, we're coming back right now. We've got Dehang and Sane here at the North American Regionals of the Quake World Championship. My name is Stunna. I'm here with Jahar. We're going to kind of look into this one just before we get it going. Now, Dehang and Sane, we kind of touched on a little bit, but let's really get down and dirty here. How can we expect this one to turn out?
It's a wild card, honestly. Sane has shown up relatively recently. I mean, he's only 26 years old, which for Quake terms is pretty young. But he's been playing on Team Johnson. Earlier in the online qualifiers, it was actually Necrophagist, a teammate, who took him out of the running. So we had to come back in week 3, and he made it in. Dehang skipped week 1. He was on vacation or something, I don't know. But he came in week 2, and he just blew through the bracket, and he's here now.
Blew through the bracket. Let's take a look now at his profile and kind of pull up what we're talking about. Now, we're talking about an old school player here coming into Quake. This version of it, so to say.
Of course.
What is there to say about that transition?
Well, I think the little note there about the lightning gun being his preferred weapon actually is a pretty good story, just because he's come from CPM, he's come from Quake Live, both games where the LG is incredibly strong, and if anything, it's even stronger here in Quake Champions. We just saw in that match with Carnage and Pit so many really just sick LG plays, and that is definitely one of Dehang's major strengths.
It's the LG. Right, now, so when we look at a player like this, though, and we see the LG, what is a good fallback for him? I mean, in this matchup, so to say.
Fortunately, he's got a lot of brain cells. He's one of the smarter players. I've always enjoyed watching him play on maps like Blood Run, which we're maybe even seeing here a little bit today. But he's always been just this ninja who is able to get out of a lot of really sticky situations there. Sane, he's got a lot of that just speed and aim and just raw, tactical ability.
Speaking of Sane, let's take a look at him now. Hailing from California, what do we know about Sane?
I mean, he's been really solid in Team Johnson. I've been watching him more in Sacrifice. I haven't seen too many of his duels. Of course, he's been practicing a lot with his teammates there. And, I think it's a funny note that his favorite map is Airwalk. We're going to be waiting maybe a little bit longer before we see that in Quake Champions, if at all. But here he's going to have to make some really smart picks because he's going up against a guy with a ton of experience.
Now, alongside of, obviously Team Johnson going into this, do you think that they come together and sort of prep for the duels at all, or is it kind of like, every man for himself?
I see them out there playing Duel. I see them out there playing FFA against each other and online. I think they're happy to play whatever they can, and the most beneficial thing for them is they like playing together.
They like playing together. I think that makes the world difference, especially in a team composition. Like you definitely have to be around people you want to be around, right?
Absolutely.
Which totally builds on that team vibe. I do believe we're going to have the vetoes here in just a second. I could be wrong.
Yeah, so we could see that Blood Run come up. We could see, of course, a larger map that gives them both a little bit more room to breathe. We saw a lot of that in Blood Covenant already. We might see even some Ruins of Sarnath.
Here we go.
But of course, we are going to be going over to Blood Run as Dehang's major pick. This is a map that first came onto the scene in 1997 and has pretty much been ported to every Quake and even games outside of Quake since then. It is a map with a lot of history, but it's got a few new wrinkles this time around in Quake Champions. You've got a couple new paths, you've got a new jump pad, and there's a lot of new strategies coming out of that, and I think Dehang's been enjoying seeing it.
Speaking of a lot of history, I mean, when you think about it, 1997 is probably just a little bit older or younger, right around the the age demographic of the average viewer. So it's kind of crazy to think about, when you think about the history of this game. But not to talk about history, let's talk about the present. Let's throw it over to the commentators who are standing by, Blue and Machiavelli.
All right, thank you very much, Stunna, and we are already live with the action once again, jumping into this first map between Sane and Dehang. Now, an interesting choice from Dehang here over on Blood Run as well. You'll note that we have a new champion coming in that we didn't really get to see at all in that previous set. This is going to be the Galena, which is a very popular pick for this map.
Yeah, there's a lot of blind corners, little areas where you can hide a totem, and it really can influence a round really easily. I mean, somebody comes through the portal, takes that 75 damage, and there's even instances where if you get into a fight in a pinch, you can throw the totem down and shoot a rocket, so you're kind of getting that double damage in there. So there's definitely different ways to utilize Galena, and statistically, she has a much higher pick rate on this map compared to other maps.
Yeah, and this is another thing we didn't get to explain is, you know, what exactly makes her powerful. Those totems you already saw Dehang placing one of those totems down before. Each champion has their own active ability. In the case of Dehang's current character on the Galena, it's those totems that you see being placed on the ground. Now, Dehang can use those actually as little rally points to heal himself if he wants to, but his opponent can also destroy them. But if his opponent unwittingly walks into them, then it does 75 damage to him. And as you imagine, there's a lot of very tight corners here. There's a lot of, just like that, right there. He threw it down really quickly, and he was able to use that in combination with the quick switch over to the LG in order to get a quick first kill. Nicely done. Perfect demonstration of the totem as well, just as we were explaining.
It's kind of ironic, isn't it? We were
Yeah.
just talking about the totem and placing it through tellies and how it can set something up, and yeah, Dehang put one right outside the teller. Very common play. Sane ran into it, he saw it, turned around, got the frag.
The teleporters are the real thing on this map because I think the usage of the teleporters is a lot more common on this map compared to some of the others that we've seen so far.
Yeah, if you cut off either that lower teleporter you just saw or the teleporter by the rocket launcher, I mean, that's a serious problem for your opponent because, yeah, those teleporters are used frequently in this map, and if you have to take a different route because of that, it's going to slow you down and also make you more predictable.
And look at this now. Great aggressive play coming in from Dehang, diving into the fight, doing at least 200 damage there on the nails, but he's going to have to be careful here because his health level got down pretty low too. He was hit by the spit from the Sorlag. It's another ability, whereas Dehang currently has the totems to place down. Sane, every couple seconds, is going to be able to spit out a projectile. And if it connects onto him, it's going to do 30 damage per hit. So it'll sneak a rail shot there too, but he's going to be able to heal most of that back via the use of the totem. Anyway, continuing the point, if Sane is able to hit people directly with those spitballs, then it does 30 damage per hit, but it also puts a dot on the opponent as well. It's going to continuously do damage for the next 2 to 3 seconds or so.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to run into the Sorlag acid spit. That will make a mess of you even if you're fully stacked. just don't run into it. You got to really watch out, especially on this map. It's very effective because, again, there's a lot of corners, a lot of hallways where you can come around and just run into your opponent point blank, and a Sorlag, you don't want to run into her.
Yeah. So Dehang once again looking for what he needs to engage against Sane. He's already got a great advantage knocking out his Anarchy, so he doesn't have to deal with anything super fast-paced anymore, at least until he gets over to the Visor, which is his 3rd champion pick there. You can see in the middle for Sane.
And for people who are a little unfamiliar with Sane, who haven't seen the qualifiers, his Anarchy really is his bread and butter champion. So knocking him off of that is a big deal. And that's also why you see him going to the Sorlag as his follow-up. Has a similar air control, a little slower, but also it's the same style of movement. And then you can see that that's his favorite, kind of play style.
Dehang trying to jump right into this fight. He actually puts himself in a pretty poor position though, but he still has that totem on the ground, assuming it doesn't get destroyed. So he has that as a bit of an emergency if Sane were to continue that fight. Chose not to do so though. He dove back out. Now Dehang is trying to read into that. You can see again throwing the totem down at the exit to the teleporter from down below. But I think Sane's going to wrap around, see that in a second. And yeah, he just destroyed that totem that was placed down. So Sane's actually doing a pretty good job right now of countering out a lot of those totem plays. But the problem is that he's spending a lot of time doing that and not a lot of time hunting down Dehang. As once more, we are coming down to the timer of this with just a minute remaining. Sane only has, 50 seconds now to try to trade out the frag from earlier. And unfortunately, he just ran into another totem there, so it's not going to help his case. With it being brought down to only about 25 HP, he's got to spend some time recovering health now, but not very long. He's going to dive into the fight in the Mega Health room, but has to quickly bail out for the same reason. Just didn't do enough damage there. Was worried about his own life's sake.
Yeah, Dehang's in a good spot right now. He's just playing defensively. He's going to make Sane come right after him because when somebody is running right after you, it's much easier to line them up for shots. And there it is. There's the finisher there. So good. It was really close. I mean, Sane had some opportunities there, but you got to give credit to Dehang. It seemed like he was really kind of to follow up on Jahar's point when he was talking about him. Really strong mental play. Nothing too, nothing too fancy or show. Like he's just really consistent is what I would say from Dehang. And I love the totem placement. He caught Sane a couple times.
That's probably some of the most efficient totem usage we've seen so far, at least for me. Even in going back to like the qualifiers and whatnot, even the stuff at E3. We had that one fun thing at E3 where someone just killed someone entirely with a totem, but we haven't seen totem usage like that in quite a long time here. So that was some really good stuff from Dehang, and that's going to be a problem that Sane has to deal with going into these next consecutive rounds here. As there's no reason for Dehang to switch over to a different starting champion, and as you see, he's going to very quickly go right back onto the Galena to start off in round 2.
Yeah, Dehang, really good mental play. I just really like it. Sane is one of his things. I think is he's really powerful in anarchy and stuff. But I think once you take him off of that, I think he drops a little bit in terms of how competitive he is. And I think this might be something he needs to work on in the long term. But I don't know. Maybe he has been in the practices, but we'll see. I know I've talked to him in private. He recognizes that anarchy is by far his favorite champion. So he's been trying to work on it, from what he told me.
Dehang also has some incredible nail gun control too. A lot of players, I mean myself included, tend to struggle with just controlling the spray of that nail gun, as it can be pretty brutal, especially when you get like, you know, beyond like mid-range. But he's doing pretty good at it right there. He just did easily like 150 damage with that nice spray. So
yeah, it's similar to the plasma gun, to use a previous weapon that was in other Quakes, where it's a projectile. It's like in between. It's projectile, but it's so fast it almost hits damage. So you gotta have to lead and project. Oh my goodness, great with rockets. Just what do you say to that? I mean,
look at this, beautiful. As we get the replay up, they are fighting once again quickly off the respawns. We'll have to jump back into the game relatively quickly. And here's going to be Dehang. Rocket jumps up, but it works out. It's a bit of a risk. He only survives the fight with 30 HP, recovering it quickly though because of the totem placement. But big risk with a big payoff apparently. His opponent was not expecting him to jump back up, and he's going to follow it through with the third kill. Dehang taking very quick control of a second round already now with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, really starting to get a. It seems like he's really starting to read Sane a little bit there, rocking him those rockets. His rockets are landing, as we saw. He's really starting to punish Sane a little bit. And again, the mental game of Dehang is really impressive. I like how it's just very consistent. That's the word I see from him. It's like he's good at recognizing, you know, hey, I don't want to take this engagement. He's really minimizing the chances Sane has to get a frag on him. And then when he sees an opportunity to get a frag, he's making the most of it.
Dehang actually was put into a kind of iffy situation beginning this round. Look at this now. There's that control with the nail gun coming in again that I was just talking about. Beautifully done. Completely outbeat Sane in just an open 1v1 fight. Once again, takes the advantage. Knocking out the anarchy too. Sane trying to get tricky there, as you can see. Jumped up a little bit there and was able to trick him into thinking that he wasn't in the room. So connected a very nice rocket, but Dehang just going to skirt around the sides of this place. Keep himself alive, avoiding combat for the most part until he can get this totem back up. It'll be good to re-engage. I think he heard him go up top, and he definitely knows he's there now. Unfortunately, because of that, he's not able to go in and chase down the full armor, so he's going to be restricted to just his primary 100 health right now.
Yeah, and going back to that kill, I really like how Dehang utilized the nail gun there. It's really deadly when people are having to go through doorways and corridors at you.
There's a nice spin around from Sane. He was able to finally complete that run around to the backside of Dehang. Finally knocking out this Galena too. As I said before, that's been a big issue for Sane. Has been dealing with it and finding a way to knock out this initial champion. That was one of the only kills that Sane was able to get so far in this map. And now he's going to want to look to continue that, but Dehang getting aggressive now. Boarding over behind his opponent, but a good rocket jump escape from Sane. Gets him out of that hot spot and allows him to survive for another day to hopefully re-engage here in a couple of moments.
Yeah, he's going to try to get the frag here and then probably go right for that mega health. Oh my goodness, that nail gun of Dehang. I mean,
I saw Sane.
He is really, you know, that's when we were talking earlier about switching from online to LAN. Weapons like the nail gun, like the super nail gun, become just way more effective on LAN than they are online. So it's something to look out for. It's something obviously Dehang was ready for.
Yeah. Dehang, unfortunately, leaving himself out in the open for a little bit. I think he was getting a bit greedy trying to hunt down that full armor there, so did have to take that fight against Sane's final champion and did get traded out. So now this comes down to a 1v1, and there's plenty of time left in the round as well, with just under 3 minutes remaining. It's very likely someone is going to get this kill. We'll see it completed via frags, not via the timer here. Dehang going to be on the Ranger, and for Sane, the over on the visor. He'll hit the first shot as well. Nice connection with the rail range there. So there's that nail gun again. Look at this from Dehang. Whirling off so much damage from range. He's got Sane trapped in a corner right now. Sane's trying to battle out of it, but it doesn't work well. And Dehang, once again, rocket jumping his way into victory as he leaps up on top, completes the final frag, and will take a flawless map 1 victory.
Yeah, nice read, Sane coming out of the portal with the nail gun, as you said. I mean, great nail gun work. I mean, what was his? I mean, he must have did some more serious work with the nail gun there. 768 damage in the map for him. And then, of course, the pinning him down with the rockets, right? So then he's throwing the rockets up in the corner, really keeping Sane. You saw him, he really couldn't move and go anywhere. And then when he finally did decide to peek out, he ate a rocket. Dehang was already rocket jumping up and going for the frag at that point. So, again, just solid play from Dehang. Sane gave him a good run, had his moments here and there, but overall, it's just the consistency from Dehang is just really solid. And just constantly putting pressure on Sane.
And you can once again see the map picks, of course, for those of you who weren't here for our pregame segment. The second one that we're going to be moving on to is now going to be Sane's pick over on the Ruins of Sarnath. It's a map we haven't seen played just yet. It's a bit of a deceiving map. It does appear rather large, but there's a lot of ways to get quickly around the map and over to other parts of the map that would otherwise take you a lot longer to get to if you just took a straight path. There's a lot of like side corridors and whatnot that you can use.
Yeah, and especially the portal that will cut off the map and take you up to the super nail gun area, and then of course the Mega Health Bridge area. I mean, you can literally get to every area of the map from there in a matter of seconds. So there are key areas of the map that if you're in control, you can really utilize those areas to get to all the other side areas of the map and continue to put pressure on your opponent.
So just a second here as we do sort out the start of this next match, and then we should be able to dive right back into it. But so far, Dehang has been showing up as quite the dominant player in this initial matchup here. Sane, unfortunately, not putting up the greatest challenge. We did see him kind of getting into it a little bit there towards the end of the match. Like you were saying before, the translation going from online to LAN sometimes is a little bit rough for players. I've talked to players about this in other games as well. It's one that really affects any game at all, as it does take them a couple rounds to really get into the feel of LAN play and kind of adjust to that. And that also happens, I mean, going back to it as well, when they switch back to online play, coming back from like a bigger LAN event or something like that. Players sometimes are a little bit iffy here and there for a couple of days as they get themselves used to it.
Yeah, LAN has always been an adjustment going to LAN. I'm thinking back into my competing days, like what a difference. And I can imagine in any game, first-person shooters particularly, when you're so sensitive to latency, playing on LAN is a big difference. You can see it there with the super nail gun, as we saw from Dehang. I would guess he probably wouldn't use it as often, maybe in an online circumstance. It's something I'd be curious to question him about. You know, hey, is this something you went into the LAN like purposely thinking like, hey, you know what, because of latency, the nail gun will be more effective. And players might not be ready for it. Something you can bust out. And let's not forget, he kind of has a decent practice partner to get ready with, by the name of Rafa, a teammate of his. So that's a good way to keep yourself sharp by playing the current champion.
Yeah, the back-to-back champion as well. That's what we've been told. But it looks like we do have a little bit of a correction, guys. We did mention earlier that we were going to be heading to the Ruins of Sarnath. That's actually not the case. We're jumping back over to Corrupted Keep, which you guys saw played first earlier in our previous matchup. That was the first map played there. It's a much smaller map. It's a very tight arena. There's not a lot of room for escape once you enter a fight, so you have to be ready to take that fight. And there's also no railgun on this map, so you're going to want to keep your eyes on that too. These players are mainly going to have to use rockets along with the LG, and well, in Dehang's case, probably a little bit of nail gun play as well, based on what we saw in that previous map too, to try and win out these fights and gain an advantage. That's what's very important here, especially on this map now, with how small it is getting that initial advantage and making sure you can get good control over both of the power-up pickups. Yeah,
it's an interesting map. Like you said, it's smaller, so you really reading your opponent and making sure, one, you don't run into ambushes, run into traps, and being able to set up your own. You're going to see this back and forth play with sounds. They're going to slow it down. They're both going to be trying to read each other. And like, as you mentioned, it's all rockets, lightning gun. Should be very familiar for somebody like Sane. He comes from Quake 1, and he's been playing Quake a long time. So taking the railgun out of it, I don't know if that's a strategy of his maybe. Again, some people may feel, maybe their railgun aim isn't as good as their opponents. So they may try to move to a map like this to kind of even it out.
Well, we are going to be going live here in just a moment. As you can see, we've got the players loaded in, and we're into the map. We're ready to start off, and you can see that Anarchy, which once again is going to be the starting champion choice for Sane. They're going to leap right into it. Dehang also starting off on a Nyx as well, as you note. So we've got a pretty squishy fight to start things off. Both of these champions are going to die in a heartbeat if they're not careful. So power-up control is incredibly important at the start.
Yeah, and especially now, as you mentioned, they're both really squishy champions. Getting that first rocket, right? The hit in these engagements are critical. So these champions cannot take much. A couple good rockets in their toast.
Sane trying to jump back in, trying to get a little bit closer so he can do work with the rockets. We took a decent amount of damage along the way. Now getting hit by a rocket. Really can't connect much. His opponent is going to pop the stealth off, and Sane trying to make a run to beat him over to the Mega Armor. Can he get it in time? No, he has to leap back up on top. It's only just spawning now, but his opponent did steal it away. So once more, Dehang is going to start off with the advantage there. Got to the armor first forced his opponent away, and had better damage done overall from the previous fight, so was able to complete that first kill.
Yeah, he set a nice ambush at the Mega Health there. Sane came in, had good timing, landed right on it, but Dehang made it pay with some well-placed rockets, and before Sane could answer, it was a good ghost walk. He really avoided that rocket, repositioned the armor, and got the kill there. It's so close. It's razor close, but in the end, Dehang was the one who was a little ahead of Sane there.
Sane trying to leap back up on top now for some rockets that he can hit. After he's now looking to recover off the respawn, and for Dehang, Well, he's got a nice little stack built up for himself here. He's already got beyond full armor at this point in time, and in a second he's going to be ready to try and go for the Mega Health pickup too. Although this time it looks like Sane may actually try to dive in and challenge him. He's sitting just on the outside of the Boneyards there, but not really going to be successful in attempting to counter it out. He did knock away a lot of the armor, but the thing is Dehang's going to roll right over here, and we won't even see a challenge from Sane on the full armor pickup, so Dehang's going to get that for free, and did a good 50 damage or so on the LG with that spam there too. So now also took down quite a bit of Sane's health pool.
Yeah, that was just nice. I mean, it wasn't ideal. He just saw him and tracked him with the lightning and like, oh, by the way, I'm gonna hit all of this right here. Really, these guys are all just really good. It's amazing to watch.
Well, Dehang is now looking to try to get himself back in to get that Mega Health pickup, but he actually missed it. Sane had great timing on his push inside, and it was enough aggression to keep Dehang on the outside of it, not wanting to directly jump back in and challenge. He knew his opponent was probably going to be able to get down to the Mega Health, but he also now gets the armor too because of the way the timers were set up for Dehang. He actually worked that timing against Dehang that he himself had set up, so great stuff from Sane to now pull a little bit of reversal here. He has an advantage, and he can definitely dive in for the engagement. Great damage being done, but there's also a decent amount being done on the return here, so Dehang is ready to jump back into the fight. Great spam on the LG with that. Completes the second kill now and is able to hold on despite just losing both the power-ups.
Again, to talk about Dehang, the mentality, the smart play, when he ghost walked and Sane kind of jumped off, he threw an initial obvious reaction a lot of players will make would go for the kill and just jump down after him, but he was patient. He stayed up there and waited for Sane to bait or use the dire or bat. I really like the patience there, and it just shows how strong he is mentally. You know, he didn't. Because it's easy in that situation to panic. Oh, I got the frag. I'm going to go after him. I'm going to get the kill right now. You know, I'm going to go get it and jump down. And then, oh, he teleported up and, you know, you just wasted your ghost walk. But instead, he just had that mental fortitude to not, you know, let the pressure get to him. And he just made a great play.
Yeah, and after we saw that second kill, Dehang, no problem at all, locking down the third and final frag there too. So Sane, unfortunately, falls without much retaliation against Dehang in round number 1 here. So Dehang is going to be feeling good about himself and the way that he's playing out things here on this second map. And it's going to allow him to hold nice control. So we can keep that, of course, going into the second round, but Sane getting a nice LG spray off himself. Dehang actually almost dies to that. Survives with a little over 25 HP. He's just able to escape. He hasn't recovered any of it yet, though. He's still sitting extremely low. So Sane's got the run of the mill right now. He can go all over the map.
Yeah, Sane's he can still make a comeback here. It's not, you know, but it's going to be rough because Dehang is really playing. I mean, not just playing sharp, but he's playing consistent. That's the thing. And there's not a lot of up and downs with him right now, from what I can see. I mean, it just seems like he's playing at a really steady level, and it's a high level. So he's going to be tough to beat.
See the movement speed from Sane there too, and a lot of that is coming in because of the fact that he's currently playing on the Anarchy, which is a very fast champion. It's got great acceleration, the way that it moves around. It's very easy to take tighter turns on the champion like that as well because he has the hoverboard to work with. So just his feet. So Sane now diving into the fight. He's actually going to lose it out actually at the end of the day, despite having that big advantage. The LG spam just was not in his favor there.
Yeah, again, Dehang with the smart mental play. What evened that out is he had a nice prediction rocket for Sane when he came out of that portal to really even the stacks up a little bit, and then yeah, he just took the initiative, and that little initiative you get with lightning gun a lot of times will make the difference, and he was able to get the kill there.
Sane trying to fall back, trying to get back this advantage that he had towards the beginning of the round, but was unable to translate. He's now going to take the port up top over here into the red group. Looking to quickly wrap that over to chase down his opponent up on top of the LG spawn, but now this is a very close range bout. He's got to be careful moving around this little as well, because he could just get telefragged if he's not careful coming out of the stealth. Thankfully for Sane, Dehang is not going to attempt that. He's just going to bail out of this fight for some of the next respawns.
Yeah, you got the frag lead. No need to do anything foolish, especially with so much time left on the clock. He's like I said, I like how he's playing. I really do. I can't get over it. Can't say it enough. The decision making is on top of his aim. I mean, his aim is obviously very solid, but he's just playing very consistent with the way he's making decisions. I mean, he's just making great reads.
He's got a very decent lead to work off of here now as well, even with the one champion advantage, counting into just this next 1v1 here. Great way to try and change this back around, but Sane, okay, that was a little weird. Sane actually ends up on top of his opponent there, and ends up just bonking him on the head to take him out there and claiming the trade kill. So he gets that back now, and it goes tied back up. We're approaching the 3-minute mark in this first round.
Looks like maybe a very slight miscalculation by Dehang there. I think he thought the Mega Health was going to be up, and he was going to pick it while lightning gunning him, you know, above him, but, you know, Sane just rocket jumped on his head, basically.
And bit of a surprise as they both spot each other here now. Both of them playing onto the Ranger too. It's going to be another mirror matchup. Sane controls the Mega Health. I don't think he's going to be able to successfully route his way over to the power up in time though. The armor, actually hold on. Oh, he just missed it. And unfortunately, as a result of diving in so aggressively, he is going to lose the following battle to Dehang. And Dehang will now take that every single day. Sane is trying to reverse this now as he pushes his opponent off the map and takes him down with the LG in the process. There's the quick trade, and now we go back down into another 1v1.
Wow, that was just such a quick turnaround in regard to, like, you know, Dehang frag, and then Sane came right back. Look at this lightning gun from Sane, jeez.
He's got to be careful though, he was taking quite a bit from the SMG. Sane trying to run outside here and keep himself too much out of harm's way. Does manage to get himself the... I'm going to pick up two, but at the moment, a bit of an initial great advantage on the dive before off the LG. Unfortunately, a lot of that didn't really seem to translate too well to the next fight, so they'd come out on the losing end of the second engagement, and Dehang is now at a pretty good point on his visor. He's built up armor, he's max HP and everything like that. Or Sane, he's got the health, he just doesn't have any armor built up yet, which is why he's really camping around this full armor spawn to try and get that. But actually, the pressure from Dehang is going to be enough to force Sane away. Either that or Sane lost the timers, so...
No, he can't make a play there. He's actually in a really rough spot. I'd be surprised if Dehang doesn't get the finish here for this round, because it's going to be really one. He's got a disadvantage in any hit scan battle. So if they get in a lightning gun, machine gun battle, the Sorlag's a much bigger, tankier character compared to Visor. So Dehang's going to have an advantage there. On top of that, he doesn't have control. So somehow he needs to set an ambush to do some damage on Dehang and force him off one of his major items. Like right here, he's doing some decent rocket work.
2 damage being done that time though, but the spin combined with the head-on rocket is going to be enough to complete the last kill. So Sane, nicely done with the comeback there, as he does indeed tie us up at 1-1.
Yeah, he landed some good rockets, came in with the spit, landed the spit, another rocket, and took Dehang out. I thought Dehang maybe, you know, he had the timing, so it seemed like he got a little comfortable running back and forth there, and maybe thought Sane wouldn't go for it. It's hard to say, you know, in the moment what the players are thinking, because I think maybe he thought Sane was just looking to get a shot in or two and then back off again like he did, but Sane made a nice aggressive play.
Sane still trying to do some work with the nail gun as well, taking a page out of Dehang's book from the last map. Dehang, we haven't really seen all that much play from him on the nail gun this time around. He's pretty much stayed away from it and stuck to his basic LG and rockets most of the time. We've seen a couple times that he's tried to use the SMG, but that's pretty much been it. Now Sane diving in, oh, and he gets hopped. So goodbye very quickly to Sane's first character. It's not going to last very long in that situation, as Dehang gets 2 nice rockets, and that alone is going to finish the job. Dehang got to be a little bit careful getting leaped into the air, but still stays close up. Some great work with the LG. Almost completes the kill. If he wants to chase this, he can. Get this pretty quickly. He's at sub 25, and there you go. There's a second kill from Dehang. Dehang's up for revenge now after losing that previous round. He wants to close out round 3 in record time.
Yeah, that was a nice ghost walk. Sane had it pinned really good with a lightning gun when he used it, and then he just turned it around on him, and then, you know, lightning gun in the back, and got the finish over there. So again, you know, when it comes to decision making in this game, you really got to look at Dehang and just be impressed.
Yeah, Dehang missing all the damage that he was trying to do against Sane there, so Sane ends up with this massive health pool to work off. Now, he could certainly go and engage once he recovers just a little bit more armor here, now that he has just under 200 HP to work off of here, so that's quite a bit of damage that he can eat up, especially now with the armor. This is the initial initiation. He's not going to take all that much damage, only goes down by about 20 or so from the LG, but still.
Expect Dehang to set up a ghost walk in here. Oh, he's just going straight in for it.
You are never
Didn't even need it. Didn't even need it. I mean, because, you know, Sane was in a bad spot there. So position-wise, you know, you're back at the top of the lightning gun portal there. It's really tough to escape. You know, so Dehang, again, Dehang, for his credit, made a good play, took a good position at the doorway. He's kind of peeking at him with the machine gun and everything. And once he made a move to try to escape, he pushed up with the lightning gun and pinned him. And as a Sorlag, you know, like we've seen in previous tank-type champions, they get lined up with a lightning gun and they can't move. they just get lit up.
So Dehang taking control of round 3 in under 2 minutes. That's great stuff for him. He's able to lock down Sane that quickly and take back his lead in the map. Now he only needs 1 more to take control of this series too, because he'd win the second map and he already won our first map before for on a Blood Run. So now with this, 1 more victory, he can claim dominance and push himself forward into the round of 16.
Very interesting. Both guys got a handle on some decent stack right now. Again, this map, it really comes down to a few set ambushes here and there, and it really can change the tide. So a good read, a nice prediction rocket can really set things up for you.
Sane trying to do some damage at range here too with the SMG. He's got the upgraded one. Just gotta be a little bit careful here. When he goes for the armor pickup, I don't know if he realized he was being chased. Well, he sees it now. He was being chased by Dehang there. Thankfully for him, Dehang wasn't really able to get up all that much damage. So, Sane's now gonna find himself really trying to lock down Dehang's movement here. As he keeps trying to predict it, but he's way off the mark right now. Dehang's on the other side of the map. It isn't saying much, because it's a small map, but...
Well, when I was touching on earlier about Dehang, even when it seems like he just doesn't give Sane a lot of opportunities. I mean, unless he feels it's time to fight, it really feels like he's dictating the engagements for the most part. Obviously, Sane has got some frags and done his own work, but overall, it just seems like Dehang is initiating more. Like right there, see, Sane was able to initiate. He got the first rocket. He forced the engagement, but overall in the match, it just seems like Dehang is the one dictating the pace a little bit.
Sane had a great dive there, just leaps over the top of his opponent and then is able to finish off the job with primarily the LG, as we saw after he hit that initial rocket there. So good early control from Sane, and it's now up to Dehang to claim revenge on that one. Over 2 minutes into the round 2, nice hop. Unfortunately, it hopped Sane right into the portal, so he was still able to get out of there pretty clean.
The important thing, though, Dehang secured the heavy armor there, so he's pretty stacked. I would imagine he's going to come back and try to fight for this. Oh man, those ran into those.
Sane's gonna get hit by a big rocket too, and he doesn't even have time for the injection. Dehang with the clutch gyro coming out there at the last second, and that completes the trade. Back down to a 2v2 will go. We're only about halfway through the round.
Yeah, Sane landed those that good prediction rocket initially for 100 damage, followed up with a little splash damage, and was going in for the kill, but good counter by Dehang, and as we've seen in other matches, watch out for that dire orb.
And Anarchy was even trying to go for the injection too, as Sane had that pop. Just didn't actually get the injection done in time. He was only at 17 HP. That might have saved his life. However, Dehang with the dire report, the damage itself still might have been enough to take him down. As Sane now looks to re-engage here, get back his advantage if he can. Timer on these power-ups are about to come in too, and Dehang unfortunately misses the armor. And Sane trying to push in, but his opponent is right outside the door. He still wants that mega health, but at this point, it's not really possible. So just tries to go for some ranged rocket damage and really doesn't connect on much of that either.
Yeah, Dehang was waiting for him, some nail gun spam coming out of that portal and everything, so oh my god, ambush right in the back.
The spit coming out, but it's all way too low on the aim, so Dehang just goes in with a straight LG spam and gets an easy kill. Not even going to die to the dot or anything like that, but Dehang eventually did end up walking through and only brought him down to 88 HP, so he's back at the full already. And he's ready to take the next fight in this now Ranger v Ranger mirror matchup.
Yeah, just a nice read by Dehang and a little bit of a misread by Sane. Obviously, he had his back completely turned to his opponent there, and he just got lit up.
So Sane on the ropes here now. The last champion for him. All right, he's going to end up going down to the lower brackets trying to take this fight. The bait on the dire orb works. Gets Sane off of Dehang for a couple of seconds. Lets him push back in and try and get some health back. Unfortunately, Sane just stole the health that Dehang wanted to take. So now, Sane's going to have a pretty big advantage. He can route back in here, get himself the full armor pickup, which he's just taken for free. Dehang is still picking up scraps of health across the map. Great prediction rocket, though. 55 damage, 50 again, 50 again. And he's almost got his opponent dead now. Just has to have the right to go back in, as Sane was also able to pick up the full health here. Now he's going to dive back in here. Bait on the port. Actually is a port fully. He tries to move back in to re-engage, but doesn't land in the greatest position. So Sane just ends up running out of the room anyway. Dehang now has a great opportunity to lock this one down. His opponent's going to get the full armor, and with that, he's going to fall back. But here comes that nail gun usage again. We didn't see any of that in this map up until this point, but right at the very end, we see it again, and it's the close out on the map as Dehang is going to take it 3-1, and with that, he'll take the series 2-0 as well.
Yeah, well played by Dehang. Good try by Sane. He really did, put some pressure on him, but overall, the consistent decision making and setting up the engagements really seemed to be in Dehang's favor. Even there, the nice super nail gun work was at the end. Sane was kind of, he was in a tough spot. The clock was running down. He had to force the issue. At that point, you're just hoping your opponent can, you can somehow maneuver your way in while making them miss and land your own shots. But in the end, at this level, we've seen it many times. You can't just run at these guys. It's really tough to make it happen.
Especially on the map we were playing there as well.
Yeah.
Like it gets pretty rough, like we said before. Once you're in a fight, you're very much in a fight. So things tend to get a little bit rough in the way that those situations end up playing out there. On a map like Corrupted Keeper, there really is no room for mistakes. You have to be ready to take those fights when you die back in, and if you end up making a last-minute decision to fall out, then that oftentimes will lead to your death, as we saw a lot over the course of that map.
Yeah, and I'm just touching on one of the great things about Quake, and one of the things you need to master, especially in duels, is choosing engagements and how to force your opponent to taking engagements they don't want. And one of the things I thought Dehang was doing really well in that map was really making it hard on Sane. One, when Sane had control and he wanted to push, it seemed like he was limiting the opportunity Sane could do to get that frag. And then anytime he had a frag opportunity, he was really making the most of it and putting pressure on Sane. And just overall choosing the engagements better than Sane was. And it made a big difference in the match.
All right, guys, well, it does look like we have our analysts ready to talk a little bit more about this match. So let's send it over to them.
Hey, thanks, Blue. Yep, Dehang taking the W there. I mean, right away, let's talk about the play style and the approach that Dehang had.
I mean, Blue and Machiavelli summed it up pretty well. They touched on a lot of really good points there, and I think it just bears repeating. Yeah, when you have Dehang on Blood Run, you know, he's one of those players who really wants to take kind of a step back, control the pace of the map. And it was really cool that he was also playing a lot of Galena there as well, because it's an ability where you can put down those totems and actually make the map a weapon in and of itself. And we've already seen Dehang over the years on Blood Run being really smart around the map, and now that extra damage coming from the totems was really nasty.
Well, I mean, we definitely saw a lot of smart play coming out of that Dehang corner. I mean, let's take a look and think about this, because it also seemed to transpire that he had confidence and he started playing a lot smarter rather than playing into the game of Sane. Sane was, you know, pretty much his puppet.
Yeah, I mean, that changed a little bit in the next map where, you know, you have a much smaller quarter, you have much less room to get around these fights. But of course, you saw that Sane picking Anarchy really wanted to bring the fight to Dehang all the time. He wanted to get in, force the fight as often as possible, make as much damage happen as possible. But as you said, Dehang was able to keep his cool.
Now we're going to take a look at a replay here, and Jahar, I'm going to let you walk us through this.
All right, so speaking of keeping your cool, I mean, this is just a nasty fight to get into. You never want to be in this room and have just this fight happen right here where you're just face-to-face against each other. But look at the nail gun coming out of Dehang. I mean, that is a really difficult fight to get out of with 5 health even, especially as a Nyx up against a Sorlag. Coming around that corner and seeing your opponent right there in your face is just a nightmare scenario no matter what.
Now, the rail usage on either side of these guys, was it kind of what you were expecting?
Yeah, I mean, Dehang had some really solid rails on Blood Run, of course, and Corrupted Keep. You don't have that option available, and I'm sure that Sane was wishing that he had a railgun available in Corrupted Keep, because, again, the size of the map meant that he could play those corners all the time. You know, he was throwing a lot of nails, a lot of rockets, getting a lot of spam off, but unfortunately, that also meant that Dehang was getting a lot of good information on where Sane was.
Now, our next matchup is going to be Astro Boy and Tom Servo. It's going to be our first matchup in the round of 16 here today.
Yeah.
I mean, is it possible to give just a quick prediction on this?
I mean, so far with these first 2 matches, it's all been fun and games, but now it's going to come down to somebody's going to QuakeCon and somebody might not be going to QuakeCon. Of course, the top 4 from the lower bracket will also be advancing, but being able to secure a win in the upper bracket, it feels good. It gives you a lot of comfort.
Well, that's definitely how these things work. Somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose, and unfortunately, the loser might not be going to QuakeCon, right? So that's just about how that works. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be jumping into that first round of 16 matchup here at the North American Regionals.
So in Quake Champions, we spent a lot of time thinking about where we place weapons, where we place armor, health, and power-ups. Back in the old days, we kind of just threw them in the map. And sometimes we had bad weapon placement. There are some levels where we actually forgot to put a weapon in, and now today people are like, oh, that was so interesting, that was such a design choice. But really it was kind of a mistake. We've gotten much better, much more sophisticated in how we place weapons in Quake Champions.
something is hungry that I can't control. I'm feeling so dark. Somehow I feel.
All right, we're coming back now to the North American Regionals here of the Quake World Championships. We're about to get into our first round of 16 matchup, which is going to be Tom Servo and Astro Boy. Now, we've changed things up. I brought my main man, Machiavelli, in here over to the analyst corner. Machiavelli, how are you reading this matchup?
It's pretty exciting, actually. Both these guys, one, Tom had a nice victory. We didn't get to see it on the stream. He actually beat Necrophagus, which is a top-notch player to get to this point here. Astro Boy is interesting because he's been playing from Australia, so he's been qualifying with a high ping to beating guys with 30 ping, 50 ping, etc. I mean, he's got a latency disadvantage. He's somehow making it happen. So you got to give props to that for a guy coming over from Australia.
Yeah, I mean, so we're talking about the difference between playing online and on LAN. And, I mean, when you bring the Australia into the picture, you talk about playing with 300 ping to go into, like, a single digit. Definitely a difference to be said there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like closer to 200 ping, but when you're playing somebody with a 30 versus your 200, I mean, you might as well be playing online versus somebody on LAN. It's such a huge difference. So for him to overcome that just shows a lot about his mental ability, the way he thinks about the game. He's putting himself in good position. But on the other side of things, Tom Servo has a lot of experience. He's been around the community for a long time. He knows how to play. And I think if I had to make a prediction right here, I'm going to go with Tom. Well,
before we do that, I'm going to let you do that. But are you sure you want to do that as we pull up these vetoes right now? Did this pan out how you think it could have panned out?
I'm not too familiar with, in terms of Astro Boy, what his favorite maps are. So I have seen Tom play a lot of Blood Covenant and Blood Run. I think he's a solid player. I'm not too familiar with Astro Boy, obviously being from Australia. So right. I have seen him play some of his online qualifier matches. Like I said, he has a good mental approach. But it's really, really hard to overcome latency, and especially as you get higher in a competition, any advantage you can get over your opponent, I mean, you're going to use it.
Well, a place where you're going to want to have advantages is here, because the winner of this will advance on to QuakeCon, as this is our first round of 16 matchup of the day. How important is it as a player to play at QuakeCon?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. I can't. That's what you build up for. It's what you practice for. Thinking back to my playing days, yeah, you're gearing up for these major tournaments so you can show your stuff on LAN. It's not about online competitions. You want to get to LAN, where the game is faster. No excuses. If everybody likes, the internet, people like to have a little excuses.
You want to be a part of that upper echelon. You want to have your name engraved in the trophy. It's obviously important.
Oh, absolutely. The competition. That's why these guys are all here playing. I mean, part of it is about the competition. You want to be the best. I mean, and then, especially when you get close and you really start to smell that success. And you're like, I'm just so close. It just makes you want to work that much harder. So.
Now, for the people at home that are just joining us, tell us a little bit about your career.
Oh, I'm old school. I played Quake 2 and Quake 3 professionally, so I'm kind of like the beginning of esports.
The old school guy.
Old school
There's
guy.
not too many old guys around the scene anymore. I like to call myself one, but not necessarily from the Quake community.
Yeah.
But it's definitely been an awesome just watching the transition of Quake over the years. I mean, it's been 2 decades for
Yeah, well, it's interesting. It's like it really is a sport to me, because you can see the fundamentals that were put in place early on by the first champions of Quake, and then you just kind of progress, and it keep building on it. And now you have your current champion, Rafa. And I'm sure if you talk to Shane, you talk to Rafa, he'll tell you that, yeah, he watched some of those old videos and he's taking things from these older players, adding his own, innovations onto it on top of that. That's why you got the new champ.
Well, it's interesting you say that, right? So if we look at over the different versions of Quake and we kind of put this into perspective, is it translatable from the older versions, from the guys that have been playing this game for the past 20 years to this new generation? Is there a takeaway from being a member of that older generation of Quake?
Just the hard work, the dedication, recognizing that, if you want to get to the echelon in anything in life, and this is a life lesson, you gotta work hard and just keep your head in the game and not. And one of the things I talk about players, I talk about emotions and psychology a lot, because that was one of the big struggles for me as a player. Was I was very emotional, and it caused me a lot of problems. And I try to tell players that, look, you got to try to stay very even, almost like in a Zen-like state. You don't want to get too high and too confident, because then you start taking shots that are maybe showboaty and things that put you in bad position. And you don't want to get too low in your confidence, because then you maybe don't press and push positions where you could have, and maybe you're not trusting yourself enough. So it's a fine line to walk for these players at these events.
Well, you definitely don't want to get too high and too confident. I think that one always ends really bad for everyone. But on the other side of things, we're going to take a look now at the history of a Quake, because we'll be right back. Let's check it out.
My name is Tim Willits. I am the studio director here at id Software, and I have the unique distinction of working on every single Quake game. id Software at the time knew that Doom could be so much more if you could play together, because gamers are social and we love to play together. So the idea of multiplayer that we see today really can trace its roots all the way back to Doom.
I was in high school at the time when Quake 1 came out. I played a guy from Florida. We spent, I think, an hour just jumping, kind of excited that you could look at your screen and see someone in Florida, hundreds of miles away. That was entirely new in gaming.
Doom, of course, had no mouse look, but when we developed Quake, because it was a true 3D game, we needed the ability to look up and down. But it was something so new that even for us, it was a bit unsettling.
They were worried at the time that players weren't ready for 360 movement looking around. And so it wasn't enabled by default, even though it was in the game.
We were playing multiplayer. We were playing on Quake 1, and it was towards the end of development. John realized that he was going to die. He was holding the rocket launcher. He pointed the rocket launcher down. He fired, and he jumped at the same time. And he went, ooh, and he landed behind us. And we were like, oh my God, what was that? And that was the very first rocket jump. It's one of those kind of unique aspects of Quake that we've fostered and that we've grown and that we've evolved to become really a kind of a pillar of what the gameplay is now. When we started Quake 3, multiplayer at the time was just exploding. I mean, it was so popular. And we knew that if we made a game that really focused on that multiplayer experience, that it would be something amazing. And Quake 3 has lasted the test of time. I mean, how many games have gone for so many years and had such a following? It's because we put all our eggs in one basket and said, this basket is going to be multiplayer. It's hard to point to a game that is more perfect than Quake 3. Even though we've done so many different Quake games, there is that one identity. It is brutal, and it is fast, and it has awesome over-the-top weapons. Those are the signature Quake elements that exist in every Quake game.
All right, we're back here at the North American Regionals, and we're about to get our first round of 16 matchup underway here. A lot of players vying and trying to get their way into QuakeCon over at Dallas, Texas. I'm here. I'm Stunna. I'm your host for the weekend, and this is my main man, Machiavelli. Now, looking at this matchup, we've got Astro Boy and we've got Tom Servo. tell us a little bit about Tom Servo.
Yeah, Tom's just a veteran in the community. For those who don't know, he actually has a Quake University Reddit he put in. For your newer players who want to go learn, Tom's actually been very helpful and putting a lot of videos from all the matches we've been having in the qualifiers and such. So he's very involved in the community, very passionate about Quake, and he's been playing it a long time. So he's a very experienced player.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, absolutely providing something to the community, giving something to the community. What is there to say about his play style, though, today? I mean, what are we anticipating to see from a player in Tom Servo?
You know, I've watched a few matches with our head of esports over here at 0-4, and I've seen him play Rafa a little bit. And he plays solid. He's really pushes these top-level players. Again, it's because he's a long-time Quake player. Just consistent decision-making. You can tell he has that familiarity with the things about Quake, running items, item management, and putting himself in good position to get frags.
And probably going to go a long way in terms of confidence. And the most confident man in the building is standing by to bring you that action right now. We've got Blue and my man Jahar over there.
Alrighty, well thank you very much, Stunna, and it is almost time now to start our third series of the day here for Duel. It's going to be Astro Boy taking on Tom Servo, and I now have Jahar with me. How you doing, man?
Oh, getting nervous for all these guys. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line, there's a lot of stress on the line, and a lot of online play coming from these guys. I mean, Tom Servo and Astro Boy being able to play from the comfort of their own homes is, you know, you could maybe call that advantage, but there's still the internet to contend with. And as Machiavelli was referring to, playing from Australia is no easy job.
Yeah, that's certainly not going to help anyone's case under those circumstances here, but we are started now, folks. We jump into the game. We want to take a look at Astro Boy to start things off. He's going to be our blue player. Tom Servo is going to be over on the red side. A pretty balanced comp for both sides there. Astro Boy a little bit squishier, hasn't gone for any of the tank champions. Servo does still have the Sorlag in there, so we have that nice second spawn that we often see the tank character used for, but the fight's getting started here. And at the moment, Astro Boy in a rough patch. Only going to be able to save himself via the stealth.
Absolutely, and of course with Nyx being so weak, it's a lot of work on Blood Run to be able to get those weapons, get those stack items, and sometimes it means giving up that initial Mega or Armor just to be able to have that one pop advantage play against a player like Anarchy. I mean, be able to go Ghost Walk and get all that damage in is so useful. So Astro Boy, again, still kind of playing things a little bit slowly, but making sure that he's up on rockets and rails and ready to do the damage.
They do spot each other for a moment there. There's a little bit of damage being exchanged, mainly coming out from Astro Boy. He's going to be careful with his rails here. He's going to run out in a second. I think he realized that. So over to the rockets now. He's just going to leap into this fight. Tagged by a rail shot, though, seconds before. But the good news is this was a very weighted, aggressive play. As he used this to be able to move in, get good control over the Mega Health, and now he can move back in. He did miss the armor pickup, but at the very least he got one of the two, so he's still keeping partial control over the map right now.
Incredibly risky play there on the Mega Health, but it paid off perfectly for Astro Boy. Of course, playing as Nyx, you're never going to be able to hold on to that Mega Health or Mega Armor for very long, but a little bit of advantage goes a long way. Neither of these characters can go very long in a rail fight without going down. But Astro Boy playing forward a little bit more here, looking for a bit more aggression on Tom Servo, and Tom Servo is actually having to back up, but it's going to be a big fight over the Mega, going Ghost Walk immediately as Tom Servo gets the pickup, but not the damage just yet, as the LG comes flying out of Astro Boy, looking for that first frag, not quite getting it just yet, but certainly scaring him off of the armor, and finally getting that last fadeaway rail.
And there's the shots from Astro Boy, finally locking out Tom Servo to get that first kill. Just under 2 minutes when we see that one happen, so still plenty of time for Servo to get revenge. Try to trade that back a little bit to bring us down into a 2v2. Astro Boy still going to be working on the Nyx, he's relatively squishy, as now Servo goes over to the Sorlag, but that's not going to last very long if Astro Boy is allowed to just chain spam the LG. Completely melts Tom Servo's second character, and now he's onto a Nyx as well, so we're right back over the squishy fight.
That's not easy as well. When you know that a Sorlag is going to be coming after you, it is a do-or-die moment, and having that opportunity with the LG, Astro Boy took full advantage of that. Now it's going to be Nyx on Nyx, but of course, we're just over halfway through the match, but Tom Servo has to make 2 frags in order to make this round anywhere near a possibility for him. So coming down into lower armor, we have Astro Boy immediately taking a rail. That's going to put him on the back foot for a little bit longer. He's going to need armor, he's going to need some of those health orbs.
And so for Astro Boy here, now trying to leap back down, but for the right situation to jump in and engage. Oh, he did get hit by that rocket. It takes quite a bit of damage too.
Now it's dangerous because both of them are now in a place where they cannot afford a rail, and we just barely saw Astro Boy not get pegged by that last one. But as armor comes up, it's going to be risky, but my god, this rocket coming out of nowhere. Beautifully reacted, and a good round for Astro Boy.
Great speed to get into that fight too, as you saw he was leaping back in. There wasn't going to be a whole lot of sound cues that he was pushing back in, so he jumps into the room, spins around, and already has his opponent locked down into a corner there as he's trying to pick up the full armor, so it's an easy rocket shot to hit when he finally gets a surprise engagement, and he gets the third kill. And we're going to go right back into combat now into the second round. Look at this from Astro Boy using the stealth to stay behind his opponent. He's over to the gauntlet, he misses it though, and now he's gonna switch back over. Servo's trying to figure out what's going on, but he's not given the time to react. So Astro Boy is once again gonna get the first kill here.
Having that initial hit with the gauntlet, I mean, such aggression coming out of him, and at that point you know, okay, my opponent's on the ropes, he doesn't know what's going on, he just got hit by a bladed fist. You never want that. So Astro Boy now able to enjoy this one frag advantage here a little bit. But we do have Tom Servo moving back over to Anarchy. As we've seen, he's already very aggressive here, and he has all the ability to do that.
And so for Astro Boy, holding back a little bit as he tries to recover slightly, but not for too long. He's trying to bait his opponent into getting aggressive, and it's a good thing that Servo built up some of his health. As you saw, they got the minor metal and everything going there now. But this Astro Boy, he tries to wait. Unfortunately, he can't cancel the stealth while you're in it, so they'd end up having to lose the armor on that pickup there. Didn't get an opportunity to telefrag either, as the timing did not work out for him.
Lost the armor, but he managed to hold on to his life there. I mean, that could have been really nasty if Tom Servo figured out what was up. But now Astro Boy can go on the backside of the map here a little bit, try to spam off a few of these corners, look for some of these rail shots. But again, both of them are going to need a clean exit, and Astro Boy doesn't have quite as much stack to work with. But as the Mega comes back up, Tom Servo is going to be able to get that fairly cleanly, as Astro Boy is looking for this armor. Still a little bit early, and he ends up getting punished for that, taking one rail, and he's got to be really careful on his exit here. He's going to be looking for Tom Servo out of the teleporter, and manages to donk him with the rocket, keeping him on his back.
80 damage being done right there, so that's definitely going to help to keep Tom Servo a little more even with Astro Boy's own health pool here. He knows he's going to be jumping down as well. Misses the rail shot over to the rockets, do a little bit of damage here. As you see, Tom Servo going to get up a little bit, tagged again. Tom Servo's in a rough patch. Nice. Did return some of the damage, but Astro Boy's still in an okay spot right now. So Servo's going to be very careful as he is down to his basic health. That's why he's running around just going for the default armor pickups. There's a bit of a race here now for the Mega, but Servo gets the bounce, knocks his opponent away, but unfortunately, wrong weapon choice there is not on the LG, so he can't continue to hit those rocket shots, and Astro Boy, well, he can, so he gets the second kill now.
I love this matchup because you have so many of these items just being given up as both players is looking for a better opportunity, but when both players are committed to the armor and already jumping for it, you've got to think and frag fast, and now we have Tom Servo down to only his Nyx. He's got to make something happen here, but so far with that rail, he's definitely got Astro Boy up against the ropes here a little bit. Not sure if he has the room or the timing to make the fight happen immediately, so he's just going to enjoy the fact that Astro Boy will not be showing up on these items and taking full control.
And Astro Boy is going to be a little bit careful with the engagement. Coming back and shotgun to the face. Both of them going to pop stealth at the same time, and I believe they both go their separate ways too. Oh no, actually, a last-second dive from Servo coming into the fight there, and he gets a bit more revenge there, bringing it down to a 1v2.
There aren't too many places to get that 50 health, and both players had the same place in mind, and it got really nasty there. But Tom Servo, he's got this Mega here, and he has the ability to put some pressure on this armor, so things could go well for him. He actually teleports out in front of Astro Boy, cutting him off, doing some damage, and taking the armor as well. Now, that Astro Boy is actually up top. It's really difficult to force that fight and push forward, but Tom Servo is going to be looking for the rail angle.
And Astro Boy trying to be a little bit more careful here. Tom Servo just going into stealth, and I don't think Astro Boy realizes that he's sitting back over there inside of the rocket room just yet. Sees him now, though, and a nice little flick onto the rail shot as Astro Boy connects that. Servo still looking to keep himself alive, and he's going to be brought down low. Over two quick rails from him, and now he gets his own second kill. This goes down to a 1v1. It's going to be an Anarchy versus a Nyx. Sudden death to claim round two, and it could be a quick sudden death, as old Tom Servo had a great lineup. He's able to get the kill anyway. Needed a second attempt on the rail there, but he still cleaned it up quite nicely as he pulls off the complete reversal down to a 1v3 all the way to absolute victory.
This is a fight. These guys are both, you know, they're being incredibly intelligent with each other. They're giving themselves space when they know that that they kind of need to back off, but at the same time, when they know that an item will make or break the next minute for them, they both fully commit.
Again, there's a little bit of combat happening early on. Astro Boy actually does get a head-on rocket there for 100 damage, and another 50 coming out there too, so Servo's got to be a little bit careful, or he might lose a champion right at the start of the round again. And almost a great prediction. Over to the rail, connects that shot there, and then another hit, as Astro Boy is going to be able to claim the first kill once again, quickly taking down Servo's first champion. He's going to look for more rail shots to connect onto that second frag quickly if he can. He's already knocked out his armor that he picked up initially, but Astro Boy now even going to be able to hop back in, getting himself the full armor. And for Servo, he's still looking to hunt out Astro Boy, but he's at a pretty big disadvantage right now, so he can't get too aggressive.
Yeah, losing that Anarchy right off the bat is never fun, but he's already making good use of the sword-like spin, doing a lot of damage, also giving a lot of information on where Astro Boy is headed here. So he's got him up against the ropes a little bit, looking for that shot with the rail, but it looks like Astro Boy's using the Ghost Block defensively, but he sticks around for the fight. But of course, when you're Sorlag, you are just a magnet for all that LG and every single cell connected there.
I don't think Servo heard the stealth pop either because it was just out of his range to be able to actually properly hear that. So he didn't catch that he jumped into the stealth there, and he ended up losing that because he didn't realize that it had happened. So now this goes down to another 3v1. Now Servo was able to turn this around last time in the previous round. We'll have to see if he can do it again here, because he's lost his first 2 champions in, you know, the first minute of the round. He certainly can't be feeling too confident about himself right now. He's going to have to get some of that back to be able to re-engage properly and actually knock out this Nyx again.
Neither player wanted that fight in upper small armor, so we're going to be seeing Astro Boy head back up to the catwalk, looking for mostly not the hit so much, but just information on where Thompson was moving. But oh man, that rocket is going to change the pace of everything. He's going to be up here, and Astro Boy didn't actually know about it. One more hit would have done it for either of them, but man, that was incredibly risky for Astro Boy there, as Thompson will be getting away with both the armor and the Mega. Surely happy to have full stack control.
Astro Boy pretty low on ammo for most of his power weapons here too. He's onto the rail right now, but he just doesn't have any LG ammo left over, so it actually gives Servo a pretty easy time to run right up with the shotgun, closing out on that kill for himself. And there's the first trade. 2 more to go now.
All right, but it's going to be all about this play with the Dire Orbit. Does a little bit of damage, but doesn't quite commit the frag, as Astro Boy is going to be looking for an opportunity down below. The armor's still up, and it's actually been denied once again. 2 rails will make a 3rd frag for Astro Boy.
And there we go. Finally completes it. Is not going to get upset this time on a 3v1 reversal. A few mistakes from Tom Servo there at the end. Was unable to complete that jump to get the armor, so he does end up falling down there, losing it out. And with that, we do see a 2nd round claimed.
All right, but as we go into round 3 here, we're going to be seeing Astro Boy start off up top with Nyx v Nyx here once again. But immediately the armor's taken away, Mega taken by Tom Servo. It's going to be all about weapons at this point. Astro Boy has to wonder if he's already got a rocket launcher. He knows that he doesn't have one though, so Tom Servo can push forward a little bit here. He can space off a little bit with the rail, but if things get up close and personal, Astro Boy will be at a real disadvantage. And now that Tom Servo's gone Ghost Walk, Astro Boy's got to get out of there.
It's a rough rail play, man.
Yeah, a lot of whiffs there.
Well, I think they both ended up hitting 1, and that was enough to force each other to back up. Astro Boy trying to dive back in. First initial connection comes out from Tom Servo. Astro Boy is forced into stealth. He wanted to stay up on top to keep the fight there, but opponent backed away. Did not want to continue taking it to close range here. And now Astro Boy almost out of ammo for the rails, but thankfully the spawn for them is pretty close by, so we should be able to easily roll in and pick up some ammo for it.
And finally, he's been able to get a grab of that rocket launcher. And if you're going to be out of rails, you better have rockets for sure. But Astro Boy going to be looking at the teleport a little bit. Nope, just getting rail ammo, making sure that he's ready to do some damage on this heavy armor pickup. If not, go for the grab itself. But as he gets through the teleporter, it's going to be committal pretty soon here as the armor comes back up. A lot of spam going either way. There's the Ghost Walk. He's got to know he's up there. Tom Servo didn't figure it out though. And here comes the LG. He's dropped down. A rail would do it. And he's still going to have a lot of trouble crossing that gap to the teleporter to get back into relative safety. But no place is safe on this map as Astro Boy is sneaking around looking for Tom Servo at upper armor.
Astro Boy's still pretty low on rail armor, or rail ammo too, so he's got to make sure he actually moves around and try to find an actual ammo pickup, as he's only got 5 to work off of right now. So that's not going to last very long if they end up in these very long fights that we were seeing before, towards the beginning of this round. He's got to be a little bit careful with the way he plays this. Right now moving up, he knows the armor spawn's coming back in. Well, Servo's not even really going to choose the challenge then. He's going to completely back away from it and reset.
And Tom Servo, knowing that he's very close to losing out this run on Blood Run, is being a little bit more conservative, playing a little bit more plus back, a little bit more defensive, and that means that Astro Boy is doing exactly the right thing. Setting up a trap, you can't play defensive against what you don't know. And Astro Boy getting a little bit of damage with the shotgun. It could have easily been more, but I'm sure that's going to be making Tom Servo sweat.
And Astro Boy, again, trying to hunt down his opponent here. He's being quiet about it. You can see him sneaking around. He's actually going to have a pretty good advantage here with the shotgun, but completely denied by Servo. Nicely found the shotgun to the face. That's going to end Astro Boy's run right there.
Who was making the trap there? Holy crap. I mean, that was a really split-second play there on the shotgun. Just perfect timing, coming around the corner, and blam. Boom goes the dynamite, and boom goes Astro Boy as he's 1 frag down. Fortunately, he's got Ranger now. He can play off a little bit more aggressively here with that Dire Orb especially. But he's got to find Tom Servo and take him down. Tom Servo, though, is really cycling these items really kind of consistently. Finding out where Tom Servo's at shouldn't be too much work for Astro Boy.
Yeah, now he's going to try to leave him. He did miss the full armor pickup, but look at this. He's got his opponent in the corner. He's only got a shotgun. He switches over to the shotgun, too, there, since he runs out of ammo on his LG ammo. But still, did some great damage. Pretty much made the armor pickup a bit of a moot point.
And as that goes down, it's going to be a bit of maybe a rough fight here. Oh, looking for the 1 rail, and 1 is all you really need to really put Tom Servo on the back foot. He can't stick around here on the Mega. It's still 15 seconds away, but Astro Boy has effectively scared him off of it. Tom Servo is just going to be split splashing down in the blood, getting a little bit of that healing, but he's going to need a lot more to be able to take a rail.
Tom Servo knows that the opponent just went for the pickup there, trying to work things with the super nail gun, but not a lot of connections, unfortunately. Not as well in the tracking there as we saw Dehang earlier playing it. So now he's going to have to try and get back over here to get that Mega Health pickup. Thankfully, his opponent's not really contesting for that, so Tom Servo was able to jump on that and get it pretty much for free.
Ooh.
Still has to find a better position to re-engage here, though. He's in a bit of a tough spot right now.
And let's go back to your point about ammo. I mean, he pushed forward there, he whipped out the railgun, but realized, wait, I don't have any bolts here. This is no good. So Tom Servo, I mean, he stole the one frag up. If he can hold off this last minute, he will at least be able to take this round away. But as he goes in for the armor, it's going to be a bit of a whiff on the dire orb. It does not connect, and that's going to be an aggressive ghost walk play. 3 seconds to Mega coming up, and Tom Servo's looking over it. He's got a bit of that stack left over from the armor, so he can fully commit to this fight. Look for the damage, look for the item maybe, but he's just going to be looking for the rail trades. Make that 2 rails for the price of none. Tom Servo just did an insane amount of damage, and even with the Mega Health taken away, Astro Boy is in dire straits.
Yeah, the Mega Health doesn't really seem to make much of a difference. It just keeps Astro Boy alive here now, as he's only on his health pool for the most part. Picked up 1 small armor, so he has that to play off of here now. But Servo wasn't even on the rail at first there, so he missed what could have been a free opening shot, what now could have been a kill. And now he's on the run. Only 30 seconds left. He needs to get back in that fight, otherwise he's going to lose this round on the timer.
And that was really good conservative play out of Tom Servo there. He had Ghost Walk pop back up. He had a little bit of stack left over. He could have actually pushed forward up the stairs and try to get some free damage, but he thinks, oh, maybe I should look at the clock. I've only got 10 seconds. I don't need to do anything here. I just need to survive.
It's a nice rail. Unfortunately, now he jumps into the portal, but his opponent's right next to him. However, still making the run. I think he realizes at this point that there's no way he's going to make the comeback happen. So it'll end up on the timer, and we'll be tied now at 2-2, going to a sudden death round 5 to decide the map.
I wasn't expecting a match between 2 players playing, you know, across continents, across the oceans, especially in Australia. I mean, they have such a dedicated fan base for everything Quake. They've always had a lot of really strong showings at a lot of these events. But it's not easy playing online like this. But this comes down to a 5th round, a tiebreaker here on Blood Run.
Astro Boy ends up in that tight corner again as he tries to go for the full armor pickup. He'll get it, but doesn't end up with much in excess, unfortunately, after he takes the fight. And now gets hit by a rail, too, so his armor's completely gone. Just have his health pool to work off of here. If he gets hit by the rail again, he's going to be a dead man here unless he can get some armor going for himself. So we got to be very careful. Thankfully, the rocket work was enough to push Servo back for a couple seconds. He's going to be trying to wrap back around and get some of his own pickups here. And well, there's a nice stump that comes back in. I think Astro Boy reads into that one really well, too. He tries to lock into him, but unfortunately, none of the rockets connecting. So Servo is allowed to quickly switch over to the LG. And because of the fact that Astro Boy was just had his basic health, it was pretty easy to melt down that health pool.
And it was really good LG regardless, but there's 1 free rail off the spawn onto Astro Boy, so that Ranger is going to be immediately a little bit in the danger zone as Tom Servo is looking to scout the map, look for another fight, but he's still got to be careful. That Mega, that armor does not last very long on Nyx. But of course here we've also seen a few change-ups in who they start with champion-wise, and that also means that the initial plays are going to have to be felt out a little bit more and aren't quite as obvious.
Really good little slight delay on the rockets there from Tom Servo. You saw he was spamming them straight up before, and he almost gets hit by the Dire Orb right there, but he stopped spamming them for just a small little second so that his opponent would feel safe to move back out, and then he was able to connect. Unfortunately, didn't seem to matter much as Astro Boy moves in, wins this fight anyway, but it was still a nice little move he did to get his opponent into the fight and do some good initiating damage.
All right, well, at least this round is not going to go to a Nyx v Nyx overtime. I mean, they're both out of here for both Astro Boy and Tom Servo. But we do have Sorlag back in the mix here as Astro Boy is looking for a potential Dire Orb. He's got it ready. He's got rockets as well. He goes wide on it, and he's walked into the acid. And that acid, with the nice helping hand of that machine gun, will pull him down.
So Tom Servo claims yet another kill, but he's 1 more away from taking map 1 here, just to knock out the Anarchy for Astro Boy. He'll win it out. He still has his own Anarchy along with his Sorlag still to play off of. So Servo in a pretty good position. Got to be a little bit careful up through that portal as he takes some damage, but thankfully he's eating up the Mega Health. I believe he's still working with the full armor there too, control over that one. So he's got quite a bit to stack off of here. And despite Astro Boy just dominating right now, it's not going to matter. But oh, a last-second reversal from Astro Boy. It was down at about 15 HP, and that last rail saves his own life and buys him the time he needs to get the injection, but he's still in the hot seat here as now his opponent's respawn. He's relatively low at about 50 HP, but he's trying to chase down that kill. That's a mistake, though, as unfortunately his opponent's going to very quickly take him down there.
How quickly that went. I mean, really good calm under pressure there. When you get popped up with a rocket and you're down to 17 health, you're in a bad place, absolutely. And especially choosing to stick with the rail. If you miss that rail, you're not only dead, you won't even have the chance to do anything else for the next second. I mean, it's a really nasty play, but really, really good response, really fantastic play, and Tom Servo will be going forward to QuakeCon.
Now, of course, will only be first map being played out there, so.
Well, Maybe I get ahead of myself here a little bit. Yeah.
Calm down a little
I'm just
bit.
feeling the excitement from Tom Servo there. I mean, that one lasted a long time. It felt like an entire series. We had all 5 rounds going to play there, and of course, that just being Blood Run, we're going to be going into the next one very soon here.
Yeah, and we're already going to be jumping into Blood Covenant as our second map here. So move from Blood Run over to Blood Covenant, the quintessential Quake dueling map that we've seen so far. One of the first maps added to the beta. The players have had plenty of time. A much larger map overall, probably one of the bigger duel maps. It's that one in Sarnath that tends to be on the larger side of the pools there. So expect a lot of very long range, like corridor duels with the rails throughout the course of this map.
Not only is it large, you have the major items, the health and the armor, at opposite ends of the map. So you're going to see both players kind of, holding to their own sort of base a little bit sometimes. And what you're going to be looking for is when those item timers really start to get not matched up, but kind of split. So you have 15 seconds between each item. That's when you have the opportunity for one or the other player to get full control and start to dictate the pacing of all these fights.
Yeah, and of course, we might see some of the compositions get changed up here, too, in the draft as well. Some of these players may want to try to go to a little bit more of a tankier lineup just to kind of buff themselves a bit more to allow them to make those aggressive moves to take control over the power-ups and split the timers in their favor. But actually, from looking at it right now, as they're doing it off screen, it actually looks like they pretty much stayed the same going into this. And I think one player actually switched away from one of his tankier champions and just a straight kind of middle-of-the-line lineup for all 3.
I don't hate that. I mean, there's a lot of work you can do just with long-range rails where you're not really getting committed to the close-range fight. Things aren't going to get quite as nasty with the LG and rockets. And, as long as you keep yourself in a spot where you can get out of that fight for free without taking potentially another rail, it's totally fine.
Clutch has proven to be a really popular champion on this map too.
Absolutely.
We're not going to see one here, unfortunately, but we saw that in our first matchup actually, where I think it was who was Carnage playing first? My memory is escaping me right now.
Pit.
Yeah, Pit there was really good with how aggressive he was able to play. Specifically, he was really good about timing it well too. There was quite a few instances on this map where right up on top of where if we're in Sacrifice where the power would normally spawn, he's able to just leap in there, trap his opponent in the corner. Especially if he has rockets and the shield up, he could easily dominate that fight time after time again.
Yeah, Clutch is a bully, especially a strong pick against a Nyx when you know that she doesn't have that Ghost Walk available and just has no out. If you're put in a situation where you're looking for that Mega, you're looking for that armor, and you cannot physically run away from that fight, Clutch will be on top of you incredibly quickly.
All right, guys, well, it is time for our second map here now. Tom Servo has the advantage, 1-0 at this point. So if he can win this second map, then he is now going to be moving on to QuakeCon. For Astro Boy, this is his last chance now to retaliate. Otherwise, he's going to have to battle things out from the lower bracket and hope to come back from there.
Absolutely. So Astro Boy moving forward very quickly here. It's going to be, again, a Nyx v Anarchy situation, which, as you can see, is an explosive combo for sure. We are down to 1 HP for Astro Boy here as we're looking for him to get a little bit of recovery. But down here at the pillars, it's not going to be coming anytime soon. But there comes the first frag from that Anarchy.
Astro Boy kind of losing track of things towards the end of it there. Didn't realize that his opponent actually jumped down, and it even took Servo a second to move in and get that kill. So things got very chaotic, as you can see. And that's part of the game here. You have to keep track of all this chaos and make sense of it as a player here in the 1v1 to be able to win it out, outwit your opponent. And that's exactly what what Tom Servo was able to do there by picking up that first kill. Now Astro Boy on the ropes, and we can see right there is a great example of the aggression coming in and take control of the power-up. Servo just dominating Astro Boy right now, pushing him into a corner. That was almost another rail shot connecting to get that second kill, and he's still not safe. If he gets tapped at all really by anything at this point, he's dead.
Rails coming out of Tom Servo left and right, just doing an intense amount of damage, and there's the final nail in the coffin there, at least knocking him down to Anarchy. So it's going to be Anarchy v Anarchy, but as you can see, Tom Servo not only has the items, he's also got the item timing split, so he's going to be able to run around the map, go from here at armor, back over to Mega, but who needs that when you can just make rails 10 times in a row?
I mean, that second 1v1 was just a game of peekaboo there for him. Everywhere that his opponent tried to go, the second he went through a cross-hole, bam, just getting hit by another rail. That happened like 2 or 3 times. There was just nowhere to run. Astro Boy was given 0 chances to recover his health throughout the course of that round there, so really good aggressive play from Tom Servo to keep the heat on for the entire course of that round and very quickly win it out.
But it looks like Astro Boy still wants to stick with Nyx as his first pick here. We're going to have to see what kind of tricks he has up his sleeves here. But Tom Servo, moving back in with Anarchy, is going to be able to get the armor. We have Mega, of course, in the hands of Astro Boy, but it's going to come down to these rails once again. And Tom Servo is just looking for one brief little shot before trying to get timing on one of these items. However, right now they're synced. It's going to be a play for one or the other, and both of these players need to figure that out.
And Astro Boy Hanging out now up on top of the rocket spawn. Nicely using the double jump there that you can do off the walls on the Nyx as well to get quickly across the map there. Was looking like he wanted to try and go for a closer fight against Tom Servo, but canceled at the last second. Really didn't have the health or armor to take that fight. And now we end up in a close engagement here. Thankfully, Astro Boy did get that mega armor because it was going to be able to keep alive for a few seconds. Unfortunately, was at a really disadvantageous position to play off of that one, so it did let Tom Servo still get the kill. And now he's going to quickly try to chase down a second one again here. And there you go. Just straight LG spam. He's on a killing spree now. 5 kills straight for him. He hasn't died once.
This can get incredibly nasty if Astro Boy can't slow things down here a little bit. But when it's Anarchy v Anarchy, as you said, it's total chaos. It's very difficult to pump the Braves on the map. But right now, Tom Servo getting away with yet another mega, looking for another rail as Astro Boy is just trying to get weapons at this point. He needs a rail, he needs a rocket. He's just trying to get some bread and butter here before he can even start to think about a fight, but he won't even have the chance.
Well, I think Astro Boy made a mistake in letting things go over to this map here now. This is looking rough for him now as he's just getting utterly dominated on this map.
I mean, if he can keep these rails up, I mean, that would be great. But as we saw twice in a row, we saw that first champion pick being a Nyx v Anarchy, and here we go. We see it again. Again, he has a lot of opportunity to do something really clever here and force a fight, or at least evade a fight from Anarchy in the worst case. But right now, Tom Servo, as you can see, he's making the full use of that speed you can get and just covering the entire map.
Astro Boy holding on now, looking for those long-range rail shots, missing him though, and look at this. Tom Servo just playing with them, dodging it out, and Astro Boy trying to make the connections. It's just not going to happen though, so with that, Tom Servo is going to be able to win out the initial 1v1 there and take an advantage yet again. Only 30 seconds into the round, too.
Unfortunate for sure, but now we have a little bit of a tankier Ranger coming into play, and like you saw in the last map, or the last round rather, that Ranger didn't really stick around all that long. But we're going to have to see if these rails from Thompson are going to take him down quickly here at Mega, or if Astro Boy is actually going to leave it up, go, okay, I need some 25s, I need some of the smaller armor, but man, every single shot coming out of Tom Servo is just pressuring Astro Boy and forcing him into an unfavorable position.
And so there's the quick second kill coming out too, still under a minute into the round too. This has been so quick from Servo, not giving Astro Boy any room to negotiate in these situations whatsoever. So now he's 1 kill away from QuakeCon if he can pick up this last frag, and it would be Tom Servo to take it. He's already got the 1-0 advantage from the previous map, and he's looking to take a quick 3-0 here if things continue the way they are. Astro Boy on to potentially his last champion in the tournament run here over to the Anarchy. We'll have to see what he can do with this.
Certainly one of the fastest Blood Covenants I've seen in a long time. Of course, we've seen matches on this map go for several minutes of overtime, but finally it looks like Astro Boy's been able to evade the fight from Tom Servo, get stacked back up at least on basic items here. But what we're seeing here so far is not a lot of retaliatory rails coming out of Astro Boy. He's really got to start putting some of these hits together. The long-range combat is not going to be favoring him here, but maybe he can get in close. Oh, there's a nice rail as Tom Servo. Oh no, finally puts in that last nail for sure. And this time, I am not inaccurate when I say that he will be going to QuakeCon.
Yeah, so with that, we have our first North American player qualified now, moving in for Duel, of course, into QuakeCon, and that is going to be Tom Servo. So congratulations to him. He takes the set in a dominating fashion, 3-0 here on map number 2. Things were much closer back on map number 1 as we went to all 5 rounds, and it ended up 3-2 there. It took him a minute, but when Tom Servo got himself into the action, he remained in the action and nearly had I think he had actually a completely flawless set right there, and I don't think that his opponent was able to get a single kill in that second map.
That was rough, absolutely. And you could see that even in Blood Run with his initial pick of Anarchy, he wanted that kind of game. He wanted to be able to put that pressure on, use the fact that he's got a bit of a ping advantage, make sure he can use that rail very aggressively. But we saw some really good play out of Astro Boy where, of course, on Blood Run, you can be much more defensive.
All right, guys. Well, it looks like our analysts are ready to talk a little bit more about this match. So let's send it over to them.
That's right. We've got our first player qualifying for QuakeCon here. Congratulations, Mr. Tom Servo. You've done it.
Yeah, good job to Tom. Not like to play favorites, but I was rooting for Tom a little bit in that one.
It's easy to say after the fact.
Huh? Yeah, but I was rooting for Tom. I talked with him, and we both kind of made an effort to teach new players and things like that. So I'm really happy to see him move on. That's a really tough thing for Astro Boy to overcome, trying to overcome that high ping. Eventually, you're going to get to that higher echelon of players, and you don't want to be at a disadvantage like that. And you could see kind of even though Tom had a rough start, he really started getting into his rhythm and started to force the issue on Astro Boy and force engagements, and the ping, you can tell, is a little of an issue.
Now, we're talking about forcing engagements and really picking up his own rhythm. Is this something because of his veterancy, or that he's sort of like, you know what, I have the confidence, I'm in control, here I go?
Being a veteran helps, but I think everybody, when you get into a map or a match with another opponent, there's like a feel-out process where you're kind of trying to figure out, what are they trying to accomplish? How does their play style, counteract yours or vice versa? And so I think Astro Boy kind of caught him a little off guard, was kind of setting up some nice traps, especially on Blood Run early on, running him some rockets. And honestly, for his ping, his lightning gun is really top notch, considering his latency. And he put Tom in some bad situations. But I think Tom, you know, he kind of bounced back. He recognized that he was running in some traps, and I think he felt like he could win straight engagements a little better rather than the nick and pick kind of stuff. And then as we moved into the second map, you could see he was much more aggressive.
Well, Tom Servo picking up that W. Let's take a look now at these brackets as this one does unfold right in front of us. You're going to notice Tom Servo picking up that W, becoming our first to qualify for QuakeCon of the day. And if we do look around the bracket, what matches really stick out to you? I mean, I am seeing the Carnage Ruleth match that we will be going into next, but obviously you can't ignore names like Rafa.
Yeah, the Rafa Galisac game, actually. Galisac is a very solid player from Canada, and we've seen him actually, he took out Carnage, I believe, was it in the first week of the qualifier? Yeah, he's a solid player. Rafa's going to have his hands full with this guy, no doubt. Rafa, he can't take him lightly. And another interesting game will be Scissor versus Dehang. Because Scissor's coming over from a UT background, kind of making that transition to Quake. And also, you know, Dehang is you know, a veteran. So you got a player coming from UT, and he's crossing over, and he's just very talented. And so how does he do against the old guard?
He's got a raw potential to maybe upset or win a game here.
Yeah.
Let's take a look now at the lower bracket as we do see our way working through this. We're going to note Pitt going there from his loss earlier to Carnage in round of 32. Astro Boy now joining him after his loss. So what names really stick out to you in terms of, like, should they really be in the lower bracket at this point?
Honestly, I'm a little shocked. Yeah, Necrophagist. Clamp, okay. Sane ran into a tough matchup with Dehang. That's a little less shocking. But I'm a little shocked that Necrophagist and both Clamp were both down in the lower bracket so quickly. I expected them maybe not even to lose a match, depending on how the brackets worked out for them. So,
really?
They obviously didn't have a great game, starting off, and I'm sure they're a little disappointed. I don't think they expected. I'm sure, these players, their confidence is sky high, so they're not expecting to come in and just drop their first game moving. They're expecting to win out, and be there. So I'm a little surprised.
I mean, we're looking at players that have come in here when you talk about confidence and the sort of preparation even leading up to that. I mean, talk to me about a player's mindset coming into an event such as this.
Yeah, the practice regimen is very important. So as your mindset, you want to maximize your practice. So you want to get good competition. And there's almost like a little secretive thing, with especially with dueling. And you almost, when you get close to a tournament, you almost don't want to show too much. So when you play online in front of other people, you'll play, but you'll do the basic stuff. And then if you have something like in hidden, like strategy or tactic, you won't bust that out with other people are seeing. You keep that to land in your little private practices.
I've got this crazy philosophy. It's called saving strats for LAN. It's insane. I honestly, new meta, really breaking it down there. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to jump right into, right next into our round of 16 matchup. We'll be right back, guys.
The devs are awesome because they love the game. They're there to create and design and have fun with the game. The players come in, they obviously love the game, but they have so much more time to really get good at it. They have a more competitive nature. And so whenever you get a matchup of the dev and a player, it's always rough for the dev.
All right, it's about that time for Carnage versus Rulith. Now, the winner of this, I can't iterate it enough, is going to QuakeCon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, they've come a long way. They played online. They played their hearts out. But now is the time to put up or shut up. Tell me a little bit about this matchup.
Oh, this is a big one. I've been watching Ruleth through the qualifiers. He has not had an easy road. He's been knocked out by Rafa, ID before finally qualifying. So he's gone against some heavy hitters on his road here. And now he's going to face another heavy hitter in Carnage. So the road doesn't get any easier the closer you get to QuakeCon. And it's going to be an interesting matchup here because I think Ruleth plays really solid. He's got the fundamentals down, obviously. That's why he's here. So it's going to come down to, who's going to land the shots in the critical moments, who keeps their composure. And interesting here because, we're going from a LAN environment to now we're going to go online. So Carnage has been playing LAN here, and now he's going to go to online. So that might throw him off a little bit. So it's always curious to see how a player adjusts.
There is that sort of slight delay when you do look at the comparison of LAN only versus online. And this could play into his favor, but it's kind of hard to tell, right?
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell, and especially because, I would think if I'm putting myself in Carnage's shoes, I'd be a little concerned that my opponent is practicing online. That's how he's getting warmed up, is with latency. Meanwhile, I'm practicing on LAN. So there will be an adjustment period, I think, for Carnage early on in the match, but he's a great player. I have no doubt he'll rise to the occasion. I
mean, as we take a look at the vetoes here, I just want to point out that I think it's hilarious you guys are talking trash about Carnage. I mean, you probably wouldn't say this to him at LAN, right? Because he's jacked. And not only that, he hangs out at the chillest restaurants wearing the freshest clothes with the hottest dudes. So nonetheless, I'm pulling from my main man, Carnage. I really think I think he wants it. I can see it. He's got a good heart for this.
If I were going to make a prediction, I'd have to go with Carnage. As much as I've been impressed with Ruleth on the way up here, and I talk to all these players, after the matches and wish them good luck and everything. But I think if you put my feet to the fire, so to speak, I would go with Carnage in this in a competitive match.
Now, those vetoes turned out, I suppose, accordingly. I mean, it looked as though I think Carnage got the maps he wanted. Are you feeling confident going into this one?
Yeah, I think as a top duelist, you should feel confident on all the maps. I think going into the tournament, when you were asking me about preparation, being over all the maps. So let's move over to the action.
Well, yep, it's about that time. Take it away, Blue.
All right, thanks very much. And it is indeed time to jump into our next series here and get to find out who our second player moving into QuakeCon is going to be, Carnage or Roulette. And Carnage is going to be starting it off here, trying to take a battle at range on the Ranger, but Roulette, fortunately getting the better of it here and almost knocking out Carnage right within those first few seconds. In fact, over here on Roulette's character now, he's going to try to dive right back in to finish the kill, but missed where he was headed, and now he's going to try to sneak this off, and if he'd stayed there for a few more seconds, he might have been able to get that shot that was needed. Bailed out a little bit too soon, though, and off of that luck, Carnage is going to be able to survive.
And who could have known how that fight would have gone down, but both players are going to be kind of kicking back over to Mega and Armor, respectively. Yeah, it's a real joy seeing Ruleth playing out with Slash here. I mean, not only because Slash is a lot of fun to watch, but it's also a bit of a challenge for players who actually don't really get much of an opportunity to duel against Slash. But right now, Ruleth, rocket jumping up for a railgun, going very quiet here to see if Carnage hops over towards the bridge and opens himself up to a rail. We do have that Dyro coming up, and Carnage going incredibly aggressive here, but the defensive rockets from Ruleth are solid, as is his pickup of the armor here. Now, Carnage can go back and get this Mega at will. There won't really be an opportunity for Ruleth to do any free damage here, but it looks like he's going to be looking for the play down to the pillar armor anyway. Lost the shot on the rail, but he didn't lose anything on account of it.
So now, hanging out over here on the top bridge, waiting out for a push from Carnage when the spawn's about to come back up, as they're still relatively close, only a few seconds away from each other, as Carnage still has great control over the Mega Health, and Roulette currently dominates the armor. Looks like both these players are going to be backing away as they wait for those spawns to come back up. They'll both pick it up, and then Roulette's going to have a slight timing advantage by a couple seconds here, but you can see he's actually delaying it right now. So he's only delayed it, though, to basically even those timers out. So they're right back on to being right next to each other here.
So we've only seen the one very small fight between them so far, and other than that, they've just been stacking up on their own natural items here. And now we have Roulette popping back through the teleporter, looking for the shot, and actually getting a free rail off of Carnage. That rocket just wasn't quite fast enough to do the retaliatory damage, but here we go, the play on the armor. It's going to come down to the LG, and the LG from both of them is solid, but there's the fadeaway rail from Carnage, and a really clutch one as well. If he had missed that rail, he would have been in real trouble. Only 7 HP, and even now, he doesn't exactly have an easy road ahead of him. He's got now another Ranger to contend against, and he's incredibly low.
Yeah, thankfully he got himself the full armor one. He's still 25 HP, so he's still in a bit of a risky position here, especially considering his opponent's right up up on top, but Roulette's been missing quite a few of these close encounters, unfortunately. It's made just a split-second decision to go the other way. That's costed him potential opportunities to actually knock out Carnage as a result of that. You'll remember before, he basically had Carnage dead to rights on the lower staircase seconds ago, and almost was able to take him out, but he bailed away from that position as Carnage would remain quiet the whole time, and now into another fight they'll go, with Roulette hitting some nice shots and putting Carnage back down to a very low amount of HP. Thankfully, he's able to recover most of it pretty quickly. In the second, he's going to have the Mega Health pick up too.
Perfect rails onto the bridge, but that allows Roulette to hold onto a stack. We still have Carnage getting a grab for his own Mega, so they're both going to be fairly well off here. But once again, both players showing a lot of respect to each other's shots, not wanting to get into a close-range engagement just yet. But here comes a little bit more aggression from Carnage up onto the bridge. With that Dire Orb, Roulette is going to see it coming a long way out, but what does he do in response? We get back into a similar situation as before, but there's the now exit from Roulette, making sure that he's not going to be overcommitted to this fight. With armor coming back up, and we're actually taken by Carnage. He's going to be moving his way back over towards Mega, a Mega that Roulette should already be grabbing and thinking about armor instead.
Just barely able to escape it. Now, Roulette, he's down to his base HP. Almost no armor to work off of here, so he has to run away from the fight. Definitely is not going to be able to take it in the current state of affairs. And Carnage, well, he'll just patiently sit back and wait for this. He was hoping his opponent would try to hop back up, but he's not getting any of that. And he definitely has this health miss time. That's still a good 10 seconds away.
That is actually really nasty. I mean, fortunately, because both items are on 30 seconds, it's not going to take him too long to realize what's up, but he's still going to be able to get it here. And even for his timing error, he's not going to be punished all that much. It's still going to turn into a trade, and actually, that still keeps the items maybe about 10 seconds apart. This allows Roulette maybe to go back, get an armor for free. If Carnage wants to show up on the bridge, cool, but then Roulette has the opportunity to get back towards Mega. But here, this is a really nasty fight to get into. It's really difficult to get off that back wall, but man, between the rockets, the Dire Orb, and the LG, Carnage is just incredibly consistent, and that is 2 frags down. Just Galena now for Roulette here in the first round.
I was worried about Carnage going into that corner as well, the power-up corner there. That's where he got taken out quite a bit by Pitt in his first matchup today, back over in the round of 32. So now he was able to hold well in that position, though. With that second kill, his opponent's been put into essentially what is now an impossible position. Roulette only has 20 seconds now to get 2 kills and bring this down to a 1v1, which is probably not going to happen. He's really just trying to hunt down Carnage, and Carnage is being smart. He's trying to avoid this fight at all costs, just trying to delay for as long as possible, and you saw that as well. Almost could have taken him out right there, the Dire Orb, but just missed the opportunity towards it. So 3 seconds, though, the round's going to end, and it is going to be Carnage that takes it via the timer.
Well played out of Carnage there, and actually, yeah, you can see just the stress that this match has put onto him. I mean, it's not a match where you could just go full +4 the whole time and enjoy these sick frags. You've really got to take your time, make sure you're stacked up, and make sure you know where your opponent's coming from.
We'll go quickly into round 2 now, where Carnage does have the advantage to play off of. Roulette had a great start back in round 1, though. He was just unable to transition that into an actual kill. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do that again, or if now Carnage will be able to take early control. Should be able to hear Roulette down below inside of the LG room, so he can start to try and lock him down, read into his movement. Almost makes a fatal mistake there, but thankfully gets quickly back up on the jump pad and gets out of that hot seat.
Both players kind of had the same idea, looking for the spam shot, and actually really good reaction time out of Roulette as Carnage dropped down. Neither player does much damage, but again, that's sort of been the theme here so far. Both players are pretty well aware of what their opponents are thinking, but when it comes down to the item plays, Carnage has taken the edge just a little bit more, and that allows him a little bit more leeway on these rocket fights, and this now turns into a really dire situation for Roulette. Not only has Carnage taken the frag, but he's taken full control of both Mega and armor, allowing him to spend some of it down here at the armor by the shotgun. A nasty place to get caught indeed.
And now Carnage is really moving in to take full control here. The first kill he gets just completely disorients Roulette, putting him into a position where he's not even able to properly track down Carnage's movements on the jumps there, so he keeps whiffing the rockets, and that makes it easy for Carnage to get the first kill, and then very aggressively moves in to get the second one. So now Roulette is back down on the Galena again, a champion which is not going to be as powerful on this map comparatively to some of the others. There's not as many surprise corners where those totems can be placed down. That's why we see that champion picked a little bit more on like Blood Run instead of over here in Blood Covenant, because this is a much more open map. That's why you see a lot more like rail deals and all that. But there's still a couple spots you can see in the corner there where the totem can be useful, at the very least, putting him in positions, kind of tucking him away, where Carnage may not end up going towards that. Roulette can use them as healing hotspots if he needs them too.
Yeah, I mean, the point about the totems, it's much easier to get the full usage out of them if you use Galena first. That's usually when things aren't quite so aggressive. But now Carnage, I mean, he's taken a few rails here. He's had to back up a little bit, and he's got a surprise bit of LG here from Roulette. And he's done a lot of damage, but they are both going to be backing off. We have Carnage taking away armor once again. 15 seconds until Mega means this could be a rough fight here at the pillars for Roulette. He's looking for a way back up, or at least a way to heal back up before committing to this Mega. Still looking for an angle play from Carnage, expecting him to drop in, and he might actually be giving up the Mega entirely just to make sure this fight does not go down poorly for him.
So for Roulette, once again, back down behind the situation. Has a little bit more time, of course, now in this second round to try and make up for his mistakes earlier on and trade out these kills, but he's got to do it quickly. Keeps letting Carnage pick up these stacks. He just got the Mega Armor. Health's coming in about 15 seconds. He's plenty of time to navigate around the map and look for a pickup there. Well, he's going to try to get into his way, but it seems to misread the position initially, so only knocks about 50 damage off of him. Now he can die back out, but he's having trouble tracking down Roulette as well, so Roulette's going to go up the jump pad. That's risky, though, because the LG's there, but thankfully Carnage knocks himself off, and with that, Roulette is able to get the Mega Health, so he's got something going for him. He's not going to try to continue this fight. Carnage doesn't take the port on the Dire Orb, so just stays in that corner, is unfortunately going to eat all that LG damage from Roulette, giving him this first kill.
He knew he had the fight, he knew he had the opportunity, and he went straight in for it and was rewarded. I mean, he still had a totem in his back pocket, but oh no! He thought that Carnage had already left the bridge area, but he comes right back in, nailing him from behind, and that's going to be a very quick round two. I mean, I think the stress is eased off of Carnage a little bit here.
A fatal misread that costs him a lot at the end of the day, so Roulette is now going to drop round two, and as you just said, Carnage feeling good about himself, even laughing at that. I heard it from across the room, how he was able to outwit his opponent there towards the end of it. So he feels good about himself now, and just one more round is needed for him to take a clean sweep 3-0 run in the first map of the series.
Now, I believe that Roulette, if he can get a good bearing on where Carnage is attacking from, he'll be able to do some significant damage with Slash here. But he's taking a lot of that HMG damage across the way from the teleport. It's going to be a playthrough, but the Dire Orb of Trickery has no bounds here from Carnage, as Roulette is knocked down to 21 health and really needs to get out of this fight. He's still not sure where Carnage has escaped to, and actually dives right down onto him. He doesn't want to be there. He tries to extract it, actually makes it out of there, doing 40 damage in the meantime. So Carnage, he was really fine that whole time, but Roulette had to react to so many things.
Very odd fight. For some reason, Carnage, despite having a massive advantage there, never really seemed to want to dive in and complete the kill, so kept holding back, and now Roulette's been able to recover in a pretty okay amount. He's got the Mega Health, he's got full armor stacked for the current timing, unless he can get himself the full armor back over there on the other side. And now Carnage just looking for a couple rail shots here. He's got Roulette down very low again. He's only recovered to 25 HP, and shooting yourself with the rocket's not going to help you in that case there, as Carnage is able to finish him off with the SMG, closing out on the first kill of the round again.
And once again, switching over to the machine gun, such a great idea when you know your opponent is up against the ropes, down to 8 health, down to 10 health. It doesn't take much. You just need one moment of line of sight to them to finish them off, and that's exactly what we saw at Carnage here. So we have that Slash taken down once again, for the last time actually here, potentially, on Blood Covenant. But Carnage, it's going to be a Ranger v Ranger fight now. Carnage already taken away Mega. We have armor in the hands of Roulette. Carnage has lost sight of where Roulette is at the moment. He got sight of him up there at Rocket Launcher. It doesn't look like it, but he saw the explosion here, so he's looking for an angle on a rail, trying to get some free damage before committing to the next one.
Carnage hopping around over into the other room now for the Mega Health. He's been able to pick that back up. Armor's still up too, but Roulette's not interested in that right now. He definitely wanted to look for some extra damage on the Carnage. Forced into going for the armor pickup, however. He's going to be able to easily escape from the fight. Carnage at the moment not even looking likely to try and take that, just kind of holding on to himself here. Now Roulette dives into the action, of course. Good rockets from Carnage, but poor weapon choice. Roulette is able to easily win out that fight with just LG spam.
Yeah, I mean, he had such a great opportunity to just leverage those angles and just bear down on Carnage there. That'll tie it back up. For the first time in a while here, we're actually seeing Carnage switch over to Nyx, as Roulette is going to be taking away Mega. They might be clashing back up here at Rocket Launcher, something that Roulette would actually find pretty handy right now, but baiting a Nyx into a play for the armor is always worthwhile, at least until you get railed off the bridge. That's never fun.
So for Roulette, still trying to find himself in an advantage position here against Carnage. He's tied it back up. He's brought it down to that point. But now he needs that extra kill to keep himself in the map, because he hasn't been putting up the greatest fight so far. He's been lagging behind quite a bit. It's been Carnage with his aggressive play style that's been able to dominate the playing field here. And now, open rail fight, but Carnage wants nothing to do with it in the long term. Backs away. He wants that Mega Health pickup. Roulette missing into the rail, and now he's got to go back to be able to make sure that he gets the armor pickup.
Missing that rail makes the next minute or so for Roulette really, I don't want to say disastrous, but it very well could be. I mean, allowing Nyx to get the Mega, it doesn't really give Nyx that much of a bonus, but the fact that you didn't get it especially hurts a Ranger here. But he's finally able to get that one rail in, and is looking for the play through the corner from Carnage as he's looking for this next armor. I mean, if he sticks up here, he knows that that next Mega will be going over to Carnage for free, and it looks like as he realizes that, nice little dodge there, by the way, he wants to do a little bit of extra damage. But at this point, they're both going to be backing off and looking for another opportunity.
Oh, Roulette. Oh, big Carnage spotted him there, and Roulette knows that as well, so he's going to dive out of this fight back over to where the small armor is and try to go for the pickup there. Still got rails, but trying to work with the rockets at long range here. He's got to be a little bit careful now. As he did pop the stealth, didn't realize it, so he's going to get hit by a massive amount of LG spam and trying to return the favor now, but he's down at 36 HP. Close up fight, tries to reverse it, not going to happen. Carnage takes another kill, and he's brought Roulette down to his last champion, potentially of this map.
down there in the choke point in that doorway, it really could have gone either way, but like you said, Carnage doing a lot of that initial damage. He definitely had a big advantage there. I mean, it worked out well for him. And even though it didn't really leave him all that low, he's already got Roulette down to bare minimum amount of health, and that will close out Blood Covenant.
It was a 10 HP right before we saw that last tick of damage come in there, so the odds for Roulette were not looking that great. And it's Carnage that dominates throughout most of this first map here and takes quick control of it. Now only one more will be needed, and he'll be able to push on, earning his slot at QuakeCon for the Quake World Championships.
Now, we know that Carnage's favorite map, of course, is Blood Covenant. Even though it was, I mean, the only map he took against Pitt in the online qualifier, here he was looking much stronger on land, and now even online against Roulette. So it looks like his relationship with Blood Covenant is very solid indeed. But as we go into the next map, we're going to have to see if anything changes for Roulette.
I believe we switched it over to Blood Run for our second map, if I recall things correctly. So we're going to have to see how that plays off now. That one's going to obviously have a lot more history coming into play there, and hopefully Roulette's going to be looking a little bit stronger on that map too, as he did seem kind of lost. Lost may be a poor choice for words there, but it did seem like he was kind of outmatched, I guess would be a better way to play that one out in a lot of those situations against Carnage, and he really just had him locked down a lot of those times, especially in like the second round.
Yeah, but it looks like we are instead going over to Corrupted Keep, and a lot of that lockdown came from Carnage's consistent rails, which is now an element that's been removed. We see a lot of that anarchy and slash play coming out of Roulette, and this might be a map where he's allowed to leverage those abilities a little bit more often. I mean, it could be some really tense, close-range fights there on Corrupted Keep, and I'm sure that Carnage is fine with it as well, but it looks like that is really Roulette's preference.
Yeah, so jumping over into the Corrupted Keep, obviously a lot of change up there, a much smaller map overall, and we have the rails completely removed from the equation now as well, so that changes up the dynamic a little bit as well, because players are going to have to focus more on rockets and LG work to be able to win that. And that was actually one of the stronger suits there for Roulette, the way that he was able to play that out. Actually, he had actually pretty good weapon choice in a lot of the duels, and that was one of the few times he was actually able to win out in the 1v1s versus Carnage, where he made superior weapon choice, and that's going to come into play a lot more here on Corrupted Keep, as you can't just rely on the rails anymore.
Absolutely, and another thing outside of the fights themselves that we saw in Blood Covenant was that the positioning and movement through the map was a pretty big difference between the two. We saw Roulette really committing to a lot of fights and then ending up in a situation where maybe he didn't know he was going to get there, didn't want to be there. And here in Corrupted Keep, that's going to be even more of an issue. There are a handful of areas where if you get stuck into a fight, it's really difficult to get out of there.
Well, we'll take a look now and see if any of the champion picks are going to be any different here. So far, looking pretty straightforward. These guys were keeping it to, like was before, a pretty even kit. There was no like really heavy tanky champions coming into the fray. There was all kind of middle of the line, and then they had one or two squishier champions added in there as their first picks, because of the fact that on respawn, a lot of the times players will go for that more tankier champion as their second pick, just so they can spawn and they don't have to worry about getting immediately refragged off of their respawn if they get put into a bad position or something like that. And then of course they'll pick the initial spawn with the squishier champion because there's not as much risk. They usually have that good 5 or 6 seconds to build something up before their opponent is going to end up trying to jump on them and get an early kill or something like that.
Absolutely, and if we see a consistent play out of Galena from Roulette, this is actually a much better map for that. And there we go, we have Galena, Sorlag, that tankier character you were talking about, as well as Ranger. Carnage sticking with the nice bread and butter, Visor, Nyx, Ranger, and we're going to have to see how they get ready up here.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, this is going to be a really interesting composition that's been built up on Roulette, because he does have a lot more just mass overall built up for the health pool and whatnot. The Sorlag is going to be really good if you can get close up with it as well. Carnage is stuck with a very similar layout to what he had in the previous map here as well. He's got the Visor in play, along with the Nyx still coming out behind his Ranger. So we're going to have to see how his plays out, as he's chosen a very different. His is a lot more kind of even, a lot more along the middle line here in terms of his picks. So we have two very different play styles, two very different compositions, and we're going to have to see how that plays out as round one is now getting started.
And Carnage getting the spawn on that rocket launcher gives him a lot of ability to do a lot of damage right off the bat, knowing that Roulette will once again need that rocket launcher in his own hands in order to do any real retaliatory damage. So Carnage is going to be leaving that fight thinking, all right, he's got a rocket launcher now, I've done my job, I've done the damage, now I can go back and get an LG and use that to punish my opponent as well. So the aggression is still coming out of Carnage, but as he drops down here, loses sight of Roulette for just a little bit, but it doesn't take much longer to force that frag.
He's having fun with that as well. Just waits up for the armor and he's going to spam the gauntlet there, going a little bit after he gets the first kill. So he's got that. He's actually got quite a few extra pickups there too as he runs away from it. So he's got a good stack built up for himself already. He's got lighting, he's got the rockets play off of here, but he gets a little bit aggressive going in for that one. Roulette with a nice combination of not only his LG, but also the spit that you could see on the ground there too, to be able to trade that back out and bring us back down to a 2v2 now.
A little bit of Vonic goes a long way, and he has definitely got Carnage up against the wall here. and that is going to be a very short-lived visor there. We're seeing Carnage down to Nyx, which can actually be a pretty decent play against Zorlite. You can cancel that spit damage just by going into Ghost Walk, but it's going to be all about forcing Carnage into that situation here pretty soon, as Mega's going to be coming up in 2 seconds. We've got Carnage raining down the rockets onto Roulette as he's trying desperately to spit back up, but there's the grab for Mega. A nice RJ to get out of that situation, and that means that the armor is going to be the next thing to play for as both players kind of reposition over there, looking for the fight.
Roulette is still trying to hunt down exactly where Carnage is heading, as Nyx can often be a tricky character to try and lock down here. Good LG work being done, and he's got a pretty big health pool advantage to play off here because he is sitting on the Sorlag. That's going to go away pretty quickly, though, as he didn't realize that Carnage went back in for the re-engagement. So off of that, Roulette is still going to be able to take control there, but he'll be able to win out round 1.
A traded frag like that is totally fine if it's the last frag you need in that round, and that rocket certainly did the job for round 1. A very quick one, just like we saw in Blood Covenant there. These guys are wasting no time getting into it, but as they continue this fight, that may change, as now we have Ranger v Ranger. A little bit of a change up there for Roulette here as well. So Carnage is going to be back over towards Rocket Launcher. Roulette getting his grab of both LG and Nailgun. This room coming back in, I'm not sure I like it so much. I mean, it's good to get information about which way your opponent is going, either towards Mega or Armor, but if they decide to force a fight, it can be very difficult to extract from. So Roulette going back outside instead, and he still doesn't have a rocket launcher of his own. Carnage has to know that, and has to know that it's an advantage that he can press against Roulette right now, especially and literally with the rockets up against that wall.
So there's Carnage once again winning the Ranger v Ranger fight at the start. It's no surprise there, given that that's his main champion to play off of. So he is going to take the initial advantage to work off here. This is where Roulette got revenge before, though, was on the Sorlag, and this is where he pretty much just dominated and completely spun the round back on its heels. So Carnage's got to be a little bit careful. He doesn't want to get too aggressive. Because of how small this map is, the spit can become very, very powerful if you're not careful. Now, there it is. He's going to dive back in. They did the dot. I think he missed the connection on most of them. He might have hit 1 or 2, but now trying to move in. He's got him low, but actually, no, he's going to get taken down by Carnage, and the dot is already expired, so there's no chance of a kill from the grave.
Roulette was looking for those rockets. I mean, it seems so easy when your opponent is down there on the floor. Just get a little bit of splash damage and do all the work, but the LG from Carnage was punishing every attempt to make that rocket happen. And this time, the rockets are a bit more on point, burning off a lot of that Mega, also denying a good angle from Carnage's Dire Orb. So he's going to be working from the bottom of the map here. Still 10 seconds before Armor comes back up, so showing up here could be a nasty mistake for Carnage if he decides to stick around, especially if they're going to be trading rockets. Oh no, but that forces Roulette into a suicide, tying it back up 1v1.
You know, that almost happened back on the last map, too, when he was on his last champion. I think it was actually when it might have been one of his first ones, actually, but there was another duel where he actually shot the wall and hit himself accidentally, and that almost led to his death. So that's something that we've seen pretty commonly from Roulette, so we've got to watch out for that a little bit more.
It's been
get a little bit unlucky with those shots.
It's been a constant thing in Quake since the very beginning. You know, you take a rocket, you get bounced into a wall, and you fire your own rocket not reacting quickly enough, or not reacting quickly enough, and you end up punishing yourself there. But as we go into the next round, we have things quieting down a little bit here as Carnage is grabbing that rocket launcher. We still have Roulette not quite getting that spawn, and still has to work his way back into getting a rocket launcher, getting an LG of his own. He's working with everything he's got, but you know what he's got his sights set on? Doing a little bit of damage with the nailgun here, but here comes the precision punishment from Carnage, and that's going to turn into armor control for him.
The timer's going to remain pretty much at the same exact point here, only a second or 2 apart, so not really room to run around and grab both of them along, as both players agree to each take 1 power up for the time being, which is what they've done for this run of it. Carnage got himself the Mega Armor, and for Roulette, he's gone over and he's been able to pick up the Mega Health to play with. And Roulette trying to take this duel. His kit's not looking too great, though. He's trying to do some work at range, but unfortunately just doesn't have the capability to really do that, so he needs to close the gap between these 2 players a little bit. And there we go. This is where he made a poor weapon choice before, though, is when he chose to continue working with the rockets instead of switching over to the LG. So now this time, down on the bottom floor. He was looking to play with the LG, but Carnage already bailed out from the fight as he wanted to go get that full armor pickup, so he chose not to take it.
And that was a good read when Carnage was back behind the LG statue as well. Once you realize your opponent has gone out the armor side, you can cut them off, coming back into mid from rocket launcher, and see if you can get some potential good damage, and free damage actually, as Carnage lands a nice rocket, and immediately Dire Orbs back up to mostly just deny the health from Roulette, making sure that he won't have those recovery items, but the LG finally turning things back around for him with only 4 health. We're gonna have to see if he can pick up 25s fast enough to not get capped off by Carnage immediately.
Got a couple of the bubbles going there for himself, and there's a nice run you can do here into the second room as well, and there's the 2 more on the right, so Roulette has that run, gets it. Carnage didn't really try to contest him. He focused a lot more building up his stack earlier on, so with that, Carnage It's great. He's back into this game. He has all of his armaments and whatnot built up here. Just unfortunately didn't realize, I guess, how low his opponent was and did not try to chase down that kill. So now Roulette's got a chance to pick up a second kill too. And there you go. He easily locks down that Nyx with use of the LG and is able to take control of a second frag, now bringing Carnage down to his visor as the last champion standing for this round.
And this is the first time we've seen Visor survive more than a few seconds here up against Roulette, but this is a much more consistent and solid round coming out of him so far. We hear the Visor ability pop there as Roulette is going to be backing up, getting back into armor, but this is, again, a bad room to get stuck in if you cannot get out of that fight. But it looks like that's going to allow Carnage to make sure he's got an LG of his own coming back in, potentially for Mega. We're seeing Roulette do a little bit of a lap around the map, making sure that he knows where his opponent isn't before he finds him directly where he knows he is.
Still trying to read into this one. We often see this little circle here between Rocket Room, Boneyard, and the Mega Health Room. A bit of a game of ring around the rosy between players. They try to figure out where exactly they're passing it. There's a nice bounce from Roulette. Poor follow-up, though. He wasn't really able to get that much damage, unfortunately. Over to the LG to try to close out the jump pad, though. Unfortunately, he messes him up, so Carnage finally trades at a kill here, bringing Roulette down to 2 and over to his Sorlag now.
Coming up a jump pad like that is never a way out of a fight. It is offering a lot of free damage over to your opponent, especially if they've already got LG out. So we've got one frag taken off of Roulette here, but he's still only got to kill this Visor to take a round under his belt here. But both Mega and Armor will be up. We're going to be seeing Carnage delaying a little bit as Roulette already takes away that armor. But now that has to come back into it, just like you said, playing a little bit of a ring around the rosy, trying to anticipate where their opponents are going. But when both of the major items are gone, there's not actually a whole lot to play for on this map. I mean, if you're both stacked up, you're both feeling confident, it comes down to just the head games, opening your ears, opening your eyes.
Again, looking for his right to initiate here against Carnage. They can try to finish off this round and take a 2-1 advantage. Unfortunately, switching off a little bit too slowly, so Carnage is going to be able to win that. Still has the dot sitting on him. You can see it brought down to 36 HP. But he survives. He's going to get the Mega Health pickup. Now he's going to be able to pop off his ability as well. And he's brought this back now. He's brought it down to a 1v1.
That totem almost did a number on him as well. It's going to be a lot of time before Mega comes back up. This is a fight that neither of them need to be at, but that is Roulette getting that last second rocket to take that round home.
It was almost looking like Carnage was going to be able to get that final kill too there towards the end of it as well. He had his opponent locked down. He jumped over the first rocket, successfully dodging it, but unfortunately got locked into the core with the rocket work from Roulette, and that just, you know, basically that was the end of it right there. Whoever got the better rockets first was going to be able to win, and Roulette came out on top.
Absolutely. I mean, when you have both items taken away, some of these really dangerous areas turn into a safe way to cross the map, and it could have gone that way, but we're gonna have to see if Roulette can put a third one home and get a map under his belt here. It's gonna be a really nasty fight out of Carnage, and he just barely squeaks out of it with 3 HP. He's gonna have to, well, actually find a lot of these health pickups before the next Mega comes back up. This is an opportunity for Roulette to take that Sorlag, and just like we saw in the first round, do an incredible amount of damage, denying the play. But for the moment, he's just content knowing that Carnage is gonna be in the 225 room, making sure that he's not gonna have an easy way back in. But oh my god, that rocket completely shutting down Roulette and making sure that he cannot put aggression on that armor.
And now Carnage still trying to push himself back in here to also try to attempt to get control of the Mega. He's missed that mark by quite a few seconds here. His opponent's already picked that up on the Sorlag, but still can still do some decent damage, as we just saw there.
Absolutely. So Carnage moving back up towards the platform armor. We're going to be seeing Roulette actually over towards the heavy armor. They're going to be rocketing from across the arena. Neither of them getting that close just yet. There's 5 seconds to the Mega. Here comes an early dive, and here comes Roulette around the corner. A little bit of a missed peek there from Carnage, but the response on his LG is incredibly good. Fortunately for Roulette, he can recover it back over to the armor at will.
He's going to try again to meet up his opponent back over by where the armor suit spawns. Unfortunately, missed on that chance. Was not able to completely lock it down. So now he's going to play cautiously again. Sits back, patiently waiting for when Roulette does reveal himself, when he can actually have an advantage on that duel. He's playing very passively right now, so has to line up for that next engagement. We do have power-up spawns coming in again here. So Carnage is going to pick that up. He's going to try to port quickly over now, but he's going to finally take his engage, but the spit hits him big time. He's going to hit it by that dot. Now he falls back, so he's going to wait for that to expire, so we can go back in. The rocket work is not there, though, and Roulette is able to combo the spit along with the LG to pick up the kill for himself.
That was a fantastic plan out of Carnage, throwing the Dire Orb across the map before going for Mega, making it a potential blitz to get both the Mega and the armor. However, Roulette was already there, and when you see that Dire Orb coming, you know exactly how to set up, and Roulette had a really great response there. Now he's looking for maybe another frag here, but just content for items right now. But no, Carnage is coming back in, pushing in onto the Mega, doing a ton of damage, making Roulette back out of there. But that's still going to turn into a trade. It's still going to turn into a lot of LG damage that Carnage took there.
At the very least, Carnage does get back one of the 2 power-ups, though, so he has that control back under his belt for the time being. The timers are still partially split. The Health's going to be the one that comes up first, so Roulette's going to want to try to control that if he wants to get back to a more aggressive play style here to keep Carnage on the ropes a little bit. So that's definitely going to be the big fight that'll be happening in about 10 seconds. However, Carnage with some great LG work, bringing Roulette's health pool down incredibly low. He did manage to hit him with the spit, but not head on, only hit him with the pools that end up going onto the ground there, so just hit him with the dot. It's not going to really affect for too much damage if you don't combo it with your LG. So Carnage doesn't really end up taking that much. Only gets hit for about 50 or so from that last fight.
This is the most Blood Covenant looking corrupted keep I've seen in a long time. It's going to come down to LG v LG, and Carnage is going to be taken out.
And with that, Carnage falls, loses his second character now, and he's going to end up on the Nyx to try and pull off a 1v2. Roulette still well and alive on that Sorlag. Didn't even take that much damage from the final fight, so he was able to easily get himself back with a full HP. In a moment, he's going to have Mega Health spawning too, so he can go for the pickup on that one. He's probably going to have to hand over the full armor to his opponent. Timers, again, still evenly aligned, so it's probably going to remain at 1-for-1 for some time here until Carnage can try to change up the dynamic. As he is getting aggressive, pop the stealth. Roulette saw that. So we should know where this push is coming from, and he even hits his opponent with a spin too, which is going to do a lot more to a Nyx. Roulette ultimately on the Sorlag because has so much more health, so in an open 1v1 duel right there, that is going to allow for Roulette to take control and take this map 3-1.
Carnage's LG was fantastic there, but when your opponent is able to time the spit just as you're coming out of the Ghost Walk, it's really difficult to put up against that. And again, in that lower armor room, it's very difficult to extract yourself from that fight. When you're up on the stairs up against the corner, you don't have a lot of options.
All right, so Roulette bringing a little bit of fight to himself there, bringing back some of his honor from the last map, where unfortunately in those last few rounds, he really wasn't putting up much of a fight at all. It was all Carnage right there, but unfortunately, he lost some of his own prowess going on to this second map, so now it's going to go over to a third and final map to determine who is going to get this slot at QuakeCon.
All right, well, we're going from Rockets and Rails to, or Rockets and LG to Rockets, LG, and Rails as we go into a third map. Do we know what that was going to be? I thought we had it called out to us at some point.
I think that one is, we'll have to see. It's going to be on Blood Run now, so I had mistaken it earlier. I thought Blood Run was the second map. It's actually the third map. That
well, you end up being a bit of a psychic here. You knew it was coming.
I just predicted it, even though we saw it on the screen. You see it now as well, guys, down below there. You can see the full map, so we've already played out the first and second one, and this is the third and final pick as well. The players agreed upon to play this one, so this is one that they're both okay going on to, and they both feel relatively confident to play off of. So this is going to be an interesting one now to see how Blood Run plays. So that's a classic Quake map, of course, ported into this new version.
And of course, the Rails coming back into it. We're going to have to see how they play on some of these items compared to Blood Covenant, where both of the items are trappable, but for the most part, you can kind of, let your opponent get one, you get the other, you kind of stay safe. There's a lot of opportunity to get both items very quickly here. You go from armor, you drop down to mega, you can be very aggressive there. But again, because the ability is in play, sometimes that's not the best choice. So we're going to have to see whether these players are playing each other or playing the map or just going for, full +4 damage.
It's going to be really fun to see, because it looks like both players are relatively fond of sticking to the Ranger. Carnage obviously is going to be on the Ranger, but as well for Roulette, he's been a big fan of it too, that we've been seeing so far in this series. And back in Carnage's first set when he's playing against Pit, we saw a lot of Dire Orb kills happening on this map as well, because of how the Dire Orb can be used in those clutch situations to get control of the full armor that's kind of perched up on top of the main middle courtyard area. And it often becomes a little bit difficult to get it if you're currently skirting around the bottom of the map. So the Dire Orb can be really clutch in those situations. And like I said, we saw quite a few Dire Orb kills as a result of that. As players got a little bit too aggressive, they tried to jump up just directly from the top level onto that little perch to try and go and get control of the armor, but then ended up getting hit by a Dire Orb and just getting destroyed by it, despite the fact they may have even gotten the armor pickup.
It happens so often, especially here on Blood Run, where the angles on the Dire Orb are fairly manageable. Compared to Corrupted Keep, where you have a lot of vertical play, especially with Roulette staying on the top tier of the map most of the time, he was really removing himself from that dangerous position for the bulk of it. But when you commit to an armor, when you commit to a mega, your opponent is going to know exactly where you're coming from.
And another interesting factor now as we go over to Blood Run 2 is that Galena pick that we saw back in the first map from Roulette is now probably almost for certain going to come back in the third map, and we're going to see that one show up quite more prominently on this map as well, because this is the map where Galena can really dominate because of some of those tighter corners and how this map tends to be a little bit more portal heavy because of how quickly you can get around the map by using them.
Absolutely. I mean, there are so many good places for Galena totems in Blood Run, and just like you, I'm hoping to see it a little bit more. That might mean seeing Galena come out first for...
I would think so, yeah.
I mean, we've seen him kind of in the back pocket, and unfortunately that hasn't turned into a very long play with the totems just yet. So just for my own personal gratification, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
I think it really depends. It's going to come down to Roulette's own choice of whether he wants to have the mobility of the Ranger to get around quickly and set himself up with a nice stack really quickly, getting, like just trying to get LG, Rockets, and Rails as quickly as possible, or if he wants to sort of set up a perimeter and play more defensively, that's when we would probably see him go over to the Galena pick, because then he can start to cordon off parts of the map and make it a little bit more difficult for Carnage to really shut him down there, as Carnage is going to have to spend time looking at the exits of these portals, constantly going to check that, making sure there's no totem sitting down, and if there is, he's got to fire off rockets there to destroy him, which is going to constantly give away his position to Ruleth as well. That's another thing that the totems help you out with, is that your opponents have to destroy them unless they want to get hit coming out of portals, and when you destroy them, you're going to have to use some ammo or something like that, which your opponent's obviously going to hear.
And the classic play on Blood Run is once your opponent goes into the lower armor room, they have 3 or 4 places that they could get to fairly quickly, and when you're making a move back into mid for either Mega or Armor, it's a little bit of a gamble. You really have to keep your ears peeled to find out where they're coming from, and if your opponent's able to trap you there, it could go poorly for you very quickly.
Yeah, this map in general, because it has so many ways to navigate around, it really tests the counter-stratting abilities of these players and how well they're able to read into their opponents. As well, some maps there's relatively straightforward pathing to get from one crucial area of the map to another. This one, there's all sorts of ways to get between those areas of the map, so it's really hard to properly predict where your opponent's going. And as I believe Machiavelli was saying earlier when we had him over here on the casting, so you're going to see a lot of players stopping to listen and figure out where their opponents are moving around.
Sometimes we've seen players stop to listen for minutes at a time, but I don't think we're going to see that play out of either Ruleth or Carnage. They've felt each other out, they know what each other's aim is like, and they both have a lot of respect, but at the same time, they know that they want to get these frags in, and they've been pushing forward into a lot of aggressive situations.
Yeah, absolutely. So guys, we are going to be jumping into this third map in just a couple of seconds here. Players that were just finishing their warm-up, and I believe it is now pretty much time to leap back into it. So no surprise for Johnson here. We do have the Ranger pick coming out for him. The real question, as we were posturing before, is going to be whether Ruleth was going to start with the Galena or go to the Ranger. It does look like he's going to be starting off on the Ranger, so we're probably going to have a pretty quick fight to start things off here in this third and final map.
Ranger, the first fight for Blood Run is always so random because you can have either player go directly from Mega back up to the Armor, vice versa. Both of them throw a Dire Orb onto the Mega itself and end up telefragging each other. But so far, no real harm done here as both of them throw out their Dire Orbs, but are just going to be having to do damage the good old-fashioned way with rockets and rails. And look at this trap. Oh, it's a quick double take, and it's one that leads into 3 shots out of the shotgun, turning into a first frag for Carnage.
Risky, but very aggressive and well-cordoned off play at the end of the day from Carnage there. Great stuff from him. Gets him that first kill. Still going to be a little bit low here, just trying to track down his opponent into the next fight. He's having problems hitting those rails, though, and actually, this might kill him. Thankfully, the dot expires just in time, but only survives with 28 HP. Usage of the jump pad there, but the problem is that Ruleth is still close to him, so he's still going to know where he's at.
Yeah, he was trying to go for a little bit of a juke there, making sure that he could cross the map safely, and again, he was able to escape back through the teleporter. Ooh, barely dodging that rocket that would have cleanly taken him out. He still doesn't have a rocket launcher here, so Ruleth knows that this is something major to be playing for, but at the same time, he wants to be able to catch Carnage coming out around the corner, and my god, making good use of that railgun, doing 2 90 damage rails in a row. That is going to knock off a lot of that stack, a lot of that advantage that a Swirlike has, and that is going to be one dead dino.
And Ruleth, unfortunately, just leaving himself in the open for way too long. That's 4 rail shots in a row that Carnage hit to get that frag, so just making it too easy for him. He's got the Dire Report if he wants to try and go for a quick chase down on the last character now, as he is over to the Galena.
We did finally get Galena, but I'm not sure if we wanted to see it happen just like this. I mean, we're only 1 minute 40 seconds in, and this is 2 frags down on Ruleth. Hopefully for him, he can slow things down a little bit here as Carnage takes away Mega, is moving back through the lower TP, and coming back into mid-map, ready for this fight, ready to challenge Ruleth if he wants to show up for this heavy armor. But Ruleth is once again pumping the brakes here a little bit, making sure he's just got all the normal armor in the world. But look at this, a double stack Carnage. He's got a lot of work to do.
The thing I do like about the late pick for Galena to bring it in later rather than like right at the beginning of the map is that it does, if the player is getting dominated that has the Galena, like we're kind of seeing now with Carnage really just controlling this whole situation, Carnage may be lulled into a sort of false sense of security, and he may be more willing to just jump into portals and whatnot without thinking about, oh wait, I have to work with the totems now. That's another thing that he may not be accounting for here. But anyway, into it, just a straight up LG fight. He tries to switch over to the Rockets, and they actually trade 1-to-1, but obviously Carnage had the huge advantage already. He closes out Ruleth's last remaining champion and is able to take control of that first round.
Coming up that jump pad when your opponent's at the tri-bolt, I mean, it's another one of those situations where it's difficult to get out of. I mean, you can always dive off the platform itself, but that opens yourself up to a lot of damage as well. So as they spawn, Ruleth is actually going to be getting the first play for the rocket launcher this time around, as well as Mega Health. And actually, he was there just in time to potentially get a couple rockets in. Didn't quite make the hits, but he certainly had the right idea. There's the grab for LG as well, coming back up to rocket launcher, denying that item from Carnage, coming back up top map and seeing if his opponent is going to show up on the stairs or maybe even down below.
Ruleth was trying to anticipate a hop around from Carnage there into his hallway. Didn't happen. Did have the right reading to the situation, but unfortunately missed the cue with the proper timing for it. So now he's going to end up in a rail fight. Not on the winning end of it, though. Does get tagged quite a bit. Was unable to really return any of that damage. Carnage still sitting with a nice, comfortable full stack over there. You can see his health pool towards the middle top right of the screen. He's got quite a bit more than Ruleth has. because of the fact that he has both control over the mega health and the full armor suit as well.
Yeah, having a full stack of the items drift away without doing any significant damage to your opponent is frustrating, but Ruleth is actually still in a pretty good state. After all, he hasn't died yet, he hasn't taken too much damage. He hasn't even revealed his position that much to Carnage, so as he comes back through the teleporter, he's not going to be caught here, and he actually has an opportunity for some nice spam on the Mega. Again, he had the right idea, his timing was good, just the rockets didn't quite find their way to Carnage's face.
Now Carnage does initiate there, getting a little bit of LG damage off. Nothing too significant at the end of the day. And Ruleth was already able to recover from that while still having some of the excess from the suit pickup that he got about 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, taking one item away from your opponent who is previously controlling both of them is always a neat feat, especially if you do it without having to take a fight at the same time. But we have Carnage potentially coming up top. Ruleth has got to be looking for the fight here at the Mega. He's spamming up. Carnage is going to know that's not going to be an easy grab, but he's still going to get it, still be able to come back in. And Ruleth will be once again trading off that armor.
Yep, so he's going to be able to take that one, and basically these guys are happy just to trade 1-1 right now. Carnage is looking for another situation where he can dive back in and look to engage here, but Ruleth is focusing almost entirely on holding this corner down below. Some nice rail shots from him, but he is going to be eating up quite a bit of LG damage. Baits his opponent thinking he's going that way, but combining finally the rail shots with some LG work, he is able to get the kill, and Ruleth will start off with the advantage in this round.
A nice illustration of what I was talking about last round there, where yeah, you can dive off of that platform, but if your timing's off, you're just opening yourself up to a ton of LG. But again, who was expecting two rails coming out of Ruleth as Carnage was just taking a nice leisurely stroll down the stairs? It's going to turn into a bit of a slower play here from Ruleth as he's looking for his opponent to come back through teleporter and make a play for armor. In fact, he's not moving at all right now. Is this sneaky, or is he being internet breaky?
Yeah, I believe he disconnected, so we'll have to look to get him back in, of course, there. But Carnage, of course, taking the initial loss on that one, going behind 0-1 on the fight itself. So that was a little bit unfortunate for him. And as we saw some really good, we saw some really good weight out aggression there from Ruleth. And actually, in my opinion, Ruleth took a little bit of risk trying to play with rails that close up, because if he missed either one of those, he probably loses that fight 9 times out of 10 right there. But thankfully, he hits both of them, is able to delay the fight a little bit because Carnage dies back down, and then finally makes that switch over to the LG where he can hop back in and finish off the kill.
All right, but it looks like we're going to be resolving Ruleth's issues here a little bit. I mean, it is nice being able to play from home, but it's always a risk having somebody tread on your Cat 5 cable a little bit.
Yeah, that's a problem. so yeah, Ruleth, we'll have to figure out what exactly went wrong with him there and get him back into the server as quickly as possible. He did kind of just, I had him up on my screen, he did kind of just drop off all of a sudden, so hopefully he hasn't disappeared from the face of the earth, and we can get him back in the server relatively quickly and continue this match and get to see who he's going to be able to move on. This is a dead heat now. This is tied 1-1 in the series. The winner of this map is going to be the one that moves on and takes a slot of QuakeCon. Loser is going to have to fight a little bit more, as they're going to be bounced down into the lower bracket, where they still have a chance, but they have to do a little bit more fighting in order to make it there.
So we are going to have that round restart there, and this is a point where actually I'm a little bit nervous because we have a break in the match, a match that has been incredibly just really tense either way. I mean, even the Pit and Carnage match, this has been kind of the Team Johnson show so far here, but yeah. We've seen Carnage have to play duel after duel here, and it's got to be grueling. I mean, you can see it's I don't know if you can see this having an effect here, but there's something going on with him. Absolutely. He wasn't quite this dour and serious and focused before, but now he knows what's up against Ruleth. He is providing an excellent fight.
Yeah, so we do have Ruleth back in the lobby now. We just have to restart the match and get everything set up to the way it was before, and then we should be good to jump back into the actual server and get things started. While we are waiting for that, though, we could take another look at the brackets here and see how things have been developing. Of course, for those of you that weren't here earlier, we can already see it. Dehang moved on against Scissor as well, and he was able to take the second slot for North America. Wow. And way down at the bottom, we saw, help me out here, it's actually
Dewey and Gloat had to go face-to-face. I mean, that was going to be a hell of a matchup, and it's one that turned into Dewey moving on forward. Of course, this is still just the upper bracket. Everybody who loses these matches still has an opportunity to place in the final 4 slots available there, and we've had a few of those matches play off as well. We've got Astro Boy and JSO resulting in Astro Boy moving forward, but it's going to be a long road ahead for all these players.
Yeah, absolutely. You still have plenty more fighting to do here for a lot of these guys, including the ones that lose their round of 16 matches here and aren't able to immediately qualify. Like I said before, they have to go down to the lower bracket and they have to fight for 1 or 2 more matches to be able to actually push their way through into QuakeCon. And remember as well, for those players that don't actually manage to make it through here in the qualifying run, they still have a second chance at QuakeCon itself if they're able to make it in through the BYOC.
Provided you can get a seat at the BYOC, yeah. It is definitely a bit of a safety net potentially, but those seats have been very hotly snatched up. But it's also an opportunity for a complete unknown to show up at the BYOC, qualify, and show up in the main tournament.
And I think that's what's really cool about having the BYOC portion is it does allow for, like you said, someone completely unknown, someone completely new to Quake. He's only played Quake Champions. He hasn't even touched any of the previous versions of Quake. In theory, of course. Not saying this is going to happen, but it's a really cool potential for someone who've just grinded out the hours to show up at the LAN and really show his stuff and suddenly make it into the main tournament to play for that $1 million prize pool.
Absolutely, and as anybody could tell you, if you have an opportunity to play against somebody like a Rafa or a Dehang or an Evil or a Cooler, even if you lose, and yeah, you probably are going to lose, it's still a great experience. It teaches you a lot. You get to not just look at these players, but interact directly with them, even if you're at the wrong end of their boomstick.
All right, well, I think we are starting the game again. I think we might have to reset the round itself, so we just have to like replay it in the same way that it went in the previous match itself. So we just have to give, I think Carnage won the first round, right?
Yeah, but this is definitely a fight that Roulette is bringing a much fiercer opposition than he did in Corrupted Keep. I think both of these players are a little bit dismayed to have this break in the action, but it's also a moment of reflection. You know, Carnage is going to have to go, all right, what am I doing about this Sorlag, who was obviously a real problem here? And even though he was doing the damage and winning a lot of these fights, none of them were easy.
No, not at all, and that was one of the bigger problems is the Sorlag here. That's been one of the mainstays for Roulette that's been working well for him and has allowed him to consistently stay in this match and fight back on these rounds against Johnson. The first round was a little bit rough. He did a lot better on map 2. And this time he did have the initial advantage, of course, going into round 2 of this map, but that's going to be reset now as we do jump back into it due to the disconnect that Roulette had. It's been unfortunate, but we do have to reset it and go back into a normal status of things to start off.
But hey, Silver Lining, we are indeed back. And we have Carnage getting started here. Once again, it's going to be Ranger v Ranger as they're both kind of fighting over the rocket launcher position. Carnage knows he needs one first, but we've already got Roulette back here in the stairwell. But my God, this LG coming out of him, absolutely insane. And that is going to turn into a very quick first frag. Taking Ranger off of Carnage is definitely worthwhile.
Well, we go right back to where we were with that one as Roulette gets the first kill there. So Carnage, was some interesting play for a minute. It looked like he was trying to predict the movements of Roulette with the tri-bolt there, but it just wasn't really working out. And he realized that far too late when he was already just pushed into a corner with an LG, and there was just no turning that one back around.
And when your opponent's in those stairs, I mean, it's been a classic thing where you think, all right, I've got him. There's no place for him to run. I can do a lot of damage. The tri-bolt, though, as powerful as it is, if you don't make your hits, your opponent can just walk right through it.
Yeah, and that makes the entire weapon a little bit useless there if you're not able to line up the shots properly. It's a very risky weapon.
All right, but as this next fight kind of gears back up here, we've got 2 seconds to Mega. We've got the spam coming from Carnage onto the Mega. Not a lot of it dealt off against Roulette, and he's looking for the rail on armor, and that's really the opportunity where you go, okay, even though we're trading items, I'm doing the rail on the armor, and my opponent didn't do anything to me. Unfortunately, he didn't quite capitalize on that opportunity, and it's going to turn into a bit of an awkward play here on Rocket Launcher, as both players are going to be leaving it up. Here comes the play through the teleporter, looking for him on the catwalk, looking again for the rail, but these opportunities and potentially lethal rails are not quite connecting just yet.
Carnage still trying to make his own connections here as he looks to lock down the trade frag against Roulette, but he's been unsuccessful so far. Roulette still rolling strong on his Ranger across the map, and he's got speed, he's got a great stack built up right now. Skeeping got the extra armor to play off of, so he's got every advantage against Roulette, who's only just starting to build up his own sort of stack here.
Well, Carnage has managed to evade Roulette here. Roulette was looking for him out of the teleporter after grabbing Mega, but it looks like Carnage went completely the opposite direction with that. So as he comes around this corner, Roulette is trying to play these angles very conservatively. He doesn't want to open himself up completely to the lower hallway. He doesn't want to get pegged by a rail, but he does want to figure out where Carnage is at and whether he's going to be a problem on this armor. Well, there's the spam to keep him off his back, and it's going to be the play on the Mega Health. There's the grab for the Ghost Walk, but that still turns into Roulette being able to push out forward, knowing that his opponent has expended his ability, and this is all going to be free damage potentially.
Carnage still hopping around as well, trying to dodge Roulette here for the most part and make sure that he gets consistent pickups. There's still another about 10 seconds till power-ups spawn again here, but it looks like they may split. Oh, hold on, we'll see. Because Roulette's going to end up diving back down here. Carnage is pretty much at the in-between point for both of them, so he is trying to restrict his opponent from picking that up. Unfortunately, he's going to miss it, so his opponent is going to be able to get the Mega Health. And now he moves in to try and steal. Nice rocket jump as well from Roulette, then he follows that up with another one. He even denied his opponent from even being able to pick up the armor, so now Roulette got that going too. He's got a massive advantage to continue this fight.
And we do have Carnage spawning up as Visor, but you're absolutely right. If you're able to take items off your opponent just as you get the frag, that gives you a lot of momentum moving into the next fight. Now that is momentum that's going to be cut out a little bit by Visor's rockets there, as Carnage is going to be looking for the play from the top. But he doesn't, I don't know if he has a railgun yet. No, he's only got the rockets, no LG, no rails. That means that these fights are going to be incredibly hit and miss with him.
can see here now, Roulette trying to hold on as he finally starts to pick up more of that arsenal, or excuse me, Carnage starts to pick up more of that arsenal to work off of here. Just the rocket still right now, but he should be able to route around and get some more weapons to play off of, but no, still just stuck up in the room right at the moment. The side room where he picks up the small armor.
And right now, there's going to be a lot of time before any of these items come back up, and now Roulette is in a position where he's got the timing pretty well split, and he has the potential to grab both of them for free. We're going to be seeing Carnage pop back through the teleporter. It's now a lot harder to do free damage out of that teleporter exit. The hallway's a little bit wider than it used to be, but now we're going to be seeing some of these rockets flying out of Roulette as he gets set up for not just the Mega, but the armor as well. But the play with the Dire Orb doesn't quite go his way, and Carnage is ready with him, with a ton of rails and rockets ready to do the damage and steal away the item finally.
Carnage still looking for a way to swipe back in there. Gets a nice little fadeaway rail shot against Roulette.
He's got to know that he's weak here. Roulette is definitely on the back foot. He's being really careful with his positioning. He was only able to take away one of the 25 health pickups there. He's still railable. He's still really in the danger zone. And Carnage is going, all right, fine. It's 30 seconds, but let me pick up some items first, and then I'll go plus forward.
As you just mentioned, 30 seconds. That's another problem here for Carnage too. His time is becoming a really big issue for him. He now needs to get 2 kills, essentially 15 seconds to get each kill. So he needs to very quickly move in and try to chase down Roulette. Otherwise, this round is not going to happen. And I don't even know if he realizes how dire the time situation is just yet, as he's only just now starting to get aggressive to play into it. It's really not going to leave him an adequate amount enough time. Even if he gets his kill on Roulette right now, Roulette still has the time to respawn and everything like that and build up his own stack. So Roulette's smart. He knows he can just play this out of the timer, so he is going to run away from the fight. And in about 4 seconds, the round will go over to Roulette, tying us up at 1-1.
Wow, good round indeed, and that was a really tight play. I mean, you saw Roulette make the Dire Orb play up to the catwalk, but he couldn't quite get out of that hallway cleanly, so Carnage thought, hey, this is it, this is my moment. Couldn't quite finish him off, though.
So, things get back down into an even heat as they are in the entire series so far. And we're going to jump right back into the action. Both these players actually just going at each other with SMGs in the match as well. So we almost see a kill happen early on just on the default spawns. But Carnage takes a risk in jumping up to be able to go for control. However, he's able to get a tri-bolt kill. You don't see that very often. Roulette, he got over-aggressive. He tried to chase down the frag. He knew he had Carnage low, but walks right into the triple tri-bolt. And with that, gets absolutely dominated by it.
All right, so still 10 seconds before Mega comes back up, and like you said, I mean, Roulette has this Ranger taken away almost immediately. Fortunately, though, he can enjoy that Sorlag, and especially if you can take a Mega away with it as well, that gives Sorlag a lot of tanky health for sure. Now we're going to see Carnage getting the grab for the armor and looking for his opponent out of the teleporter. Just a little bit of spam, but we're not seeing Roulette go for that easy play just yet. In fact, it's just as Carnage is coming around this corner now that we hear him, and Carnage heard him as well, going up for the middle play. But man, he moved through there so fast. He thought that was a spam rocket, not a rocket jump, and that is one that gave him the ability to get the drop on him with the LG.
And so with that, we get traded back out, brought down into another even skirmish, and Roulette, he's going to bring out the Sorlag now. So this is where Carnage is to worry a little bit. This has been a big problem for him to deal with so far. Carnage does have a slight positional advantage to play off of, but the nice spit right up on top. Unfortunately, Carnage is going to pop off the stealth as soon as he picks up the armor, so that's going to save him from taking most of the damage from the spit.
Really well played, really well timed there. I mean, you have to both make sure that you're not ghost walking before you pick up the armor, but certainly after you get hit by the spit. So well done there. But Roulette still has an awesome stack here. But in that last fight, we saw Roulette actually get the complete drop on Carnage, and that can have a lasting effect. It can be really shaking. Fortunately here, this is a little bit more familiar ground. We're just going to rail each other a couple times and then break off. But as you can see, Carnage's Nyx cannot take too much of that.
Nice rails coming in from Roulette. Unfortunately, he got hit quite a bit by the rails too, so he's going to find himself relatively low. Carnage still slightly lower, but he has armor to play off of too, so he's also sitting in a pretty okay spot. And Carnage with a rail out of nowhere, it seems, just comes in and destroys Roulette's second champion, bringing him down just to the Galena now.
Yeah, that ledge overlooking that teleporter has gotten a little bit thicker over the years as we've seen multiple variations on this map, and it allows much more in terms of ambushes. And there we go, a beautiful shot from the Nyx from the shadows is going to take him down.
Nicely played by Carnage. Knew his opponent didn't really have anywhere to run, so tucked away in the corner off the stealth pop, was able to use that to close out 2-1 now. He goes up to series point. Just one more round is needed, and he'll earn that ticket to QuakeCon.
And you can see the focus on his face here. He knows how close he is to just putting this one in the bag. I think this has been a stressful enough matchup for him that going to a third map is not appealing, but Roulette maybe can push this thing forward.
Now, Carnage is going to Continue to play slowly here. We got the armor pickup initially. Ooh, we got hopped by that rocket though, so it takes quite a bit. And now he's got the Dire being pushed back in. Nice little swipe rail shot. Doesn't have what he needs to actually take the port on that Dire Orb though, and actually continue the fight back over towards the rocket room.
Ruleth has a very, very slight advantage here, and even that one evaporates as Carnage is able to take away some 25s. As items are coming up, we have the rail taken away, and my god, a really aggressive play here out of Ruleth, taking the Dire Orb, taking away the armor, and taking the frag as well.
Ruleth wins out the initial fight there, so he's going to be able to get the advantage starting off. Just barely wins it too. Thankfully recovers his health pretty quickly. Carnage had a great amount of damage being spammed on Ruleth, but just wasn't enough to complete the frag, so Carnage goes down first, and now he's back over to the visor for his second champion. He's already popped the ability on it too, so that's gone on cooldown. That's one of the longer cooldowns as well, so it might have been better to save that for a more clutch situation, but at the very least, now he instantly knows where his opponent is and can start to track his movements a little bit better.
Yeah, the name of the game for Ruleth so far has been to make sure that Carnage loses track of your position and then going for the trap, and that's been the most consistent and repeatable thing here for Ruleth, but this is a bit of a slog of a fight over this armor. Both of them spamming off against it, but oh no, Ruleth missing that Dire Orb. Can't even get the grab on the rail, jeez. Oh man. That's not a fun play for Ruleth, and you can see him looking left and right going, oh, where do I go now? But he finds out very quickly, is able to get 1, 2 rails in, and that puts Carnage immediately in a bad spot.
Carnage has, unfortunately, a bad kid, and wondering why he's trying to spam at that range with a nail gun. He only has rockets to play off of right now. He doesn't have LG or rails picked up just yet, so unfortunately, he really has no choice but to try and work with the nails or just rockets at that range, and he chose the nails in that situation. Ended up eating 2 rail shots too, and now another one connecting against him. It's going to put him in the hot seat. Ruleth is choosing to pursue the armor for right now. He's going to bypass him, just going for the direct kill. Now he can dive back in. He's got the ultimate advantage, and it's easy to finish off the remaining health pool on Carnage there with just the LG used.
Now we're just down to a Nyx to put this match in the bag and put Carnage forward to QuakeCon. But we're going to be seeing Ruleth again, just bringing out an incredible amount of consistent control and calm as he's trying to push this into a tiebreaker.
Well, Carnage is going to have to be a little bit careful here now, as this is his last champion. He has to turn around a 1v3. He has to do all the work on this one champion, or take it to a 5th and final round to define it, and potentially risk losing that spot to Ruleth now if he's able to take that 5th and final round to complete the reversal. Opt for Carnage here. Unfortunately, he misses that initial rail shot and gets bounced by it too. Now he's down to 20 HP, trying to return some of that damage on the Ruleth. Hops the stealth. His opponents see him. He definitely should have seen the cloud. It's all about figuring out where exactly he goes after that one. Carnage really just trying to dodge some rail shots. He's doing good at it, but he's not returning any damage after the fact.
That had to make Carnage sweat, knowing that your opponent's looking right at you while you're invisible and you're about to run out of it. But fortunately for him, Ruleth looked right when he should have looked left, and that allows Carnage an ability to escape out of there and at least survive a little bit longer here. But it's still Ruleth keeping control of the main items and really just running the entire map, looking for a way to get in on this Nyx and do a ton of damage.
Carnage once again looping around here. He's got control over the top. He heard the port go through, so was able to predict that rocket connecting just a little bit onto Ruleth there, not a massive amount. He now goes down to the rocket room himself here to wait for some of these spawns to come back up. The stealth bot, where's he going to go with this one? Wanted, I think, to try and get aggressive here, chase down his opponent in the next room, but he heard him coming from a mile away as that stealth expired way before the fact. Still getting good damage in, though, from Carnage here. As you can see, Ruleth being brought down relatively low. He's now going to pop up on top, and there he goes, the dive in and take down Carnage. And it's Ruleth that steals the 4th round, tying us up again into a dead heat, 2-2 on to round number 5.
That was a fantastic play. There are a lot of things you can do with the Dire Orb to make sure that you can get some items and reposition to get something first before you commit to the teleport, but he was able to get both of those 25s before getting the grab for the armor, and he immediately turned that play into diving down and finishing off Carnage there. So, like you said, it comes down to this final round.
Carnage trying his best to stay alive here, but he's on the ropes already. 22 HP, he's using the blood pool to get most of his health back right now, but oh, turns around the wrong moment, so Ruleth is going to be able to walk right into the Mega Health room, steal that first kill away. Now it's Ruleth that's on the path to a seat at QuakeCon.
Oh man, things have got to be getting tense for not only Carnage, but the entirety of Team Johnson here, as they are going to be doing a ton of duels today. But Ruleth taking a little bit of damage, able to take away Mega Health as it's traded off with the armor. We have that Ghost Bot coming out of that Nyx. Nice response on the rail as well. That immediately makes Ruleth not quite as stacked up as he was a second ago here, but he's able to escape through the teleporter. They might even clash here back at the upper armor room, but no, it looks like Carnage doesn't want any part of that fight.
Carnage can't even chase that through the portal. Unfortunately, he's way too switch. He's way too big of a risk. Nice hop. Now he just needs to complete the kill here. He's got it close, and there you go. He's going to be able to hit that and just barely survives the encounter. Nicely played from Carnage. Trades it back. We go into it 2v2, and he's quickly trying to get back into action versus the Sorlag. It's a short-lived play there. Just wanted to see if he can get a quick fadeaway rail quickly back down to that one.
All right, but here comes the Ghost Walk, and it's going to be used aggressively to try to pick up this armor, but it's going to be an armor taken away by Roulette, and coming over the top, that is a nasty rocket that Carnage just ate here. He's still looking to do the damage. He's still in this fight, but he's going to be missing that Sorlag rail. And I'm sure he's going to be looking for at least a natural stack before he commits to the next one here. He's still got a little bit of that Mega left over, but it does not take much to take down a Nyx here. We've got Mega once again taken. A little bit of delay on the spine, and here comes potentially Rockets, but a nice defensive rail to keep Roulette plus backing his way back over towards Rocket Launcher.
And now Carnage leaping through, gets himself through the portal there, and is hopping over towards the other side so that he can pick up the armor. He's got that going at least. Finally, he was able to steal that away from Roulette, and now he's got both. So he's stacked up here now. Unfortunately for him, Roulette is also still stacked up, so he needs to find a way to whittle off some of his HP before he can really dive back into the fight.
Yeah, and chewing through the stack of a Sorlag is no easy feat. I mean, we're going to need to see some really great LG play coming out of Carnage here. It's going to need to be a trap as well, but there's the LG, there's the play on the Mega Health. It's going to be a Sorlag getting the grab for it, as he's just got to look and see that opportunity slip through his fingers. It was still a good reaction. He didn't die there, but you can see how everything was set up well for him. But again, really good responses, really good reactions out of Roulette.
So Carnage being forced away once more. He wants that armor pickup.
And who could blame him? I mean, it's just something you want to keep out of that Sorlag's hands. I mean, again, it doesn't last very long in the hands of Nyx, but making sure that Sorlag is not going to be this 200-200 monster on the map, absolutely worthwhile. But here comes a bit more spam. Both of them are going to be revealing their position a little bit here. As Mega comes back up, and it's going to be deja vu here all over again. Maybe Carnage has a better plan. Oh no, it's going to be Roulette changing things up, going up the stairs instead of through the teleporter, and that is going to cost him, making this Galena his last chance to go to QuakeCon.
And Roulette made the poor choice there, like you said, to not go into the portal, because Carnage never seemed like he wanted to actually chase that kill through the portal because of how risky it was. If Roulette went through the portal, he might have been able to stay alive just by the fact that Carnage may have not chosen to chase him through it. I think in that situation, Carnage may have actually decided to go through just because he knew how close he was, and he knew he had a really good advantage against his opponent there. But still, now backed up, and he's going to move back in. He wants to complete this now. He's got that Galena down to about 25 HP. One or two more shots will do the job.
One rail would have done the job there against Roulette, but he's able to throw down a totem, get a little bit of recovery, and get back up to the upper armor room. And even though that armor is incredibly loud, your opponent's going to know you're up there. It's not something you really want to push in on. So this is going to be something that Carnage is going to be leaving up for the moment, making sure that his stack is just fine, and he's ready for this next fight. Maybe even going a little bit silent here and hoping to get that first rocket.
He knows that Roulette swiped around the other side of the hallway there. He's able to get a little bit of damage going. Not a whole lot. Carnage still has the virtue of having both the power-ups under his control. And actually, the Mega Health's just been sitting down here for quite a long time. He's going to be able to pick that up without much of a split on it. Now he's going to go back upstairs quickly, though. It's going to be a bit risky if he doesn't choose to do that. Thankfully, he's got great control over the situation. And Roulette is really nowhere to be found at the moment. Carnage is able to easily walk through both of these power-ups and get them both back-to-back.
That totem would have been a huge problem for Carnage if he wasn't already Ghost Walk. So good read there, good play, and that is once again going to give him item control as we see Roulette's Galena sort of stuck at a natural stack, but now there's not a whole lot to play for until this next Mega comes back up, and even then, it's not going to give either of them a huge advantage. It's going to be all about this first fight, and neither of them really wants to dive down before knowing where their opponents are at.
Carnage, he knows he's got Roulette on the run here, but he's got to be careful not to play too passively, otherwise it could cost himself. And again, he's in the stealth there just to be super careful when he goes through these portals. It does give it away for a later fight, but thankfully he's no longer going up against the Sorlag, so he doesn't need it as much for those emergency situations anymore. You're noticing he was almost completely countering out the spit every time it was used back when Roulette was on the Sorlag there as a result of that one. Important note as well, the timer with only 5 seconds remaining. Carnage is going to be able to win it out via this, so he does sit back, chooses to hide this one out, and via the timer, it's going to be Carnage that takes the map. 3-2, and he'll earn his slot at QuakeCon.
I don't want to say I'm disappointed by going to the timer. I mean, obviously, Carnage is not disappointed at all. I mean, he's exuberant, but that was really well played. He had to make sure that he was keeping all of those stack items away from Roulette as long as possible. And when you're Nyx, I mean, unless you have the Ghost Walk, it's not all that easy.
Well, it took Johnson a while to qualify, of course, for this actual qualifier event here at the Los Angeles studio, but while he was here, he made it through relatively quickly, pushing himself straight through into the upper bracket and taking control, so I'm sure he's happy about his performance there. It was close at the end of it on map number 3, but thankfully took a dominant stance in the 5th and final round, was able to take quick control of things, just running it down to the timer. So with that said, folks, we are going to pass it over to our analyst now to break down this match.
Okay, right away, thank you, Blue. Now, with you, Machiavelli, check this out. Carnage comes in here today, already, took his time getting through the qualifiers, did get here. Had a round of 32 match earlier this morning, grabs it, nails the round of 16, now he's going to QuakeCon.
How exciting for Carnage. I know it's been a hard-fought road for him. He's worked very hard. You know, Roulette is going to move down to loser bracket, obviously. You know, he gave a good account for it, you know, push Carnage to the limits, but it's all about Carnage right now. He's going to the big show. So good luck to Carnage. Congratulations. And we'll look forward to seeing more of him at the big event in QuakeCon.
Definitely. You see him fired up over there. Let's talk a little bit about his approach in this matchup, so to say. What is there to say about his play style?
You know, he is calculated aggression, I guess, is some of the things. Because there are some things Carnage does that, for me personally, I don't, maybe it's because my lack of ability or what have you, I wouldn't do the same thing that he does, but he does have he has an uncanny ability to really push some engagements and really force people into bad situations, and he hits some great shots along the way. He's just a talented player, and I think the biggest challenge for Carnage individually is himself. I think just keeping his emotions cool, and making sure he stays consistent and plays within himself. I mean, he's a dangerous man, very dangerous.
He's a player, when he does get that confidence, he can kind of run with it. Let's take a look now at something that would definitely give you confidence as well. Let's take a look at this 4K. Kind of break this down for us.
Well, you know, he's making a good read on his opponent here, and he, you know, zoomed in, lining up these shots, the hallway there for the Mega Health. So he had the bait there, landed 2 great shots, and again, just reading his opponent. I mean, just what can you say? Carnage going Carnage. I mean, that's what I call that with the railgun. That's Carnage going Carnage, and really, it illustrates 2 things. One, he's got great, you know, hand-eye coordination to land the shots, but also is the mental game. You know, he knew where his opponent was. He was lining up the shots in advance, which makes it a little bit easier. And it just goes to show he's got the mental part of the game, not just the hand-eye coordination.
Something about plans are nothing, but planning is everything, or something like that. There's some Dwight D. Eisenhower quote. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's take a look. We got another replay for you guys at home. Walk us through this one.
Oh yeah, so we got. Yeah, he's just coming in for a fight on the Mega Health here. This is a nice ghost walk, you know, just following in pursuit and getting a kill. Again, he's just pushing a situation for the Mega Health. You know, he made a play, landed some good rockets, avoided the spit, you know, because the Sorla at close range, so he recognized that, used the ghost walk. And then recognizing your opponent's stack is another thing, right? So he knew his opponent was low, stayed right behind him, pulled out the LG, got the finish. And even then, and again, the mental part, he knew where Roulette was going into that stairwell. He didn't have anywhere to go there, so he was doing a good job. So even if he didn't get the kill right there, his man would have been low and he would have had him trapped. And
that was actually the frag that secured the game for Carnage, as we did see the timer run out there in the end, and then Carnage qualify for QuakeCon. Going into this one now, from a hindsight perspective, did the online land factor come into play in his favor?
You know, it's really hard to say, because Roulette did push him to his limits there, so it makes you wonder if there was a little bit of adjustment for him. He did drop the second map, but you got to give credit to Roulette for being a smart, intelligent, and good player himself. So it obviously didn't affect him too much, because, you know, he got the win. So in the end, that's what it's about. It's about winning.
Yeah, a W's a W. A wise man once said, if you're not first, you're last, or something like that. I might be off on that one, too. Either way, an exciting round of matches thus far, but we are going to go to a short break and kind of look into the creation of Sacrifice. I know that we're going to be going into Sacrifice tomorrow. What is there to say about the team mode itself?
It's like a mix of all these. It's like team deathmatch plus capture the flag plus, you know, point domination, and you got all these elements where you bring the soul and you bring it to an obelisk, either A or B, and then you have to control the obelisk until it reaches 100%, and then it gets sacrificed. But there's also the same classic elements of Quake where, you know, you got to run the heavy armor, you got to run the Mega Health, the quad, you know, pops up as a team. So there's all those old classic team play aspects, not to mention the new champions, and then the soul sacrifice business. So it's like they added extra layers on top of it. So it's a lot of fun.
I for one, am excited to see how it pans out. I think also Team Johnson on the other side of things now are probably a little bit more excited. We're going to go to that quick break I just told you guys about, and when we come back, we're going to go right back into the round of 16.
So when we set out to make a new game mode, one mode that was more team focused and objective focused, we came up with Sacrifice. Yes, we have classic team deathmatch and classic free-for-all.
But to take Quake to the next level, there needs to be some sort of innovation.
We knew that we wanted to craft a game mode that worked best for competitive play.
making his run, trying to get over to the side of the map, running into an Nix along the way here that was going to prove problematic, and now cornered by another Sorlag.
The idea was to create a mode that could be followed by the spectators and be a fun viewing experience.
We wanted to create an objective-based game mode that allowed the champion abilities to come into play.
The object is to take the soul to an obelisk and hold it for an amount of time to capture that obelisk. Once you capture it, you win that round. Best 2 out of 3 rounds wins the match. Quake in general is a very fast-paced game. When you're dealing with esports in a duel, you've got 2 players, they're trying to eliminate each other. When you take that and multiply it by 4, so now you have 8 people, it becomes even quicker.
You know, one of the great things about Sacrifice is that it's easy to follow, it's easy to understand, and it's a heck of a lot of fun to play.
One of the things that's great about working with AMD and this new partnership we have is sort of recommitting ourselves to bringing the best out of Vega cards and unlocking all the things that they can do for our games. For a gamer, stepping up to a Vega card is like having terrible vision and putting on a pair of glasses. The level of fidelity and performance you're going to get out of a Vega card, it's like you're playing video games again for the first time.
Something is happening I can't control. I fear the place so dark. Somehow I feel Something's happening I can't control. I fear the place so dark. Somehow I feel
All right, we're back here at the North American Regionals for the Quake World Championships. I'm Stunna, and I'm joined by a friend of mine, Mr. John Mullen. Blue, you might know him as, over on the desk. Blue, how do you feel about the tournament so far?
I think it's been a great tournament. We've had a great showing with quite a few good players showing up, and a couple surprises as well. Some really good matchups. They've all been really close too. We really only had like 1 or 2 shutdowns, so it's been really close competition with these guys trying to qualify.
And again, we want to apologize for the brief break there. You know, I think at this point, though, it's very interesting to point out this next matchup. I'm thinking Rafa and Galisac.
Yeah, so obviously, I mean, right at the start of this one, everybody's going to be looking to Rafa to be able to take this one. And for the most part, that is a pretty clear-cut case. He's the back-to-back defending QuakeCon champion, as you guys can see here now. He's won the last 2 in a row, so he's been showing up. And I mean, in the qualifiers that we saw so far for the online portion, he blew right through that with no issues whatsoever. So he's definitely the strong suit player here, and not only to make it easily past this match and on to QuakeCon itself, but also to kind of dominate at QuakeCon too when we get there.
Well, this is definitely a player that you don't want to find yourself matched up against at any point during a qualification. Hell, maybe even the entire tournament as a whole when it comes down to getting into QuakeCon. But looking at this, Galisac, what is there to say about him?
Well, Galisac actually has had some pretty good results in the qualifiers themselves, too. He was one of the players that was able to upset against Carnage and beat him off in that series as well, so he was able to take 1 victory there. And, you know, that was part of the issue with Carnage. It took him like 2 or 3 weeks in a row to be able to qualify because he kept getting knocked out in the last ring. And Galisac was one of the players that was actually able to accomplish that. Not only that, but I believe he also took out Death Row in one of the dual qualifiers, too, so he was able to knock out quite a few prominent players on the run-up to this event.
The run-up, it is set up right now, actually. Let's look at the vetoes. We've got, let's see, Blood Run, Blood Covenant, and ending up with Corrupt to keep there. What do we know about these picks?
So going to the quintessential Quake map that's been in many previous versions of Quake to start off there, Blood Run. There's no surprise to see both of those players picking it considering their rich histories in Quake. Blood Covenant obviously is now like the Quake Champions map that a lot of these players are familiar with. It was one of the first maps added into the game itself, and there's a lot of room for sort of long-range, slower fighting there. And then on the third map, that's when we really kick it up a notch and we go over to Corrupted Keep.
Okay, so now taking a step back, let's slow it down for a second. Who's your pick in this matchup? Now, and for what reasons? You know, what are their strengths?
I would have to say Rafa simply because he has a lot more built up just in Quake Champions and overall throughout the course of this game so far.
Okay, well, Tom, Servo, Carnage, and maybe Rafa, maybe Galisac are going to be going to QuakeCon pending this outcome. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our commentators now who are standing by. We've got Jahar and Machiavelli.
All right, and of course, we're going to be looking forward to this next matchup here. I mean, Rafa's been warming up a lot. I can only assume that Galisac joining us online has been doing much the same thing. Like the guys over there said, we've been seeing a lot of really good action out of Galisac. Actually, it's a little disadvantageous for us because we've seen him just get through that first qualifier. But of course, now we get to get all that information right here, right now.
Little inside information. I actually saw these guys practicing online. I was watching them the other night. So these two might be a little familiar with each other, which when you're a little familiar with another player could make for an even more intriguing matchup.
Well, I appreciate that they've given us a little bit of time to catch up with them here in this first minute. It's actually been a really slow first minute here in Blood Run. We're currently following Rafa as he's playing out with Ranger. Just going a little bit quiet here right now, and I love the fact that both players will get items, throw off a lot of spam, and then immediately go quiet. We're going to be seeing Rafa potentially going for a chase up the jump pad. No, he's going to be doubling back over to lower TP, actually taking the quieter way back up to Rocket Launcher, just as Galisac is going to be over the top. Throwing down just a little bit of spam there on top of the Mega as well. It's going to be traded off potentially with the rail. No real hits coming out of Rafa just yet. He's just taking, well, only a very little amount of damage, but he's taking it indeed. We have a little bit of retaliation with the LG, but it's going to be looking for those rails once again from Rafa.
Yeah, just trying to get a little damage on there before he could make an aggressive move, but he didn't like it, and he decided to back off.
Really nice hit there out of Rafa there as he's able to take away the armor, his nice prize after that fight. We're going to be seeing Galisac get smoked out the other way, but Rafa going quiet is just wondering, hoping to see if his opponent is going to choose coming up here for his exit. It might come out this way, but look at the anticipation. Look at the spam coming out of Galisac, doing a ton of damage. Rafa immediately has to back up here, go back over towards Rocket Launcher and look for a few healing items, but that rail is also going to be making sure that Rafa is going to be on the back foot.
Yeah, nice patience by Galisac there. He went quiet in that back room. Obviously, Rafa knew he was somewhere back there, and he decided to, come around the corner and take a little look, and boy, Galisac made him pay for that little peek.
Absolutely, and Galisac right now looking for the finishing damage here. He's not going to get it just yet. Rafa being incredibly conservative here, looking for I guess you could call that a trap here on the upper armor room. He gets a few of those bolts in, not quite as many as Dehang did in his earlier match here with the nail gun, but it's still going to win him a mega health as he heads back over to the jump pad, actually, putting himself back into this potentially deadly room.
Picked up the heavy armor there. I was wondering if Rafa was going to maybe try to make a play around the corner in a hurry, but I don't think he wants to risk anything too crazy right now. I think he's just looking to get that basic armor stack. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so far it's been about just getting natural items and then setting some potential traps for Galisac, but it's got to be annoying because Galisac just isn't walking into him just yet. But right now, Rafa over the top of Mega Health looking for a potential amount of spam, ends up hitting the Great. Not exactly the greatest shot from him, but he's going to be looking for a bit of retaliatory damage over the top as he gets the grab for armor, ends up taking a bit of rocket damage himself. Really good LG, just aiming down directly onto his opponent's forehead and getting a lot of that stack burned off.
Yeah, not a great angle. I mean, he really made the most of that. It just shows you his natural ability there. That's just a great aim. What can you say?
And he's still looking for these really tight corner rails, and he's getting a little bit more spam from Galisac, and even though it's not doing a lot of damage to Rafa, it certainly is telling Galisac where Rafa's coming from. But look at this pressure that Rafa's putting on. He's going to be forcing him through the teleporter here pretty soon if he can get a rail or two in, but right now he's going to be leaving that up knowing that armor's back up and making sure it's going to be a safe grab. But here comes Galisac just right back in looking for that one rail. He didn't make the hit, but I certainly appreciate the thought.
Yeah, it looks like Rafa's in, ooh, nice rail there by Galisac. But Rafa's in decent control here. He's controlling the major items. But Galisac's, he's really smart. Like you said, he's avoiding those traps and even setting traps of his own to counter Rafa from rushing him. So it's really interesting right now. We're 4 minutes in. We don't have a frag yet. It just shows you the mental level these guys are at. Man, it's going to come down to one frag here. It really is.
Absolutely, and that one rail is going to be taking Galisac down only momentarily as he takes away a mega health. But like you said, just 1 minute left to go, and these rails are going to start stacking up from Rafa unless Galisac can start stabbing out a few of his own here. 13 seconds to mega, and that is potentially going to be our next big fight. Knowing that Galisac is back over towards the rocket launcher, I'm not going to expect Rafa to push forward onto him before getting that mega. Well, he's pushing it a little bit here. He ends up eating a rail for it, and now he's actually kind of in the danger zone. He's able to get the grab for the mega and then get the hell out of there.
Yeah, a little risky, but it's calculated risk. He knew the mega was coming up, and he just wanted to kind of force Galisac off that lower position there so he can secure it.
Absolutely. So once again, going quiet, and I think you're right there. We might be seeing this go into overtime. I mean, it's an Anarchy v Ranger. I mean, Anarchy can be so dangerous, but also so fragile here. It's a miracle that neither of these players have found a frag yet.
Again, it just shows what level. These guys are both playing at a very high level right now, not giving each other very much to work off of in terms of when they're making this. If they make any kind of leave an opening for their opponent, it's very small. And yeah, both guys are playing top level right now. I mean, it's really impressive to watch. I mean, I know people look like it's 0-0, but the reason why it's 0-0 is because both these guys are really good. They're playing really smart.
Absolutely, and once again, a bit of a lost opportunity there on the armor as Galisac is leaving it completely open. That's going to kind of force the point on the mega. I mean, Galisac's going to need some help here to come back into this as they trade rails. That is going to make that point even stronger here, but it's going to be Rafa doing enough damage to force Galisac off of it, taking the mega for himself, and maybe even going for a chase through the teleporter. It won't be much of a chase. In fact, he's going to be turning around just as his opponent is going for the rail, but that still means that Galisac will have to fade away as Rafa takes all the items on the map.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Rafa doesn't. He wants to push here so badly, you can see it.
But Galisac is going to be slipping through his fingers once again here, and I appreciate that he didn't immediately go through that doorway. As we've already seen, it can be such a death trap.
Yeah, he paid for that earlier and learned his lesson. And a good player like Rafa, it's probably only going to work once when you get something on him.
Absolutely, but once is all either of these players need, at least for this round here, as Rafa once again taking away the mega health. Coming through the teleport is going to be a ton of LG thrown out either way, leaving Rafa actually a little bit worse for the wear than Galisac. He came down to a railable 55 health, but he's going to be recovering pretty cleanly.
Yeah, that turned around the stack position a little bit here. Galisac, I'd be surprised if he doesn't make a stronger play at mega compared to the last few times.
It seems that after a few of these fights, Galisac might be feeling a little bit more confident. I mean, when you're playing against Rafa, how confident can you be feeling at the outset? But as this match lingers on, Galisac is doing so much damage that Rafa's just having to respond to by getting 25s, but as he looks over the lower armor here, he's looking for a play through the stairs. He had to hear the hoverboard as he comes Marty McFly down. But no, he's going to be turning back around and making that a grab for armor. And now look at this, Galisac has got complete control of the items.
Yeah, if you're Rafa right now, he's got to be very careful. He's obviously looking to work those lighter armors and just keep his basic stack. He's still missing 25. I'm sure he would like to at least be 175 for any kind of encounter. But at the same time, you know, Galisac's running Anarchy, so if he comes around the corner at the wrong spot, eats a couple rockets, that could be all she wrote.
Or he comes around the corner and just unloads a ton of LG, taking away Mega as well. This doesn't mean a frag just yet, but as he comes around the corner, it's going to be a rocket jump to the armor. It's going to be Rafa getting the grab, just barely getting out of there alive, but he's still kind of on the run here, having to get 25s as Galisac is also taking a lot away from this map. He was expecting him to go back up to top armor, didn't quite find him there, but now Rafa's going to be crossing the map.
Yeah, you see Rafa being very careful there, kind of a little misdirection, doesn't want to, because he knows Galisac is really on top of laying traps, so he doesn't want to make anything too obvious with his movements, so he's taking his time and trying to fake him out. Nice shot.
Well, fake or not, that rail is certainly going to make Galisac think twice about that Mega. And now it's going to be looking for a little bit of rocket play up here on the stairs. Both of them can take a rail and a half before really having to worry, but neither of these players wants to risk it that much. As, of course, the sudden death timer elapses, the stakes just get higher and higher.
Can you hit that, a half a rail? Is that a thing?
I feel like I've done it before. Some of them didn't seem like they did all the damage I thought they were going to. But right now, Galisac doing a ton of damage just so consistently, and he's looking for more here as he rains down the rockets onto Rafa's head. Really good responsive rockets as well, force him to back off. But here's Rafa once again getting control of the health at the very least as Galisac trades it off with the armor.
It's amazing. Both these guys, just it seems like neither can really get a leg up on the other. It's like if one guy gets control, the other guy sets a good trap, and then he evens it out or gets control, and vice versa. It's just, he keeps swinging back and forth here with the control and who's controlling the major items. It's I'm really curious to see who breaks through here with this frag.
Well, it might be Galisac who's breaking Rafa right now as he does a ton of damage, forces up to the staircase, making this a potential rail situation, but he sees the Dire Orb, decides to push right through the teleport. Really good read, and he was almost fast enough to catch him, but he was indeed fast enough to take away every item on the map.
Yeah, that was a big play by Galisac, forcing him off that. And even the Dire Orb by Rafa was, you know, to get himself out of a bad position, he really had to do that. So Galisac's in firm control right now, probably looking to get aggressive and get a kill if he can. But again, you got to recognize who he's playing, and it's not exactly easy to run right at Rafa.
Did you really think that the first matchup, the first round between these two could go into 5 minutes of overtime?
You know, honestly, no. I mean, I expected a close competitive match. Wow. Oh!
And expectations or not, yes, we did indeed see that Anarchy. That is going to be a very quick frag for a very long round.
Yeah, he came flying around the corner and landed 2 just flush rockets, and I mean, that's it. And we were commenting earlier how he took control. You know, he had the items. Rafa was kind of living off of the basic health, basic armor, and you know, it came back to haunt him there. He didn't have enough to deal with that.
And Quake being Quake, 2 rockets is all it takes. But now we're going to be changing things up here a little bit as Rafa's not spawning a Ranger, but going for the Nyx play instead. So if Galisac wants to be aggressive, at least Rafa has the out, but he can turn that out potentially into an in with that Ghost Walk.
Very impressive, though. We watched Galisac in the first week, you know, when he beat Carnage. So we haven't got to see him in a little while, but I knew that first week you could just tell this guy is a really solid player. Not just like the mechanics of it. Everybody, you know, likes to focus on aim, but he really does have a mental approach down, as you can see. Rafa's a very intelligent player. So yeah, it's very curious. I'm very curious to see if he pushes Rafa all the way to the end and maybe even gets an upset here.
Well, there's a lot of LG pushed in just now, but we're going to be seeing a little bit of equivalent damage dealt out by Galisac as both players are licking their wounds. But it looks like, actually, is it going to be a jump pad play from Galisac? No, he's going to be crossing back over towards Rocket Launcher as Rafa is looking for him out of the teleporter, or at least listening for him out of the teleporter before committing to the staircase. There's a lot of potential damage. It's going to be difficult to escape back through the teleporter, but the damage is done and the control is taken by Rafa on the Mega Health.
Yeah, he's in good position now, especially when you get this heavy armor. I think Galisac's been doing a good job of playing defensive over there in the back super nail gun area, so I want to see if Rafa can make some kind of adjustment to, you know, get him out of his bunker, so to speak.
Maybe a lost opportunity for both of them there, but we see a lot of spam taking the top of the teleporter exit. So Rafa is going to be circumventing the map here and diving down towards LG, maybe catching Galisac. But Galisac is still, look at how, I don't want to say nervous, but look how paranoid he's being of Rafa coming around every corner. I mean, he's the Anarchy here. Maybe he's the one who needs to be doing that, but right now he's making sure that Rafa is not going to be getting the drop on him. There's the committal through the teleporter, and here's the potential damage, but there's no rails or rockets coming from Galisac. Just a little bit of LG, but nowhere near enough to be decisive.
Nice little Ghost Walk play. I like this. Oh, I thought he had him for sure there. I really did. That was a smart play. It just didn't work out for Rafa.
Unfortunately not, but Galisac is going to be coming back into rocket launcher room as we hear or see Rafa with the benefit of our X-ray. I mean, these guys just got to use their ears. Really nice little bit of rocket spam there to keep Rafa off of the catwalk and almost catches him out of the doorway as well. If that rocket was like a degree to the left, that could have been the end of Rafa for this Nyx at the very least.
A game of millimeters. You know, they say football's a game of it. This is a game of millimeters, where that little bit makes the difference between a miss and a frag.
Absolutely. Well, the time is also getting short here as once again we have no frags on the board in this round just yet as we come into our final couple minutes here, but we're looking for rails and it's going to be Rafa getting it. We have Galisac using his ability that doesn't quite get him back up to 80 health here, so he's looking for a little bit of free armor, but it looks like Rafa's going to make sure that nothing's free.
Yeah, Galisac, real sneaky. He was right there in that stairwell. Like, Rafa's so close to him and just can't quite get a read on where exactly he is. Oh, might get a frag here, though.
Yeah, he's a little bit lucky to get around that corner before Rafa's rail takes him out. He's still at 50 health here. He can stand in the blood pool to get a little bit more health, but it won't get him back up to railable, or not railable, as I'm sure he prefers. But we have armor potentially taken here up top, but Galisac is just trying to avoid the fight right now. He sees it, but he knows it's going to be bait as it's taken away by Rafa as he pops back through the teleporter. Rafa's looking for more damage, but nice little bit of spam there from Galisac, and every little bit counts right now.
And Galisac, man, you gotta give him. Really staying cool under fire. Rafa's been putting pressure on him pretty much this whole round. You know, he doesn't have control, so he can't. What he needs to do is really try to set an ambush at some point, but it's really hard to do against the Nyx when you're an Anarchy.
Oh, wow. Really ballsy coming around the corner with the weapon swap, going back over to LG, but the damage is dealt, and like you said, Galisac has got to, you know, make sure he's got some control, if not of the Mega, but if it's something, but comes back through the teleporter, and there is a, oh, hi, there you are. Shotgun to the face with 1 minute left. It's going to be Galisac spawning up as Sorlag, and if you're looking for an opportunity to take Nyx down very quickly and get back on the board, that's it, but it looks like he might not get that opportunity just yet.
Yeah, nice shotgun frag by Rafa there. Just like you said, shotgun to the face, point blank, you know, all that stuff. I think he landed every single bullet on that one.
Absolutely. So Rafa, again, just throwing out a lot of spam now, just making sure that Galisac stays off his back. But of course, that kind of reveals his position. He's looking for the rail, and he ends up getting a nice, tasty Mega Health to satisfy him as well. But that is 2 frags up, and Galisac has no time at all to catch up.
You know, to compare this round to the last round, you know, both started off, you know, relatively slow, especially last round we got him to sudden death. This round also, we didn't get a frag till about 4 minutes in. But it just seems to me that Rafa's really starting to settle in a little bit here and reading Galisac a little better. To compare the rounds, I felt like Rafa was in control the majority of the second round versus it was a little more split the first round, and then he was just kind of constantly putting that pressure on. You saw him getting away with Anarchy, but he's always popping his ability to get away. It was never like, it just seemed like he couldn't get anything going that way. Galisac was always on his heels.
It definitely seems like the gears shifted. I think you're absolutely right. Rafa took a little bit of time to figure out, you know, if my opponent's at this teleporter, which way is he going? If he's at these stairs, which way is he going? And unfortunately, that means that Galisac was read like a book, and that got Rafa the first round. But well, we are tied 1-1 here, and it's still any man's map.
Yeah, Galisac's playing very strong. It's just a nice turnaround, but again, this is a game about adjustments and mental fortitude. You know, he could adjust and reset, and maybe find some things about Rafa that he can exploit.
Absolutely. So Rafa looking for a little bit of rail spam on the Mega Health. It doesn't quite go his way, but at least he doesn't take anything return. And this armor, oh, cool. You don't actually see that too often where somebody's spamming the armor and just does no damage, but whoa, where did Galisac come from? I'm sure Rafa's wondering the same thing as they both do a ton of LG damage to each other and break off the fight. It was also nice that both of them were at these corners where they could get away, but there's the chase through the teleporter with the Ghost Walk. At 55 health, that's incredibly risky, but he decided not to go for it.
Calculated risks.
Yeah.
You know, those are those things that, I mean, it's really tough. You know, these players, when they get into the big stage and everything, to make that call when everything's, you know, stuff is on the line like this, you got to give these players a lot of credit for making those kind of decisions.
And it was very close to getting chased through the teleporter, but Rafa just made sure to come back to the other armor. He didn't see the lower armor available, and when you're Nyx, you really do need those pickups. But here's Galisac, fresh off the Mega and the heavy armor, looking for a rocket fight, as Rafa is once again going to be escaping and hoping to catch him down here. Rafa's going to be a little bit too clever to dive for the easy bait, and in fact, he's throwing out a lot of retaliatory rails as well.
Yeah, nice Mega's pickup there.
So Galisac recovering back in the upper armor room. We're going to be hearing the heavy armor taken by Rafa here pretty soon as he comes down to the platform. That might open him up for some rockets, but Galisac is just happy to be content up here for the moment. But here's Rafa coming into it, and it's going to be forcing the suicide onto Galisac. I mean, who could have expected Rafa to show up there?
You know, I was mentioning earlier how he seemed to be bunkering in back in that nail gun, and I was wondering how long it would take for Rafa to kind of start reading him a little bit better there. And
now we know.
Yeah, now we know. I mean, he was all over him there, and it was a nice turnaround from Rafa because Galisac had control not too long ago. You know, he missed that mega, got the heavy armor, and ooh, nice comeback there by Galisac.
Awesome comeback. I mean, when you're able to take a mega health off of spawning Sorlag, I mean, that gives you, as you can see, like 3 times the health that that Nyx has. It's crazy, but here's Galena coming out of Rafa here, and this is where things could slow down potentially, but it's 1 frag off for each of these guys. We're going to have to see how this play for Mega goes, as Galisac is going to be going for the grab once again, getting an awesome health stack here, and actually the timing could allow him to bolster that up with armor as well. He comes back around the corner to prevent, or at least acknowledge, the pickup of the LG from Rafa.
Yeah, Galisac ran out really stacked. If he gets this heavy armor, yeah, which he just did, Rafa's got to be very careful right now.
Oh, being that far off from the teleporter exit, he's going to be inviting a lot of LG damage there, and that's exactly what he took. But now Galisac is actually kind of leaving the pressure off. He's going to be coming back up top map, but that all depends on whether or not Rafa is going to come through this doorway. He's trying to avoid the shotgun, doesn't want to give away any sounds, and there's the explosion from the rockets. It doesn't turn into anything lethal, but it still gives Galisac the ability to go, all right, I've got plenty of time to go get Mega and then come back in for armor. Actually, this routing could actually cut him off of armor for a little bit, but it looks like we still have Rafa up top. It's up to both of them to commit.
Nice little fake by Rafa. He thought forced the rocket towards the heavy armor there, because Galisac thought he was just going to straight jump across. It's just interesting seeing the back and forth reads on these people. It's really excellent. Like even earlier, the hallway there, Galisac left the mega health up, and Rafa made the assumption, right, he's going to go grab the mega health, so I'm going to come up the stairwell, and then there he was with an ambush. So traps for traps, a lot of baiting back and forth here, mental play. It's really, really impressive to watch.
Absolutely, but we have Rafa now having to depend on this totem to keep him alive, taking away the 225s as well. And you're absolutely right. I mean, if last round we saw Rafa reading Galisac like a book, it looks like Galisac has learned a few new words here.
Yeah, again, the mega health play I thought was really key, just to show that Galisac's kind of figuring Rafa out, and even maybe running into some trap. He really set that up, and even earlier, the first round, the super nail gun room, he almost nailed Rafa there. This match is very much in the balance.
Now, of course, as more time goes on, you're going to be seeing more of these totems drop down from Galena, which is actually really interesting because if your opponent destroys them or runs into them, damage is cool too, but information is even better in my opinion. However, we're also starting to see Galisac sort of skirt around these totems, not popping them, not revealing his position, and still staying really sneaky. Oh no! That looked a little unfortunate. All right, but we're going to be seeing Galisac here taking the frag and taking the round here as we see ellipses from Rafa.
A little unfortunate, came around the corner, and I think he got a little jitter there right at the wrong time.
A little bit there, and that pillar can be incredibly nasty, and just like the first round, 2 rockets on that pillar can spell a very untimely demise.
And, Galisac, you got to give this guy credit. The mental game, he's really making Rafa work here. Even when he doesn't have control, Rafa's a beast. This guy running around the map. It's not easy to avoid this guy and to keep these engagements, off of you. So you got to give a lot of credit to Galisac right now for the mental approach.
Absolutely, but as we go into this potentially final round here, it looks like we're seeing a lot more aggression coming out of Rafa. He wanted to make up for his previous sins there on the pillar, and he's able to take down that Anarchy very quickly. But again, all that means is that Galisac is now playing Sorlag mode, and we now know that is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, watch out for that acid spit. It's dangerous. You come around the corner, especially this map, Blood Run, you come around the corner at the wrong time. There's plenty of opportunity for that. You run Sorlag in your face, not fun.
Not at all, but Galisac is kind of staying cool here right now. Nice and cold-blooded. He's got 10 seconds before Mega Health comes back up. He's got a little bit more time before armor comes up as well, so he's just taking a quick lap through the map, making sure he knows where Rafa is before he commits to it. But if he ends up getting pegged by Rafa in the meantime, he might lose out on the item, might lose out on the fight, and just have to give things up here. Nice rocket jump to get him back up top map. This still allows him an ability to put pressure on the armor. His timing is a little bit off, though. He's down to 75 health. He's now railable, and that is the armor taken away by Rafa. And look at this, Galisac trying to stay defensive here, down in the blood pool, and also throwing out some spit, but here comes the Ghost Walk, popped in, locked by Rafa.
That's just great play by Rafa. He knew his man was down there. Good preemptive ghost walk and just lined him up for the rockets. Just what can you say? That's just textbook, I guess. If you could say textbook ghost walk ambush, that's it right there.
There are a lot of places where it's really good to go quiet and go still in this map, but if your opponent knows you're down on the teleporter and you're low, it's an open invitation to bring the fight directly to your doorstep. Nice LG.
But you can be sure all ends.
And again, that's just, not just the aim, but catching him in the position, trying to come off of the heavy armor platform. That is just lightning gun heaven.
Well, talking about predictions here, earlier we were surprised to see a no frag overtime happen in the first round, but now we're in the final round, 2 on each of these guys' side.
Yeah, it looked like maybe Rafa woke up a little bit on that last one.
Yeah, I think he definitely turned on the VTech for sure.
Yeah, like the turbo's activated.
Well, let's see if he has any of that NOS left here as we come into the final round here on Blood Run. It's going to be Rafa up top looking for him out of the teleport, actually catching him with rockets as well, and actually pushing this forward. He has Ghost Walk, he can still stay aggressive, looking for the rail as well, but has to break it off and go invisible. He can take away the 225s here. He has just enough armor to keep him from being railed here as Mega comes up. He's looking for the spam from Galisac. Doesn't quite happen as he's back up top map. Instead, going for the safer armor.
Yeah, Galisac with the Anarchy. Be careful, you don't have armor. I mean, he's one rail away.
Especially when you think he's going one way and then he's back into the room that you just crossed through teleporter on. I mean, he was able to get back in and get the grab for the heavy armor so fast.
Yeah, that was important for him. It's a little, that safety of having that light armor before he went across. So, and Rafa was on the bottom, so Rafa wasn't in a great position to he was just looking to peek and maybe catch a rail as he jumped across. So, good delay by Galisac again. He's playing smart.
One way or another, we haven't seen that early frag out of Rafa just yet. In fact, he might be in a bit of trouble here up on top of the heavy armor. He's able to get the grab and push it forward. Here comes the Ghost Walk, here comes the chase. Galisac has got to know that there's a Nyx right behind him as they both break away. But this is pretty easy for Rafa. He can recover on some health orbs pretty quickly. But no, here's Galisac right back into it. Not a time Rafa wanted to have that fight.
A little surprised. I think he caught Rafa a little off guard there. I thought Rafa was waiting for him to come around from the health and the teleporter. And oh wow, he just came right back. Rafa's just having none of it right now.
Yeah, I think when you would think Rafa would be tilted, he's just ready to go.
I think his version of tilt is I'm going to step it up a notch and I'm just going to frag the heck out of you.
Going to get mad and even. And so far, even up he does. He's got Sorlite left over on Galisac as well as a Ranger in his pocket. But right now it's Ranger and Galena for Rafa here. But again, 2 minutes knocked off. This is the final round. And as this fight occurs for the upper armor, it's actually going to be an attempted escape from Galisac, not one that works out for him.
Rafa actually got Rafa, it was a heck of a lineup by Galisac. He caught him coming off that tri-bolt ledge and just lined him up with the lightning gun, and the dire orb was too little too late. It was desperation.
It's always such a risk thinking that your opponent has gone and it's safe to drop, and it turns out not to be safe. All right, but that's going to be Galena, the final champion available for Rafa here in this map at the very least. As we have Galisac taking away heavy armor, 5 seconds to Mega. They might have a little bit of a scuffle here at rocket launcher. It's going to be Galisac going quiet, moving around the corner. Really good defensive rockets coming out of Rafa, but it's not enough against that stack. And that is going to be the first map going to Galisac.
Well played by Galisac. What can you say? I mean, seriously, pushing Rafa to his limits right now. Just playing smart, limiting the engagements, looking at the armor pickups health. Relatively equal. Rafa is known for his item control, known for his map control, and when you say, he only had, 4 more heavy armors, 5 more mega healths, you think, that's not a huge difference to overcome in regards, a few good ambushes, and you can overcome that. And I think Galisac was really running into good ambushes, really.
They were trading so often. I mean, you said it, that the difference in the items there is actually not all that wide, but we saw so many items turn into potential fights that didn't turn into actual fights because neither player decided it was worth the risk, and that's what I really love about this game. It's what I really love about Blood Run in general. Both of those items are so risky that both players want to spam it, they want to show up, they want to do some damage, but sometimes just diving in for the item, not worth it.
And I was just getting a treat because we have the benefit of X-ray, right? So seeing the read and the prediction rocket, and he knows he's there, but the guy also. So you see Galisac stop just short of the door, just short of the doorway where the rocket missed. You're like, that mental play, I just can't get enough of that. That gives me goosebumps. So I think I really do. That's one of the things I love about Quake is that, playing against the machine, playing against bots, that's one thing. Playing against a human completely different animal. You know, you can beat any game you want on hard, difficulty, whatever. It's just a computer. When you play humans,
Well, it certainly looked like Rafa turned animal mode on there, so we're going to have to see if Galisac can continue it into the next map. But for the moment, we've got a brief word from Stunna and Blue.
Hey, thanks, guys. You guys having a good time over there? I can imagine they are, huh? Wherever they may be. Anyway, let's take a look at this, because right now, Rafa, the defending champ, he's getting beat up on a little bit.
Yeah, actually, and we were talking actually to someone else before about how much history actually Galisac has coming into Quake, and how he's played in some of the the previous big versions of competitive Quake and CPMA and things like that, and how he was actually a pretty well-renowned player in the region, specifically up in Canada and whatnot. So he has a lot of history coming into this himself, and it's actually not, when you look at that fact, it's actually not too surprising that he did end up taking at least this first map.
Now, the interesting thing to point out here is, will this be where Galisac breaks out, sort of like breaks it into that super upper echelon of play? And it's kind of hard to know and say at this point, but if he keeps playing like this, I believe it's definitely possible.
Yeah, and there's it's definitely possible. He does, in my eyes, he does have to really complete the upset here and actually try to win this one out in the 2-0 fashion. If he wants to have that happen, that would just completely knock the champion into the lower bracket right from the start, if he's going to want to have that upset potential.
Well, let's load up a replay real quick and take a look at some of this action, because there's been some killing going on, let me tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. There has been some good stuff, so we can get that and take a look at some of the replays, of course. Specifically, the first one that I wanted to take a look at was towards the very first round, and we saw how long that fight went on towards. I think in a moment here, we're going to take a look at the actual conclusion of that once they get it up on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely some openings there where it kind of like you kind of had to examine what's Rafa's game plan right here, because it looks like he's caught off guard a little bit. But here we go. Here's the replay. Blue, walk us through this.
So yeah, so this is the very end of the first round. It's crazy that this round went as long as it did, right? Because the rounds are in theory supposed to be like 5 minutes long with maybe a minute or two of overtime, but this one goes on for 9.5 minutes. And while the kill itself is really great, Galisac finally moving in and able to shut down Rafa, this shows how things evolved over the course of the game. Because for this first round, both the players were really extremely passive in the way that they were trying to approach the game, and that really aligns with more of Rafa's usual play style. But then that changed a lot more as we headed further into the game.
I mean, we're talking about the man that is 5 steps ahead. Am I right?
Yeah, so that's what it's supposed to be.
Let's load up the next replay here and take a look at this ghost kill. Blue, what's going on?
So this was where things started to change up a little bit in my eyes with Rafa here. This is where he got a nice kill coming out of a ghost walk on the Nyx right here. And this is where we started to see him get a lot more aggressive, specifically because he wanted to knock out these first 2 champions on Galisac, the Anarchy along with the Sorlag, because the movement and the way that those 2 champions work really plays into Galisac's favor. That's the movement style that he's used to, whereas his third champion there, the Ranger, doesn't necessarily play like that. So by knocking out those first 2, Rafa thinks he can get a good advantage, and that's why he was playing so aggressively. Unfortunately, as we'll see in a moment, though, that does come back to bite him.
So we did see that aggressiveness. We did see that sort of like, hey, I'm going to get right in your face. I'm going to use this to my advantage. We're going now into Blood Covenant. What is there to expect going into Blood Covenant?
Hopefully a little bit more competition coming out from Rafa as well, because that's the quintessential Quake Champions map, and that's where Rafa has been putting a lot of his time into, is sort of specializing now in the Quake Champion style. So we have to hope that since this is the map that has been in the game for the longest amount of time, that he's going to be able to bring the heat a little bit better on this map.
And I really do believe that Rafa is still capable of really managing his resources well. That's what he's known for, from my understanding, and I think that that's something that can definitely carry over here. Obviously got off to a rough start. Can he bring it back in the next map?
He's going to have to watch that aggressive playstyle too. Is like I said before, that did come back to bite him a little bit towards the end of the game, and that's going to be a little bit harder to execute on the upcoming map because it is a little bit more open. It's a little bit easier to punish that playstyle.
Okay, well, it's about that time again. I'm going to go ahead and throw it now back to Machiavelli and Jahar.
Thank you, guys, and it looks like we're going to be having this matchup go in just a moment, and I completely agree with what Blue was saying there. I think what we saw come out of Rafa towards the end of Blood Run, I mean, this is usually a map where I would say things would slow down a little bit, but I think Rafa, especially with this pick of Anarchy here, is ready to make this a very intense fight.
Might have a little bit of his chip on his shoulder after the first map. I would imagine, feeling like, the confidence, you're the top dog, defending champion, this and that. You don't want to drop that first map. I imagine he's going to come back with a fury right now.
Well, we're going to
at least try to.
How furious it is as we have 2 Anarchies going head-to-head. Or, I mean, they would be if they weren't spawning on opposite sides of the map, but we have Rocket Launcher taken away very quickly by Rafa here. It's going to be a play for either of them to rail. A play that's concluded very quickly in Rafa's hands. So we have Galisac with, what, LG, shotgun, maybe HMG? He doesn't have a lot to work with here, and Rafa, the longer he can keep that situation that way, the better for him. He can really aggress with rail, he can really aggress with LG, and he can do a ton of damage, potentially,
Yeah, it's one thing missing one, the rocket or rail. It's another thing when you're missing both. I mean, the lightning gun certainly has its uses, you know, if you catch somebody in the right circumstances. But overall, you know, you really want the rocket launcher and the rail to do that heavy instant damage.
Wow, but just like you said, doing amazing work with the LG, forcing Rafa to take a quick dose there just to stay alive. He's going to be heading back over towards large armor here so far, but up at the top of the bridge, we have Galisac ready and primed with his own rail now, as he's finally gotten some weapons away. But yeah, it was a little bit weird for Galisac to go for the heavy armor when he didn't have any weapons.
Yeah, you got to be really careful running over there. Again, not having a rocket launcher, you run around the wrong corner and somebody's ambushing you with a rocket launcher and you're sitting there with a nail gun. Not good.
That sounds familiar. I think that happened last match.
Probably happened to me.
Oh, but Rafa with that rocket is going to need to back out of there. Fortunately, he's got a Mega to recover to, and he can throw down a few rockets onto Galisac down in the pillars, but as he potentially comes through the teleporter or escapes through the LG, Rafa's going to be hunting for blood.
I'm curious to see if Galisac makes it. He's going to make a play for this, or he was planning on making a play for that heavy armor, but Rafa was there in good position.
All right, well, Rafa's not making any plays at all here. It's all serious business for this guy. He's able to take away the armor and do a little bit of damage to Galisac in the meantime without getting anything in response. But again, it's Anarchy, so no matter how many megas and heavy armors you take, you're never going to be that much more than 2 rails away from death.
Yeah, that's right. It's one of the drawbacks to the character. Nice frag there. Really close, but nice frag. One of the drawbacks of the champion, obviously, is yeah, it's fast, but yeah, 2 good rockets, 2 rails, you're either dead or hurting.
Absolutely, but like you said, I mean, that Anarchy getting fragged down there. Up at the armor, we don't actually see too many lethal fights happen just there, but now we've got Sorlag for Galisac. Rafa is looking to make one more dead dino than he had before, but he's going to have to wait a little bit here. Items aren't coming up. Galisac doesn't have an obvious place to play to. It might turn into a safe play for armor and Mega here, and it seems that's something that Rafa's kind of okay with.
Yeah, it looks like Galisac's trying to set up some snipe shots. You know Rafa's right. He's going to run between the major items. When you're trying to get back control, for those who are less in Duel, you can kind of play off the fact that he's going to run to this heavy armor. Now, he's going to run back to the Mega health. Now, you can read this, and you can try to lay traps and ambushes to even that stack and get the steal on these heavy items.
This has got to be very exciting for Rafa, as soon as he saw that rocket spam, he knew that Galisac was not already on the heavy armor side of the map, and he could just circumvent him and go for it. But as you can see, all of that stack is immediately knocked off. It was a ton of damage that Rafa did as well, but as you can see, this Mega getting taken away by Galisac immediately changes the balance of things quite a bit.
Yeah, that's one of the, again, he's going against a tankier champion, so when it comes to stack versus stack, obviously Sorlag is going to be the bigger of the two.
Well, there goes that stack as the LG from Rafa just completely wrecks Galisac. Almost an opportunity for a rail frag there, and as he drops down towards shotgun, Galisac has got to know that Rafa's going to be breathing down his neck, but there's the rail. Stuck it behind the rocket just to make that first frag, and now we have Anarchy removed from this round at the very least. It's just over a minute left to go, and we have a fully stacked Sorlag up against Rafa.
Yeah, the dangers at this level of pushing any of these players continuously and just kind of continuing to run at them. Galisac just lined him up with a nice rocket and followed up with rail. Just what can you say? It was just a great play, and he kind of caught Rafa overextending a little bit.
Absolutely, and he kind of caught Rafa with a few of those rails at the heavy armor as well. I mean, he really played it very conservatively, didn't open himself to an easy angle, and made sure that, hey, if I get a rail, cool, so it's only a nix. That actually goes a long way towards being able to put together an aggressive play, but Mega's going to be back up, and Galisac is completely leaving it up here. So as they trade items here, that is going to create about 7 seconds between them. It's going to be Rafa up in the mid-tier, hearing Galisac down by the shotgun before crossing back over towards railgun, because he doesn't actually have one yet. He spent all this time without a railgun, and now that he's got one in hands, this could be a little bit dangerous for Galisac. As he comes back through the teleporter, he's going to be expecting a play for Mega, but look at this. Rafa's just like pushing right into it. He's like, all right, you want to fight? Cool, I've got Ghost Walk ready. I've got it back in, and even though you've got the Mega, I'm going for the rail. Unfortunately, that rail did not connect.
Yeah, you got to be really careful of those Nyx. Oh, nice LG. But you got to be careful because of that increased stack that Sorlag has compared to Nyx. Nyx is really soft, and we just saw it again there. Just one good rocket combo, right? Rocket the rail combo. One bad LG stream doesn't go your way, you're toast. I mean, those champions in particular really punish you for making a mistake because they don't have the stack to live through much.
Absolutely. So now we see Anarchy v Anarchy once again. I was wondering if we were going to see maybe an earlier Sorlag, but it looks like both players are content to just skate around, skate and or die. as it's going to be with Rafa and Galisac here, as Rafa takes away armor as well as rail and shotgun. Over on Galisac's side, well, I'm sure he's got rocket launcher by now, but he's coming back in for an LG, and it's going to be denied by Rafa. Both of them taking quite a bit of damage, but as it comes into the next play for armor, and Rafa's already got his back to it.
Really impressed with Galisac. I mean, what can you say? I mean, in terms of just pushing this champion the way he is.
And with that LG, holy crap, I mean, we're going to be seeing a potential railable Galisac there. And he actually kind of stuck around there maybe a little bit too long. It always makes me nervous seeing that. But there's the play for Mega, and Galisac is going to go, no, it's not worth it. Don't have the stack for it. Cannot survive the fight. But here's the thing, it's a long time before anything else comes back up, and Rafa has all this time to make it hunting season, and he drops right onto Galisac. Galisac having no idea. Galisac not even hitting the ground before he's splattered into pieces on top of the armor.
Yeah, Rafa just went quiet there, and you know, he had a good idea where Galisac was, and so he's just kind of waiting for a good opportunity, and he got confirmation. He went right underneath him, and that was just too easy for a guy like Rafa.
But here, once again, we have that sword leg, which has proven to be such a difficulty for Rafa's Anarchy. But through the teleporter, Galisac wasn't looking for it, and a little bit of LG goes a long way with sword lag, and that is going to be 2 frags down for Galisac.
We've seen it plenty of times, those tankier champions. I mean, they are lightning gun bait. They really are.
Absolutely, and it looks like this could be his grave one more time, as the shotgun armor is just not someplace you can run away from, and that is going to tie it back up 1-1.
Like the little classy spin around there when he realized it was all she wrote for Galisac in that round. A nice comeback for Rafa. Looked much sharper in that round. It makes me wonder, you know, the mental game. Is he figuring him out a little bit, or maybe did Galisac just have an off round and he's looking to reset here? I don't know. We'll find out.
He might have thought cranking it up to 10 was enough against Galisac, but obviously he's got to go all the way up to 11. But here we go, coming back in, it's Anarchy v Anarchy once again, and it's going to be chaos on the bridge as we have the nail gun just driving down from Rafa with a little bit of a fadeaway shot there from Galisac as well, which means that this Mega, yeah, use that ability as much as you can, because it's going to be brutal down here.
Really a close fight here. Rafa's going to be very careful to try to get away.
Yeah, with 33 health, it's not going to be easy. He's looking at that jump pad like, nah, not a good idea. Even crossing through mid is incredibly risky. And even with the pickup of this armor, well, it's actually Galisac who's leaving the pressure off here a little bit. Rafa's able to escape and pick up a few more 25s, arguably more important than the armor at that point, as we see Galisac back up at the upper small armor, dropping down to pillars. But he should, or might even hear Rafa up on this jump pad, and there's the span, beautifully shot. Good air control out of Rafa, taking him out of the line of fire, so he's able to potentially recover here. Oh, but again, Galisac getting behind him and getting the shot, getting the rail, getting the frag.
Good reads here, Galisac. I mean, he got behind the champ. I mean, you know, that just means he had him a little bit fooled there, and he had good position, and he made him pay for it. I mean, I said it, you know, in week 1 when he beat Carnage, how impressed I was with Galisac's play, and man, he's just impressing me. Every time I watch him, I'm just getting more and more impressed.
I'm just loving watching his movement through the map here, and if you're able to get a rocket dunk on a Nyx, that's a bonus as well. Alright, so Mega coming up here. And now the items are like very well split up here. So Galisac, if he's got a good read on the timing, he should be able to carry this all the way forward. I mean, he's got 1 frag off against Rafa, but right now it's 2 minutes knocked off the clock. It's a long time to survive with an Anarchy, but up against a Nyx, you can kind of strong armor her for a while.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of stack, I mean, evenly matched. The Nyx isn't going to overpower an Anarchy with stack. You just got to be careful of that Ghost Walk, though. You know, Anarchy can't take much either, even as we mentioned, with the Mega Health and the Heavy Armor. 2 good rockets will still make a mess of him.
And it's definitely a good incentive to make as many of these fights long range as possible. But here comes Rafa anyway, and just the timing on the recovery from that animation, it just took too long. How much health did he have at the end of that fight?
1 health.
1 HP, holy crap. We're going to be seeing Rafa even up the table, but he's going to have to spend a little bit of time stacking back up.
That's one of those where you just breathe a sigh of relief as a player and you walk away with 1 health. Yeah, I mean, I know how many times it's happened. I know you've had it happen to you. And it's just one of those things like, oh wow, I need to go grab health and armor now.
Right now.
Right
Mega's
now.
going to be up there. There's going to be a little bit of spit on it. Fortunately, Rafa can tiptoe around it and get the grab for the Mega. 8 seconds to armor. Rafa's going to be coming over, potentially over the... No, he's going to make a quick little double jump over to rocket launcher, which also gives him a better vantage point over the armor itself if he wants to dive in for it. Galisac doesn't even show up. Not like he really had to with the stack that he has right now, but as far as position goes, Galisac is surely wanting to know where Rafa's at and where he's going.
Yeah, and I would think if you're Galisac right now, Sorlag versus Nyx, you know, maybe burn that Ghost Walk or line up a good acid spit. if you can, to force a Ghost Walk early.
Solid rail coming out of Rafa there, but he's once again just kind of cycling the items here. And as he starts to chip away at Galisac's stack, he's not going to have a lot of this extra health to work with here pretty soon. Galisac crossing the lower end of the map right now, just leaving up that heavy armor as much as possible. Doesn't even go through the teleporter to look for the play from Rafa, but that couldn't turn into a trap, even though I'm not sure who's trapping who here. Well, it's going to turn into Nyx getting the trap if that Ghost Walk works out, and Galisac didn't want any of that, just baiting him through the teleporter instead.
Yeah, one of the things about the Ghost Walk ability, for those who are a little unfamiliar, even though he Ghost Walked before the teleporter will still make a sound cue, and Galisac correctly made the read on the sound cue, and that's why he took a defensive position.
But there's a nice rail out of Rafa there, so Galisac is going to be boosted across the map by that rail, but also hurt quite a bit. And once again, down here, it's going to be a fight, but up against that spit, it could be really nasty. We have 25s being picked up by Rafa, keeping him alive just barely, but that only leaves him with a handful of health, a handful quickly taken out by Galisac.
They know the acid spit is really, Sorlag, a lot of people feel is really a direct counter to Anarchy and Nyx, because they come around the court, they really can't take that active ability from Sorlag at all. I mean, it really brings them down to nothing. I mean, they could be fully stacked, but you hit them with some good acid, and they're nothing. As we just saw, he had 5 health, he was lucky to survive that, and he just came around the corner with the finish.
It's not the most healthy reaction if somebody surprises you just throwing up on them, but it works out well for Sorlag. But here we got Galisac. I mean, 1 frag left on Rafa, and with 9 seconds left, he might not even need to push this fight here. He's going to be backing out of the fight from Rafa once again, depending on that spit, and it works out well for him, not only taking the round, but taking 3 frags off of Rafa.
The one thing I'm taking away from Galisac is his defensive play. When he wants to back out of a scenario and really use the rockets, and even there with the spit defensively, he's really sharp. I mean, you could just see Rafa wants to put pressure on him. And there's positions where it's like, yeah, he did some damage and he feels like he's going for a kill, but Galisac's, making it really hard to push in on him to get the finish. And one of the things about getting to that next level in Quake is, even if you're low, you should always be dangerous. There should never be a chance for your opponent to just push you indiscriminately. And you're seeing that.
Absolutely, but once again, we're seeing Rafa just kind of pull out all the stops and throw caution strategy to the wind and just rely on his rockets to do the talking. And so far, it's got him this first frag. I mean, he's got to be careful here, and I think you're absolutely right. He's got to really gauge when he makes those moments of aggression work for him, because this is match point for Galisac.
Yeah, Galisac, what a notch. What a feather on your cap. I mean, right? I took out the QuakeCon champion on the way to qualify for QuakeCon. His confidence, I would imagine, would be sky high going into the main event if he can pull this off.
And of course, this has the potential to allow him to move forward to QuakeCon. Now, don't worry, Rafa fans. This still means that Rafa has the lower bracket to go through, potentially, to get into QuakeCon himself, as I'm sure we're going to be seeing him. But I'm sure he's a little bit hot under the collar right now.
Yeah, this is, I would imagine, Rafa's confident, just like a lot of these players are. So this is definitely going to, make you adjust mentally. You're going to have to come back from this if Galisac's able to get this win. But, I mean, by all means, it really looks like he's putting a lot of pressure on Rafa. I mean, Rafa's got the lead here. But, I mean, there's a lot of time left. And Galisac, I mean, again, he's just playing so good. Even when he doesn't have control, he's really smart.
Absolutely, but being a big if that it is, I'm going to do my best not to speak too soon here, as Rafa's taking a bit of damage from that spit. We have 1 frag in favor of Rafa right now, but there's still a lot of time for anything to happen, and letting a Sorlag across the map like that could be very dangerous for him. So Rafa coming back over towards Bridge. He actually breaks himself in order to do the drop down damage with the LG, and look how effective that is, using the bridge as cover to drop down to make sure that as soon as he's in range, as soon as he's got the angle, he's doing a ton of damage.
And, and it makes me wonder too, because, Galisac is a smart player, so he obviously heard the sound cue of him, circle straight towards him, or bunny hopping towards him. Now makes me wonder if he's looking up at Bridge a little bit, thinking that he jumped across and he actually dropped down. You see he was kind of running down the stairs and he was in no man's land, and Sorlag, lightning gun.
It's those kind of tricks that air control allows you to do, and that was a book picture perfect play out of Rafa there. Let's see if he can do it again and finally manage to take a map off of Galisac. But right now, this is going to be round 5, the tiebreaker here on Blood Covenant. We've got Rafa already eating a little bit in terms of rail damage. He's got rockets and LG, but with the distance that Galisac is offering here, it's going to be really difficult to make that fight happen.
Yeah, as always, again, Galisac's doing a great job. This is such in the balance right now. I really couldn't even tell you right now. I mean, normally I would just be like, yeah, I think Rafa's going to pull it out. And, you know, based on experience, you think he's probably going to lock it in here and force this to a third map. But at the same time, I mean, his back is against the wall right now.
Well, his back is against Galisac right now as well. He kind of got turned around. He lost track of where Galisac was at. But one explosion is usually all it takes to get your bearings once again. And with the spam coming out of Galisac, Rafa is kind of peeking around this corner, maybe going for the LG play, especially since he's back up against the wall. We might see the adrenaline push out of both of them, actually, as they try to get out of that fight. No fadeaway rail there from Rafa, but at least he's able to get this mega.
Yeah, that was a big little miss there. Could have really got the frag. Let's see if he makes up for here on. That's nice. He's got good position. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get it.
Well,
I thought he might have
you're surprised, I guess.
Yeah, I thought, well, after the first rail, I thought maybe he might push in and force an LG battle, but I think, again, the respect that Galisac has earned, you know, he's a little wary about just pushing in, I think.
Absolutely. So Rafa is still holding on to the top of the map. Galisac did not have timing on the Mega, so Rafa's is going to be enjoying that right now. That means that Galisac will be heading back over towards armor. Still a little bit too early. If he had stuck around a little bit more, he could have at least heard the Mega pickup, but now he's a bit of a sitting duck. At least he's a well-armored sitting duck here now, as his LG is still doing a ton of damage to Rafa, but they're both going to be kind of eyeing each other down and backing away slowly.
Yeah, Rafa definitely ate some lightning gun there, had to back off. He didn't, I mean, he could have technically taken one unzoomed rail, but he didn't want to risk that. You know, Galisac was zoomed in up there, and yeah, it was good to back off.
But here, even with natural stack, this is incredibly risky for Galisac at the very least. He's looking for the rails, doesn't quite get a hit out of it though, as now he's got better timing on the armor, so does Rafa, and he's going to be looking for those long-range shots. Not quite getting any just yet, but Galisac coming back over to the bridge. Rafa's going to be looking for an opportunity. Yeah, Galisac didn't see him there. This is a free hit out of Rafa, and you don't see too many of those here on Blood Cup. Not between these guys, at least. Oh, jeez. Nasty play. Really good rockets out of both of them, but Rafa getting that last second switch over to LG is able to get that first frag.
It's amazing how close these fights are, really, even right there. I mean, the injection Rafa did really was the difference because, wow, it's coming down on the wire. A lot of this, it's kind of amazing to watch these guys go at it.
Oh, wow, the LG as that Sorlag crosses the air. That was such a dive, knowing that Rafa was already down there. That was such a risky play, but it's going to be a Dire Orb already taken and missed from Galisac. This is his last life available on Blood Covenant, and he's stuck down in the blood pool. I guess we know whose blood it is now.
Big turnaround for Rafa, obviously. Needed to have that map.
Yeah.
I mean, wow, Galisac's really pushing him here. Well, we'll see what's going on with map number 3. What an exciting match, though. I mean, looking at the stats, though, Rafa, this is a little more what I, 21 heavy armors to 11, 19 as well. That's a little more of a cushion there for stack. And, you could tell that last round he started to really push Galisac around.
Yeah, it was really fascinating watching Rafa sort of vacillate between, the calm, cool-headed play that we know Rafa for and going, all right, I'm pissed. I'm just going to take you down.
Yeah, he got a little aggressive there, some key points in the match, but I think he needed to, and it's all right to change up the pace like that and maybe throw your opponent off a little bit too.
All right, well, what we're going to be doing is throwing it over to our guys in blue, and well, I don't know what he's wearing, but we're going to be getting a little bit of analysis here.
I do have a shirt on.
I think it's gray.
I think it's like a gray. It's like an off color or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of them things. Anyway, I'm not a fashionista, right? So check this out. We got Rafa against the ropes. What's going on right now, Blue?
Yeah, I mean, Rafa changed up his playstyle dramatically from what we first saw at the beginning of the first map there, and now all of a sudden in this map as well, was playing incredibly aggressive, right down to the wire of it, right even into the very end of that last round there, too. It changed up for him, and it ended up working out great because he was able to dominate the playing field for most of that second map there. Still going to all 5 rounds, but towards the end of it, it was Rafa kind of coming back in and showing that dominant form that a lot of people expected to see at the beginning of this tournament.
No, 100% we're seeing fights right now that are going the distance. We're seeing close battles where these guys are going toe-to-toe, almost to the end, But we do have a replay for you at home, so let's take a look at that real quick. A pretty last 1 HP kill here, so Blue, walk me through it.
Yeah, and this is just to showcase more of that aggression as well that we were seeing from Rafa, and not only this too, but his really good play, as we saw that last second rail come in there too, and that's why he got brought down so low. But this was showcasing the really good aggressive play and how well he was timing it to work out well with the stealth usage there. We already saw one example of that when we had a replay up from the last game too, and we see another example of that here too. So his Nyx is really something to be feared because of how well he's able to time that ability with his aggression to move in and really punish opponents.
Now, a question I'm going to ask, and this is not a question I think anyone would have asked coming into today. Is Rafa going to QuakeCon?
I still think Rafa's going to QuakeCon, yes. I still think he's going to have enough. Maybe he may be able to lose his third map, but even if he drops out here, I still think he can make a comeback in the lower bracket and push through there.
Well, you can see up there, you can see the little bit of frustration on his face. You know that, he's finding himself backed against the wall. He's in a hard spot right now, and he's going to have to come back from that. But what are some of the strengths that he's playing into right now? What's really working well for him?
Well, just to iterate it, like I said before, the ability usage is really good. His timing is great, and the fact that he's changed up his play style from what we were seeing towards the beginning of the first map, where he was kind of hanging back and was willing to let things kind of draw out a little bit more. And now he's willing to just jump right into the fight, get right into the action, and really pressure Galisac, put him right in, get right up in his face and take a lot of those close-up goals. And it really doesn't seem like Galisac is kind of ready for a lot of those engagements. That's why Rafa seems to be taking the advantage of a lot of those situations.
Definitely the get-in-your-face approach looks as though it's going to be advantageous there for Rafa. But let's bring it over down to Galisac. I mean, looking at the play that he's putting on right now, the performance he's having here against Rafa, what is there to say about that?
I mean, overall, this is a huge surprise for Rafa to begin with, and we can see that with the frustration that he's showing up on the stage there, and how it even seems like he was expecting to push through this one with not too much of a problem, and he's now having to work against that. So Galisac is definitely testing Rafa to a pretty big ability here, and it's now come back to him, however, to correct things going on to the third map, as he was the one making a lot of mistakes, a lot of miscalculations, taking a lot of engagements that he really shouldn't have in that second map, and he has to make up for that now going into the third and final map.
In a lot of these close fights, I anticipate us to see a lot of more close fights going into this last map. I think it's going to be a very pivotal thing, and it's going to come down to the wire. I mean, how are you seeing this one play out?
I mean, absolutely. And now we go over to Corrupted Keep as well for that third map, which is going to be very close fights. There's no escaping these fights anymore that we were seeing a lot of in the first and second maps, where players were given the ability, because the fights were happening at such long range, that they were able to bail out a lot of the time. That can't happen in this map. And also the rail is getting removed from the equation too, so that also shakes things up a bit.
Right, now we've seen a decent amount of rail usage in these past two maps, and then we're going to take it away going into this third map. Now, explain to the audience at home why there's no rail.
Well, I don't know the exact reasoning, of course, just speculation.
Sounds good.
But again, because of how close together the map is and how much smaller it is, it tends to work better without the rail being in there. And
it's not as effective.
Yeah, you basically just rely on the rockets and the LG to get most of the work done there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, definitely some of these rockets we're seeing right on point. The LG is always dropping sevens all day, rolling sevens all over the place. So who's your pick going in this third map, Blue?
I think Rafa's gotten into the groove of things now from the second map, so I'm going to stay consistent with my pick from the beginning of the series, and I'll go with him all the way to win this one and take it 2-1.
You thinking 2-1?
Yeah.
I mean, just to be the devil's advocate, I feel like one of us has to go the other way. Yeah. But, I mean, we could even ask those guys on the desk, but I don't know. Maybe they may or may not know a thing or two about what's going on. But speaking of those guys, let's go ahead and give it to them right now. We're going to be bringing you the rest of this map.
Thanks, guys. And I didn't know Blue was a betting man.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Oh, now have to get some money off him.
I have to see if they want to put any cash down on this. But
yeah, I'm down to make some Quake bets if anybody's in. I think I'm gonna have a pretty good handle on.
I want to agree. I want to say that Rafa is definitely kind of coming to his own here, and he's changed his state of play a few times, but so has Galisac. That's the really amazing thing here.
Yeah, the back and forth, it's giving me goosebumps, man, watching these guys. It really is. I mean, they're really top-notch players. The mental game, the adjustments. It did seem like Rafa was kind of forcing the issue a little bit in that second map, putting Galisac. I think Blue was accurate there. Like the first map, he's kind of letting things come to him and more trying to read and play a little passive. And I think he realized, you know what, this guy's also kind of doing that to me as well, and I need to kind of push some scenarios, make him maybe feel a little uncomfortable.
But then you have these moments where, he sees his opponent across pillars and decides to just go ghost walk and commit to that fight. And he gets out of it with 1 health. I want to watch that replay like a few more times, man.
Yeah, I mean, he did. He had the drop on him, but I've mentioned it a couple times when you get an ambush, and especially with the lightning gun and they're using the rocket launcher. Yeah, you can line them up really well, but be careful. That little turnaround, I mean, they can do 100 damage straight out. That's going to do, a little bit faster than your 777 stuff going on. So
if only it were 101.
If only it were 101. Yeah, that's right. I mean, yeah. So it was a tough fight. That's for sure. But again, you gotta take those calculated risks if you want to win in this game.
Absolutely. But getting right into Corrupted Keep here, we're going to be following Galisac out of the gate. as he will be getting the spawn for rocket launcher. Coming back in for a second grab of rocket launcher, making sure there's a little bit of pressure on Rafa as he tries to make his own grab. Making good use of the nail gun here so far, but he's finally going to get a rocket of his own as they come back in for actually already pretty split timing between the Mega and the Armor. So Galisac can just take a quick tour around the map, hopefully not getting LG'd by Rafa, but that's exactly what we're seeing here as he's going to be backing into this recovery room, but he's not going to be able to afford much time to stay there. It's a really dangerous place.
You know, one of the things I've noticed with Anarchy, I can imagine, as having played him, it's so much fun to run around. You know, I think these players, they get so caught up in zooming around the map. You see them come around the map, and oh no, I'm wide open, and my enemy's right in front of me. You know, it's you got to be careful falling in love with his movement a little too much. You know, it's still Quake. You got to slow it down here and there and listen.
Absolutely, and listening is a huge part of Corrupted Keep. I mean, there's just so much information you can get with your ears here, but Galisac is just taking a quick moment to stay a little bit quiet. But, you know, when you're down there looking for that Mega, oh my god, that rocket was awesome. Followed up by a 100 damage rocket. That was just pulled out of nowhere. Rafa is going to be running or skating for his life at this point, not getting caught down at the armor room. But Galisac is certainly going to hear him coming up the jump pad, looking for a little bit of spam, and as you see Rafa actually stopping dead in his tracks to make sure he doesn't get dead on his Anarchy.
Yeah, recognizing that he just let out a sound cue, recognizing his opponent is smart, probably going to leave a rocket there for him, and yeah, Galisac is smart, and he had a rocket there waiting for him. But just to go back to that little setup, though, what a great rocket off the side of the ledge there, bounced him up and landed another one by Mega Health. I mean, it swung control. I mean, now he's in control right now.
Absolutely, and he was actually really intelligent there. He knew Rafa was up on top of jump pad, but it wasn't worth pushing the fight, so you go, all right, fine, you stay up there, I'm going to go get Mega, and I'm going to come back in for armor, and that's exactly what we saw Galisac do. We have Rafa just still really at a disadvantage in terms of weapons and stack, but that little bit of spam might have just pushed Galisac over. It's going to be really nasty here on the upper armor. It's going to be the drop for Mega Health here coming out of Galisac, as Rafa's going to be stuck over the top, maybe even be able to catch him on this doorway. Yeah, you have to be careful how soon you spam that doorway. If you do it too soon, your opponent does not have to commit.
Yeah, and again, we've seen the patience and the mental reading from Galisac. He knows, hey, he knows who he's playing here. You know, he's not just going to run out indiscriminately and be silly here. So he's giving the respect to Rafa. You can see the respect actually from both players with the way they're playing.
Well, we almost had a few more bones added down there. I mean, that is just a silly room for all those fights. We've seen so many players get knocked off the map there, but neither player really wanted that to happen to them, so they're going to back off a little bit. Unfortunately, that does mean that, well, unfortunately for Galisac, that Rafa's going to be getting control of the Mega, and he's still making such a huge fight here for the armor even after the grab. He's down to 29 health, but that means that there's going to be nothing but the health orbs ready for him to stack back up for the next fight.
Great super nail gun work by Galisac to really set up this frag that happened later on. Rafa was actually pretty fortunate to get out of that initial engagement down there by heavy armor, landed a good rocket of his own to enable him to back off, but what nail gun work by
Absolutely.
Galisac.
First blood going to Galisac, and once again, this is the third tie-breaking map between Galisac and Rafa. One of these players will be immediately advancing to QuakeCon. The other will have a bit more work cut out for them in the lower bracket, but Galisac almost got cut out of the play for the lower armor room. But really good aggression. That was actually kind of a Rafa play where he goes, all right, this is a bad situation. What am I going to do? Get aggressive.
Yeah, you know, he hit him with that rocket. Again, it's good recognition of his opponent being low, and he just went into full aggressive mode. You know, with these players, especially he's going against Rafa, yeah, if you got a chance to get that frag, you better get it if you can, because you don't want to leave this guy in the game.
Well, this LG could be a problem for Rafa there as that turns into the first round going to Galisac.
Very impressive, very impressive. I mean, really pushing Sane, aka Rafa, to his limits right now. You know, he just continues to impress me. Galisac, wow, even from week one. You know, I didn't get to see him in the following weeks because he qualified straight away. But I did get to see him practice a little bit. I was watching him online, you know, on Twitch, and he's a heck of a player, man.
Absolutely. He's been incredibly consistent online and potentially on land if he's able to make this map happen. But when he gets stuck down there in the boneyard, a few more get added down there, and it's going to be the first frag going over to Rafa very quickly. That does mean Sorlag time for Galisac, and Rafa has got to spend a little bit of time recovering here as we have 5 seconds left to Mega. I'm sure he wants to get back up to full health before even committing to that drop. But there's a little bit of LG, a little bit of aggression coming out of Galisac, and well-timed indeed. Rafa's going to be pushed back to LG, and he's actually going to catch Sorlag down there at the armor room, doing a little bit of free damage with LG. And there's the direct rocket out of the teleporter, switching back over to the machine gun, looking for that last little bit of damage. But as you can see, he still has a ton of health to chew through.
Wow, a lot of these fights are really close. I mean, you could see Galisac getting aggressive after the spawn because that first initial frag by Rafa was so close. But Wow, these guys, every engagement, it just seems like it's so close. Somebody's going to die at any second, it just seems like.
Galisac came so close. Once again, the LG on Zorlag is just so devastating. We saw all that health just melt away as Rafa is looking forward to the next aggressive play here. It's going to be the armor spawning back up. A little bit of spam is going to reveal Rafa's position, so Galisac is not going to commit to that outer hallway. Instead, he's going to try to go get some more 25s up there. He's going to be looking for those for a while, I think.
Yeah, that's one of the disadvantages, I guess, of the tank classes, right? Is when you are low, you need more of those health bubbles, more of those light armor.
It takes work.
It takes work to get that stack back up.
Right, but Rafa still playing with a relatively low stack. He's going to be running into a little bit of spit. Fortunately for him, none of it's direct, but it's going to be burning through that Mega at least. So we've got Rafa coming back into lower armor. We have heavy armor actually taken away by Galisac. So he's actually starting to stack back up. All that work you were talking about, it looks like it's going Galisac's way. And if he gets caught here at the rocket launcher, did Galisac hear the rocket launcher pickup? Yes, but Rafa already figured out, all right, there's not too many places you can be. You've got to be back in this hallway.
Oh, look at that read.
Jeez, look at that rocket.
Oh, come on. It timed perfectly.
But he's able to escape from the fight at the very least. And Galisac still with an awesome stack here. He's going to have to give up that heavy armor, looking for a little bit of damage to the teleporter. And when you're Zorlag, yeah, sure, go through the teleporter. He might take a nail or two, no biggie. But the jump pad as well, he's just inviting a lot of damage. But one rocket from Galisac makes Rafa immediately go back to the drawing board. But it's this room, and this is a nasty place to be in. It's a nasty place to try to escape from. And he almost got taken down from behind as well.
Wow, Rafa just barely escaping there. Galisac putting pressure. He's got firm control right now. You know, he's going to come back aggressive here. Oh, nice.
Oh, the classic Zorlag trying to rocket jump to cross the map, but he crossed right into Galisac's reach there. Nasty, nasty play, but he turned it right back around. Really good response there with the rocket. Yeah, I actually appreciate this replay because that rocket just was way too quick.
And again, you know, Galisac really was, well, as he got fragged here, but he was really pushing the Zorlag versus Anarchy stack thing, right? He knew, even though he got lined up with the lightning gun, he knew Anarchy could only take so much. He landed that rocket. Even with the heavy armor, you're low on health, it doesn't matter. One more rocket got killed, but Rafa came right back and got aggressive and knew he was going to be low after that.
Unfortunately, Rafa's in a bit of an awkward position now. He's got 1 minute and 30 seconds to make a frag happen. At least he was able to spawn and take away that Mega. It was kind of weird that Galisac didn't show up there at all, knowing that his opponent was going to be on the other side of the map there. But now we've got Galisac on his last lifeline. I mean, he's come so close to taking Rafa down. But for this round, at least, we've got only that Ranger left in play. We've got Mega taken away now by Rafa. Once again, Galisac still holding on to dear life up at the top, but Rafa's now looking for a trap. He's actually having a lot of trouble finding him. He saw him and caught him outside of the teleporter, but can't do much about it here unless Galisac pushes forward into this fight.
Yeah, Galisac right now, he can still make it happen, but he needs to make a frag happen in the next, like, 15 seconds to have a shot.
All right, that rocket jump kind of careens him right into the wall there, putting him in an awkward spot there on the armor. Taking a little bit of damage as he comes through the window, and he's looking for the dire orb actually, as well as rockets. Rafa taking a bit of extra damage there as he comes back in for the heavy armor, and Galisac is nowhere to be found, or is he going to find him on the outside of the teleporter? Here's the play over at the top, and really nice timing on the ghost walk. That's going to save his life, and maybe given this shot, given this frag, as he's able to nail Galisac to the wall.
Nice finish there. Again, you know, Rafa wasn't exactly stacked at the end of that fight there. He was also low, and he had to hit that rocket. If he missed that rocket off the wall, you know, to catch him right after he bounced him up, that's a Galisac round, and he's looking down 2-0. That's how razor close these guys are right now. It's really amazing to watch. I mean, you're pushing the champ to his limits right now, so.
Wow. Well, this LG is certainly pushing Rafa's to his limits here as we have rocket launcher taken away, but so far, Galisac doesn't need one to become a problem for Rafa. Rafa's immediately going to be going back to the recovery room as Mega's still 12 seconds away. Rafa just doing a little bit of a peek check to make sure that he knows where Galisac is at as he's still kind of lurking around that LG.
Little cat and mouse here. Both of them trying to pick up on some sound cues.
It's going to turn into traded items here, and when they're both Anarchy, we're going to have to see what that means. A lost opportunity for both of them on the jump pad. Rafa had to turn right around and get just a 14 damage rocket off of Galisac. That's not going to bother him too much here. Still a long time before items come up, and Rafa is hearing Galisac up in the recovery room. And actually getting stuck down here, he's going to need the adrenaline, but it isn't going to save him from this fight. He's looking for an exit. He's going, fine, take that armor. I don't need it. Actually, seeing his opponent cross, he did the smart thing, did not engage, just allowed the Mega to be taken, and he took what item was safe. And right now, this still turns into a bit of a game where both players are getting items. Neither player is doing much more damage to the other.
Yeah, it's a real big cat and mouse. Again, you can see the respect both players have for each other. Yeah, by just not rushing into situations, even if they think it might be slightly advantageous. It's like, not advantageous enough. I don't feel confident about that. So it just speaks to the level of both these guys, and it's just so much in the balance right now. I'm seeing the back and forth. Am I going to get Mega? Am I going to get heavy armor? It seems like they're swapping items. Sometimes one of them has control, then the next guy has control. They both have a little bit. It's going every which way right now.
Absolutely, and that is one of the major skill sets in Quake, is knowing when a sure thing is a sure thing. And it's a little ambiguous for both of these guys here. I mean, Rafa just ate a rocket, make that 2 here, but he's still able to recover. But we still got Galisac up top, just doing a ton of damage, dropping in, cutting him off from the heavy armor, as Rafa will once again have to route around him and actually just avoid this fight. I like that little lap that he just took. He's able to come back into Mega, but he wasn't at Mega when Galisac got there.
Yeah, a little defensive there. Even a good thing, because Galisac was ready to drop those rockets down on him. It still got 8 damage off of it, but if Rafa wasn't ready for him, it could have been a lot worse.
Well, Galisac is trapping Rafa here, but how much of a trap is it when your opponent is just LGing you all the way back over to the other side of the map?
It's a big fight for this armor here.
And there's the one rocket dunk that he needed to be able to commit to that armor. There's the shot, there's the frag. And that's going to be Galisac getting the first frag on the board for this round.
Wow. Wow. I think Rafa probably could have not been sitting there. We've seen players do this where, and I think even Sane, Rafa would tell somebody, you should never be, looking to hatch that egg on an armor or a Mega Health spawn. So, Galisac a good high position, drop rockets down on him.
But Rafa throwing off a lot of damage with the nail gun there as Galisac is backing off, trying to catch Rafa out of the teleporter, not quite getting it. But there's the play through the LG, a very quick one. I mean, Rafa's not wasting any time now, sitting in any one area. But there's a lot of LG damage dealt out, down to 5 HP, and he's still 30 seconds away from his next hit. But he's gonna get hit by Rafa and taken on down.
Yeah, desperation there, 5 health, not much he can do. I mean, and then Rafa ghost walked, so he was just right on his tail the whole time. On his tail.
That's a brand new tail for Galisac, absolutely, as he spawns up with Soarlag. And now, if he's able to take any of these items away, if he can get a Mega, if he can get an armor, it'll be a huge help. But it's going to be a big fight over one of the smaller armors here, turning into an LG fight that Rafa takes out.
Wow, just lining him up with the lightning gun. Ran into the face of Soarlag, just didn't get hit with all that spit, thankfully, and landed that lightning. I mean, geez, the tanking champions, they really are lightning gun bait. We see it over and over again. That's what makes, I think, playing these champions kind of interesting, because you got to take a little care with those tank champions. You can't be too aggressive in these open areas. It can come back to haunt you.
Absolutely, and we're gonna have to see how haunted Galisac feels here, as Rafa could go invisible at any point here. In fact, he's going to do it right now, and he's going to be stuck down here by the 225s. Is it going to be enough to save him this? Nice rocket jump. It was a nice thought. Hey, maybe this rocket jump will get me up faster than the jump pad, but not fast enough.
Yeah, that was one of those sure things we were talking about. That was right there. He had him low, and then the ghost walk right underneath him. Galisac had nowhere to go right there. There's really nothing he could do. It's just a great play by Rafa, putting another great player into a bad spot where he can't get out of. It's the name of the game.
Well, Rafa is once again starting to show us why he's been the multiple champion at QuakeCon here, just able to adapt to a lot of these situations. But of course, Galisac is no slouch. He's been meeting Rafa at every turn, even if it turns into a bit of a rocket scuffle.
Rafa just really showing his composure here. I mean, this Galisac's really pushing them, and it's easy to get frustrated or to think something didn't go your way, or I didn't get that spawn, or you can't go down that road in this game, and it's very easy to, and that's why I kind of talk about psychology and emotions in this game. You gotta almost be like in a zen-like state here. You can't be too high or too low.
You can't be tempted to flip tables at all, but there's a little bit of a rocket splash from Rafa there. as Galisac is going to be, I'm not sure where he's running actually. I mean, he should have LG at this point. It's a nice safe place to just, sit on that windowsill and go, all right, which way is safer to go? But it turns out that crossing rocket launcher is almost never safe. So Rafa is starting to tighten this noose a little bit, leaves it open long enough for Galisac to break back out, but he comes right back into Mega, doing a little bit of damage before Rafa is just given the Mega. Hopefully this turns into a heavy armor pickup for Galisac.
Yeah, he just ran. He needed that armor. Again, it's interesting, these Anarchy versus Anarchy matchups. It's almost like who's going to get that first good hit, force the injection out of the other guy, right? And then you follow it up a little more damage, you get that kill. So.
Oof, a few sevens popping out there from Rafa. But the nice thing about playing Anarchy is that you don't really have to go through the teleporter at the heavy armor. I mean, you could just turn right back around and you're in and out before anybody knows better. But man, a lot of rocket trades going on here between the two guys here. And as they come back into upper armor, Galisac might be looking for an ambush out of the jump pad room. Nope. He's going to be revealing himself a little bit too early there, and Rafa's going to know that he's a little bit stuck. It's hard to do damage at such an oblique angle, but he's still looking for it here.
Yeah, good back up there by Galisac. There's not much he can do there. So Rafa knew he was there. You're just going to push out the damage. So that was a good retreat. Just reposition.
But no frags, 3 minutes left to go here. We have the HMG getting pulled out by Rafa, doing a little bit of plank damage as items come up. And again, the respect that we're talking about, they're both just going to take their safe item and come back into a fight another time.
Yeah, and at this level, you really do want it. You want that initial hit. You want some kind of advantage position stack.
But at some point, it's going to be LG on LG. It's going to be 70 health left over for Rafa after that adrenaline injection. It's going to be both of them relatively weak, and that means that this next play for Mega, 7 seconds away, is incredibly risky for both of them. Rafa's being really loud. Galisac's got to know he's down there. It's an opportunity for spam, even if he might get shot himself.
Doing the right thing, just taking some safe defensive rockets, plugging away, hoping to get a hit as he backed off to heavy armor. This is gonna, man, this might come down to one of those one-kill games.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think both players are kind of gearing themselves up for it here, but as we've seen before, coming around the wrong corner at the wrong time can end this match very quickly. Rafa making sure that's not going to happen by going a little bit more silent. Galisac had the same idea. In fact, they both had exactly the same idea, and it close to exactly the same amount of damage there.
I would imagine Galisac, he's thinking, I had this guy so close, he's on the verge, and now he's on the verge now. What a reversal for Galisac. So I'm sure he's thinking to play a little cautious. He doesn't want to make this easy for Rafa. He's thinking try to tie this up and force, winner take all around.
And Rafa is throwing out so much spam right now, but that's allowing Galisac potentially the opportunity to get around him and get the drop wins. He's done it once, but against Rafa, it's no easy feat. And actually, Galisac's actually in a bad spot now. You could take the adrenaline, take the extra speed, and get the hell out of there. But there's Mega taken away by Rafa. Galisac is going to be exiting the heavy armor after the pickup, but he's going to have a little bit of trouble crossing mid for free.
I'm wondering if one of these guys tried to delay one of those heavy items, or they're going to just continue playing off their own and looking to get the better ambush. That's also an option. You don't have to control both.
Well, which play is more risky is, I'm sure, the question both of these players are asking. But Galisac is kind of up against the ropes, but he's swinging out with it nicely. This is huge, though. 45 seconds left, and he was able to HMG down Rafa, taking that first frag away. And if he can evade this Nyx, it's actually kind of interesting that Rafa went for Nyx in these final few seconds here.
Maybe just looking to get one good Ghost Walk ambush to try to even the score here.
It's all he's going to need, and this LG is certainly a great way for Rafa to start. Now Galisac just getting incredibly paranoid with these rockets, throwing off a lot of spam damage, just trying to stay mobile, trying not to get trapped, not trying to get stuck in this room in particular, in this hallway in particular, but there's them drugs to help him along.
Yeah, doing a good job right here. Just get away, but oh no. Oh no.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you get stuck, you get stopped, and that is it. So that is going to be now overtime. Sudden death here. It's going to be Sorlag against a Nyx.
Wow. Just, I've been there, so I know the feeling of pushing for that frag in the last 10 seconds to get a tie just to force the overtime. And, just typically what I had in our room, or my match back then, is I had a little momentum because of that. I felt like that was huge, It was like I somehow was able to get a frag. So I want to see if Rafa is able to pull it through here after that impressive rush.
He dives down like he knows he's going to be ghost walking, but decides not to use it aggressively. Just going to be taking away the Mega health instead. That's going to leave heavy armor in the hands of Galisac, and that's really dangerous. I mean, LG target or not, this is a lot of armor to burn through, and now Rafa is up against the wall, literally and figuratively, here down at the upper armor room. But he's able to evade the fight, take away some health, and stay alive here, most importantly.
He was literally one good placed rocket from Galisac away from death. When he ducked around that corner, I was surprised Galisac didn't just kind of lay a rocket right
He just
there.
didn't want to play the corner game,
Yeah.
like it was too risky. All right, but there's Rafa taking away the armor, but there's mega health now in the hands of Galisac here. So there's going to be LG on LG, but there's Ghostwalk ready to go. And Galisac is trying to bait it out here. Or force it, rather, by doing enough damage to make Rafa back out. And with 38 health, it's going to be kind of on that edge.
Yeah, Rafa really taking some risks with the machine.
Yeah,
I mean, he's staying out there a decent amount. I mean, more than, considering how stacked Galisac is with health, he's kind of like, I'm a little surprised.
And for this mega, it looks like Rafa has decided that he's either got to punish or steal it, but he's just going to be doing a juke instead, and it eventually turns just into a trade. I'm wondering if that's going to be helping out Galisac more in the long run here.
I think it kind of hurts him a little bit because he has no armor right now. He's going purely off of health. He really is just two rockets away from death.
Absolutely, and Rafa is starting to chip away at Galisac here. There's the spit, there's the ghost walk, and this time the range is good, the LG is good, and when your opponent ghost walk, you run into that room, that is just a death knell. And that's going to be Rafa holding in there.
Yeah, that was the concern, with the Sorlag and no armor. Granted, his health was high, but we've seen, so easy to line them up with the lightning gun, and he took a little initial rocket damage, and Rafa lined him up with some 7s, and then ghost walk, just make sure he can't get away, easy pursuit, right, with the ghost walk, and what a comeback from Rafa, man. I mean, really showed his composure, and it's just kind of impressive to see him go down in a match like that, and he was down. That was it. I mean, if he died one more time, that was it. He lost 2-0.
Right.
I mean, that's how close it was, and to come back from that, it just shows how mentally strong he is. I'm sure he was frustrated, obviously, but they'll block that out. It's just great.
All right, well, that relieves a lot of tension for a lot of these players here, but I'm hoping to see more from Galisac here in the lower bracket, and I think we'll have that opportunity. So you've heard a lot about what we think about that match, but now we get to hear what Blue and Stunna think. Guys?
You know what, Blue? I'd ask you what we think, but I'm not sure there's a lot of thinking. Just straight action right there. Galisac bringing the pain, but Rafa coming out on top. All the way down to the wire.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a really great transformation over the course of the series with Rafa starting off from behind, dropping the first map. It's a big surprise to him, as we could tell, by the way he was looking up on the stage and whatnot when it did happen. Then in the second map, he finally kind of gets things going, picks up his first map there. It was very close. Again, went to all 5 rounds at the end of it. And then here on the third map is when he finally comes in and takes quick control again to be able to really win out this set here and take it 2-1, as I said before.
And we're seeing a lot of those up-in-your-face fights still, even on the last map here, which is, indicative of the entire series of back and forth in each other's faces. But with this, Rafa does join his teammate Dehang at QuakeCon. So that's a cool storyline by itself. What do you think about Rafa's performance right here and being tested?
I mean, if anything, what this does say is that the big champions, even the champion himself of QuakeCon, can definitely be defeated, as we've seen. These guys aren't invulnerable. They can be beaten by other players that are showing up, even these older Quake players now, like the opponent that he just took on there. Anyone can beat anyone at this point because this is a new game, a lot of new play styles coming into the picture, and it is kind of open season with that regard.
Well, open season for sure. Let's take a look now at this replay that we do have loaded up, and if you don't mind walking us through.
Yeah, and this was one of the final mistakes that Galisac ended up making here now, was he actually tried to jump into the fight and poured into it. And this was the problem, is he dove into a fight that he had no business taking here, lost himself, and now we can take a look at the perspective of it from Galisac. He tried to dive down with the armor, thinking that his opponent had actually left the fight, when that wasn't the case. And then as a result of that, Rafa was able to once again have a really impressive stealth kill, just jumped out of stealth, bopped his opponent into the air with the rocket, bounced him up, and then it was easy from that point forward, because once you get him up in the air, it's really easy to lock him down.
So speaking of locking it down, definitely going to see Rafa at QuakeCon. That's one thing that has been locked down. Let's take a look now at the brackets across the board and see who else is going to be going into QuakeCon. If you'll take a look right here, what do we see in Blue?
Yeah, so we have a lot of players still trying to work their way through in the lower bracket here. We still have a few matches to go, but we have had, Chance, Dehang, Tom Servo, Waz, Carnage, Rafa, and Dewey as well, qualifying with one more slot remaining.
Now, that one more slot will be the last matchup here in round of 16. We've got Griffin and Vedic. I mean, looking forward to this last matchup, Blue?
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward. We've had all good matchups throughout the course of today, so there's no reason why this one isn't going to be a good one either.
There's absolutely no reason whatsoever. Let's take a look now at the losers bracket, where I don't want to call them losers, but hey, that's really how that happens, right? You just end up in the losers bracket.
They have lost. So.
Yeah, you have lost. That is the truth. You cannot lie. So looking at some of these names, any of these names stick out to you?
Scissor was one that I think I was pointed out to, is definitely keeping an eye on, as he's one of the newer bloods kind of transitioning in from another game to jump into Quake now, where he may not have as much kind of older school Quake experience, and now he's kind of jumping into it to try it out in this version.
Well, an interesting tidbit on top of that is Clamp beating his teammate Sane, also making probably for a little home awkward situation, if you will. Yeah. I'm sure they'll be fine, but nonetheless, it's definitely an interesting way for that one to pan out.
I think that that's something very interesting with Quake overall now, especially since we have the team dynamic of Sacrifice kind of clashing with Duel in itself, and that they kind of have to, they reserve themselves. They don't want to give away too many tactics to their teammates, as they need to win their own duels, possibly versus their own teammates, but they also want to work together, and they want to share some of their strategies for Sacrifice as well. So how much of that gets hidden and how much of that actually gets shared with teammates is a bit of an interesting dynamic that has to now come into play for these individuals.
Well, the bright side of that is like, if your teammate has gotten knocked out and you're going, well, I guess he can help you save strats for LAN. You know, I think that's the overall play. So at least there's a little bit of representation. But nonetheless, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we've got plenty of more Quake action here at the North American Regionals.
The most difficult thing about designing power-ups is empowering the player without disrupting gameplay. A classic example is our quad damage. Back in Quake 1, John Carmack said you had to make anything 4 times as powerful for the player to notice the difference, which is where our quad damage came from. And so we're known for having very powerful power-ups that bring exciting carnage to the event.
You take a top-line product, and the price to performance value there is just amazing.
With 240 Hz and FreeSync on, it felt like I was in the game again.
You should choose Vega if you want to make sure that your games are being played the way they were meant to be.
Turn up all your quality settings. Get a glass with FreeSync. And the best GPU to drive that is Vega. That's it. That's the simple answer.
right, we're back here at the North American Regionals, and we're getting down to the wire. This bracket is getting smaller by the match. Blue, what has shocked you the most about the entirety of today so far?
I think so far it was that last match and just how competitive it ended up being. I think everybody coming into this one expected Rafa to sweep through, no problems at all, and take an easy victory, but that wasn't the case at all. In fact, he had quite a hard fight that he almost lost, even going down to the wire on that last map.
Definitely. What you do like to see is up-in-your-face fights. I personally, I enjoy that aspect of Quake. I'm not sure about you, but when I look at some of these battles and I see some of these long-range fights switching off from a rail gun back, and it's fascinating to me.
And it's really cool how it tests players in multiple aspects of the game as well, with the different maps and the different play styles. I mean, we talked about this before as well on maps like Corrupted Keep. Actually, the railgun just comes out of it completely because it's a much more closer, much more in-your-face sort of map compared to something like Blood Covenant, where you have these very long hallways where the railgun can be very prominent. But while that's going to be great for one map, that completely goes away when you go back over to Corrupted Keep.
Now we've got Griffin versus Vedic next, and as our last round of 16 matchup, what are some of the storylines we know going into this one, Blue, other than the tough road that Griffin might have had into this sort of bracket?
Yeah, well, talking about that specifically with the fight that Griffin had to have, he actually went up against some very prominent players in order to qualify for this one. Not only did he have to actually take down ID, which is one of the members of Team Liquid, just to qualify and make it through the round of 16, but he also took out a player called Discorine, who I specifically remember as well, being good at actually taking out quite a few big champions throughout the course of the bracket, the online portion.
Let's take a look at the vetoes, though, as we do get closer and closer into this matchup happening. And I feel like this is one of those where if you get your vetoes wrong, you're going to be in a bad spot. So, Blue, how are these vetoes looking?
So going to Corrupted Keep first, for Griffin, this actually doesn't surprise me because Disco Ryan, as I remember him, was a very aggressive player and he was a very in-your-face player. And the fact that Griffin was actually able to beat Disco Ryan multiple times throughout the course of the qualifiers does speak to that fact that he's going to be very prominent on a map like Corrupted Keep. And once I go to Vedic, I don't know as much about him, but again, going over to Blood Run, that's just like a standard classic Quake map there, so everyone should be pretty familiar on that territory.
So when we look at Vedic, his path to here, he had actually had to beat Tom Servo to qualify for this event. Now we know Tom Servo has moved on. He's going to be going, that sounds terrible, but he's going to be going to QuakeCon. He has qualified earlier today. And now it'll be his chance. It's going to be Griffin and Vedmedic's chance to qualify for QuakeCon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with the play styles that we've seen, or that I've been able to see in the qualifiers amongst these two players, I think it's going to be a very in-your-face and a very aggressive match.
Well, I'm going to throw it over. Excuse me, I'm not going to throw it. I'm going to toss it lightly to the commentators who are standing by and ready to bring you the action here at the North American Regionals.
That's okay, we can catch it all right. All right, but it looks like we're going right into Griffin and Vedic, and like they said, Corrupted keeping the first map. This is going to be pretty intense. I like this as a first matchup here. It kind of clears the air.
Wasted no time in getting a frag though, didn't they? It was 8 seconds, 1-0 Griffin. One of the things that kind of want to touch on, you brought up the path for Vedic, who took out he beat Tom Servo, excuse me, to qualify, who was already qualified. But something to note about Griffin, he took out ID from Team Liquid to get here. So no slouch, and I'm very curious to see who pulls this one out.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been in and around Quake for a very long time. Now he's playing with Top Gun, so I guess you could say he's a bit of a maverick. But we're going to have to see how that goes into these next few frags. We've already got 2 under our belts here already, and I'm sure they're not going to be letting up the Carnage here pretty soon. But we've got 50 health only for Griffin. Not a good place for a Nyx to be by any shot. But we've got 7 seconds to Mega. It's going to be Vedic in position for it. Griffin might just need to let this one chill.
One of the key aspects of Quake, as you know, is knowing which engagements to take and which ones not to take. And obviously right there, that was not a situation where Griffin should have dropped down, and Vedic made him pay.
Well, if you can look on the bright side, at least he's got Scale Bearer now, and he can afford to do a few of those plays. But he's got a rocket launcher at this point, which is very handy. Vedic looking to do a little bit of damage as Griffin attempts to cross to either Mega Side or Armor, and all the time that this is wasting on Griffin right now is perfect for him because, as you can see, it turns into a frag, it turns into a round.
Got caught in the open a little bit, Scale Bearer, Lightning Gun. Can't say it enough. As a tank, you do not want to be on the open and straight Lightning Gun fight unless you have a significant stack advantage. Even then, you have to be a little careful. As you know, somebody with Quake experience, when somebody sticks a lightning gun on you and they're hitting every single cell, not only it's going to move you, it's going to throw your aim off, so it becomes harder to return the damage, and that's one of the things you got to be careful about.
Absolutely, but maybe both of these guys could be a little bit more careful. I mean, that was an incredibly fast first round We're going to have to see if they start backing away from these fights a little bit more often as the match continues. We've got Griffin up top, taking both of the 25s to recover. We've got a little bit of armor for Vedic, actually, which is going to be handy, but you don't, you lose that armor pretty quickly if you end up getting trapped by that rocket. Really beautiful shot. Fortunately for Vedic, he can med himself back up on that mega health as it's traded off with heavy armor from Griffin's side. And I like this. He's going a little bit quiet here. He's going back into the armor, actually, before going back to his teleporter. It's a great teleporter as long as your opponent doesn't know you're coming through it. So that's going to give Griffin the top of the map and the potential for some good spam.
Yeah, you'll see, just like right here, I was about to say, you'll see a lot of people use that teleport is dangerous if your opponent's waiting for you. They'll have rockets waiting for you, or a nail gun stream. I've seen opponents, some of these top players, just line up some nails there, and it just devastates somebody.
And it looks like Vedmedic's ability to predict where Griffin is going has been devastated a bit. I mean, he's just been kind of on the run here since then. Griffin doing a ton of damage now. I mean, now Vedmedic is going to know exactly what's up. There's the Dire Orb, does not commit to it, goes for recovery instead. Could have used maybe a health pickup there as well, but he's going to go for it now. 8 seconds before Mega, and Griffin still, I think, has Vedmedic wondering where he's at. Well, that'll answer that question as the spam comes out. It's going to be trading off, and we're down to a much more classic situation here on the Mega. It's a fight that Vedmedic can push a few spam rockets into, but worst case, he can just go back and get armor.
Yeah, both, nobody really has an advantage of stack right now. This is going to come down to an ambush. The jump
ambush
pad.
or a jump pad. Make that maybe 2 jump pads. Nope. Vedmedic's going to be avoiding it at that point, but it's still going to turn into a frag for Griffin.
Yeah, no, I mean, at that point, the damage was initially done. He was in desperation mode. You know, Griffin just finished him off there. There was nowhere he could run.
What does it take to take a 100 damage rocket and still try to get the pickup for Mega and actually get it? I mean, Griffin. Oh, did you see that totem?
I actually did at the last second.
I didn't.
Yeah,
that would have gotten me.
That was, you know what? That was slick. He hit it. I mean, he hit it inside the rocket launcher there.
Yeah.
And because the rocket launcher, I think, has that red coloring, and yeah, it's very interesting.
Devious for sure. So Vedic making good use of Galena here so far, and this is exactly what I signed up for this weekend.
So dirty, man. That's.
All right, so Ved walking away with not a lot of armor. He's going to be bolstering that back up. Well, maybe not. It's going to be a steal from Griffin. That Nyx is flying out of nowhere and taking him down. So bye-bye Galena, at least for this round. It's going to be forced back over to Visor, which is very handy against Nyx.
Yeah, but he popped that sight now, and Ghostwalk is up. So yeah, so now he has a problem.
This could be a really big problem as he actually tries to defensively go back to LG, which is just inviting Griffin to steal the Mega, to steal the frag, but he's able to kind of body block Griffin there and turn it into a 2-0.
I think Griffin lost timing on the Mega health a little bit there, because, you know, he backed off.
It was a little awkward.
Yeah, it was a little awkward, and then he came back for it at the last second. I think he probably wants that engagement back, you know, if you were to really think about it. Yeah,
it's definitely one to examine.
And yeah, and then because the visor was there too, so then he rushed back into the Mega health area and just took damage where he could probably just go get your heavy armor at that point. You know, you made a mistake, it's okay. Just go and don't
worry about it.
Yeah, don't make it worse.
Don't throw around on it for sure. But he's down to the last chance here on Corrupt to keep at the very least against Vedmedic, as he's just been doing so much work. I mean, the work on the LG is great as well, but the rockets coming out of Vedmedic are keeping things incredibly close.
Yeah. Griffin's lightning really is spot on. But you're right about that. Vedmedic, good placed rockets. That's one thing that can help neutralize somebody with a strong LG, because it makes it very difficult.
Yeah, Griffin totally meant to fall down there, and so it's all good. But Griffin's coming back up top to Rocket Launcher, just looking for a few audio cues from Vedmedic. Armor's going to be taken away, and at that point, Griffin wouldn't have exact timing on it, so that's a potential for Vedmedic to set up an ambush later on. But at this point, I'm sure Griffin is also keeping out a little bit of a closer eye for these totems.
It really does seem like Vedmedic's getting better in these rocket exchanges.
Ooh. And that's a lot of LG. You really cannot afford to chase up that corridor, but that's exactly what Vedmedic did. He lost out the fight, but they come right back into it, smashing themselves together on the Mega health. But it's going to be Griffin getting the better end of that deal. Nice.
He needed to get out of there.
Yeah, so not the cleanest escape, but he finally did make it out of there. He's able to come back mid-map with only 40 health. It's a good thing there's no rail on this map for Griffin at this point. But coming back in and trying to get that last rocket in doesn't quite go his way. It wouldn't have worked anyway. Vedmedic is actually pretty well stacked up here, so Mega's going to be coming back up. We actually see Griffin hovering around the rocket launcher. Vedic should have been able to hear that as well as taking away this heavy armor.
Yeah, Vedic looking really strong so far. You know, Griffin, again, the lightning gun aim is really spot on for Griffin. But you know, the rocket launcher aim seems to be more for Vedic here.
Yeah.
In a map like this, I think I'd rather the rocket launcher be on point than the lightning gun. And not to mention, Vedic's lightning gun is no slouch either. So you combine that, the lightning gun's relatively equal, but one guy's getting the better with the rocket launcher, and you can see the lead he's generating right now.
Absolutely, and of course Vedic kind of keeping the high ground for the moment before diving down for this heavy armor. He's going to be expecting a little bit of rocket play out of Griffin. Really well placed there. But here comes a bit more pressure from these totems, knowing that Griffin's going to be stuck down to that corridor. Vedic is just going to be kind of browsing the map going, all right, if you're going to be down there, what else can it be taking away?
I really like the totem play with Galena here.
Oh,
yeah. He's kind of throwing around. The rocket launcher one was slick for sure.
Here comes that skill bearer tank engine, but it's going to be the Mega left on up, left waiting for Vedic as it does Griffin. No good.
Again, it just, you know, Griffin, he wasn't bad spot there. And in the end, it's just, Vedic, he really seems to be getting the better of him in these rocket exchanges, and it's throwing Griffin off.
Absolutely, and yeah, that was a bit of an awkward position Griffin got placed in there. He put himself in the corner, but then you put a totem in the corner. Cool, if you want to stay there, you're going to get totemed on your way out.
Yeah, again, very interesting Galena play. I was actually impressed with the way he was throwing the totems around, especially the rocket launcher one. I don't think we've seen that in all the qualifier matches. I don't remember seeing somebody place it right
so
in that
obvious
spot.
now.
It does seem so obvious, right? But it's kind of amazing. I really don't think I've seen somebody do that. And it was pretty hidden. It's like fit a little bit inside the model in his colored red. That's why I said dirty.
Well,
so
you would
dirty.
hope that a trick like that only works once, and I'm sure Griffin is filing it away there. But we're going to be going into the next map, and I think, you know, as much as I enjoyed that Galena play, that map is something where you see a lot of it, and the rest not so much. A bit on Blood Run, but if we're going over to Covenant or even Sarnath, we might not see so much of it. So I'm glad we got to see what we saw.
Yeah, it's a new wrinkle. I think I might try to bust that out on somebody one of these days.
All right, call it a Vedmedic. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I'll call it the Vedmedic, like we call the you know, the Dewey telefrag. You know,
we've got a lot of things we name after Dewey.
Yeah. None of them good. No.
All right, but it is indeed going to be a Blood Run here as we go into the next map between Griffin and Vedmedic. What are you thinking?
You know, Vedmedic looked really strong. Going into the match, the first map, I was a little like, I don't know. You know, I don't know who's really going to pull this out. But after watching it, I feel like, you know, I've always been a rocket launcher guy. And I feel like when somebody has strong rockets and they're winning those battles, it's going to carry the day in the end. Hit scan is hit scan. I think all these guys who are playing have great hit scan, but in the end, something about rockets speaks something to the way you're predicting your opponent's movements and stuff. So I'm going to go with Vedmedic.
That's not a bad guess, but of course we do have the railgun getting back into play here, so that's obviously going to change things a little bit. We're going to have to see who it favors more here. But I do love the fact that win or lose, Griffin is looking awesome today.
I like the hoodie.
All right, but as we get this next map loaded up, I think we're going to take a quick breather as Griffin gets ready to come back into round 2.
So in Quake Champions, we spent a lot of time thinking about where we place weapons, where we place armor, health, and power-ups. Back in the old days, we kind of just threw them in the map. And sometimes we had bad weapon placement. There are some levels where we actually forgot to put a weapon in, and now today people are like, oh, that was so interesting, that was such a design choice. But really it was kind of a mistake. We've gotten much better, much more sophisticated in how we place weapons in Quake Champions.
Something's happening I can't control. I barely place so die. Somehow I feel
All right, and of course, we are excited to get into the second map between Vedic and Griffin. That first one was explosive.
Yeah, very impressed. Vedic. I mean, Griffin's no joke. Let's be real here. The guy took out ID on his path here. He also beat Disco Ryan, who's also we've seen has made it to the regional finals. And we've seen a lot of good play from him. Both those guys, ID, Disco Ryan. So to see Vedic, yeah.
Vedic is fun.
Yeah, it's a little tongue twister there. To see him take him out of his element as much as he did, and I mean, it really wasn't close. Let's be real here. That map was really dominated by Vedic there, and going into Blood Run, obviously Griffin needs to make some adjustments. As you mentioned, there's a railgun now on this map. Maybe that helped get some things going for him, but from what I saw, it seemed like Vedic was winning those rocket encounters, and in Quake, if you're winning your rocket battles, I mean, that's huge. It really helps set up the other hit scans, that type of stuff.
Absolutely, but of course we are going into Blood Run, which is a map that's actually, as it turns out, everybody kind of has a love-hate relationship with, where a lot of players do. You know, there are some players who just absolutely love Blood Run. There's some players who will actually throw a bit of a fit if they got to play it.
Yeah, I have I don't know, mixed history with Blood Run and whether it's a love-hate relationship. It really is, because it's a great map, but depending on your own play style and the person you're playing, maybe it might benefit somebody more than you. But that's one of the things that go into maps and map design.
Exactly.
So that's where the adjustments come in. You can't just lock yourself into one play style. You got to be a little versatile in this game.
Well, we're going to see who's more flexible here. By the look of it, we're looking at actually Galisac coming back from Vedic. I love seeing that play in Corrupted Keep, and now we're going to see more of it. It's actually another Galisac over on Griffin's side. So, cool. It's a rare treat. And there's Griffin looking happy, getting some encouragement from the rest of his Top Gun dudes. All right, going to have to see if he can pull out this map or if Vedic is going to get his boost.
Yeah, well, it looks like to steal your joke there, Griffin needs to be a little bit of ice man here. Ice cold, no mistakes.
Ice in the veins for sure, but we're going to have to see. I like that Dire Orb not to the Mega, but directly to the rocket launcher, making sure that A, I've got a rocket launcher first, and B, you're not getting a rocket launcher. So Griffin buying himself a little bit of time there, but again, really obvious about it, but setting this trap as well with the LG. Oh, it's so beautifully placed. I mean, so beautifully planned, but the damage just was not all that convincing, but it was a nice thought from Griffin.
Yeah, good setup. I'm sure he wished he already had a railgun at that point. Would have probably taken that shot. But yeah, it was a good ambush. He just didn't get the lightning damage.
Crazy LG, but responded by equally crazy rockets out of Griffin here. So Vedmedic's going to have a little bit of a health edge, but they're relatively even at this point. As once again, no items are up, and they're going a little bit silent, looking for that ambush. And this rocket bounce is going to turn into, whoa, pulling out that Dire Orb from the grave, it looked like. And now we do indeed have double Galisac, but that is 2 frags on the board at the same time.
So what happens if they throw their totems into each other? Does the whole world just explode, or?
We might find out. I don't know. All right, so we got Vedic with a little bit of an edge in terms of armor as items are being traded at this point. As he's looking over the top. Yeah, Griffin should have actually heard the ammo pickup there, but that is a ton of LG coming out of Vedic, taking the fight directly down to Griffin. Even if he manages to escape up the jump pad, Vedic will have a relatively safe way back up to the teleporter, actually, also using that totem to make sure that he's got plenty of health.
Yeah, barely got away. Nice rockets from Griffin there.
So looking for a little bit of spam on the Mega. Getting a little bit off of it, actually knocking about half of that bonus off. That's certainly going to be helping Vedic out as they make this next fight happen. But again, no items are up. It's all about trippy-trappy time. Whoa, barely avoiding that totem there. Oh no, that's actually Vedmedic's totem. All right. Well, Griffin has revealed his presence a little bit here up in the upper armor room. So Vedic is going to be looking for an exit, even though it's not going to be an obvious one. He's actually coming over the top. This should give Vedic a pretty good play on the Mega. And he has a railgun. He's going to be looking for that long range shot. Switch is a little bit late, but oh, there's one totem to do some damage. Yeah, this is going to be nasty as Griffin is walking out of there with just about 25 health. He's actually going to be staying in the blood pool. I'm not sure if Vedic realized that he never left, never went through the teleporter, and that is actually going to be a saving grace for Griffin.
Yeah, nice patience by Griffin. Oh, and a little return totem action of his own.
You cannot go through these teleporters for free when it's double Galenas for sure. But that is going to be one Galena down as Griffin is put back on his final champion this round, a Nyx.
Yeah, Vedic just too stacked. Even with the totem damage, he was able to fight through that and put damage out of his own.
Oh, I love this play on the Ghost Walk, but equally matched with the totem there. It's going to be a little bit of a potential push forward with the LG. He doesn't want a rocket jump at this point. Griffin can escape at will, but Vedic has a potential to do a little bit more damage. Now he's just going to leave it and make sure he's all stacked up.
Yeah, he was in a... Even though Griffin was trapped, you know, he didn't have much of a stack either. So I think he was just looking to delay so he can make sure he can secure some other items.
All right, but the jump up to the armor is denied, and really good rocket from Griffin here. That should buy him a little bit more room, even if it buys Vedic that Mega. So Griffin dropping down. We actually hear Vedic popping up top. Gonna hear that armor pickup as well. So Griffin, he's actually gonna be a little bit weak here, of course, being mostly a natural Nyx. He doesn't have a lot of stack to play with, so coming up these stairs, this trap could go really poorly, but there's the Ghost Walk pushing it forward, but he's just gonna have to sit on those 225s and heal back up.
Yeah, good ambush by Vedic, forced the defensive Ghost Walk. You know, now he knows if he gets, you know, this next heavy armor or something, he's in a position to really push the Nyx right now.
Absolutely, and there's the jump for the armor itself, really clean. Griffin just could not show up for it. I mean, he's still got 15 seconds before he's got a Ghost Walk available, and usually at this point, this is where you see Nyx play start to fall apart, but really good defensive damage with the rockets there, just forcing Vedic out of that arena.
Yeah, great rockets, really bailed himself out of a situation there. Probably would have ended up seeing him get fragged if he didn't. Yeah, I mean, he knocked him up in the air, and it's 2 direct rockets, which just really ruined Vedic's chance of getting a frag there.
It's got to be frustrating for Vedic, as that should have been a fight that went over to him, but Griffin's rockets is pulling out the Savior, but you cannot sit on that armor and not get punished for it. A little bit of revenge from the grave there, almost taking out Griffin, but that'll be now Visor from Vedic. 1v1, 20 seconds left to go. We might actually see a little bit of overtime come into this, but looks like Vedic doesn't even want to let that happen.
I was a little surprised Vedic is just sitting there up there, especially after the first rocket, second rocket. I mean, he waited. How many rockets do you want to get hit by? He decided to jump off that thing. He really wanted to get the armor.
Vedic thought, actually Griffin thought that he could get away with that Nyx having about 4 seconds left before the Ghost Walk came back up, and you don't have that escape rope, you don't have that safety net, you don't have a chance at a frag.
We've seen it many times with Nyx, you know, and that's kind of the strategy I think players are going in. You want to force that Ghost Walk in a defensive manner, and then push, she doesn't have it up, and all of a sudden Nyx, you know, isn't quite as strong, right? The big thing about Nyx is getting that jump, you know, and getting that aggressive Ghost Walk on people. When you force that defensive Ghost Walk, it's really putting her on her heels, and you're not letting them get the best of the champion.
That's the real Nyx play, you know, what do you do when you don't have that Ghost Walk available?
Yep.
But we might see another very quick frag here between these two Rangers, and just like the last time, it could even be a mutual frag. Now Griffin's creating a little bit more space here. He's looking for the rail, and he's going to get it. One of the first really clean rails we've seen here so far in our matchup here on Blood Run. And I'm sure Griffin's very happy just to get a frag without having to pay such a dear price for it. And a beautiful just chain of damage coming out of Griffin, definitely putting Vedic on his back leg. And he's actually crossing over to Rocket Launcher coming up the stairs, so Griffin will need to see if he commits to it or actually drops down.
Nice, again, good placement from Vedic. You know, Griffin had a good initial rocket, knocked him off the stairs there, and he had some chance for some rails, just couldn't quite connect, and then Vedic made him pay when he missed. Vedic did not.
Oh, nice timing on that rocket. Almost really good timing on the Dire Orb as well, and it allows him to teleport forward directly onto the Mega Pad. Doesn't get the Mega, of course, but he does. Oh, here we go. I was thinking, how often are you going to be able to go through that teleporter without paying for it? Jeez.
Ah, man, I gotta like Vedic's Galena play, man. He's sneaky. He is so dirty with these things, man. Really dirty. In a good way, in a good way. You know, Quake, we like a little dirtiness, so.
Absolutely. So now it's going to be down to Nyx with Griffin here. Vedic enjoying his ability to tie the frags back up at the least. Puts his totem right back where it was. Maybe he'll get lightning to strike twice, but we see Griffin actually diving down towards rocket launcher. Not sure if he had one already, but he certainly does now. Heavy armor's going to be up. We might see a little bit of spam coming out of Griffin, or he's just not going to show up at all. 11 seconds before Mega comes back up, and if Griffin doesn't do a rail or some decent rocket spam here, it could be real trouble for him.
Yeah, he's got good separation on both the major items right now. He's stacked. Griffin, I guess he missed that one. He had the major timing on this. A little miscue there by Vedic. There's no excuse for him to be late.
Yeah, I mean, Vedic was actually looking like he wanted to just go for spam instead of the pickup, but granted, giving Nyx a mega health is not the worst thing in the world, but still, it's a bit of an edge that Griffin can use at this point, and use very effectively. Really good initial rocket. There's the rail as well, and even that totem will not give Vedic enough health to survive another rail.
Death is the
Just barely made it through that teleport there. Nice turnaround from Griffin. The dangers of giving an opponent an item like that. You see, he wanted to spam, he kind of wanted to, now he got that mega health, he got a little confidence to push for the heavy armor. He took the heavy armor, and now we are where we are.
And where we are is both players being actually kind of even here. I mean, Griffin, again, he has to do a lot of work not to get railed, but man, there's the pop and a really good response on the rocket placement from Griffin there, giving him that one more frag. One more is all he needs to secure this round.
Yeah, really caught Vedic with his heels to the floor there. I mean, he just hit him with that first direct rocket, and he had nowhere to go after that.
Beautifully done. But so a lot of damage that Visor's taken already. Griffin has got it back out of this fight now. This could turn the tables. This could be exactly the opposite situation, as with 36 health left over, Vedic got railed down to like, what, 2 health? Just a sliver. Couldn't even see a pixel on the health bar.
We were wondering how much the addition of the railgun, maybe Griffin, it seems like he is landing some of these clutch rails to help him out in this match.
Oh, so
like
risky.
that.
20 health dropped down to 10, and he jumps for the armor anyway. Absolutely insane, but it paid off. That'll tie it back up 1-1.
Yeah, well, when you jump for the armor and you hit the guy below you with the rail at the same time, it certainly helps your chances of grabbing it. So great, I mean, just great shooting from Griffin there a couple times. It seemed like his rail was getting a little hot.
Yeah, and just as we come into it, he immediately gets one off on Vedic as he crosses over Mega. But now he's being severely punished up here at the armor. He's going to have to get out of there before he gets die-orbed into, and Vedic is just pushing it forward into that first frag.
Yeah, maybe fell in love with how hot he was getting with the railgun. Probably, stuck around on the heavy armor ledge a little too long. We see players do that, but you really don't want to be on the ledge. It's more of a grab the armor and run away as quickly as possible thing. You're highly exposed.
Absolutely. So that is a totem completely nullified, by the way, by Vedic. He's going to have some security in knowing that there won't be a totem to worry about for a few more seconds. So he's going to use this time to get armor, take the top of the map, and actually maybe find this Galena. Oh, he knew she was there and was able to take him down very, very quickly. Griffith had no chance.
Yeah, that's just good read, prediction. I know exactly where you are. There was no hesitation. Right around the corner, rockets pre-firing and everything. So, yeah, not much Griffin could do there.
This is going to force Griffin's Nyx into Ghost Walk territory, and even now there might not be a really clean escape. 17 health, but there's the nail gun to save the day, to give him the frag as well as the mega health. Now that'll be Griffin down to that Nyx. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, not much more to say about that one. But that'll once again be Nyx versus Visor here. Something that on paper favors Vedic a little bit, since he can pop that piercing sight and know exactly what Griffin's up to. But what he does with that information is the other half of the battle.
And it's interesting because he's going against a Nyx, so there's two plays. One, do I want to get that information, like you said, of where he is, or do I want to specifically save it for Ghost Walk, in which case means you're not going to use it maybe as often as you'd like to. So it's interesting to see how that.
And then, of course, when you're Nyx, that means you don't want to use Ghost Walk until you know that he doesn't have piercing sight.
Yes.
And the cycle continues as the quad continues to turn. All right, but here's Griffin, top of the map, just about 2 minutes off of this, but we've got 4 frags under our belts already. Griffin is looking for one more to turn this into a potential match point. Nice rockets. He can afford a little bit more here. He's also got Ghost Walk ready. And Vedic's not going to have any idea here. Nice little bit of LG as Griffin goes up the stairs instead, and it was actually kind of lucky for him that Vedic was pushing forward to the teleporter so aggressively. If you catch your opponent on those stairs, just like we've seen already today, it could be devastating.
Yeah, nowhere to go. You get knocked up in there. You got one health bubble back there, and that's it. Nowhere to go. Just two exits. So.
Absolutely. So maybe the last couple fights getting a little bit too spicy for Griffin, as he has a brief his quiet time on the ledge. Of course, it doesn't last long, as you see. A ton of damage coming his way, but he's able to dish out just as much as he's getting.
Yes, nice some nice lightning gun work from Vedic. Actually really putting pressure on
and again, Griffin just comes into it with like 20 health.
A little surprised he went back out on the ledge. You know, typically that's considered a very dangerous area of the map.
Yeah.
And but you know, he hit the rail. You can see he's kind of has this confidence, like I'm going to hit the shots I need to, and he did hit the shot, but his opponent had the stack to deal with it, and that's why his opponent was there. You know, that's one of the things you do in Quake. You know, you make him hit those 2 rails in a row, to put a lightning gun in your face. It's not easy to do.
Well, easy or not, we are into potential match point here for Vedic, as he's looking for one more round to secure his placement into QuakeCon, forcing Griffin down to the lower bracket. And again, this is the last upper bracket game we're doing today, so a lot of pressure on these guys. Wow. All right, Griffin making good use of the Dire Orb once again here, forcing Vedic back into Galena land. But as we've seen already, that can be highly effective, but he wants this frag to be very quick, wants to deny the healing from that totem, and with 12 HP left over, makes good use of that fight.
Yeah, he's certain, but hey, he got the frag, but I would imagine that Vedic's going to look to get really aggressive here, try to even the score a little bit.
Oh, really good rockets out of Griffin, and Vedic just had to not have any knowledge that Griffin was down there.
I think he did. He just kind of got the exact position of where he was down there kind of threw him off.
Yeah.
I mean, he knew he was in the area, and then he caught a rock at the back, and yeah, not good. Good rockets from Griffin, though. I mean, those are some clutch shots he had to hit there, because he was low. The encounter in the Mega Health hallway, and even there, you know, if something goes wrong for him, and Vedic gets a frag, you know, it's a whole new game. It's so fast. There's plenty of time left, so.
Absolutely. But Vedic already making good use of that railgun he's picked up in this round, getting the 1 rail off on Griffin, forcing him to the Mega. Griffin is able to do a little bit of damage with rockets and still looking for the spam on that corner. That's a really tough jump pad to capitalize damage off of, but the fact that you can even get like 30 or 40 damage off of it makes it totally worthwhile.
Yeah, anytime, and it's free damage, right?
Yeah.
Nice prediction rocket. You know, you always wish you could get more, but oh my goodness.
Speaking of free, Griffin just doing a ton of damage here, looking for the rail. He's going to get it. Vedic better start getting out of here if he wants to keep any of this stack left over. But really good prediction rocket out of the corner. Man, Griffin has immediately got to change his mind, but that Dire Orb doesn't give him any choices there, as Vedic takes that first frag against Ranger.
Yeah, just amazing. That encounter just turned on a dime right there. It was pretty even, and you know, Vedic backed out. Like you said, he didn't want to take too much damage down there by Mega. And Griffin kind of ate that rocket coming around the corner, set everything up for Vedic. And again, you got to give Vedic the credit for, you know, using that Dire Orb, changing position, and forcing the frag.
Hearing that rocket bonk is like hearing the word go, and that's exactly what Vedic did. And he even forced Griffin back onto the jump pad. You ready for some more damage? Here comes take 2. And it's going to be the last take potentially here for Griffin, as he's got this Nyx ready to go. It's still a long time before items come back up. He's going to need to kind of tread water here for a little bit, taking away maybe some of the smaller armors. He does know that Vedic took a lot of damage in that last fight, but Vedic's going to be looking to heal here very soon.
Yeah, he lined him, really put the hurt on him with the nail gun. It kind of put the fight in question for a second there, but you know, Vedic got the kill. Yeah, good stack.
Yeah, no Ghost Walk. I thought he had just used it. So that is going to be GG called out there, as we get to now see Griffin, oh, not quite knocked out of the running, but knocked down to the lower bracket.
Yeah,
at the very least.
You know, you got to give credit to Vedic, actually. I thought, you know, Griffin played strong. Obviously, we felt, you know, compared to, you know, we watch Rafa, so we've seen some of these higher level games and how everybody has their different approach. And it seemed like he was a little more aggressive in certain scenarios where other players would take a more defensive tack, think, oh, I got to go rebuild my stack. And I think he was just confident sometimes that, you know what, I'm going to hit these shots. And there were some moments there in the match where he did push in and hit some impressive rails, followed up some lightning gun, and got some great kills. But consistency wins in the end. And overall, I thought, you know, Vedic was doing the more consistent work.
Absolutely. I don't think either of us knew what to expect out of that match. Let's see if Blue and Stunna had any better ideas.
You can imagine that our ideas probably weren't any better, but here we are nonetheless. Blue, taking just a quick look at that matchup, did it turn out the way you expected?
No, I think we pretty much went the way we thought it was going to go. It was going to be a very close-up, very quick combat style of match, and that's exactly what we got right there between those two players.
Well, we do see the round of 16 come to an end. Let's take a look at the bracket to just see where we're standing in the big picture of things here at the North American Regionals. Blue, if you don't mind, Give us a little rundown.
Yeah, so Chance, Dehang, Tom Servo, Waz, Carnage, Rafa, Vedic, most recently, of course, and Dewey are our 8 players that make it through in the upper bracket. They're the ones that get to push straight through here and have the easy, for just winning 2 matches and get themselves into QuakeCon today.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing here to point out is there's still sacrifice tomorrow, right? And a lot of these guys having played against each other or now qualifying for QuakeCon, obviously teammates, they're going to be working together tomorrow to achieve a common goal. So it's a very interesting concept there. I like it.
Yeah, it's only the first step, of course, and you also have the Liquid guys that are going to be playing together tomorrow. It's just as an example.
Let's take a look now at the lower bracket, or people call it the losers bracket. I don't want to be too harsh, but it is what it is, right? So, Blue, what do we see right here?
Yeah, so of course we have some of the more highlight matches, like the one I believe we're going to go to next, which is Scissor versus Sniper Eyes right there. That's definitely a highlightable one. Scissor specifically is a player that a lot of people have had some eyes on. Roulette that we saw getting dropped another, a very competent player. You're going to want to see him try to push through, but here's the thing. He's going to have a pretty tough matchup when you look at who he's going up against at the very top of losers round 2 there. Galisac versus Necrophages. Either one of those players is going to be a pretty big challenge for Roulette, so that top match there for losers round 3 is also going to be a pretty intense one.
So, like you're saying, going forward, all the matches are going to be lower bracket matches, and that means that it's do or die time for every match that we're going to be watching for the rest of the day. I mean, these matches, you lose this, you're not going to QuakeCon.
Yeah.
You win this, you might go, you might even have to work just a little bit harder to get there. But the road's not over for these guys in lower bracket just yet.
Oh, it's not, and we have plenty of more good matches to come, so we're going to be looking forward to that over the next couple of hours here.
That's for sure. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to kick it off with a little lower bracket action.
I was lucky enough to win QuakeCon in 2001. That was one of the first times, if not the first time, they took the people from the play area and actually put them on stage to play their final match. And I thought that was like, I was like a little nervous. And it was a little crazy to think about it, but it was a lot of fun. It was awesome.
All right, it is about that time. We're going to start looking now at the lower bracket here at the North American Regionals of the Quake World Championships. Looking at this next matchup, we've got Scissor, we've got Sniper Eyes.
Oh man, I mean, we've spent the upper bracket finding out who is going to QuakeCon. Now we get to spend the lower bracket finding out who's not going to QuakeCon. And this is actually really rough for me because neither of these players are here in the studio right now. I've seen them play a lot online, and I really want to meet them. They're both really cool guys. Dewey, of course, I'm sorry, not Dewey, Scissor, with a lot of history with other games outside of Quake Champions, but of course him and a lot of his other fellow players are coming in and really showing up and showing off what they can do here.
It's interesting to look at that sort of like cross jump between games and same genre type, but nonetheless the transformation. And now, like, are you going to do it in Quake Champions? Is that going to be your game? Let's just see how it happens. But before we even talk about that anymore, let's take a look at the vetoes. I do believe we're going to pull those up and really kind of just hone in on who's got the better end of the dick or better end of the stick here. Whoops, got him. All right,
that was amazing. Yeah.
Close. It was a close call. I almost said something really bad right there. I'm glad I didn't.
All right.
So,
well, also on the flip side of this, we do have Sniper Eyes, who I've been playing a bit with online, and he's really, come up the ranks very quickly. Where I used to be able to kind of beat him, and now I can't beat him at all. So he's made it here to the qualifiers. Unfortunately, one or the other will be going home and not going to QuakeCon. So we are, of course, going to be seeing Blood Run up first, followed by Blood Covenant as Sniper Eyes' pick.
Well, it is time, though, to actually get into this matchup. Before I say anything else crazy over here, let's go ahead and throw it over to Blue,
Let's do it.
Who's ready to take it away.
All right, thank you very much, and let Stunna get the better hand of something over there as we get ready to jump into our first map of this next match here. And this is where the emotions get intense, and this is where, of course, fortunately for some of our players, the dreams will be broken, as now we do have to see some guys go home, and we're jumping directly into it here now on Blood Run. Sniper Eyes taking on Scissor.
Yeah, really excited about this matchup. I've been following Scissor. I've seen many of his games, coming up through the brackets here as he qualified. Didn't have an easy road by any means, but I like the crossover. I always joke when I talk with all these players, and I give them the joke, welcome to a real arena FPS coming from UT.
Yeah. So Sniper Eyes, he started off trying to get a little bit aggressive there. Tossing the dire orb up, but looking like maybe he wanted to pour it into that fight, but then decided against it a couple moments later. Decided to really jump back into it. Now, into an open volley here too, and he does get tagged actually. So he dropped down pretty low, losing all of his armor count and everything. Power's about to spawn again in a second, but these little, these little peak rails that keep coming out from Scissor are actually doing quite a bit of damage to Sniper Eyes. Now, he pretty much has to sit back and let his opponent potentially take both of these power-ups now, because he really doesn't have the health to go back in and take that fight, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, Scissor is, honestly, coming from UT, you can see his hit scanning is really top-notch. This guy, one of the biggest, hardest things transitioning to Quake, I think and I'm sure he would agree, is getting the feel of the rocket launcher, the prediction aspect of it to really maximize the damage with the rockets. But I feel like once Scissor starts to really dial in, he's going to be one tough hombre to take out, let me tell you.
Yeah. Sniper Eyes again looking for a way to turn this back around, but there's another one, just peeks in, hits a quick rail, finally misses a shot when Sniper Eyes did get bounced down below, but he's ready to take another fight almost immediately. Sniper Eyes, he's got the orb up top, but once again, just uses his bait, doesn't actually take the fort, so Scissor's gonna have no problem leaping up back on top and taking control of the armor yet again. He's got a great split on the timers too, it's about 10 seconds apart or so right now.
Yeah, good idea not to take that. Scissor was ready for him. He was gonna eat a lot of damage if he went up there. Possibly even get fragged. Probably would have got fragged.
So at the very least, Sniper Eyes is playing this pretty smart right now. He's not taking engagements that he doesn't need to. He just needs to find a way to reverse the situation where Scissor is basically being the hunter. And that's a great way to do it. Catching him jumping out of a portal, but it doesn't matter. Scissor had so much built up off of both those power-up pickups that he was able to withstand the full blast of just a straight-up LG spam there and continue to take down his opponent. So Scissor's going to get that first frag. Sniper Eyes did try to dive back up pretty quickly. Didn't work out to him, and now Scissor is finally going to meet his match to a close-up rocket shot from Sniper Eyes.
A little big turnaround there. It really looked like Scissor was in a spot there to take control of this round, and ate some acid spit and a rocket coming around the corner there. A little unfortunate for him.
Well, now, as things have reset a little bit, Sniper Eyes is taking a moment to himself to sit back and listen to his opponent's movement. They're trying to track exactly where Scissor went. He got the trade, he evened it back out. Still a little bit low here.
Yeah, he's just concerned. He's just playing it really conservative. He wants these 2 health bubbles, and that he was waiting for that armor to respawn, and he's just trying to get that basic stack back. He was really a 7 health, so it's going to take a little while for him to build that stack back up. And Scissor's dangerous man.
Now, as they do jump back into a fight, Sniper Eye is actually going to find himself low once more. Popped up the spot, just barely alive right now at 6 HP. He's going to try to escape this one. Gets the one bubble. It's a very small amount of health, though, and it's not going to let him get away. Scissor finally chases down the kill again, hitting himself the second one, and now bringing Sniper Eye just down to his scale bearer.
Yeah, that hit scanning. Scissors, his lightning gun, his rail gun, just, man, look out.
Here comes the charge. You can see there, too. The LG's not going to do as much damage while the charge is active. But ultimately, Sniper Eyes was held back long enough there so the charge wouldn't connect. He had to move it out of the room, run away, and again, he's going to have to look to reposition here. He's not in a terrible spot. In fact, he actually, overall, I think still has more health and wanted to work off with Scissor right now. But Scissor has positional advantage. He's got a great spot up on top. He's got pretty decent control over the power-ups, too. So Sniper Eyes has to work against this. And it's really not going to be smart to just dive right into a fight like he did with the charge a couple seconds ago.
Well, and especially now Scissor has that ghost walk back up. He's really, even though his stack isn't that great, he just needs to get a little bit of a stack and put himself in a position to get a good ambush on Sniper Eyes, and he can close this round out. But on the flip side, I mean, if you're Sniper Eyes, you're in good spot right now. You do have a big stack, so on his side, you want to force a defensive ghost walk. Don't let him get that ambush on you.
And Scissor at the moment is really just running away from Sniper Eyes. He wants to take this down to timer since he knows there's only 20 seconds remaining. He's got to be a little bit careful about that in the event that Sniper Eyes does successfully lock him down. Unfortunately, Sniper Eyes is playing on the skill bearer, which is going to be very easy to see coming and very easy to spot, especially with the charge being used there. Just charge into it, and there you go. Pop the stealth. He can now go anywhere he wants to. I believe Sniper Eyes had the wrong read as to the direction Scissor went, so that's pretty much going to seal the deal. Sniper Eyes in the complete wrong spot right now. Scissor is going to take round 1 via the timer.
Picture perfect ghost walk right there. Picture perfect. I mean, just he popped it right before he was going to get hit, and nice little run out of the clock there. Recognizing the clock is obviously a key part of winning. You didn't want to push in a scenario, and again, some of those good rails, man. Right? It's just keeping Sniper Eyes off balance. Just seems to be landing those peak rails like you mentioned earlier.
I mean, that's what lets Scissor control the power-ups for pretty much that entire round there. I think there was only really 1 or 2 that Sniper Eyes was actually really able to pick up consistently. And even then, it was only for about 2 or 3 spawns in a row. For the most part, Scissor had control over it because of those rails. It was forcing Sniper Eyes to play super passive and just constantly regenerate health. Sniper Eyes, though, with some good reads at the beginning here. Let's catch the pathing from Scissor and hit some nice rockets onto him. It's only really equalized the health pool, though, and brought Scissor's armor in a little bit lower. Sniper Eyes is trying to delay the pickup of the health a little bit. He's got a free route to go up to the armor, too, if he wants a dire room up top there. He's thinking about it, but he's going to use the rocket instead. He knows his opponent was right up top, too, and there's that little sneak rail shot that comes out from Scissor once again.
Yeah, smart idea. Scissor recognizing his opponent's stack. The dire is probably going to get the armor, but hey, just get all the rail damage on him. It's part of the process of getting back control for the newer players. That's what you see Scissor kind of doing. You need to kind of whittle this guy down. You can't just go all in right away. You got to put yourself in a good position, and usually that involves doing unanswered damage first.
It's going to be Sniper Eyes jumping into the fight here now, trying to port directly into him, but so did his opponent, so it is going to be a little bit chaotic. Scissor just barely survives the encounter with a little over 25 HP. He's recovered some of it now, but now the narrative is flipped a little bit here. It's Sniper Eyes that controls both of these power-ups and has really, I mean, he's taking aggressive positioning. He's staying out in the open in both the Mega Health Hall along with just right down here in the middle of the map. So he's taking some pretty big risks in order to accomplish this, but for some reason it's working for him. Scissor, these little peaks here and there trying to poke off damage is not proving to be so effective when Sniper Eyes is just standing out in these bigger open areas that Scissor would also have to reveal himself to be able to take those fights.
Well, yeah, and one of the advantage Sniper Eyes clearly is in control of the items. So yeah, you can be more aggressive in these major areas, and it's going to put Scissor in uncomfortable positions where he's going to feel like he has to be a little defensive or retreat completely.
You can see it there from Scissor. He's trying to get those pixel shots off with the rail there, barely peeking, barely revealing himself. Trying to keep himself on as much coverage as possible. It's a very interesting playstyle that we're seeing. It worked great in the first round, of course, but not so much here in the second round. Granted, he's not necessarily falling behind just yet, but he's given Sniper Eyes a lot of control, and eventually he's going to pounce and look for that kill.
Yeah, the problem here is the stack differential for Scissor. Any mistake with the read right here, he's toast.
Here's the pounce. However, Scissor so far countering it out really well. Look at that stack just going completely away. Oh, at the last second, hits a rocket shot there that saves his own life and allows him to pick up that first kill. But for a second there, it was looking like Scissor was going to complete the reversal on that situation.
Yeah, he had a good initial lightning gun track on his opponent there, Sniper Eyes. I think he got a little too greedy though. You got to be careful pushing in that stairwell. And he knew his opponent. He should have recognized his opponent had a rocket launcher, and he kind of ran into one there.
He walked into like 3 or 4 rockets in a row. It's the big problem for Sniper Eyes, and then the LG spam really killed him too towards the end of it. But thankfully, Scissor came out with Sniper Sniper Eyes came out with one final rocket to seal the deal here and make sure that he got that initial kill. So gets to keep that advantage. And his opponent uncommonly misses a rail shot there too on the cross. So this Nyx is actually going to be quite low. No armor to work off of, no additional health to play out, just the 75 base HP. The Mega Health is up right now though, but Scissor choosing not to go for it currently.
Yeah, Scissor's having a little problem this round getting anything going with regard to the major items. Sniper Eyes doing a good job running Mega Health, running the heavy armor. Scissor's really having to live off of the light armors and stuff in the back, and you can just see it anytime they get into engagement. Sniper Eyes has a huge advantage. So even if Scissor lights him up a little bit with that lightning gun, you know, Sniper just needs to land one or two good shots to really change things.
Scissor looking for to engage here again if he can dive down into it. Just over a minute left in the round here too, so in a second or two, Scissor is going to have to look to get more aggressive and look for that trade. It's a good shot from him on a Sniper Eyes, bringing the health for Sniper down a little bit lower, but he still needs to complete the kill. Sniper's recovered back up to full base HP. Scissor's actually a little bit low. Quick switch, just barely dodged that rocket. That looked like it was a hit for sure, but apparently not. He's able to get out of the way of that when it keeps Sniper Eyes' health relatively low. However, lets him escape, lets him go directly inside to pick up the Mega Health there. So he's going to be able to eat another rail shot.
A little curious, Scissor, not really there. He finally got the heavy armor. I was surprised he hasn't tried to top off his health yet. He's kind of been hanging around 62 health for a while.
Now he's going to end up in a pretty rough spot here too. Timer is very important here too for Scissor. Not sure if he just didn't realize it yet, how close he was getting to the 5-minute mark, or...
It's an easy thing to lose track of, especially when you're in a competitive match and, you know, you're trying to get back control and you're so concentrated on not giving up easy frags that you can forget about the timer. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's trying to dive back in now, but the problem is it's too late. I don't think he realized until this was too far gone that this was actually happening. And he almost got close to getting that kill there. Unfortunately, his opponent escaped into the portal, and that pretty much sealed the deal to allow things to tie up now at 1-1.
Yeah, nice turnaround by Sniper Eyes. Really had a good item management there in the second round. Took Scissor out of his game, even though Scissor, you know, he was trying to get those peak rails. Did some good lightning gun work, but in the end, Sniper Eyes just had too much control.
Scissor, he's gonna leap right into the fight this time to be able to go in, pick up that extra armor. And his opponent waits on the other side of the wings. He got the Mega Health, of course, so a huge trade initially. Unfortunately, Scissor's trying to push into this when he has the rail, but he just continues to eat rails from his opponent here. Now tagged down even lower, just at about 50 HP currently. Sniper Eyes looks like he's going to try to move in and chase this one down. Scissor trying to dodge, trying to get out of here. Thankfully, he hits his own rail, pushes back his Sniper Eyes just a little bit, and that's enough to allow Scissor to survive this opening volley.
Yeah, both these guys have taken turns kind of really landing some impressive rail shots. It seems like Sniper Eyes has started to heat up here and Scissor cooled off a little bit.
Yeah. For Scissor specifically, really hoping his opponent. I like what we're seeing from Sniper Eyes right now. Crouching into the corner. He's no-clease pushing through, but the rocket whiffs. He does connect on the second one. He's got his opponent trapped now. This is where you can really take advantage upon that. Even hit him with the dire explosion a little bit there too. Scissor trying to leap back out, looking for the quick switch over to the rail. He's almost got him on the ropes, but however, makes a mistake there. Backs up too much. Lets Scissor escape into the next room. So he's going to be able to stay alive for right now.
That was actually a big little turnaround for Sniper Eyes. You know, that little ambush, the delay that it caused Scissor, you know, to get out from the rocket launcher area. Now he has Mega Health, and you know, now he has at least a decent stack to make more of a push for firm control of the map.
Scissor specifically bouncing it down, nicely done. Was even about to get hit as well by a telefrag, but was able to dodge that one. And two quick rockets were all that were needed from Scissor to get the kill. Sniper Eyes locked himself into that fight, and there was no escaping it. He paid the price there as he got bounced up. This is played by Scissor to get the first kill.
Yeah, Sniper Eyes was trying to build up that stack and make a challenge, but Scissor wasn't going to have any of it apparently, and made a nice read of him going down the lightning gun and got a good frag.
And now Scissor still looking in for these little rail shots that he can try to hit off against Sniper Eyes to keep him lower. Was doing great work with that before. That did fall off a little bit. However, he was able to trap Sniper Eyes before with the rockets. And now there we go. Just barely hit the tail of the sword lag. So edging off some of that extra armored one up that he's built up. Still has a lot more to play off of though. And as you can see, he just sweeps past to be able to go in, pick up the Mega Health, and now you can see how well stacked up he is. Armor is not even really a concern right now.
Yeah, he's got to be a little careful though with these tank champions. It's easy to fall in love with the fact that you have high health, but with so little armor, you can really be taken down quickly. I mean, that health will not last you long, especially if you get caught in some kind of open lightning gun battle. It's going to just disappear on you.
Scissor with a quick dive back down the steps here as he does try to avoid his direct push from Sniper Eyes into the rails, dodging his opponents. Is working out really well for Scissor right now. Unfortunately, the positioning doesn't play out well for him, so you can see him trying to navigate over to the portal now where he is going to dive back in, however. Sniper Eyes spotted that, ran into it, but still, Scissor gets a massive advantage off it, forces Sniper Eyes to completely fall back. Scissor realizes this, goes in for the chase, gets the kill, and barely gets hit by the spin, so he's easily going to survive that dive.
Yeah, nice lightning gun from Scissor there, and good recognition, right, where he read his opponent was low, and he correctly read where his opponent wanted to go to recover, which is the most important thing to get that frag, and just lined him up, got the kill.
Now he's just comboing stuff together here too. Look at this, perfectly done, constantly keeping Sniper Eyes at sub 25 HP. Hit him at least 2 or 3 times on the rail so far since he spawned back out. He is on the scale there as well, so it's another big target, another easy target for Scissor to hit. He does have to be careful fighting close up though because of the charge.
Yeah, he's in great shape right now. He's got to be thinking about, you know, just securing this mega. If you're Scissor, I mean, Sniper Eyes wants to steal it, obviously, but Scissor should not be letting this happen. He's got a good stack. He should be thinking about getting dominant position right now and setting a good ambush.
Scissor's going to continue.
Oh, looks like we have a. Oh no, he's back.
No, I think they're both just looking for each other right now.
For a second, I thought Sniper Eyes was lagging.
It's part of the field for a second, and there's the charge. Unfortunately, that doesn't go as planned for Sniper Eyes there.
Not at all.
He just takes a long drop and a hard fall as well, and now he tries to wrap back around and ultimately runs right into Sniper Eyes again. He's going to be able to take round 2.
Yeah, nice. Again, a little back and forth. Scissor got the better of it the third round there, and you know, time's running out. Sniper Eyes trying to rocket jump up, just trying to make anything happen at that point to turn it around. But again, we've seen Scissor with that great lightning over and over again. That's just, yeah.
So Scissor taking round 2, or round 3, actually his own to round number 2. He's going to be in a nice position to try and claim this map. Needs to keep it consistent though. He's been doing good so far. Came back a little bit after Sniper Eyes won round 2 in itself. Now he takes round 3, getting back into control of this map so far. Now into the open, taking a lot of damage. Maybe the wrong weapon choice to start that duel off with, but thankfully returns some of it quite well with a fadeaway rail shot just before he evacuated into the halls. Now he's going to be able to also take off quite a bit of that armor with another rail shot and another one. Beautiful stuff from Scissor. Spins it around. Oh, the Dyro really saving Sniper Eyes his life right there, as he would have been put down into one-shot territory if he got hit by that rail. However, he's able to dodge it just barely.
Man, this rail sometimes. Both these guys, now Scissor seems to be heating up again. Yeah, I got to just go back to that last play, though. What a nice dire orb from Sniper Eyes to get away. And then he turned around with a 180 rail hit on top of that to back Scissor off of him. This is, wow.
Yeah, so now Scissor's in a bit of a recovery position here. Despite the aggression that's been working out great for him, power-up control's been kind of iffy. That's going to change now, of course, since he's got the Mega. Now it's more about stacking up his armor a little bit more and looking for a good position to re-engage. Well, this might be the opportunity right there. Sniper Eyes had gone down into the pit instead of wrapping into the other hallway. Might have been a little bit better for him, but decided not to. And Scissor's just going to hold control of things. You can actually steal the armor here now, too. He's going to have to take a fight for it, but he can move in. He's got the orb pushed into the corner as well.
Little item trade there. Yeah.
His opponent's still trying to look for him too. In fact, Sniper Eyes, credit to him, he's getting a lot of these little bits of damage off on the Scissor, but they're adding up big time. Because despite the fact that Scissor actually moved in and picked up the armor, you could just see he's still actually in a pretty bad spot right now. He's only got 30 armor, 97 HP. So he doesn't have a whole lot to play with here. His opponent's in a pretty similar position. Overall, Scissor should be much better off right now. He's taking way too much damage, just getting poked out slowly by Sniper Eyes, so he needs to be careful about that.
Very dangerous rocket shot. Clutch rail. Wow.
Scissor. Oh, there we go. Sniper actually able to take down Scissor. Looked like Scissor himself hit the connection, but apparently not. He goes down. And so Scissor will lose his first champion first in this round in about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, some nice shooting from Sniper Eyes there. Really, the first rail got all that started. It was a really clutch shot from him to knock Scissor down into a bad spot. And then he just got the finish. He traded blows with Scissor there, but Scissor didn't have a stack to trade any rail shots.
Sniper Eyes trying to make sure he can stay alive on this Ranger, his preferred champion. Scissor also looking to chase that back down. Took a lot of damage from the fight, but also did some decent amount to Sniperize here. And there's another rail shot connecting. Right up just under 50 HP. Sniper's going to pick up some health. Thought he was going to port, but apparently not. The power-up's responding in a second or two. So the rocket jump up on top. He's going to get locked in by the rail, though. So perfect timing on the engagement by Scissor. Now he gets another kill, taking the trade, bringing us down into a 2v2.
Again, seeing some of that just great hit scan from Scissor. It really is impressive. I mean, if I was his opponent, man, I would be seriously concerned about getting into any kind of lightning gun battle with him. He's doing a really good job about pushing positions that he can get that lightning gun stream on his opponent, and he's just not missing.
Scissor once again routing back around over to the armor room here. See if he can arm himself up a little bit more. For Sniperize, looked like he actually wanted to jump in there and take that fight. That's not going to be it's not going to work out too well for him. He does have the health advantage being on the Sorlag, but still, Scissor's got a pretty good position right now, and he's built up armor and everything like that too, so this fight, yeah, it's not going to go well for Sniperize, even though Scissor gets bounced into the air and everything like that. Scissor still wins it out, claims the second kill now against Sniper, and brings him down to his scale bearer again.
Yeah, I was really curious how that engagement was going to go down, because we have the benefit of X-Ray, and you know, that Mega Health was kind of sitting up, so Scissor saw it just sitting there. He's thinking, oh, I'm going to go grab it, and he didn't know Sniperize was right there, and I was wondering, you know, because he ran into a Sorlag with a rocket launcher and everything, how is that going to turn out? But just, again, great lightning gun. I mean, yeah, I know the guy hit himself a little bit there to close the map, but the lightning gun of Scissor, even that, the blow up there, it's kind of forced by Scissor, because the lightning gun is just, it's intimidating. It's intimidating. It's like all of a sudden he's shooting up and you think, oh, I got to back off a little bit, but oops, I was shooting a rocket at the same time, and you know, there you go. But I mean, great job by Scissor. 39% lightning gun accuracy and 51% railgun to 20% for Sniperize and 22% on his rail. Yeah.
And unfortunately, on the third champion that we often saw Sniperize going to there for the Scale Bearer, we've kind of seen that become less and less popular over recent weeks as we've gotten through a lot of the online matches. And that seemed to be the case there too, where the Scale Bearer unfortunately just didn't really show up at a lot of those times, and it really is obviously in the hands of the player that's using it. But a lot of the times, the 2 or 3 times we've seen it played so far today, it hasn't been the most efficient champion to bring out, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've seen more clutch and Sorlag in terms of the heavier champions. Yeah. And yeah, I think this is probably the first Scale Bearer we saw. No, I think we saw one earlier.
We saw one in the match before this, I believe.
Yeah. Usually I see people pick them on Corrupted Keep, which is, you know, more tankier, smaller map. I don't know if it necessarily benefits him on Blood Run. There are some long hallways, you know, the Mega Health hallway you can run down, but at the same time, you know, you're running down this hallway, you can also eat a lot of damage running down a straight hallway like that. So, you know, where are you really going to utilize his active ability in an efficient manner?
I feel like the big problem for Scale Bearer on a map like Blood Run is just the verticality that comes into it as well. Because, I mean, we saw it once where he tried to charge going into the middle room and just went down into the pit, unfortunately. And I feel like that happens a lot on that map just because of how easy it is to change levels. And that you really can't go up or down efficiently when you're doing that charge. So it really completely negates it if you can change, you know, your elevation by like 10, 20 feet. And it completely makes the charge a bit of a moot point. But going to a map like Corrupted Keep, like you said before, where we've seen it used there before, it's going to work a lot better there because the map itself is a lot smaller. There's not as many places to run away. It's a lot easier to get up close to someone and just pop the charge off at close range to get that free 100 damage in.
Yeah, absolutely. And even going back to Blood Run a little bit, that's why I think we see a little bit more Galena, you know, the totems, the portals, this and that. You know, even Nyx, you know, being able to ambush in this game is so huge. So I think Scale Bearers doesn't really offer much on Blood Run in that regard to how you're going to ambush, unless you can get that quick charge on somebody in a close range encounter, like you said. But that's really hard to line up on that map. I mean, especially if people are playing Galena and Nyx and maybe Ranger switching elevation on you with a Dire Orb, it just becomes a problem.
Yeah, so it looks like we have loaded into the second map here now, folks. We're just waiting for the players to get through warp, which should be in about 15 seconds, and then we can get started with it. You will note, as we were discussing it before, Sniperize has chosen to stick with the Scale Bearer there, so he is going to be using it here on this second map as well. Note, he's down 0-1 right now, so if he drops this map too, he is going to be knocked out. Scissor will get the push forward, qualifying for Quake.
Yeah, interesting, going with 2 tanks, Sorlag, Scale Bearer. You got to be really careful with how you utilize the tank on this map, because there are a lot of open areas. So you don't want to get caught out there in these hit scan wars when you have a larger target than your opponent.
Sniperize is going to start off quickly going for the rocket pickup after he finds himself the Mega Health. Did miss his opponent crossing, so Scissor is also going to be able to route downstairs really quickly, I believe, to go for an LG pickup. So he's got that going. Sniperize just quickly using his Dire Orb to not have to worry about having to miss the rocket jump over to the bridge there. Sometimes players do get unfortunate with that. So just taking the safe route, and he can pretty quickly get the cooldown back up there anyways. You can see just getting the health pick, or getting the timing pickups there to little time bubbles. It gets the cooldown back up pretty quickly as he already has the dire ready to go again for when the fight begins.
Nice read there by Sniperize. It's a very common play for people who grab the heavy armor to just rocket jump up to rocket launcher like that to bridge to save time and get position quickly, and it was a good read and rail by Sniperize. Another good ambush here.
Sniper gonna fall back after doing some decent damage. He's taking a little bit himself, but he's also done a decent amount to Scissor. We have power up spawning in just a moment, so Scissor does decide to bail out from the blue room over here now to move himself to the other side to go back, picking up power-ups. Be able to go in, grab the armor. And Sniperize still looking for that opening shot, but Scissor's not giving him anything. He's actually taking a page out of the book from Sniperize in the last one there. He's just hiding in a corner, hoping he'll run past it.
Yeah, he's trying to bait him over there. Probably looking for maybe a quick dire orb, close range, you know, rocket dire orb combo. And oh, nice little ambush. Looks like he got tired of waiting over there.
Nice double rails as well. He did pick up the mega health on the way back though, so Sniperize is going to get a lot of that health back. However, Scissor also has the armor pickup again, so he's going to restore himself back to full armor. And Sniperize is still stuck in just this little corner of the map over here on the blue side. So he's got mega health under his control, he's got that side room, but that's pretty much it. He's not really being allowed to investigate much more beyond that. That'll change now, as Scissor did go downstairs there a little bit to try and trap Sniperize. Didn't work out. He moved out of the room just in time to avoid Scissor. So they have changed positions slightly.
A lot of cat and mouse going on over here with them changing position, kind of keeping their own item, their heavy item as you know, neither man wants to give an inch right now.
Unfortunately, Scissor now being the one to eat all these rail shots where he was the one returning them before. And now, misreads the position again too, so lets his opponent get one off. But however, he is able to trade that back a second later. So still keeping the damage relatively even. The health pools are relatively close, and Scissor almost going down now. Just ate a massive spam on the LG. Unfortunately, Sniperize overshot himself a little bit there, ended up falling down below, was unable to complete the kill against Scissor. So he's going to have a moment to go and regenerate a little bit.
Yeah, but Sniper should really push for this heavy armor. Don't give Scissor a chance to recover here.
Scissor, nice clutch rails again coming in from him, keeping the damage, keeping the heat on Sniperize, not letting him get away, not letting him breathe even for a second. Scissor, he's going to be allowed to fall away, but he's still 10 seconds away from this mega health spawn. Scissor knows he can't stay around and take an open fight versus Sniperize right now, so he is going to choose to fall away and take a position by the armor. But I mean, the same situation. The armor's still another 15 seconds away. He's going to try to dive into this fight, but due to the stack that Sniperize has, it's an easy battle for him to win.
Nice read. Okay, so this is really what happened there. So Scissor made the read because the mega health was up. The Sniper would naturally jump across pillars and go pick up the mega health, which is it's just a typical thing. Sniper recognized that and said, you know what, I'm going to leave the mega health there. Instead, I'm going to go to bridge, and Scissor was just caught unaware. So just great read by Sniper, good ambush, and good kill.
Yeah, perfect way to play control over the map as well. That was the most important thing that he was able to do there. Really just locking Scissor down, not giving him any room to maneuver at all, and finally forcing Scissor into a duel, which he knew he was going to win with absolute certainty.
It's just one of those great things about Quake, you know, that back and forth trap thing. You think you make a read on somebody, but he read that, you read that, and so on. It's just the counter of the counter kind of thing. It's great.
And now Sniperize has this big advantage to play with here too. Scissor has to trade back in the next minute here, and it will work out even worse if Sniperize can pick up the kills. He's going up against a Nyx right now for Scissor. Not the most tanky champion, so it's not like Scissor can really continuously just dive into these fights right now.
Yeah, tale of two champions here. We got, you know, Nyx, Anarchy, and Ranger versus Ranger, Sorlag, and Scalebearer. So there really are, besides Ranger, they're going in two opposite directions after that pick.
Sniperize having to be a little bit careful here so that he doesn't shoot himself into the open too much. It's definitely looking like he wants to just delay this until timer now, due to the fact that he also can't really just dive into a fight against Scissor. And the Nyx will still have the stealth up at this point. So, second, he sees the Nyx jumping into a fight. Thankfully, he's got this big map to play off of too. He's got to be a little bit careful there. He uses the dire to quickly pour it away, almost halfway across the map, though. So, really good movement coming in from Sniperize right now. I think he completely juked Scissor for a second there. Scissor is trying to dive back in. However, he's going to take a corner. That might prove to be a mistake, though. He actually gets the trade. So, with that, with only 4 seconds remaining, we end up going to sudden death.
I am just, wow, I am a little dumbfounded that Sniperize decided to just stand still. And, you know, I know he had the rocket launcher out, but man, there was so little time on the clock. Just run, man. Just run. Run. Just throw the rockets behind you as you run. But hey, you got to give credit to Scissor, too, for making, you know, the nice drop there and just getting the frag under pressure.
So next kill will win here. There's going to be a close-up fight right at the start. Scissor panics, pops that stealth. Definitely needed to, though, as if he sat in that spit, he'd probably be dead right now. Some great up-close rocket damage to Sniper Eyes, too. Unfortunately, Scissor's been panicking this whole time, trying to keep himself alive, make sure Sniper Eyes doesn't push back into him. In the meantime, look at the stack that Sniper Eyes got going for him. He's got a massive amount of health, a massive amount of armor. He's a tank right now, and Scissor barely has any health at all.
And no Ghost Walk. He had to use it to get out of that last engagement, so he's probably about I don't know, what is he looking at? Oh, he's okay.
He's going to have it up in like 2 seconds, yeah. So now he's playing quietly. He's got the stealth back up, so we can jump into an engagement. And oh, sees the spit and again pops it. Might have not been entirely necessary there. Thankfully, there's quite a few of the cooldown bubbles across the map that he can run and pick those up, so we can get that back up pretty quickly again.
You got to be careful sitting out there. I mean, as a tank, I mean, he's kind of out in the open here.
He's going to dive back in. His opponent did have access to the Mega Health a second ago, and now it might be a race for the Mega Health here. As the Sorlag is just going to completely fall away from the fight. Sniper Eyes chooses not to retake this right now, so Scissor is going to be able to go and getting the Mega Health for free, and at the last second, leaps over the top to get the headshot against Sorlag and claim the round. Perfectly played.
Yeah, great shot by Scissor. A little unfortunate there. You know, he came around with the Sorlag, and the heavy armor was literally spawning right behind him. And I don't think he had the timing on it. Otherwise, obviously, if he had the timing on it, he would have been waiting for it. So because he didn't have the exact timing on it, he got a little antsy. You know, worried about waiting for it. As we say, laying eggs for armor, not a good idea. And you know, ran into Scissor, who was making it quickly there as possible. He knew the heavy armor was coming up, and he's trying to get there as quickly as possible.
Well, we're back to the Ranger versus Ranger fight at the start of the round. Each player going back to that preferred champion. Sniper Eyes was able to get the initial kill before, but not only did he miss on his opportunity to win it out via the timer, but he also lost in sudden death too, so that was a great reversal from Scissor, able to win the first round, where he really had no business doing so, considering the way that things played out. Sniper Eyes is definitely going to be angry about the way that round 1 went, and he'll look for revenge on round 2 now.
Yeah, definitely let one get away from him there. You know, and we've seen it many times, guys. When you're protecting a lead, it's kind of a dangerous position to be in, because it's taking you out of your own game, right? He's not playing like he would normally play. He's just kind of running away, and he's, you know, Scissor recognized it and just kept getting in his face, and eventually he got it.
So Sniper Eyes is still trying to play this hyper-passive style right now. He's going to leap back up with the Dire Orb helping him out, but Scissor just being quiet again, hiding in that one little corner over there. Now he's going to pop back out, trying to hit a rail shot, and will miss, forcing Sniper Eyes back a tad into middle here, where he is going to be looking for the Mega Health pickup in just a second, but that's come up to split it for a couple of seconds. It's not a huge margin. It's only about a 5-second gap between the spawns right now.
Being very careful, you can see it. Scissor, I think he's kind of losing track. Snipers is, I'm going to stay in this main area around Rocket Launcher and Bridge, which it is. It's a main traffic area, and you can get to, Mega Health and Heavy Armor relatively easy. So I think he's just setting ambushes there and waiting for Sniper to come to him.
Well, unfortunately, waiting for that, Scissor is going to be able to finally pursue and hunt down this kill against Sniper Eyes. He locks him down, so unlike the last round, it's going to be Scissor that starts with the advantage. Sniper Eyes looking for the quick trade. He's only got the SMG to play with, though, but Scissor continues that aggression, and now he's claimed the second kill just about 5 or 10 seconds after he got the first one.
Yeah, just great again. The hit scan, that lightning gun from Scissor in his rail, it's just top notch, top notch. This guy's exciting to watch. He really is. A little miscalculation there.
We're getting some decent damage off with the Super Nail Gunner range. He's got to be careful since he doesn't have any armor to play with right now, though, so he's kind of limited. You'll note he only has that Nail Gun and SMG right now. Picked up rockets finally, but he's still on the ropes currently because he chose to play so aggressively off the respawning, and he also did that on his second life too, and that cost him. The Scissor now has all the time in the world. Here comes the charge, and verticality once again stumps it, as unfortunately he runs out of room to run at there.
Yeah, just what you were mentioning earlier about just dropping down a level on that scale bear. It's really hard on these vertical maps. I mean, especially, ZTN, just like ZTN, you've got like 3 levels right here. You got the mid-level, lower level, and high level. It's really hard to line somebody up, especially from range, charging at them. They're gonna hear you coming.
Sniper picking it up. He's going for the charge again. I think this one is more to get across the map quickly, maybe steal the armor. No, he leaps right into his opponent's face, gets him in the air as well. He's got to be careful of that quick port up on top. He's lost him, though. Can't figure out where he went. Sees him at the last second, but what matters is he gets what he was looking for here. He got the armor. He's already lost some of it, granted.
Nice trick jump by Sniper Eyes. Very impressive. I knew the jump. I've actually done that jump. It's actually, I'm not very good at it, but I knew it was possible, and it's nice to see somebody bust it out in a match like that, you know, under pressure.
Sniper Rise getting close to getting this kill on Scissor, but he's got to be careful. He's losing a lot of his health too. The Mega Health spawn has come back up. Jump pad could save him, but not in this case. Scissor finally turns that battle around and is able to take control. The second round going up 2-0.
That light, I can't say it enough, man. His lightning gun is dangerous. Dangerous, man. This guy, you know, for all the veteran Quake players out there, if you don't know Scissor yet, you better get to know him because you're going to see a lot more of him in the future as far as I'm concerned. This guy is an up-and-comer, clearly a talented UT player making his way into Quake. And like I said, once he gets the balancing act around those rockets, this guy is going to be a tough person to beat.
We'll be seeing more of him at QuakeCon if he's able to win out this last round. Off to a rough start, however, in the third round currently, pushing back in, and unfortunately just runs right into Sniper Rise and can never really seem to get away from him there, so he loses his first life pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a good start for Sniper Rise. Let's see if he can capitalize right now. I'm sure he's thinking he's got to get some kind of momentum going, get Scissor on his heels somehow. You know, you just got to kind of maybe take that confidence away from Scissor a little bit because you can just see the confidence when he's pushing in with the lightning gun sometimes, and even the peak rails. It's like he just feels like he's going to hit everything. Which is, hey, you know what? Great players, they do feel like they're going to hit everything. So.
Sniper Rise still trying to push and get himself into a good position. He finally just spotted the Nyx here for Scissor now. He's got Scissor relatively low too, only at about 25 HP after that rail shot. So he's got Scissor on the run. He's got him in a pretty good spot right now to keep him in that spot as well. Scissor, however, so far has been successful in outrunning Sniper Rise, mainly due to the fact that he is on that Nyx.
Yeah, Sniper's got a great stack right now, firm control. You know, he's looking to run items and possibly, you know, do a little damage and follow in for a kill. And now if you're a Scissor, of course, you're on the opposite end of that spectrum. You're trying to avoid, get some peak damage, free damage. And, you know, you just disengage after the damage and try to steal some of these heavy items.
Now, Rockets again is going to let Sniper Rise lock down that second kill in a very fast fashion. Beautifully done by Sniper Rise. He's able to aggressively jump into the room, locking down Scissor the second time in this round. Now bringing him down onto his third and final champion. It'll be the Anarchy. No waste no time getting into the fight here. Sniper Rise trying to continue the engagement himself, but fortunately, not able to complete the kill just yet. Nor is Scissor going to be able to get the trade. It's an LG battle. Not really surprising to see Scissor win that one.
Wow, I mean, it just seemed like, you know, like Sniper Rise had good position. You know, Scissor's running at him, you know, in the line, and it just, wow.
Needs help. Oh!
Oh my goodness.
So you can see at the very end there, he tried to make a run for some health pickups, but yeah, that's the dot right there that can screw you over if you're not paying attention to it, as it did bring him down too low in the fight itself, and then the dot just finished off the job.
Yeah, he ate some super nail gun there, plus the dot, as you said, the spit, and it just finished him off. But man, I still got to go back to that kill where Earth right before that, where Scissor, I mean, he kind of really pushed into Sniper Eye, and was like, yeah, I don't care, I'm going to take some of your LG, but I'm going to LG you better. And wow.
I mean, it gets to a point, though, where it's like, all right, well, we just expect him to win every LG fight from this point forward. Sniper Eye just cannot take this guy on in a straight LG versus LG fight, no matter the circumstances.
I'm telling you, I ran into guys like this, you know, when I used to play, and it really kind of puts you on your heels. Like, you got to take a different tact, and like, yeah, you just don't want to get in a lightning gun battle with this guy. If I was this opponent, yeah, you definitely want to try to turn into more of a you know, rocket, try to get that first rocket and stuff in and get a good advantage on the lightning gun. And even then, let's say I had a 50 stack advantage with the lightning gun, I still wouldn't necessarily feel completely comfortable. I mean, he's that good with the lightning gun.
Well, they did actually just lose a straight up LG fight there as he tried to go in versus Sniper Eyes and reacted way too slowly when Sniper Eyes finally kind of jumped out and was ready to fight him there. So Scissor once again losing the initial 1v1, and he's going to lose his Rager pretty quickly, sending him onto the Nyx.
Both major items up right now, so we'll see here.
Both are really trying to fight for the armor control too. The orb, it looked like for a second Sniper was going to try to take it and quickly reroute over towards the Mega Health. Problem being, though, is he would have just opened himself up for so much damage from Scissor, as it would have been very easy to track him. He had like a 15-foot drop back down to the ground there on top of the bridge because of the position he put his orb for, so he wasn't going to be able to escape that quickly. There's a quick stealth. He's staying close. Let's continue the fight. Sniper Eyes knows this, so he does rocket jump away in the last second just to change his position to prevent him from getting insta-fragged by the reappearance on Scissor there.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do, especially if you're a ranger. Why not? You know, you get the reduced self-damage on the rocket jump. So, yeah, if you time that 3 seconds, just kind of rocket jump up. If he's anywhere close to you, he'll take damage. If not, you reposition and maybe throw a shot off if he's trying to line you up.
Nice little tag of damage coming in there too. Nope, actually getting tagged back. Sniper Rise taking his beat as well. Scissor's got to be careful if he wants to chase this though. He's only at 70, he's only got the base HP. Nice range shot though from all the way at the very end of the shotgun hallway. Able to connect another shot against Sniper Rise. So keeping him low, but unfortunately he's going to pick up the mega health in a second here. So that's going to be all eaten back up. Bringing him back up to a pretty good health point.
Yeah, Sniper Rise in good position here. He should be recognizing the heavy armor's up. Maybe he thinks Scissor took it.
That's definitely the case though. Sniper Rise has Scissor just completely locked down inside of the room there. So nowhere for Scissor to run, and Sniper Rise, beautiful timing on the rockets to make sure that he connects them on every single one there. Locks out the second champion for Scissor and puts him down onto the Anarchy again.
Yeah, high ground, rocket launcher, just placed some nice rockets on the side of the pillars. Nowhere really Scissor could go in that instance. You know, he tried to peek out and maybe thought he could go one way, but once the first rocket hit, it forced him back to the other way, and then he placed another rocket on the other side, and that's all she wrote.
Sniper, again, back to playing it quietly here. He's looking for Scissor. Find him, and there we go. He gets him. Problem is, Scissor's coming in with a vengeance now, doing massive damage to Sniper at the start, and Sniper actually just carefully sneaks away from that fight after taking the duel. Now he's going to port back up top. Scissor realizes this. He takes the jump pad route. Sniper actually getting some good LG damage back in there, but oh, a last-second rocket from Sniper just completely destroys Scissor's health pool, and now gives him another round, so we'll be tied up 2-2, going to sudden death, round number 5.
Yeah, a little too aggressive from Scissor there. The mega health had actually just popped up, so he could have really taken the mega health. If he wanted to be aggressive, I understand, but at least pick up the mega health and then go get it. Right. I mean, it was right next to him, so a little miscalculation by Scissor. Now we go to, you know, winner take all on this map right now.
You will note too, of course, the set score for those of you who may have just joined us. Scissor currently is up 1-0 in the series so far, so if he does win this 5th and final round, he'll earn that slot at QuakeCon. If Sniper Rise is able to take it, we'll go to a 3rd map. Again, things start off relatively slow and even quiet again too here. Neither player really wanting to jump into the fight. They trade blows on a rail. Both just escape away. Scissor wants to continue the fight though. He is trying to deny Sniper Rise of picking up most of the pickups across the map. He's got control of rockets, rails, full armor. He is going to lose the health there, but he hits him for 80 damage as well, so it does negate a lot of the pickups that he just got. He did miss the dire report, however, so he's going to try to rocket jump up and follow him, but has the wrong pathing to it. So looks like Sniper Rise is going to be able to get away and recover.
Yeah, a little sneakery from Sniper Eyes there. He actually watched the Scissor strafe jump right by him there in the mid-level. So it's good defense, kind of just fooled Scissor there to get away. But Scissor's still in a great spot. I mean, he's going to pick up this heavy armor. He's going to move over to Mega Health as quickly as possible to try to secure that. So he's definitely got an advantage with stack. Sniper Eyes just working with the basic Ranger stack right now.
Scissor, well, he's now going to find Sniper Rise finally. Catches him over here towards the corner. He's trying to get him into a position to just completely LG spam him down, but Sniper Rise is actually playing this pretty smart. He's not really giving him a whole lot of opportunities to do that. And there's, again, that accuracy is absolutely insane, just melting Sniper Rise's health pool.
I think Sniper really is trying to avoid that lightning, it seems like. I think he's recognizing that, you know, maybe I want to land a good rocket or rail first and then kind of move in.
There's another nice swipe on the rails. That's the problem. You can't keep it close range because that's where the LG is going to destroy you. You can't keep it long range because that's where the rail is going to destroy you, because that's another benefit Scissor has going for him. So where does Sniper Rise take this fight? At what position? At what general area does he try to look for this one? As Scissor is meeting him on quite a few fronts. Sniper Rise has been able to negate that by getting these surprise kills against him, but there's the LG work over to the rockets. He's almost got him closed out, but he's also very low too. Both players sub 25 HP, but at the last second, Scissor moves in with a clutch rail shot to take down Sniper Rise's Ranger.
Just wow. Just the whole exchange there. Oh my goodness. And of course Scissor didn't have much left after that battle, but oh my gosh, this is just so back and forth. I just need to shut up right now. This is just, oh my gosh.
Well, you can see Scissor trying to escape with a dire rope at the end. He popped it off just a little bit too soon. We'll get to see it again from the perspective of the Sorlag, of course. And you could see, unfortunately for Scissor, he did pop that dire rope just a second or two early. Unfortunately, was not able to go all the way to the top. So either hit the key early or just panicked a little bit and tapped it there just to try and change up the positioning a little bit, and unfortunately paid the price. So he goes down. He's not going to be able to keep his first champion alive and well. And now Sniper Rise getting aggressive here, and it's working out well for him. He's punishing this Nyx pretty heavily at the beginning of its spawn.
Yeah, nice read and ambush there. Forced the Ghost Walk. He's in trouble here. Yep. he's in trouble here. That was just a great play to set up that frag, because first he read him over there at the rail bridge, came around hot. He forced, I mean, really, if Scissor didn't ghost walk, he got rail comboed. It was rocket to rail combo. So he had to ghost walk, and then he really had nowhere to go. He had to recover, and Sniper Eyes recognized he was going to go down to the pillar area like a lot of people do, and was waiting for him.
Sniper Eyes again actually almost meets his match against Scissor, as it does come with an LG range. Scissor knows he did some decent damage in that fight, so I think he's trying to look to re-engage. Now he's got to be careful of the rocket work. The spit coming back out as well. The dot did connect. And this is going to bring it down close, but no, it's Scissor that wins it this time. Trades it again. And we can see Sniper Eyes quickly getting back on the board. He wants to try and complete this trade, knocking out the last champion for Scissor. However, Scissor's already been allowed to recover. He's doing great LG damage. This may not be the fight that Scissor can take, though, as Sniper Eyes is now over there onto the Scale Bear. So it's going to be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, a little surprised Scissor's not over there for that heavy armor. I think he's losing track. Did he lose track on that heavy armor?
He might have. For both players, really, it's in the open right now. But okay, Scissor's able to push in and just take him on in a straight-up LG fight anyway. So there you go for Scissor. Finally able to close out on that map. He was up 2-0 at one point. His opponent, props to him, of course, for bringing it back all the way up to 2-2. But at the end of the day, he does take it 3-2. And with that, he's going to qualify for QuakeCon.
Again. 38% lightning gun. Sniper Eyes stepped it up that round, you know, with 32% of his own, but man, 38%. Really look at the damage. I mean, 23, 87 damage compared to 833 with the lightning gun. That is a huge differential, not to mention 1,700 to 820 on the rail, 25% to 42%. Sniper Eyes did have a little bit of advantage with the rockets, as we kind of saw he was trying to get Scissor into some of these traps. But overall, the lightning gun, I think the hit scan was a little too much for him. You could see Scissor, on the other side, you see like Scissor recognize that I could push this guy around a little bit with lightning gun, and he was forcing those battles.
There was really only one time, I think, where Sniper Eyes was actually able to successfully take down Scissor in just a straight up LG versus LG fight, and that was due to like a weird misreaction from Scissor there, where he just didn't realize the fight was happening for the first couple seconds of it. So we'll have to see, of course, how he fares at QuakeCon. Unfortunately for his opponent, he is going to be heading home. So for now, we're going to send it over to our analysts to break it down this match.
Well, he said it. I mean, Sniper Eyes losing, going home, Scissors is advancing. Did you forecast it to be this way?
I didn't, but we obviously knew that one of these players would not be going to QuakeCon, and again, I'm very happy for Scissor. Of course, he's been playing just fantastically, as we just saw. A little bit sad not to be able to go hang out with Sniper Eyes a little bit there. I mean, they're both really cool dudes, but Scissor will indeed be going forward, and that match, man, back and forth does not begin to describe it.
Actually, it did end up going that almost full distance, right? So it's down from 2-0 to that. It's pretty impressive, to say the least.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw two players who both play incredibly intelligently, just making reads on each other that didn't happen to be true. I mean, in any other situation, if they were good reads, that would have been fine. But they were both reading each other so well that they were ending up in all of these really awkward situations. I think we actually have a clip of one of those situations that we saw very early on in Blood Covenant. I mean, that just went all over the place.
All over the place. Let's actually take a look at it right now. Ask and you shall receive.
What we saw here, and of course the guys called it out perfectly, Sniper Eyes looking for Scissor on the bridge. Scissor thinking that Sniper Eyes was still going to be back over by the Mega, but of course he was there lurking on the bridge. Rocket jumping up to the bridge. It's not really an uncommon thing. It's a really useful thing, especially when you're Ranger. Finding somebody there with an LG ready to unload into your face, not quite so common.
Now, you say the word lurking, right? And I don't believe we've actually even touched on that at all today in the entire broadcast. So explain that a little bit more.
Well, when you know that your opponent is going to be wanting one item that you're close to, say a Mega or heavy armor, you can kind of set up a trap. You know that you're not going to be going for the item itself. It's too dangerous. It's too risky. It would put you out in the open. But you might be someplace where your opponent has no idea where you're at, where the rockets are going to come out, where the rails are going to come out. So you try to go for the gold.
So essentially baiting the armor, baiting the weapon itself.
Yep. You're just that troll under the bridge.
Just
or
that troll under the bridge.
As we saw now.
I mean, it happens, right? Let's take a look at this upper bracket and kind of show you guys and paint you a picture at home if you're just joining us. At what you may have missed, let's catch you up to speed.
Oh, man, a fantastic bunch of matches here. Of course, going from the top down, we got Chance moving forward, knocking Sniper Eyes into the lower bracket, as we just saw. Dehang versus Scissor turned into Dehang moving forward. We've also got Tom Servo, Waz, Carnage, Rafa, of course. Vedic is a bit of a surprise, but a happy surprise, as we saw. And then Dewey, an online favorite for sure, moving forward to QuakeCon.
Well, when you look at those names, A few of them are going to stick out. You're going to see world champions. You're going to see this. You're going to see that. But when we look at this lower bracket, do any of these names stick out to you for the situation that they're in now?
Oh, we've seen a lot of, I don't want to call them upsets, but we've seen a lot of really surprising results out of these matchups. I mean, Sniperize and ID. Sniperize moving forward there. ID, of course, more of a capture the flag / sacrifice player. But yeah, I think a lot of these guys are going to be really thankful to be in the position that they're in. But of course, now we're going to be going into, I believe it's what, Galisac and Roulette, or Pit and Astro Boy. I mean, we have just a handful of these matches left here, but they're going to be incredibly tense for everybody involved.
Well, definitely looking at the caliber of play that we saw come out of, say, Galisac earlier, the fight's there. It's 100% he's able to take that fight to the opponent. But the match we will be looking at next is going to be Pit and Astro Boy.
Oh, fantastic. And of course, we opened the day with Pit versus Carnage, and that was a great rematch from their online qualifier. And Pit actually performed really well. It was a really close match.
Well, I do believe we're going to be getting into those last couple of matches of the lower bracket. We're going to be looking to solidify who is going to QuakeCon, and we're almost there. But before we get all the way there, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
The original Quake was the very first game that allowed dedicated independent servers to exist that people could connect into. That was something very new. What it did is it allowed people to have one place that they could go to compete. What we found is that players would go to the same servers, play against the same people, teams started to form, clans started to form. We planned none of this. And because Quake by itself is very skill-based, it takes a lot of dexterity to play it, it did lend itself well to who is the best Quake player, who has the best skill, who could beat the top guy in the US or the top guy in Europe.
I was a player in the late 90s and the early 2000s. Going from, state to state, country to country, you saw how much passion there was, how much fun people were having playing and spectating. Something was happening here.
Competitive gaming back in 1996 wasn't really a thing. So we were just excited that people were playing Quake together. And even QuakeCon, which was a convention started by our fans to see who the best Quake player was. We were really excited by this.
You would see a line out the door of people trying to get in, and everyone would be holding their giant computers and their huge CRT monitors.
Put them on tables that would compress because of the weight.
You would have to take multiple trips because there would be so many wires and so many computers. And
they were all on LAN, so they were right there. They'd yell back and forth. It was much more unruly than it is today.
And after everyone was eliminated, there'd be two players, and everyone would be hunched behind them, watching them and seeing what was happening, and they could only see one point of view.
And that sense of community and being together and playing together has just grown and grown and grown. And yes, now our communities are millions of people, but we never imagined 20 years ago that the esports industry and the size of what it is today could ever have been a thing. And we are very blessed and fortunate that Quake really started it. Every esport game today can trace its roots all the way back to Quake.
Something is happening I can't control. I feel the place so dark. Somehow I feel
Okay, we're back here at the North American Regionals here at the Quake World Championship thing, sort of, kind of. Anyway, check it out. We've got just a few players left here in duels. 3 spots to be exact, and we're really kind of getting down to the nitty-gritty for what is the lower bracket. Some might call it loser's bracket, but yeah, it feels bad, right?
Well, I mean, we are going to have some losers here today. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Fortunately for all these players, though, they've been able to watch the stream. They've been able to watch the matches. They've been able to maybe get a little bit of information about how their opponent's thinking, what champs they're playing, how they play them, all that stuff.
Let me tell you what I'm thinking about right now. And I'm thinking that I want to thank AMD for helping put on this event and this tournament going forward. I think we need to look at this matchup, though, coming up next, which is going to be Pitt versus Astro.
Absolutely. So, of course, we've seen these guys earlier today. It's also a benefit for everybody watching. You know, some of these players you might not have seen too much, but, of course, as these matches have gone up in the upper bracket, I think some of these guys got some new fans.
New fans and emerging faces. What are some of the new faces that we see coming out of this event overall?
Personally, I just haven't seen Pitt play too much, but his play up against Carnage was fantastic, both in the online qualifiers and here. And, of course, he got knocked down here. And playing up against Aster Boy, our Australian kind of calling in from across the wild blue yonder, he's actually got a lot of work to do for sure.
Well, it's also interesting to look at it, too. I mean, his route to getting here, he's playing on this high ping, and now it's like, slightly different world, right?
Absolutely. Well, a very different world. But, of course, it's always fantastic when you see players from South America, players from Sweden, players from Australia make it to some place like QuakeCon, and they absolutely show up. I mean, Four Seasons Gaming did that years back. Dehang, I'm sure, has a lot of fond memories on that as well. So definitely really cool to see these guys participate.
Well, let's check out the map, Vito, because it is almost that time. And just looking at this, we've got Blood Run, Blood Covenant, and then Ruins of Sarnath. Let's really kind of break this down, though. Does this benefit either player more than the other?
The way Pitt was playing earlier today, Blood Run should be a pretty solid pick for him. I mean, of course, it's Aster Boy's pick, but I think that might actually favor Pitt maybe a little bit. Blood Covenant, I think, has actually been the biggest wild card. It's the one that allows the most time between your major fights. You can allow both players to really turtle up for a very long time. The one thing that I'm really excited to see, though, is Ruins of Sarnath, which we actually haven't seen dueled too much today.
What is it about Ruins of Sarnath?
It's actually a map that, for whatever reason, and this is very rare, actually, it works in TDM, it works in Sacrifice, it works in Duel, and it's beautiful, of course.
Is it something that we can see or expect to see a lot of rails going on? Because I know that there's
Absolutely.
a lot of different maps in terms of there's no long corridors in this map, but in this map there are just a potential for rails.
If you want to think of it as Corrupted Keep, only a little bit bigger and with the railgun, because you have all these opportunities where if somebody loses a fight at one of the major items, If they want to recover, they've got to open themselves up to a rail. Both of the armors are incredibly trappable, and we get to see a lot of that on Roses Harnath.
Now, looking back at the players, though, we do know the maps. What is there to say about the tendencies between either of these two players? What should we be looking for?
Well, for both of them, actually, we saw a lot of fluctuation between each map, between each champion. I think we've seen a lot of adaptive play as, you know, two players will come into a match and just want to go full out, full forward. But as things get kind of dicey and things get kind of messy, they actually kind of want to pull back and start playing a little bit more conservatively.
A little bit more methodical, a little bit more...
thinking a little bit more, yeah.
Conservative approach, if you will. Well, it is actually that time, so we're going to throw it over to the guys at the desk. We've got Makalele, excuse me, we don't have Makalele, we've got Machiavelli and Blue.
All right, thank you very much, guys, and we are getting ready now to jump into our next elimination match here. It's also going to be a chance for redemption, of course, for some of our other players that managed to make it over to the round of 16 and then faltered at the last step. They've got one last shot here to push themselves through into QuakeCon, where they are going to be eliminated.
Yeah, it's a good matchup here. Pitt played really strong against Carnage earlier, like Jahar was mentioning. So I'm really impressed with his play overall, and you know, he's coming from a clan arena background and started getting dueling in Quake Live and stuff. So this is his first big, you know, event that he's really trying to get into, and he's up against a good opponent. But I have a feeling Pitt might punish that ping a little bit this time. You know, I think the Australian running into some of these top players. We'll see how he handles the ping here.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Of course, that's always going to be a big issue for him. But starting it right off, Pitt just dominates Astro Boy right from the start, launches him into the air with the rocket, and the quick switch over to the rail, giving him no chance at all, no chance to think, no chance to recover, and in that circumstance, no chance to survive.
Yeah, just great combo. I mean, that's a classic combo.
Look at this, Pitt's going to continue that too, as he continues the very fast and aggressive clutch play. We saw that in the set earlier versus Carnage. He's going to be continuing that here now. He tries to push in, wanted to try and take down Astro Boy right from the start of his spawn. Unfortunately, just didn't really have the health to do that. He did run himself a little bit short from the previous fight too, and he's just barely alive. In fact, he does actually get taken down. The very last second, the trade will come in, bringing it back down to a 2v2.
Yeah, nice rail there by Astro Boy. A little bit of the delay because of the ping, and you know, Pitt was a little shocked he got hit, but you know, that the shot was fired, man.
Yeah, the line competition, of course, you can see here on the railgun as well, or the LG is definitely going to be showing up a little bit, of course, as it works out and helps Astro Boy recover a little bit, but ultimately he still goes down to Pitt there, losing himself under those circumstances, and Astro Boy now ends up on his final champion for this run. He's going to be on the Anarchy.
Yeah, I think if Pitt stays aggressive here, it should really favor him overall. I think just keep the pressure on the guy with the high ping, force him to continuously make, you know, good shots and things like that, and don't let him get into this prediction game, because it'll benefit him to kind of peak rail you or peak rocket you and then going for the sure thing kind of kill. You know? Force him to actually engage.
Pitt continuing to look for that opportunity he needs to lock down on Astro Boy. Gets it now. Unfortunately, the rockets just not connecting in the way that he would like. Astro Boy does hit a rail shot, keeping Pitt's health pool at a pretty manageable position. He's only got 25 armor. Still has the full 100 HP on the Ranger, of course, but Astro Boy is in a very similar position, so this makes it a very even matchup. Astro Boy is probably going to want to look for a little bit more, however, considering the issues dealing with and having to work with his ping and all that. So he's probably going to want to make sure he has his opponent in a really good spot before he...
That was a big miss of the Dire Orb there by Pitt. That could cost him a little bit here, but I mean, he's playing really solid. It may not, but it's just one of those things that, you know, you want back when you see it happen to your kid. Yeah, so I would imagine he's a little frustrated with that Dire Orb miss.
Trying to time some of those rocket shots too. But not a big connection against Astro Boy there. Let's get away from that one pretty much scot-free, and Pitt again attempting to hit the rails, but not going to be able to lock down the location. And he does move away from the armor now, so he's going to give that right over to Astro Boy. He picks that up again, so he's still fully stacked up here. He's got both the health and armor pickups right now.
Yeah, but given he's on Anarchy, one of those things to note is that the base stack of Ranger is essentially the overstack for Anarchy. So even though he has both items, they're pretty much even Steven right now.
Yeah, it's just keeping him at a point where he can still fight out in an open battle versus him. He did actually just kind of waste his last rocket there, so now he does have to leap back up on top to try and look to recover that. But unfortunately for Astro Boy, his opponent is controlling that entire area of the map. Not for too long, though. However, it is looking like he wanted to chase down Pitt and actually start a fight with no rocket ammo at all.
I think he's feeling the time a little bit. I know he doesn't want to let it get too much further. He's got 90 seconds here to try to get a tying frag. So, I mean, he knows Pitt has health, so that's the other thing too. This is just, yeah, what are you going to do? Yeah. I mean, it's just, you know, that's smart by Pitt. He knew his opponent had to push. Astro Boy knew he had to push. Some good rocket placement, you know, force him to come through a doorway. it's a wrap.
And ultimately, by getting that aggressive, unfortunately, for Astro Boy, he does just push himself into a corner, giving Pit control over the first round there.
I mean, yeah, you could argue maybe he could have waited 15 seconds longer, but in the end, he had to make a play, and, you know, Pit, to his credit, made him pay for it.
Great LG work starting off at the beginning here. Unfortunately, hitting Pit quite a bit. Thankfully, he was able to recover pretty quickly, and now he's just sitting back, remaining quiet as he waits to see what Astro Boy's next move is going to be. He did spot him out in the open there, just to the left of the Mega Health pickup. So he should have a general idea of where he's playing from. Now he has to be able to move in, get the position to pounce on top of him. He has the health advantage, so if he can get him into just an open fight, unless Pit royally messes up, there's no reason why he shouldn't win the battle. Astro Boy has to look for a stealth engagement here to be able to really take a huge advantage over Pit and have any chance of winning that fight.
It's going to be really hard for him, especially if Pit has the shield up, because the shield, as we've seen, does see, you know, the Nyx when she goes into her Ghost Walk. So it's easy for Pit to really track down, and the difference in stack is just so hard to overcome.
Keeping a swing around, nicely done. Dodges out of the way. The shield pops off as well. He's going to let him close the gap and continue to fight close range with the shotgun too. Massive damage being done. Astro Boy barely surviving at sub 25 HP, but a huge mistake from Pit. He leaps on top of his stealthed opponent, and as such, Astro Boy is going to get a free kill because he shows right back up, and now he gets another one too. He immediately follows it up with a second kill.
Mistakes in this game can quickly snowball. I was a little surprised Pit jumped right on top of that like he did. I thought he was going to jump slightly offline and like leave a rocket up there, but I mean, he went for it.
Well, finally, at the very least, Pit's going to be able to trade out one kill. He's still got 2 more to go now, however. He's been put into a pretty big disadvantage after mistakes he made before.
Given he got that frag back relatively quickly, he's not in too bad a shape here, just being down 1 with, you know, he's got 3 minutes to go, so plenty of match left right now, so he's not in a bad shape.
And for those of you out there that are trying to figure out how exactly that first kill happened, there's a mechanic involved in the Nyx's stealth ability to where if you're standing directly on top of an enemy, when you reappear, you'll instantly kill them and take them out. It's really hard to do, but in situations like that where an opponent makes a mistake and walks right into where the Nyx is standing, it can potentially allow for a free kill to happen, as we saw just there.
Yeah, Astro Boy's going to recognize that he used the defensive Ghost Walk here. Yeah, good defensive rockets there. Astro Boy definitely wanted to get aggressive, recognize the Ghost Walk was down, and Pit just lined him up some good rockets to make him change his mind.
Rail battle going to be starting off here. This is not advisable for Pit in the open, but thankfully both of them are going to be two-shottable here. Pit will get hit first though, so he is forced to back away. But he's not going to be given a whole lot of room to recover here. Hopefully he has good positioning. He's able to wrap back around. His opponent is going to jump back on the top, stealing the armor away, preventing Pit from stealing that from him. He's got the stealth back up too, so Pit can be a little bit more aggressive now, but he still has to move around to recover some of his health and armor before he can really start looking to do that.
Yeah, he's in a bad spot. He's going to be really careful here, trying to get any light armor and health he can. He's got his Ghost Walk up, though, so that is a bit of a saving grace for him. You know, this could turn on a dime for Astro Boy. One good Ghost Walk engagement can really destroy his stack.
Pit spent a second there switching around weapons, so it actually cost him quite a bit in that fight. He's not really going to be able to pursue a more aggressive option against his opponent right now. Still way too low. Finally got the rocket ammo back going for him there, too, as he was sitting with 0 rockets for a good 30, 40 seconds, I think, almost. So now he's able to finally pick that back up, and he can run back around and recover all of his health.
So at 90 seconds down 1, he definitely wants these hourglasses. He's going to need that Ghost Walk again. And like I said, he's just one good ambush away from really tying this thing up.
Pit still trying to take another close-up fight here. Once again, finds himself on the losing end of it initially, but returns some great damage on the rail just as he reappeared. He's looking for another one too as his opponent peeks. A good thing that he dodged it, and there you go. There's another shot. He doesn't have dead just yet because of the full armor pickup that Astro Boy was able to get for himself. At the very least, Pit now is able to move in, steals the Mega Health. He's got that, and he can continue this fight if he thinks he has a load up. Another rail from Pit connecting here too. He's got Astro Boy on the run now. He's just got to take him down so that he can tie this up into a 1v1.
Oh my goodness, this is just, wow. Some clutch rails from Pit. It looks like Astro Boy tried to fake him with the Dire Orb, but I think at the end there he wished he took the Dire Orb. Wow, great aggression from Pit. Tie game right now, 30 seconds to go. Woo. Oh,
and there we go. Pit with a great recovery was all the way down into a 1v3, managed to bring it back down, prevented ending the round via the timer there, and then in the final 1v1, a little bit anticlimactic, of course, just wins out versus him with a straight up LG spam. So
good turnaround by Pit. You know, I love to give players credit for when they're down like that, you know, especially in a game like this where, you know, you only get those 3 frags. So when you're down to your final death, that's a lot of pressure, and for him to come back like that, and you know, good job by Pitt. He's showing a lot of promise here today.
Astro Boy hiding down below here was able to get a little bit of damage going himself due to the early rail pickup there. Tagged once in a Pit, unfortunately doesn't mean much at the end of the day. Pitt's on that clutch again, so he has a whole lot of health that he can melt away from himself without having to worry too much about it.
Yeah, just being careful. He wants the rocket launcher, but he doesn't want to take damage for it. We've seen it many times. One of the big things about clutch is you want that rocket launcher so you can pop the shield and get in somebody's face.
For Astro Boy specifically, he is going to be forced to fall back a little bit due to the aggression coming in for Pitt now. He's returning this damage, and he's got Pitt relatively low, but he just got those 2 health bubbles right there as well. So Pitt's still going to be back in a much better position than his opponent. The missed rail shot might seal the deal for him, but no, Pitt just unable to return this damage for some reason. So Astro Boy's going to survive with only, well, now 50 HP, but before he only had 29.
Yeah, it didn't have a railgun right there, so I think he's going to, oh, he missed it. I'm surprised he didn't go back for it. Because he could really use one right now.
And Astro Boy himself is just controlling all these power-ups, so he's actually got good health to take this next engagement with, trying to trace down his opponent here off of the LG. It's a quick switch attempt back over to the rail, but that one missed, went right into the shield. So Pitt was able to survive it. Both players in this situation are just going to back away, as neither one really came out in a winning stance there to try and chase down the first kill. Continue to be played slowly here. Astro Boy definitely looking for an engagement if he can get one, as he still controls both of the power-up pickups. Pitt chose not to sit inside of the top room to look for the full armor. Instead is just running around the map there, making sure that he gets his stack built up well enough to take the next fight.
Yeah, Pitt just trying to get that basic, you know, it takes a little while with these tank champions, so. But as usual, I mean, with the Nyx, I mean, just get in a good position. She can't take much, man. You get in there with that shield and rocket launcher.
Next rail could win this first initial 1v1 here. They stuck to it. Well, looks like Astro Boy is going to choose to fade away, gets himself onto the armor there, be able to recover that. And the health is still relatively well split, so that's not coming up for another 10 seconds or so. Pitt is continuing to just run around the map here, looking for his opponent, but just cannot lock him down. Now maybe the final opportunity, though, at the very least, he should be able to go in and steal the health if he has good tracking on the timing, but no, out into the open again. Not choosing to chase it down, so his opponent does have the ability to go down and take control of that mega health for free if they want.
Yeah, Pitt really trying to get his, you know, base armor stack back up, so he's focusing on the lights. It looks like he might steal that there. That's a big steal for him.
It's a big steal, and he's got the shield back up too, so he's going to be able to easily recover health since the armor's eating most of this damage up right now. But it's still not enough to get him to commit to the fight versus Astro Boy.
Just being careful. We've seen it many times. You don't want to get too careless with tanks in open areas, get caught with a nice LG stream or something and really make a mess of you. So he's being careful. He wants at least his 100, 150, it looks like, or 125, whatever. But he's in a much better position now to force an engagement.
Stepping down to recover a little bit of his rail ammo there too. He's kind of getting low. So he knows Astro Boy's up there, knows he just got the armor pickup. Nice little fade away rail shot. Unfortunately, can't steal the health as it's still very well split up in terms of the timing of it.
This is good work. You know, this is kind of an illustration of taking, you know, a very patient tack. Look, now Astro Boy's on the run. Look at their stacks. I mean, he slowly rebuilt up.
He's going to steal this health. 38. There we go. He's going to jump down. He's going to prevent Astro Boy from going in to pick up the health. He's got to be a little bit careful. He's brought down to 37 HP. Was trying to do work with the shotgun range, but just couldn't get it done. So that's a big mistake from Pitt, as that should have been an easy kill for him, but didn't end up working out. And Astro Boy is the one that gets it. Now, Pitt only has a minute to trade that frag back.
Yeah, I think he thought he was a little lower than he really was. I mean, he was pretty low, but I mean, he had the shield up. I'm surprised he just didn't walk right up him with a rocket or something, or force him through that teleporter a little bit. I'm not quite sure what happened with Pitt there.
It was weird the way they ended up playing it out. Now Astro Boy's going to dive back in, getting a lot of LG damage done at the beginning of this fight. I don't even know if Pitt's going to want to try to pursue that downstairs now. He might just sit back and wait this one out a little bit. Astro Boy, he's ready to take that fight. If he wants to oblige on him and take it, and there you go. Astro Boy now with a second pickup.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, Pitt's forced to kind of move in right now and take an engagement he necessarily didn't want. So, I mean, this looks like we're going to go to round 4 here.
Astro Boy just closing out right there, gets the third and final kill. And there you have it, 2-1. Still remains in the control of Pitt. But now Astro Boy is going to attempt to complete the reverse sweep.
Yeah, we've seen it many times in Duel. You know, an error here or there, quick frag, and things turn really quickly in Quake Duel. So yeah, Pitt's overall been, you know, getting the better of it. Obviously, he's up 2-1, but he needs to close the show right here.
And so for Pitt, well, he's just going to leap right into combat this time. 2 beautiful rail shots. He's using the dodge as well that he can do on the clutch. His opponent just barely stealthing away, but look, he's got perfect tracking on it, and there you go. The rocket to finish it off as he takes down Astro Boy's first champion within only the first 25 seconds of the round.
Yeah, quick kill. Got a couple, you know, nice rails in there and just pushed in with the shield and rocket. Nothing Astro Boy can do. I mean, he even tried to run, but I mean, you can see the ghost wire.
Perfectly played from Pitt. Exactly that one's playing out. Great response from Astro Boy, though. Almost took down Pitt. He survived that with just 5 HP. Covered a little bit of it now. Had to wait for his opponent to run away before he could really move in and try to take the rest of these health globes in the room now. And he's even using the blood pool to get some of that health back, too. So just using the environment to his advantage here. Still has to run around and look for more armor pickups. He's kind of low in that regard. But the power-ups are coming in about 10 seconds, so he should have that opportunity.
His armor stacks, you know, half as normal. If he gets this mega health, he'd be in pretty good shape here.
Nice speed. Leaps right across it. He is going to give away the armor, but he's got that extra health, and that's really what I think he wanted to stop Astro Boy from picking up, as that's what would give Astro Boy a pretty big advantage over him. He can get quite a decent stack of armor just on his own natural amount, so I don't think he was too worried about the full armor kit pickup.
Yeah, Pitt just, again, just, you know, get that stack up. Oh, man, nice little rail there from Astro Boy. But, again, you know, with the clutch, you always got to be worried with the clutch running around if you're Astro Boy. Just anytime, wrong situation.
Oh, nice.
Just shield up just like this. It's good steal, though. Good steal.
Pitt just nonchalantly walking up to the top as well, just his opponent was about to die orbit, and then he even puts the shield in front of him too, so that Astro Boy can't really retaliate too much to the fact that he went in and stole that from him. So very well played from Pitt. He did lose most of the armor almost instantly from the play, but at the very least he keeps it out of the hands of Astro Boy. And continues to waste time too, since he has that advantage.
Yeah, definitely time on his side. Still plenty of time to go, though. He doesn't want to get too, you know, he's got to be thinking about getting back control so he can be, you know, run out the clock easy. It's much better to run out the clock when you're in control and they're on the defensive and they have to push into you with a full stack. So he's got to be really careful right now. 150 is not much when you're on a clutch, let me tell you.
Just over the halfway point on the timer for the round. And Pitt continues to hold the +1 advantage over his opponent, Astro Boy, hailing from Australia. Pitt missed it completely, so Astro Boy's actually just gonna be able to walk right into the room. The dire report right up into Pitt's face too, but the shield is enough to push Astro Boy back, and Pitt's gonna take a huge risk here by going for that armor pickup, and in fact, it is gonna seal the deal, allowing for Astro Boy to finally get that trade.
Yeah, putting yourself out in the open with clutch, Sorlag, all the scale bearer, they really are lightning gun bait, and yeah, a little miscalculation there. I think he just wanted to get that armor a little too much.
So now it's gone down even again. And this turns into a Ranger v Ranger fight, potentially to decide who can take a big enough advantage to win this round, and in Pitt's case, win the map too.
Coming at me.
So right now, both just trying to get their stacks going. Fortunately for Astro Boy, again, though, Pitt is still playing extremely passive, so he was sitting back over towards the armor room, and he just let Astro Boy walk up, taking not only the armor, but the mega health too.
Yeah, I think Astro Boy, I'd like to see the stats in regards to item pickups right now. I think Pitt's kind of been losing a little bit control of the item management a bit.
Definitely. Pitt now looking for a situation where he can engage, but he's going to walk right into a bad spot again. And oh, the turnaround at the last second from Pitt with a super clutch Dire Orb. He was able to bring that back and restore his own advantage now to take control of that duel, bring his opponent down to just 1 champion remaining.
I can't believe we just saw that happen. I mean, Astro Boy really had him dead to rights with that ambush, and then just amazing, seriously. Just to turn around and throw the Dire Orb at him like that and get the kill is wow.
There we go.
What a turnaround. I mean, seriously.
He's going to be able to complete it too. It always seems like the 3rd kill is the easiest to get there after we see some clutch 2nd kill come out there. Just breaks the opponent's will, and we see that again there as his opponent there. He is going to be able to Pitt, this is going to be able to take control of the first map in this series, going up 3-1.
Yeah, nice job by Pitt. A couple scary moments there for him. You know, Astro Boy, honestly, I thought was reading him a little bit there sometimes. 25 mega health pickups to 7 for Pitt. 19 heavy armors to 14 for Pitt. Kind of what we're talking about. It seemed like he's lost a little bit of control of item management there, but superior combat skills. maybe using that latency a little bit to his advantage, and you know, got the win there. So, and again, the clutch Dire Orb. Talk about a highlight reel, you know, 180 Dire Orb. Come on.
Perfectly played, and the worst part is he's at a huge disadvantage for that entire fight too. He's sitting in the corner, crouched. So for Astro Boy, he walks up to that fight. Oh, this is easy for me. He thinks he has that one, and it looks like it's going to be the case. But the very last second, that active ability, the Dire Orb coming in from Pit, saves the day, and then he has no problem getting the third kill after that one.
That's one of those things I'd like to see, the facial reaction of Astro Boy right when that's happening, right? Because like you said, he had him dead to rights. Oh, look, this guy's just sitting here with his back turned to me. I'm going to hit him with a rocket. And you're like, he's so messed up right now. Then, oh, no, I'm dead. Like, what happened? Oh, he Dire Orbed me.
So nicely done from Pit. He's going to take quick control of that first map. We saw a little bit of light from his opponent there towards the middle of that map, but unfortunately he did drop the majority of the round, so he is going to be losing that first map. He's got potentially 1 or 2 maps left, of course, if he can take this second one and try and bring this set back into control of himself and earn an Australian slot at QuakeCon, but he is going to have to take down Pit in order to do that. And Pit is ready to fight, and as we saw, he was in a dominant stance for a lot of that first map there, so it's going to be tough for Astro Boy to bring it back, especially with him still dealing with the ping and everything like that too.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. Playing with high latency in Quake is very difficult, especially when you're playing top-notch opponents like this who can give you, you know, just as good as you're going to get. So I would imagine Pit, you know, you could see some of those scenarios where, yeah, he was kind of pushing some, feeling like he was going to win the combat. And but you got to give Astro Boy credit. Again, Pit needs to be a little concerned. If I was Pit, even though he got the win there, I'd be a little concerned about the item management, giving up so many heavy armors, so many mega healths. You know, you don't want to give somebody that big of an advantage with stack. I don't care how great your aim is. So you need to be a little careful here going to the next map.
Well, hopefully that's going to be a little bit easier because the next map is going to be over on Blood Covenant, so things split up a lot more. You don't have the 2 power-ups basically right next to each other, just on different levels. They're going to be on opposite sides of the map, so hopefully Pit has a little bit easier time of controlling. Specifically the armor, I think, is where he lost most of the pickups there, was still able to remain somewhat competitive with the mega health, but when it came to the armor, that's where he really fell behind a lot of the time.
Yeah, just you want to work with a good stack. But, you know, to his credit, though, even though Astro Boy had control for a lot of times, Pit really didn't reveal himself too much. You know, we saw him kind of hanging around those back areas, picking up the health, slowly rebuilding his stack, especially on clutch, and lasting a long time. And so you got to give him credit for that, that although his opponent had control, he wasn't making it exactly easy for his opponent to get the frag with control.
So yeah, it is time for that second map, folks. As you can see, it is still warm up, so call that. We didn't just miss the first kill there. We got about 20 seconds until we actually start the real map itself, and we get to see if Astro Boy is going to be able to strike back here, as I believe that first map was Astro Boy's pick. So this is now Pit's pick for the second map here, going over to Blood Covenant now. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to keep it consistent and win his own map pick, or if his opponent, Astro Boy, is going to strike back and take it away from him.
Yeah, always a little confidence builder if you can beat somebody on the map they pick. Just my opinion. You know, back in the day, we used to have a kind of similar system people pick. And yeah, if you beat somebody on their map, oh yeah, that makes you feel good going to the next one.
So let's jump into the game, of course, and take a look here now at the fighting between Pit and Astro Boy. Astro Boy looking to hold on here, as Pit is actually going to end up jumping into combat right at the start of this engagement. Trying to roll away. Managed to get himself that armor pickup, and now the problem is, though, is he's going to find himself at the bottom of the pillar roof, trying to hold on there. Astro Boy still trying to strike at it as well from up on top, but he can't lock down Pit. Pit's still in a good position to be able to hold back and run away from this one. Of course, because we do apologize for the technical issues, we're working on that as quickly as we can to fix that and get us back into the game.
Out of this place.
A quick frag for Astro Boy, a little.
Well, now, as the action continues, we'll see Pit once again leaping into the fray against Astro Boy here. Pit still trying to hold on, but there's great LG chase coming in from Astro Boy, and with that, he is going to be able to take him down. So the trade comes in. Astro Boy taking out Pit, and now Pit down 0-2 at the beginning of this round.
Wow, Astro Boy coming out the gate firing. I mean, I'm really impressed, you know, even though dealing with that latency, man, his lightning gun is it's not too bad, man. I mean, considering he's probably playing with about 180 ping or so right now, you got to give him a lot of credit for being able to line up the lightning gun like he does.
Well, Astro Boy still looking to hold on to his situation here now. He's got the lead. He's got a 1v3 to play off of here now if he can win this out properly. It's only about just knocking out that last champion that Pitt has. And Nyx Phoenix a mirror matchup too as well. So this is going to be one of his best chances to do it. He just has to be really careful not to get engaged upon and also not to get sniper railed out like that we've been seeing a lot of today. Especially on this map too. There's been a lot of very good players that have been able to just sneak in, get these really small peaks and just sneak off the damage then run away.
Yeah, this is definitely a map, as we mentioned, you can play your side of the map if you really want to and play passive. But there's still a lot of time left. It's over. Watch out for that bounce up. But yeah, there's a decent amount of time left. Pitt just needs to get a frag here and get himself within one.
And Astro Boy still looking for that chance to do it here. As you can see Pitt fighting it out. Continuing to look for what he needs to take out Astro Boy himself. Power should be spawning up soon here too. As his opponent was just able to pick that up, and that is going to be Pitt going in, getting himself the mega armor, but getting tagged again now. Down very low at this point. He's losing a lot of his armor. He's trying to look out for where Astro Boy would jump in and engage on him from, but stuck back over here inside of the rocket room right now, or the shotgun room, excuse me.
Yeah, time's starting to get a little short here. I mean, if you're Pitt, you definitely want to at least get within one with about 4 minutes.
Yeah, we're about the 4-minute mark.
Yeah,
so he's got about a minute each to get these kills now.
I mean, you can conceivably get it done with less time than that, but you're up against it then. I mean, at least a minute, and even then it's going to be rough.
Nice rail connection there, getting him as he does fall away. And now, beautiful lockdown as well. Perfect transition from the lower portion of the map to go in, prevent him from escaping. So he takes on the Nyx, that's the first mark. But now, he's got to go up against these slightly tankier champions as well. Not too much, but overall, they are still going to be able to take a bit more of a fight than this Nyx can if he's not careful.
Yeah, nice little momentum shift. I'm sure Astro Boy was thinking about trying to protect that 2-0 lead right now. So I'm sure he's, mentally thinking he can't just hang back. There's still plenty of time here, so he's not in a safe spot.
And this just gives us a nice chance, too, to see the perspective of just the individual players here as well, as now you can see what the player's looking at. There's no more of those timers at the top left. They have to keep track of that all on their own here. And the fight's actually going to get really close up, but the stealth may work out. However, the rocket shot, if it was just a millisecond later, it would have done massive damage. It doesn't seem to matter, though, as Pitt holds on, now getting a second kill, turning this round back on its heels. He's completed the comeback, and now this is going to be a 1v1 to decide the round.
And getting away with 6 health. Man, it's just amazing. It's simply amazing.
So now Pitt, he's on the run a little bit here as Astro Boy's continuing to chase it down. He's hitting some nice rail shots here. A great comeback story. Pitt can complete it, but he's got to be careful. Pops into the stealth. He's staying out in the open, though. That's a big risk he's taken. As Astro Boy could quickly swing around, knock him out, and end the round right there and there. And now we're going to see it. The Anarchy tries to dive back in. He's taking a lot of health. We don't know exactly how low he is, but it's enough for Pitt to complete the reverse sweep there. Was down 1v3, but he managed to bring it back, and he'll take round number 1.
Yeah, great rockets, keeping Astro Boy off of him there. Astro Boy recognized Pitt was low, was trying to get in there and get that frag, but, Pitt was having none of it. He some good defensive rockets there, and he ran Astro Boy right into one.
Yeah, so Pitt, like I said, great control. Have to start that off with the Nyx v Nyx battle. He played it super cautiously. Great usage of the stealth as well to be able to complete that reversal. And now off of that, he's managed to take round 1. Just 2 more to go, and he's going to be heading to QuakeCon.
Yeah, big turnaround. That's really big, I think, for Pitt. Astro Boy kind of needed to change the momentum around. It seemed like things were going in his favor, and Pitt turned that right around. So it really took the wind out of Astro Boy's sails, I think, right there.
He's going to try to move back. I'm looking for an initiating rail shot. Looks like he's trying to get aggressive on it, too. He has kind of lost the position of his opponent. Gets it again, and now looking for the read onto it. He's got to be careful, though. And this is what I was talking about before. Now that we're looking at the actual player's perspective, is, of course, without the X-ray, there's a lot of uncertainty here about where exactly your opponent is playing from. And you have to time those power-ups on your own. Watch out for spawns on your own, too. You don't have the UI to assist you anymore when you're playing here.
That's right, and that's one of the best things about Quake, I think, is that mental aspect, timing these things, reading your opponent. There's a science to it. There really is, and one of the things it's something you can't read out of a book. Any experienced player, Rafa, could sit here and coach anybody directly and give them the keys to the kingdom, so to speak. But in the end, it's up to you to go down and play and apply it. and only the player can do that.
All right, well, there we go, folks. We are finally back in game now. So, Astro Boy hitting some nice rail shots actually against Pit, and it's put him down quite low. Just over 25 HP, recovers some of the HP now. It was a little bit early to try and push over towards where the armor spawns, though. There was still a good 15 seconds until it was about to come up. So we did try to push into that a little bit too early there, and now Astro Boy's gonna look to take advantage upon this, though. They did the earlier damage. Unfortunately, that clutch is so fast, and you can see how quickly Pit was able to escape that situation and run away.
Yeah, they clutch. Oh my gosh, a little latency there.
Yeah.
I missed what happened there.
So Astro Boy got the kill on Pit.
Yeah. Looks like he followed. Looks like he followed him to heavy armor there. Yeah.
So, as we do jump back into the next fight, we should clarify as well that that issue did not affect the players. That was only an issue for our spectators. So that did not affect the actual game right there, what you guys just saw.
We just got to miss the cool stuff. That's all.
Yeah, I know.
It was a good pursuit, obviously.
It keeps you guessing. It keeps you on your toes.
Well, I was wondering if he was really going to pursue there because it wasn't exactly the safest pursuit, and he went for it and obviously got the frag there. So kudos to Astro Boy.
Well, now Pit's going to continue to chase down this kill. It's way too aggressive, though. And Astro Boy is able to easily just hold that back off by using his rails. Or, excuse me, not his rails, using his LG there just to completely push back Pit, put him into the actual pit inside of that blue room there, and take him out pretty easily. So, once again, Pit's been put down onto his Nyx again. And he did it once. He's going to have to do it again. And there's the first kill. Where is this coming from? It seems like he can only do this work on the Nyx.
Yeah, I know. Maybe he might just want to pick this champion right off the bat here because it's definitely causing Astro Boy problems. We saw it in the last round when he came back. I mean, he just couldn't seem to get anything going when Pit went to Nyx. So we'll see what happens here. This is going to be very interesting if Pit gets the tying frag.
He's got him low now, though. And the Nyx only at 25 HP. He's got to be very careful. He's been spotted again coming outside of the stealth. So they know that the Nyx is sitting down here inside of the pillar pit somewhere. Just going to try to lock it down. Astro Boy looks like he was going to dive in for a second. That's what you don't want to do in this situation. That's how you lost the duels last time. So he's smart. He stays up on top where he has the high ground. And now leaping into this next fight, this is some great LG damage being done over here now by Pit, and he completes the second kill.
Wow. I mean, seriously, that's just good. One good LG stream. It really forced Astro Boy to change his mind there and Dire Orb back up. And then he tried to get a peek shot there, but Pit all over it with the lightning gun and just finished him off.
Well, now the Nyx is getting some good damage in there too, bringing Astro Boy down low. In fact, he's just under 50 HP. They're recovering some of it, but it's a bit of a race to get over here towards the armor spawn. Pit's going to want to try to punish it. He could take him out right here and complete the reverse sweep again, as he did back in round number 1 here. But Astro Boy knows that that's a possibility, so he backs up. He's going to give respect to Pit here finally and let him pick up the armor.
Yeah, but Pit's in a good spot. Ghost Walk is up. He's got a good stack. I mean, he's probably just looking for one good ambush here to close this round out. I mean, Anarchy, not exactly, you know, a tanky champion either, so he's not going to have any advantage of stack in terms of Astro Boy. So the ambush factor is going to be huge here.
Ooh, and he just misses that rail shot too. Barely hitting a connection against Pit. Astro Boy still sitting down below. Nicely done, as he's actually able to dodge quite a few of these rail shots. Was hit by one on the escape, though, but it was just as he was leaving. And Mega Health Spawn is coming up in a second, too. But, oh, just before he gets it, the shot comes in. He doesn't read into it right now, but he gets out of the room before. The Nyx is able to reappear. And that's dangerous here now for Pit, as he has walked into the arena, and he's not ready to take this fight. But no! A last-second rocket, and Pit does it again!
Wow, just amazing, man. This guy seems to wake up, but he's down 2-0, and a nice fall-away rocket there. Geez, just... woo! Clutch, man. Clutch play from Pit to come back like that. And you got to say this kid might have a little bit of ice water in his veins, you know? We're going to have to watch this guy.
That's the second 1v3 in a row from Pit. And now we go into what could be the final round. These are 2 rounds in a row that Astro Boy should have easily had under his belt. Now it's not going to be the case anymore. They're all for Pit. So if he can win one more, he's going to QuakeCon. And what a way to do it.
Yeah, very. I'm sure he's... You know, right now, you can't think about QuakeCon if you're Pit. You know, you got to think about getting this next round. I know it's hard to do because I'm sure he's getting a little excited right now, but you know, he's got to keep that under wraps and make sure he finishes this guy off.
Astro Boy is going to find himself cornered a little bit here at the start. You can see him getting hit by extra damage from the rockets. Almost hit by the rail there, too. He is able to back up, getting a full 100 damage. That's another 80 getting stacked on top of that. So Duel's nearly 200 damage in just a few seconds. That knocks out pretty much all of Pit's armor pool. So he is going to have to fall back, disengage from the fight, and look to recover some more of that armor before he can go back in.
Very interesting here. Still starting with the clutch. I was hoping maybe he'd go with Nyx right away. Maybe he just doesn't like the Nyx versus Nyx matchup. He preferred go clutch.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know, like, if there's some strategy involved with it on his end.
Well, Astro Boy jumping back in. There's another 100 damage rocket, I believe, coming out from him. Keeping Pitt's HP relatively low, but Pitt getting the full armor pickup here now, and Astro Boy, like what he's doing, he's going to delay, taking a little bit of a risk. It pays off, though, because Pitt did not really try to chase down that health at all, so he was able to successfully split the timers, only by about 5 or so seconds, granted, so it's not a huge split just yet. But it's getting it there, and he can do that again when the next spawn comes back up.
Yeah, I think he thought the heavy armors probably picked up a little sooner. Otherwise, I bet he would have probably waited a few more seconds, but still trying to delay, like you said, to be able so he can run between the two items on the map.
Pitt is going to be looking for control over the mega health room. Some of the others. The problem is Astro Boy jumps in and gets a great engagement on with the LG, so massive damage being done there by Astro Boy, keeping Pitt reserved, keeping him relatively low, and he still has about 15 seconds until the armor itself comes back up. So there is plenty of time now for Astro Boy to route over to this side of the map and actually now take a challenge against Pitt for that armor.
Yeah, he's definitely going to hear him above right now. He knows he's there. He's going to wait for a drop. Nice.
20 HP remaining for Pitt, so he does have to give up there too.
That was a nice little combo from Astro Boy dropping down. I don't even think Pitt realized, that those shots came in like that.
Pitt had to go back up there just to check and make sure that his opponent did actually fully steal out the armor. So he's lost that. Now both of the powers go into the control of Astro Boy. He's just got the health again too. He's got a big advantage to play off of. Nice little sneaky rail shot that he hits off there too, I believe. So doing even more damage, knocking out more of the armor. Just making it a rough life for Pitt right now as he's trying to come back from this one, but he just can't figure out how to actually lock down Astro Boy. He's just constantly on the run from him right now.
Yeah, I think, especially with the tankier classes like this, you got to be really careful because it's hard to build back up. So, and from Astro Boy's perspective, you want to keep picking at the tanky champion like Clutch. You don't want to let Clutch get fully stacked because it could present a problem, serious problem. Because even if you line him up with some damage, he's just so stacked. I mean, he can just take it and make sure he lands shots of his own.
So Astro Boy again just going to run the gauntlet here now, gets the armor, he got the health about 15 seconds ago, so he's got the split that he wants. He's got full control over the map. He pretty much has Pitt back into a corner too. Just has to lock down those final few shots that are needed. Like that one, there's a great start, and as well, knocks out his opponent through the shield, taking him down and knocking out that clutch.
Yeah, in case people were wondering what happened there, he had a shield up and he went to shoot that rocket launcher. Shield dropped and he happened to shoot a rail at the same time, and that's a wrap. So good timing by Astro Boy to read that he was probably going to try to sneak in a little damage there with the shield. And just, yeah.
Another shot connecting from Astro Boy this time around, hitting out Pitt, taking him down lower, and he's having trouble hitting any of these follow-up shots, so Astro Boy does actually have to bail out of the fight, letting Pitt have the ground for the time being. And this actually could allow for now Pitt to move back in. The Die Orb actually misses, but okay. The rail shot coming out from his opponent also misses too. He's able to recover from that one though, and Astro Boy, some nice shots, but Pitt with the greedy repeat moves back in and is able to complete the trade against Astro Boy. He's got to run to pick up health quickly though, as he's still very low.
Yeah, I'm sure Astro Boy is just looking to machine gun him anywhere right now.
Don't think he's going to get the chance though. He was found over the other side of the map picking up armor.
Some nice railing from Astro Boy, but Pitt landed the one there that he needed to get that kill.
Pitt holding on right now, trying to go for these range shots on the rails again. No luck just yet. There's another connection.
Oh, he's
and
got
his
him on the
opponent is missing him as well, so he's still at a great amount of HP. He can easily dive in and take a fight if he wants to. But I think he's going to be happy with just power-up control right now, as now he knows he's going to have the armor spawn going for himself too.
Yeah, this is smart. You're moving to sudden death right now, so yeah, make sure you secure the armor. Definitely want to secure this mega health, and then go on the hunt. Go on the hunt and try to end it.
Yeah, we just hoping Astro Boy would try to move in and get greedy and look for that one. He's going to find him up on top. Both of them trade blows, but again, this is going to favor Pitt, as he does have all the extra health and armor. And didn't realize, however, that Astro Boy would try to drop back down and rail from the other side. And oh, this is again, but Pitt also connecting one shot. Both are one-shottable via rails or rockets even at this point if they can hit them head-on enough. Pitt has slightly more HP, but both are going to be choosing to back away. Pitt going to be really safe here using the Die Orb just to port back over there and be able to get himself the armor pickup. So he's got that going, and now he's going to try to head over here and grab the mega health too, which I think he's going to get it. Astro Boy.
There's good separation. Smart to use the Die Orb. Better safe than sorry, and then just hurry back. He's got Astro Boy on the run right now.
And Astro Boy being forced downstairs into the depths. Good run away, just get these smaller armor pickups are really all he's going to be able to do right now. And again, you have the Mega Armor coming up in just a second here, so Pitt's already back up on the bridge, looking to make sure that he maintains control over that one. Rails connecting, he's getting hit heavily by rockets though, so he's got to be a little bit more careful, especially if these small peaks come back in from Astro Boy. There you go, there's one right there, hitting some great damage on the rails over onto Pitt. He still can eat that back up as he's at max HP, and with the rocket ammo that he's got in excess here, he's able to cordon off this little choke point and make sure that he goes and gets the Mega Health again too.
Yeah, he's got firm control right now. He really is on the prowl trying to get this finish.
First Ranger to die is going to be the one that loses this round, and this would be an incredible map for Pitt. He could finally win it out in a non-1v3 fashion, as we have been seeing prior to this one. But Astro Boy sneaking in those little rail shots again, and it's going to be quite potent against Pitt here too, despite the armor pickup. Well, Pitt is now down extremely low. Dire Core coming back in, but it's not enough damage, so Astro Boy spins it around, and now he picks up his first round of the map.
Wow, really close. You know, they're giving us drama in every single round. You gotta give them that. I mean, it's either Pitt coming back down, you know, from 2-0, or now we got our sudden death in round 3. You know, but I still feel like, you know, I don't know what your feelings are, but I still feel like Pitt. I feel like Pitt's gonna get this win. I really do. I think Astro Boy, while he's making some good plays,
well, you
like
say
that, I say that, and then he gets just totally destroyed by the nail gun.
They just walk into this nail gun spray real quick. So that's a big mistake. Maybe Pitt's just trying to get down to the 1v3 to start it off. He's like, well, couldn't win the round normally, so let's try this again.
Yeah, maybe that's the whole thing. He maybe operates better under pressure like that, you know?
He's about to lose his second champion again here, too. It's kind of scavenging for health and whatnot. Gets that armor at the very least, so he's back to a pretty okay point, too. But still, he's got to be careful. So Nyx can be quite tricky if you're not paying attention.
Absolutely, absolutely. You got to watch out for that ghost walk, man. That's. I really believe that's a big thing with Nyx, is making her to use it defensively. You do not want her setting traps and ambushes with the ghost walk. You're not gonna see it coming, man. It's not good.
There we go. There's Astro Boy taking another shot here on the rail, but unfortunately trades back onto him. Can't continuously eat those shots back up. In fact, he almost died trying to go for the armor there too, at only 75 HP. But the missed opportunity from Pitt is now going to become a new one for Astro Boy, as he is going to dive in here, unfortunately, whipping on his own rail shots. There's a nice cheeky one there. Gets a second one, too. Pitt's one-shotable now if Astro Boy wants to chase it down, but he's also been brought down low. Both players essentially could die to 1 or 2 hits from either the rockets or the rails. So they're both going to fall back and look to regroup a little bit here before the next fight.
I like that route Astro Boy just took right before the heavy armor, just to make sure he got a little armor so he wasn't railable, and then he can come back. Even though Pitt wasn't there, it was just a careful play to make sure he had, you know, decent stacked, and he got good position on bridge again to challenge that heavy armor. So even though no action, still, it's just intelligent.
For Astro Boy specifically, still choosing to hang around over here in the pillar room. Looking for Pitt and making sure that he has the high ground when he does take the next advantage. There you go, catches him going on the jump pad. A little bit more damage escape free. In a moment, he's gonna have to go and grab the extra rail pickup there, but it's right next to him, so it's not too big of a problem. But oh, he actually bypasses it, so only has that one rail shot left still. He will need to run over in a moment and grab some ammo for it.
I don't think he realizes that.
No, he's realizing it now.
Yeah. No, he's zoomed in again.
No, I don't think he realized.
No,
He's trying to,
yeah,
I think that's like instinct right there,
Yeah.
but still. He was able to get the kill at the very least, so just went over too quickly to the LG to make sure he finished it off with that one. Now, well, Pitt, let's see if he can do this for a third time.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, this is getting interesting here. Astro Boy keeps coming off the impressive starts. Let's see if he can get the finish this time.
Astro Boy brought down low. Pitt can chase it. He's got all the health advantage here, too. Unfortunately, he's only got a shotgun, so the range is not really going to play into his favor. Good rocket damage being done. Astro Boy trying to juke him to the best of his abilities. Now he finally pops the stealth. I was wondering when we'd see that from Astro Boy. That should be enough to convince Pitt to back up here. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have the option to back up because he's stuck over here on the top. But Astro Boy looking for the last shots needed. He did see the stealth just pop back off, so he's going to be on the run here. Once again, Pitt closes the gap. Tries to get the kill, but he's going to be a little bit too far off in the range department.
Yeah, Pitt's just trying to push the issue a little bit. Knows he needs to get a frag back, definitely in the next 30 seconds. You know, try to make that comeback possible. But you know, Astro Boy definitely not making it easy. Landing some good rockets too.
Astro Boy continuing to sit back here now.
Breath on very low, 14 HP on the run, now 8 at range. There we go. Finally, Pit gets that kill. Took him a while.
Yeah, good job. Good job to follow and get the kill there. I'm sure now, I would imagine it's funny in those situations, you know, the shotgun is actually really good as a starting weapon. But in that situation, he's probably like, dang, I wish I had a machine gun.
Well, he's got a minute left now to get that second kill. Bring it down to sudden death again. So let's see if he can accomplish that. Pit, he's ready to go. He's got everything he needs essentially here. He doesn't really have any of the mega health pickups or anything like that, but Astro Boy shouldn't have those either.
I definitely want to see if he can pull this off again for... I mean, that's pretty amazing. I mean, if you win your map for the map, and especially coming back from 2-0 each time you won, it's pretty impressive.
I think Astro Boy's figured out how to play this, though, and look at this. He's just running away, essentially. Unfortunately, he's eating a lot of rails in the process, so it's not going to stop it from happening as Pit gets the second kill again. If this happens for a third time, I don't even know what to say at that point, as that was some beautiful work for Pit, and Astro Boy was just biting into it and just continued to let him hit these rail shots. It was like 4 in a row.
Oh, I don't know if he was letting him hit those rail shots. I mean, Pit was really putting in some work there. I mean, seriously, this kid, well, I call him a kid because I'm a little bit older than him, but this young man is doing a heck of a job here to come back from the brink of defeat in several of these rounds to even just to push it to sudden death like this. Again, I'm just really impressed with his composure.
Well, let's see. One more kill to go. Once again, it goes up against Astro Boy's Anarchy. So he's now going to take the low ground, trying to establish a little bit more of a power-up advantage here, too. Unfortunately, he has the timing till he's wrong. He's still about 10 seconds off from the armor spawn currently, so he's going to have to wrap back around and wait this out a little bit more before he can get that pickup. And in that time, well, Astro Boy's actually going to have a really, he's going to have plenty of extra time to run around and just steal that himself. But I think this works, though, because Pit was trying to bait Astro Boy into going for them so that he could immediately take the damage off. But now he's not ready to take this fight. This is the problem. He's going to find escape. He cannot take this duel right now. Thankfully, Astro Boy misread the situation, but they're going to find themselves another fight. However, almost from Pit, but the fight is too close range, so he is not able to win it out, and his opponent ties it up at 2-2.
Yeah, a little bit of kind of going to some little bit of Quake tactics here. The lightning gun, shotgun armor down there that you see people going for, it's a very dangerous spot to jump to, especially when you're low. You know, he's jumping through mid, down towards that area, and already you can see Astro Boy is kind of looking in that area to try to find that final blow on him. And yeah, just a little dangerous. You got to be careful going down to that armor. It's a hot ambush spot.
Pit's trying to stagger early on here, but he misses all these rocket shots, and now he's trying to play close range with the shield and his advantage. Good spot there towards the end of the shield duration, actually, to see that Astro Boy was actually still sitting behind him, but he's still in the hot seat. The LG work is being great from Astro Boy right now. And he's got Pit down at 50 HP. Can't go for the jump pad to try and steal the mega health. And there you go. Astro Boy will get the first kill again.
Astro Boy just recognizing that, hey, Clutch is just, you know, he's lightning gun bait. And he just keeps putting it on him. He's 200 ping, 880 ping, whatever. It doesn't matter. The hitbox is the size of a house. And he's making him pay when he's on Clutch. I mean, every round, I think he's gotten Pit off Clutch relatively quickly.
I think there was one round maybe where Pit got the first kill.
Yeah. But overall, Clutch as his first pick just hasn't been working very well for him in this map.
No, it's all been on the Knicks. I think it's like 90% of his kills have been from the third and final champion that he's chosen.
So this is big now. Now the pressure's got to be getting a little bit to Pit, thinking, you know, this guy's back in the match. You don't want to, if you're Pit, you're thinking you don't want to go to a third map with this guy.
No, that's just going to frustrate him, to be honest. He has to go all the way to that third and final map. So he is going to be sitting back here now. Nice rail shot connecting, but he's also getting hit by some rockets here, so he's got to be a little bit more careful. Astro Boy was able to escape, so he's going to dive away from this fight, and he'll be good to recover.
At both items up at the same time, nobody's going to really get firm control over everything. But again, Pit just needs, I mean, it's plenty of time. He just needs to get that tie and kill. Or maybe he should just give up this frag and go straight to the Knicks. I don't know.
Well, for Pit, he's still looking for some shots to connect back over onto Astro Boy, but his rail work has unfortunately fallen off in these recent times, and now Astro Boy's going to be able to move in, and, well, here you go again, Pit.
Right back where we started.
You've won the 1v3 2 times. You brought it down to a 1v1 another time after starting at a 1v3. So now, can you win the 1v3 again? As if not, you're dropping this map and you got to go to a third and final one, and we're going to see Ruins, I think, for the first time today.
We did, actually, correction, we did see once earlier, Sane pick that map against Dehang.
Okay.
But yeah, not a common pick today.
No.
No.
Everyone's
been avoiding it here. And, oh, Astro Boy, he's going to find himself in a peculiar spot. He knows where Pit's hiding at, though, so nicely done. Reads into it, counters it out. Great rocket spam against Pit. That's going to keep him held back for a little bit longer. But actually, no, as I say that, Pit just leaps into combat, but gives himself away. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's Astro Boy taking our second map, and he's going to tie us up at 1-1.
Wow, just wow. I think if you're Astro Boy, you're thinking, whew, way to force the third map. It was really close on him. And then Pit, you're thinking that's the one that got away. He really could have closed it. I think he had Astro Boy on the ropes there a few times, and I mean, what can you say? You got to give credit again to Astro Boy too for really sticking with the ping thing. I mean, it's really hard to do, and he's making the most of it. But Pit's just got to make some adjustments, play a little smarter. I think as we saw, he got a little aggressive in some areas where maybe he didn't have a good stack, and it really cost him.
Absolutely. So that one closing out. We should be heading to our third map here pretty shortly, I believe. As I said before, Pit unfortunately dropping that second one, and we do end up in a tie. Apologies for the confusion there, folks. It is indeed tied, with Astro Boy taking control of that second map. So we are going to head over to a third and final map here in just a second. As soon as we get the players loaded up in the lobby and everything, we should be good to hop right into that one. And like we said before, it is going to be on the ruins of Sarnath. It is a map we have not seen played out a whole lot today. So it's going to be nice to get another peek at that one and see how things play out there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Pit's going to stick with the clutch. I don't necessarily think the clutch has been working too great for him in either map, really. It just
nor the Ranger, really, to be honest.
Yeah, well, yeah, Rangers, but to me, the big factor is because his clutch is so big, and you can just see Astro Boy really punishing him with the lightning gun in several instances. And it just makes me wonder that maybe he's not as effective with the clutch against this player, maybe against other players, but for whatever reason, Astro Boy's style is just not allowing him to really get in the groove with his clutch, and is taking it out of his game a little bit, because you don't want to go down 1-0, 2-0, all these rounds.
I think he may have found it necessary to use the clutch there too, just because of how split up the map tends to be, and having that extra, because clutch be very fast, as we saw there plenty of times too, so having that extra movement speed maybe helps him out a little bit with getting around the map if he didn't feel confident in his own movement. As you notice, he didn't go for like the Anarchy or the Soar-like Pit, which gives you like that extra movement capability there too, so it seemed like he kind of went with the easier option over on the clutch.
Yeah, and maybe he's just going with, maybe that's just his pick. He goes with these guys, and he's going to run them all the way, and that's his favorite, combination. And it is a versatile combination that he's running. Seriously, it really is. I mean, but sometimes I'm just wondering if Astro Boy's getting a little bit. It seems like Astro Boy's just all over that clutch. He's not getting a whole lot of momentum with him, and it's just putting himself into a hole in a lot of these rounds. And maybe he might just switch up the order maybe a little bit. Go with Ranger or Nyx right away, and then maybe switch to clutch and for a spawn, just in case to avoid a spawn frag. And I don't know. It's really tough to say, because Astro Boy, again, you got to give credit to the player for putting the damage on Pit. And especially with the high ping, it's hard to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see the maps here again that have already been played out. The first two. The first one, Astro Boy's pick on Bloodroom, was won quite easily, actually, by Pit. It was on the second map where Pit struggled really dramatically, but was somehow able to pull off a 1v3 2 times in a row in the first 2 rounds. Then dropped the next 3, however, and lost that map to his opponent, for Astro Boy here. So each player's lost their own map pick so far, and now we're going over to the third and final map, which is the one that both these players had agreed upon mutually. It is going to be over on the ruins, and we'll see how well each player is able to face off there, as this seems to be a very underplayed map in general, so both these players may find themselves a little bit less familiar with it.
And just an exciting match, that second map where we had 2 sudden deaths, 2 come from behinds from 2-0. Yeah, it just really went to the wire, and pretty much every round except 1, I think Astro Boy kind of took Pit out of his game a little bit, but very close matchup in all those rounds. I'm sure Pit's thinking, again, I'm sure he's feeling like that one got away from him a little bit.
Yeah, so we'll have to hope he can shrug that off. He's still looking pretty okay about how to take on this third map here, so hopefully he's not worried about the results of that second map too much, and he should be good to jump back into this third and final map now, which is going to be starting in about 20 seconds, I think, is when the actual game should get started. Players just in warm-up now. Let's pop around for a couple seconds, and then we can get started with this match and get to see who's going to be moving on to QuakeCon. Are we going to have another representative here from North America, or is an Australian going to be able to steal that slot?
I will say this, though. Doesn't Pit look cool as a cucumber right now? I mean, he really does look like, is he trying to qualify for a major event, or is he just playing a fun game online right now? It's hard to tell. I mean, he's really, I've seen players get frustrated, and you see the nerves, and it just seems like he's really focused and that's good.
All right, well, let's get to it. And we do see that clutch pit coming back in. In fact, I think it's the same exact champion rotation for Pit that we saw in the last map, and that is indeed the case. Got the Ranger and the Nyx still in play. Same for Astro Boy as he won the last map, so we wouldn't really expect him to change that much unless it was a map-dependent pick. And Pit is actually going to take the first bit of damage here in this map as well. Being pegged by the rails. Now he's going to try to take a close-up fight here. He's got the shield to work with, and there we go. There's a nice combo from Pit as he's going to be able to get the first kill. Yeah,
that's a good start. I think that's like the second round where you really got a good start with the clutch and got a kill like right away with the shield. So good way to start the map.
Pit's still looking for his right to reinitiate here too against the new spawn from Astro Boys. He's over to the range now. There's the little clip off there with the rail shot. He's going to be able to connect onto a headshot there for Astro, and now nicely done. The timing on this push out through the portal is perfect.
Oh, wow.
With one little LG shot, he's able to finish off the second kill too.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like Pit knew he was up at the super nail gun area. I mean, he was going through that portal hot, and it really just had the sense I'd love to ask him if he knew he was up in that area, because it seemed like he was going in very aggressively through that portal.
Yeah, so now Pit still trying to read into Astro Boy's movements here. Right now he's trying to lock him down and prevent him from going for the LG pickup, and there we go. Fortunately, fired the rocket off just a little bit too late, so he's not going to get any damage done here. Still controls the majority of the map right now, but oh, this could be a bit of an ill-advised dive. He took a lot of damage from the LGs, trying to escape to some more damage here before he completely falls back, but he can't really get any of it done. So now he's going to fall back into the green room and look for that armor pickup when it comes in just about a second here.
Yeah, still in good shape. As long as he keeps control of that heavy armor, you can kind of live off of those health bubbles if you're clutch. But one thing you don't want to be living off is that light armor. It's very difficult to rebuild your stack to 150 using 25 pickups. I mean, it's going to take you a long time. Not to mention you have to hope your opponent never hits you. So it's very pivotal that he keeps running this heavy armor and steal the mega health when he can. If it's down to the point where, you know, each of them have an item.
And Pit's been pretty much just camping in the green room for a good 30 to 40 seconds now, at least since the last spawn. He hasn't moved from this location just yet. So he is letting his opponent get the run of the map, along with the mega health, of course, back up on the top.
Nice fake there, too. He recognized Astro Boy was kind of waiting for him to come up that pad, and he went right back down it. Daring Astro Boy to go down into the swamp, as I like to call it down there. Maybe, you know, it's close quarters, pop the shield, rocket launcher. I'm sure Pit would love to get into engagement down here.
Astro Boy, though, is smarter than that. He is not choosing to go downstairs in that situation. Thing is, though, is Pit can just stay down here all day if he wants to. He's got the 3v1 advantage.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's up to Astro Boy to make the push right now. He's got a 2-frag lead, 2 minutes to go.
Well, there's a surprise all of a sudden. Meets him at the top of the steps. He's going to push back into him here. And unfortunately for Pit, push comes to shove, and he is forced to pop that shield. He's not actually able to return all that much damage.
I like what Pit's doing here, though, with the clutch. I mean, the advantage for the Anarchy is out in the open, obviously, and pushing down here into a tight armor area, you know, is going to be rough. And I think he deliberately, you know, was listening above earlier to keep those timers on. Just clutch out here. Wow.
Was trying to do work with the rockets as well there as well, so it might not have been the best weapon selection for that fight. Unfortunately, the LG definitely comes out on top of that situation. So Astro Boy is going to be able to pick up that first kill for himself in this round. He's got a minute and a half about to get the second kill.
Yeah, a little, I don't know if Pit meant to go up that jump pad or not, but definitely he should not have gone up the jump pad. I thought he should just got right back in his face with a rocket launcher. And I mean, going up the jump pad was just a guarantee of getting lit up right there. So
race for control over the armor here too, and it is going to end up forcing the pop of the stealth there for Pit as he needs to use to escape. He's getting some good follow-up damage, however, and Astro Boy trying to chase down himself. Great work with the LGs, a few more, and he's got the kill, but he's switching over to the rockets all of a sudden. He'll use that injection to keep him in the fight. Another pickup for himself to play off of here as well. Now, all of a sudden, that last rocket comes in from Pit and closes it out for Pit as he takes round one.
You ran out of ammo. Astro Boy ran out of ammo.
It's unfortunate on the LG.
And the rocket. He had nothing. All he had left was, that's why he had to swap. He ran out of the rocket launcher too at the end. So when he shot that rocket, he had to swap the rail, and he really had nothing left at the end of that.
Unfortunate.
So. Watch that ammo.
We've seen that happen a few times now.
We've even seen Rafa, you know, go to rocket jump and oops, don't have rockets. I mean, we've seen everybody do it. So. And hey, you know what? We mentioned this is a pressure situation. You know, all these players are really good. It puts pressure on you, and that's how those mental mistakes happen. So it's from pressure. It's not like these guys just forget. It's the other guy too.
Well, that's that first round, however, going over to Pit. As he looks to correct the mistake, I guess he would call it, from the previous map there, losing out so often. Now he's going to look to get another advantage going here. Problem is, though, is he's not going to have a great initiation. He shouldn't even really be taking this fight right now as he dives back into it. He's only got 50 HP to play off of. His opponent's just going to chase him down with an LG. Pit doesn't even have one to play off of. The good news is that his retaliation with the rockets were actually pretty decent. He brought Astro Boy down to just under 25 HP, recovering some of it now, of course. But Pit was also brought down extremely low, so he was not able to continue chasing down Astro Boy. Both players respectively back up and disengage from that duel.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's in trouble, yeah. Just a little misread there. I mean, he heard the Mega Health and tried to run away, and, you know, a little too late. I was questioning whether or not he should even go up there and check for the Mega Health at that point, because he's really still in that rebuilding stack kind of mode. Astro Boy made him pay, just got aggressive. He knew he was low.
Yeah, Pit really had nowhere to run, unfortunately. Didn't want to get too aggressive to try and go in for some, like, 25 pickups, so he ended up having to back away from that one. And now this is going to be in a very similar situation. He's really scared of using the LG for some reason, and Astro Boy just gets all this free usage of it as a result of that.
Yeah, just pushed into an Astro Boy, man. For a ping, I mean, I think his lightning is superb.
And Astro Boy trying to lock down exactly where Pit went after the stealth. However, now Astro Boy's used it. He's going to try to lock down the final kill on the Pit here. Almost did it. A little more rail shot, but Astro Boy's also low. He worked with 15 HP, and there's Pit. Finally launched up that jump pad there to get his first kill.
Yeah, Pit decided, oh, you're going to rail me in the back like that? Well, I'm going to turn around, same thing to you. And oh my goodness, look at this, coming back again. I mean, really?
That was Astro Boy's mistake right there. I think he actually had confidence in his ability to get a kill with the gauntlet there, and just wanted to show off a little bit, but couldn't happen. And there's some good juking coming out here from Astro Boy now as he's down onto the Anarchy. Whiffing rails all over the place, and he even misses the free one too. Oh, that could have been it for Pit right there. That could have been the reversal again.
Yeah, I'm sure Pit's shaking his head to himself a little bit right there. Those are some shots that I'm sure he wishes he could have back.
Well, he's got Mega Health coming up in a second, so he should be able to grab that. Maybe not, actually. He's going to be a little bit careful.
Yep, he's not in a great spot. You don't want to be out there. It's very exposed, and he's one rail away from death.
He missed the LG again. He just does not like the LG for some reason. So he just completely bypasses that. Sticking with just a basic stack here still. Looking to get that stealth back up so he's good for the next engagement if he gets surprised upon by Astro Boy. But Pit still going to be sticking around over here. Waiting primarily, I think, for that Arbor to come back up. And now he spotted his opponent there. Another missed rail shot, though, and in comes the LG push again. That's the problem that I mentioned before. Pit can never counteract that LG work.
Yeah, it just seems like Astro Boy is doing a really good job about getting the initiative with the lightning gun. And I mentioned it earlier about, you know, when you're getting in a lightning gun battle, especially if it's lightning gun versus lightning gun, whoever gets off that initial stream really does have an advantage to kind of start forcing your opponent and pushing them around a little bit.
Some good rockets coming out for Pit, however. Was able to push Astro Boy back, but Astro Boy's going to want to continue the fight on the LG now. He's got to be careful. Nice fadeaway rail coming in for Pit just as he's escaping that situation. Knows he has the armor coming up in about 4 seconds here, so he's going to look to pick that up, but he's going to be challenged for it. Preemptively trying to pop off some of the rockets, but it's not going to work. However, can he chase down and get the teleport? Nope, misses that one, and goodbye, says Astro Boy as he leaps back up on the jump pad and escapes that situation.
Yeah, a little risky. Very tough to get a telefrag for the Nyx on an Anarchy who's so fast. Usually you see that on the tankier champions like Clutch and things like that, where it's kind of easier to get in that hitbox and make that mechanic work for you.
We're down to 40 seconds until we end up in overtime here, which we're going to hit regardless unless someone gets the kill here soon. And Astro Boy, well, he almost just got it. Pit forcing a defensive stealth as he once again just eats all this LG damage and is brought down to just over 25 HP.
Yeah, Astro Boy doing a good job with control again. It's kind of similar to that first map where I feel like Pit needs to be a little concerned about, you know, how much map control Astro Boy has here. You know, you're putting yourself in a tough position where you constantly have to out-damage your opponent to win engagements. You know, these guys are so good, you know, counting on winning every engagement like that is not a good idea. So he needs to do something here and try to wrestle back control, try to steal something from Astro Boy. You know, typically it has to do with some peak rails and good ambush, you know. Unreturned damage, really, Quake, you know, if you can dish out unreturned damage, it's huge.
Astro Boy just making the run around right now, trying to get Pit into the open. Pitt's really been struggling to recover any of his own stack here, so Astro Boy, he has, like I said before, he has had to run on the map for the most part. However, all of a sudden, Pitt's going to find himself in a pretty rough spot, forced to pop off his ejection there, and after he launches Pitt into the air, well, it's going to be Pitt that gets that final rail shot to close out on the second round here. He's at a 2-0 start. This is right where he was in the last map. Now he needs to get that third and final round to complete it.
Yeah, some clutch shooting from Pitt right there to even the score. You know, he was, like you said, he wasn't in a great spot, but came around the corner, landed the rail he needed to get the win. And hey, I mentioned it earlier talking with Stunna, it's all about winning.
So into the third round, and we'll get to see if Pitt can complete the 3-0 sweep here on our third and final map and knock Astro Boy out of the event. He is going to be pushed back, however, he gets the first rail shot. Pitt with a high-speed rail shot, though, was zooming past Astro Boy, but still able to hit it, and Astro Boy connects another way. He's going to get right up in his opponent's face. The stealth pops out. Astro Boy trying to run away from this one. Pitt does have a pretty good lock onto his location, but chooses to evacuate the fight and head back inside of the Mega Health room.
He needs to be careful hiding here. Both items are up. I don't know quite what he's doing here. He's really giving Astro Boy control. I'd be surprised if Astro Boy doesn't get the heavy armor as well. No, he didn't go for it. Maybe he assumed Pitt was going for it. And still, the heavy armor's just sitting there. This is definitely an oops. And so now Astro Boy has them both split up 15 seconds apart, which is the perfect split in regards to timing. And yeah, Pitt needs to be very careful right now. And yeah, Astro Boy knows that he has full control.
There we go. Pitt's going to lose that fight. Not really surprising there. Astro Boy just had him on the run, and Pitt was doing a really poor job of even just picking up like 25 health globes.
Yeah, I seemed to lose his. I don't know. He definitely lost track of the heavy armor. I was because it's so early in the match. I was a little surprised that he lost track of it like that, because it's standard. You're going to pick it up 30 seconds, after the start of the map. So just interesting. Just looked like a little bit of a miscue.
Yeah, and Astro Boy, he's got himself the armor pickup again here now as he's pretty much fully stacked. Mega Health is going to be spawning in a second too. Pitt's not even close to challenging that, so it's another walkover pickup for Astro Boy. Someone's going to control the power-ups, even spots Pitt coming outside of the portal there, so hits him with a rail shot. He does take one back as well, but it's not as big of a deal for Astro Boy because he has all the extra stacks built up. And in a second, he can dive back down into the green room to look for the armor pickups. That's coming up right now. However, actually, Pitt could beat him to it. He's got to be a little bit careful because of the rails here. It looks like he's able to move in, scavenge it, and he only took one rail shot along the way.
Yeah, I don't know if he was a little late and then he decided to ambush because he was late, or if the plan was to ambush overall. It seemed like he was just a little bit late. Pitt was there waiting.
Oh, they're going to end up pushing back a little bit here as Astro Boy looks for the shot. He was hoping to find him push out of the portal again. And there we go. Now he's finally getting it, but he gets it while he's looking away. As I think Astro Boy got a little bit distracted there, trying to go downstairs and keep track of the armor timing too. So he's going to pick that one back up. Still relatively low health, but he's going to be able to recover that pretty quickly. And now he's back up to pretty much a full stack again. It's all going to come down to who can control this health pickup here. And Pitt does dive back in there, gets some good damage. He is able to pick up the Mega Health, so he gets that going for him. And now can run away, disengage, or choose to continue the fight.
A little shocked even before that. Again, Pitt picked up the heavy armor, and then the next heavy armor, he just gave it up. I mean, he grabbed it. So the last time, like, I just don't know. Maybe again, the pressure. Astro Boy is not exactly, an easy opponent here. So it just seemed like he lost track of his timing a little bit there.
Well, Pitt back into the fray here now. Another rail shot brings Astro Boy just onto his default health. He is going to get a small couple 25 armor shards here, but right in that situation, Pitt again with the weapon selection. Ends up in an unfortunate spot as he could have ended it right there with rockets if he timed it properly. Now again, close up and trying to work with the rail. That's not going to work, and trying to rockets at range after he loses the location of his opponent there, Astro Boy. Lets him run away. He's still going to be able to control the armor pickup, but he's going to be able to lock down this kill soon as he is running low on time. Only a minute and a half now to get that trade.
Yeah, that was a big pickup there, actually. It looked like Astro Boy was going down the jump pad way to get down there. He was a little bit late. I think he was hoping that heavy armor was still sitting there waiting for him.
Well, Pitt still trying to dive away from this situation here as he does finally bust out the LG. We haven't been seeing him using it for most of this match so far. Now, trying to avoid his opponent who wanted to continue the fight. It is going to end up in a rail fight. Astro Boy, he has the advantage here. He could one-shot Pitt right now. I don't believe the same is true for Pitt, especially now that Astro Boy got himself the full armor kit. However, Pitt's just going to be sitting up top. He'll grab this Mega Health, and I don't even think Astro Boy's going to be close enough to challenge it. He'll have to look for him outside of the room here. Right in this courtyard is where they'll find their next challenge.
Yeah, Astro Boy probably looking to protect his lead a little bit here. He's got very little bit of time on the clock, so I mean, unless he's forced to fight, I think he's just going to try to back off and hit as he comes at him.
There's some good damage there. Misses the orb as well in order to continue just railing him at range. And there we go. With less than 30 seconds left, Pitt finally completes the trade, but he's again found very low. And he wasn't the greatest at being able to scavenge around and get some of these health pickups this time. This time, however, gets himself the full armor. Was not able to steal away the mega health. But look at this, bounces his opponent down below. He's got him trapped. He can take an advantage here, but he's got to be careful. This is an aggressive fight. He's just standing on top of the eye.
Okay, I gotta criticize a little bit here the weapon selection by Pitt. You know, dropping down with the rail. He had his guy on the ropes, and I'm sure he knows it. I mean, after the rocket rail combo, he had high position on the eyeball. He was looking to get that finishing rail. You can see him lining up. First of all, standing on top of the eyeball, very easy to hit. You saw Astro Boy kind of lined him up there. But on top of that, the angle should be down. All he needed to do is switch probably to any other weapon but the railgun. He probably gets the kill there.
Well, Pitt.
And granted, I know what he's thinking. You know, I just get that one more rail hit, you know, and that's a wrap. Yeah, but you know, sometimes it's better to take that sure thing, the higher percentage stuff. And we actually saw Carnage do that earlier. Remember, he hit those 3 rails in a row, and he swapped the machine gun.
Pitt's gonna find himself cornered again. This clutch is not going anywhere. Unfortunately, 10 HP. He's able to absorb a lot of the damage. But still, thankfully, that mega health pickups there, that just saved his life.
Yeah. That
timing worked out very luckily for Pitt.
I'm sure he saw that. He was, thank goodness that thing is there right now, because he really needed it.
Pitt certainly here, Astro Boy swinging back in, but again, LG just dominating Pitt on this clutch. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that he can do to negate that unless he has the shield ready to go. Box makes it so easy just to trace him down. And now, a close-up fight. Pitt can actually win this now, forces the stealth pop. And he knows he's got the health spawns coming up in a second, but oh, less than a second away from it spawning. Astro Boy does move in and he gets the kill.
Yeah, very aggressive play by Astro Boy. Knew he was low and came in with the Ghost Walk. And wow, just following up again. We see these guys following up with a kill with another kill within seconds sometimes.
So Astro Boy has both the power-ups. It's brought it down to a 3v1. He could take this the distance again, go all the way up to round 5. Pitt, so much struggle with closing out, man. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, you know, wow. Considering where we started in this match and where we are now, yeah, I wonder. You know, I know he looks cool. He looks controlled up there. I wonder what he's thinking a little bit right now, going through Pitt's mind, because he's kind of letting this match get away from him a little bit, you know, and. I really felt he could have closed this out a while ago, so it's interesting to see, you know, pressure and things like that getting his advantage. Again, Astro Boy not making it easy. He's also running some good routes, doing some great job on item management. I have a feeling that he has an advantage here again with item management on the map, as we pointed out early in the first map, that could come back to haunt Pitt a little bit. I think it might be right now.
He changed up his initial spawn too. He's gone with a Ranger now. He's no longer going for the initial clutch spawn. He knows how inefficient that's been for the most part.
Yeah, I think Astro Boy, that's a good recognition. I mentioned that earlier, and I'm glad he took my advice. Now he's not listening to me. I'm just kidding. But I'm glad he decided to change it up like that. I didn't think the clutch was doing many favors early on. Very few times.
Astro Boy now playing things back a little bit here. He's taking things a bit more passively. He's not as eager to kind of dive into a fight versus Pitt anymore, since he's not on that initial clutch spawn, and it makes it very easy for him to connect on some of that initial damage. So he's kind of hanging back a little bit more, and he's playing a more spammy playstyle as he does try to get some initial damage on the Pitt, hoping that he'll get aggressive on Astro Boy. He's got a nice opportunity to find a rail shot there too. There's the first connection for him over to the LG again. We've seen how confident he's been with that. Pitt just under 50 HP right now, and he's got a little bit of armor to play off, but still 10 seconds away from the spawn too. So if Astro Boy wants to chase this, you can find him downstairs. He can steal the armor away, but he would lose the mega health in the process because the timers are still neck and neck.
I tell you what, I keep saying it, but Astro Boy's high ping lightning gun, kind of scared to see what this guy looks like on land. I mean, jeez.
Yeah, he's been a force to be reckoned with so far. Time he does have to bail out of the fight. It's a bit of an ill-advised engagement. Trying to drop right down immediately from the jump pad Pitt, but didn't work out. So now he's going to be looking for rail shots up close. Maybe not the best range to play this on, but he doesn't have a whole lot of rockets left over. Forced to pop off the stealth and tries to go back in, but Pitt holds on. He gets the rocket shot, knocks out Astro Boy, and gets the initial advantage in this round.
Yeah, Astro Boy got a kill like that last round, and I think Pitt was not having any of it this time. I think Astro Boy followed him several times actually in their previous rounds, and with the Ghost Walk in critical situations, right? It was a little risky, and I think Pitt was a little more ready for it this time.
Pit is continuing to hold on to his lead here right now as he hits some nice rail shots. Going for another one too. As long as he doesn't hit by the 90, he could kill Astro Boy right there. And it's a good thing he got hit by the 80, but the problem is he backed up too soon. Instead of continuing the fight and trying to take down Astro Boy, he fell back, thought that Astro Boy wasn't going to chase him, and that fatal mistake led to a trade.
Yeah, he turned his back to his opponent there, and wow, just what a turnaround.
What is this turned into?
I'm a little shocked right now. I'm a little shell-shocked.
As this could end potentially right here. Look at this Pit. He's getting aggressive. He's going to try to chase down the kill onto Pit, but Pit, he's low. Astro Boy's still in a good situation, and with that, it's going to be Astro Boy that takes it 2-1. And the player from Australia is going to be moving on to QuakeCon.
Wow. Just heartbreaking for Pit, really. Hard fought. He is a talent. He really is. Credit to Astro Boy, again, for overcoming the high ping. It didn't start out well for him. He lost that first match. He was down in the second map. Came back, stuck with it. Looking at the numbers here, I mean, a 25% lightning gun with a 180 ping is very impressive. I mean, I've played on European servers from California, played with high ping, and let me tell you, it is not easy to land lightning gun with high latency. Well fought by Pit. Tough luck, but hey, congratulations to Astro Boy. See you at QuakeCon, buddy.
Yeah, Pit's obviously disappointed about the result there. Like we said before, he had the great 1v3s that happened in the second map, and he almost did it again in the third map both times as well. But unfortunately, he is going to drop this series. And with that said, we are going to take it over to our analysts now, who are going to talk a little bit more about this matchup.
Hey, thank you, Blue. I think it's something like Aussie, we're going to QuakeCon. I don't know, I made that up. Anyway, check that out. How about that for a victory?
Oh, man. I mean, huge congratulations to Astro Boy there. But after watching that footage of Pit on the desk in that state, it's a little bit hard to put on a smile. That was brutal. That was a long match. It was a difficult one. Both of them made a lot of reads. Both of them made a lot of awesome hits. Both of them missed a lot of awesome hits. And we'll be seeing Astro Boy coming to QuakeCon after all. Pit, I think the biggest thing for him right now and the rest of Top Gun is to not let this affect their performance tomorrow in Sacrifice. That is the biggest thing. So they got to, come together as a team, get some pats on the back, big old bear hug, ready to go forward.
And again, if you're not familiar with Sacrifice, it's the 4 versus 4 team-based competitive mode of Quake Champions. Now, which will be featured tomorrow. But just looking at that matchup, you could see on his face, he was defeated, and he was upset about it, and that makes sense. I mean,
it was an endurance match.
Yes.
It was something that took a lot of energy, a lot of focus, and of course those matches on Blood Covenant and Sarnath as well took a long time to finalize. And that whole time you're having to maintain timing, keep aware of your opponent's at, what your stack is, what your opponent's stack is. It's not easy.
I mean, even looking at it in this light, it's later in the day now. I mean, especially looking at the circumstances, you've been waiting for this match for a while. You get there, you might be a little gassed. There's no telling what's really going on there. But was anything surprising to you with this matchup?
The amount of time it took on Sarnath actually surprised me just a little bit. I mean, we're used to seeing that kind of play on Blood Covenant, and we did. Sarnath usually allows players to, punish somebody on either the smaller armors much more frequently, and as well as the heavy armor. But we saw a lot of respect between the two players. Neither of them really wanted to commit too much just because they knew how risky it was for either of them to just go full out on that attack. And it just took a very long time, and it took a lot of energy. I mean, even in between the rounds, you could see, whenever we cut over to Pit's angle, you could see it in his eyes.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a quick look at the brackets as this one has unfolded the way it has. We've seen some people go from upper to lower to home now. So let's start with the upper bracket.
Well, of course, here from the top down, we've got, and these were just such amazing matches today, and we see a lot of the favorites coming in to move forward to QuakeCon. We got Chance, Dehang, Tom Servo, Waz, Carnage, Rafa, Vedic, and Dewey in the upper bracket. So they've been able to sit back here for a while and just kind of watch the matches and enjoy the food.
I think the most entertaining one I had fun watching all day was that Rafa Galisac match earlier. It went the distance. It was a good matchup. Let's take a look at the losers bracket now as we do kind of work our way to that last 2 spots to get into QuakeCon from the North American regionals.
2 spots, 2 games left to go, and like you said, Galisac almost beating out Rafa today will now be facing off against Roulette, who just took down found Stone in the previous round. And of course, after that, we got Lattice, Davis, and Griffin also from Top Gun.
Now, is this going to be a bloodbath? When I look at this bracket right here and I see Galisac and Rolith, like, is that going to be one of the better matches of the day?
I think so. I think both of these players got a lot of good energy from their previous matchups. You know, playing against somebody like Rafa, you have to bring a lot of effort and focus to it. And you saw Galisac actually kind of like rise to the occasion. And at the end of that, even though Rafa moved forward, I think he's going to be able to maintain that level for sure.
Well, that is certainly the matchup we're going to be looking at after this break. Definitely one I think you're not going to want to miss. So, with that being said, we will be right back here at the North American Regionals.
I will confess, I took the idea from a movie. I saw The Eraser, this movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I thought the gun they had was really cool. So I came into work the next day and I talked to one of our programmers and I said, hey, I got this idea. It's like a rocket launcher, but it's instant. We find that people either love it or they hate it. The game's fast, it is fast, and you can hit anyone, basically anywhere in the map, instantly. People that are really good with the railgun are very, very dangerous. You know, one lucky shot can change your life, and that is definitely something that you see a lot of in competitive play. Quake games have always been about cool ideas that we throw into the game and we see how they play. I never thought the railgun would be as iconic as it is, but you can never plan for iconic greatness. You just make great stuff and hope everyone loves it.
One of the things that's great about working with AMD and this new partnership we have is sort of recommitting ourselves to bringing the best out of Vega cards and unlocking all the things that they can do for our games. For a gamer, stepping up to a Vega card is like having terrible vision and putting on a pair of glasses. The level of fidelity and performance you're going to get out of a Vega card, it's like you're playing video games again for the first time.
All right, we're back at the North American Regionals, and we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with our last matchup that we will be covering for the day. It's going to be Galisac versus Ruleth. My name is Stunna. I'm here with Machiavelli, and we're looking forward to this one. What do you say?
Yeah, these are two talented players. We saw Galisac push Rafa, the champ, to his limits earlier today. We've seen a lot of Ruleth through the qualifier and also in regionals, but he's a solid player. We've seen the fundamentals of Quake. Both these guys really have them down. So it's going to come down to who can read each other better, who can make those smart mental plays, and of course, with Quake, land the clutch shots.
Now, when we talk about fundamentals, that's one thing, right? So let's look and get a little bit more pinpoint precision on a player. Let's start with Galisac. What are some tendencies we can look forward to with him?
Again, very well-rounded player. Smart rocket play. I think that's one of his hallmarks. I thought Rafa was having some problems with that. When he wants to get defensive, it's very hard to push at him. And he's very good with item management and reading his opponent. So when somebody's like that, it's really difficult to get aggressive. So he's very measured in his approach and just a solid overall player. Doesn't do anything too flashy. He's just very consistent, and he really utilizes that rocket launcher, I think, very effective.
Now, item grabbing is definitely a key component to the game itself. But flipping the tables, what do we have to say about Ruleth in the same lights?
Again, another solid play. Ruleth is, even speaking with him, he would even admit, he's not going to out-aim everybody. That's not his style of play. He wants to control the map. He wants to control the items. He wants to have that stack advantage to really push that way and get the win.
Well, let's push it that way over to the commentators right now.
All right, thank you very much, Stunna. It is indeed time to jump back into combat here for Ruleth versus Galisac, our last match of the day. Ruleth starting off on the BJ Blast Switch, which is a character we haven't really seen a whole lot of today.
There's a lot of utility to get out of BJ there. I mean, once you have that Zorlite getting pulled into play by Galisac, you need somebody who can just, maybe push a button and remove that problem from the map. We're going to have to see how that gets used, though, as Ruleth is starting off here with Anarchy. I'm sorry, with BJ, actually. We're going to have Galisac over on the Anarchy side of things, making a grab for Mega, but not before stopping by to do a lot of damage on the armor. And man, really aggressive play, but here comes the double LG, making Galisac immediately think, hey, maybe I should go get an item instead.
It was crazy because if he actually continued that fight, there's a decent chance, probably would have come down to a roll of the dice at the end of the day, but there's a decent chance he might have been able to actually kill Galisac. However, didn't happen there.
Oh no, not at all, but Ruleth is still on a roll here. He's managed to take away a little bit of armor. He's seeing that the 225s down in the bones are going to be gone, not available for his recovery. That's going to leave him with this armor room to recover on, but that's still going to leave the heavy armor going over to Galisac's hands, and so allowing an Anarchy not to stack up necessarily, but just to take away items that BJ could be using instead. Not something Ruleth really wants right now.
Ruleth still going to be playing it passively right now, just holding back and waiting for Galisac to move across the map a little bit more here. He spotted him heading over towards the armor. Now here's him going to the rockets. He's got what he needs to engage. He's got the Duel back up too, especially if you could fight him back over here inside of this hallway. It'd be great for him to just lock it down. Opponent did steal away the rockets, but obviously those are on a short respawn, so finally Ruleth can get some rockets of his own. It took him until about 2 minutes into the round until he could finally equip those.
It's crazy that, he didn't get a fight that forced him to take down BJ. It's crazy that he was able to use his combo guns and still have them spawn back up before he was even able to get a rocket launcher. But now that he's in it, I think he's ready to play in earnest now. So here, coming into the armor room, Ruleth catching Galisac, not quite seeing him, but Ruleth didn't quite have his rockets on point either. So as armor's coming back up, there's going to be a lot of spam going either way. But as Ruleth gets pushed back into the lava, he's going to be taken down and out. Galisac getting the first frag on the board.
Now for Ruleth, they'll be holding on here, trying to hold on to the respawn, but unfortunately the respawn didn't really work out well for him. He pretty much got cornered immediately by Galisac. It's only by the virtue of the fact that Galisac was also brought down relatively low that he actually fell back and didn't immediately try to finish off the second kill.
And so Galisac still being incredibly aggressive with his LG, and as you can see, it's proving to be fairly effective for him here. It's still 5 seconds before heavy armor spawns back up. Ruleth is going to be more focused on getting a rocket launcher and coming back into mid, figuring out where Galisac is coming from. It's still even a long time before Mega comes back up. So hopefully by this point we see Ruleth with both rockets and LG. Galisac is going to be backing up a little bit here, using his armor stack to push forward and throw off a little bit of spam onto Ruleth.
The rocket spam wasn't enough to be able to keep Galisac back, however, so it let Roulette move in. He got the mega health buff. Another 50 added to the massive health pool that he has already, and a spit going in. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it connected, but the LG work was enough on its own right to be able to finally knock out Galisac's Anarchy and bring this down into a 1v2, and it's going to be a Sorlag v Sorlag fight.
Not something we see very often, but we're going to have to see what happens as they might both be spitting on each other. Of course, the dot effect does not apply to Sorlag, so we're going to be seeing a much more kind of standard fight here as things get going. It's going to be LG coming out of Roulette, a ton of damage, and actually it's going to be Galisac who's going to be incredibly wounded coming out of that battle. It's going to be a long time before armor comes back up, so Roulette is just kind of scouring the bottom end of the map, seeing if he can catch Roulette, or rather Galisac, unawares.
Well, it's got a spit back up ready to go too. Well, you'll note while the actual dot won't take any effect, you can still do damage, I think, if you hit them head on, which, like I said before, are worth 30 per hit.
All right, so Roulette here, top of the map, making sure that if he's going to be able to get any spam off, Galisac on the Mega is going to be going his way for sure. Here comes Spit out either way. It's going to be a big bounce up, interrupting the flow of that LG, but the last rocket gets the last word on Galisac there. It's now 1v1.
And nicely done from Roulette, just bullying his way into taking control of that Mega. That's what really saves him in that fight. That nice little boost there is able to keep him in the action. He's got to be careful though, as he did get chased down by the LG. And with that, it prevents the reverse sweep upset there and still allows our red player to take control of round 1.
There's so much aggression you can get just by taking LG, hopping up over the statue, and just barreling into mid. And unless you have a HMG, there's not a whole lot to defend against that.
Yeah. So Galisac thankfully had a big advantage starting off in that round to begin with. Roulette with a great attempt at a 3v1. Unfortunately, did not come out successfully from that attempt. So he's going to be resetting himself now, and he'll have to look to come back.
All right, well, we have Roulette now getting his nice arms on those on that rocket launcher. Of course, he's going to be rocking the BJ out of the gate here once again. He made a beeline over to the LG. I mean, if you're running Blazkowicz and you don't have an LG, what is the point of you? But we got Roulette coming back over the top of the map. We've got Anarchy to face off against, who could be literally anywhere as he's traversing the map. But it looks like he's going to be putting a little bit of pressure on this Mega pickup, and I like that Roulette is pushing forward from this right now. We have the armor taken away, and if you can catch him off and still get back over to the Mega, oh, that's actually put in danger now. It's not something you could really risk when you have an Anarchy on the field. They could just get around you so fast, but he didn't take the Mega. And actually, if Roulette takes the Mega now, this has a huge opportunity. He had a little double take there looking at the Mega like, oh, you're still here? All right, cool. But this allows him to now potentially cycle over to the armor. This is potentially really bad news for Galisac.
Galisac, though, has some great movement, though, so he's already over there waiting for the armor, and Roulette has to scavenge over to be able to get some extra rockets for himself, too. So it's going to give Galisac the time he needs to be able to safely go and get that Mega armor, but still has to go against a pretty stacked out Roulette in its current form. He's sitting at full armor. He's got the Mega health still built up. He's going to get another pickup of the Mega health in about a few seconds. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe not anymore. Depends on how Galisac wants to play. There's the dual pop, and well, it's not necessarily going to guarantee that he can kill Galisac. At the very least, he's going to force him out of the room and let him get the Mega health pickup again.
Double LG is a very convincing way to tell somebody that you don't want them there. But we're going to be seeing Roulette doing a ton of damage on this armor, and the armor's not even taken, so this is going to be Galisac at death's doorstop. We're looking for the last little bit of hit scan from the machine gun. It's not going to happen just yet, but there's the trap, and the jump pad should be a grave for Galisac's Anarchy. So, first frag of this round here, and we're down to Sorlag.
Into the boneyard with Galisac's corpse, and now Galisac, as you mentioned, is going to be jumping over to the Lizard. He still has the Ranger on backup too, so he still has 2 champions remaining. For Roulette, though, he's proven to become incredibly aggressive after this first round, and the style of play is working out brilliantly for him.
They have a ton of health either way. I mean, Roulette controlling the Mega health, and Galisac, well, having a Sorlag. That's all you really need for that. But 10 seconds left to Mega, and this whole time it looks like Galisac has kind of lost his timing, lost his scope of the Mega, so he's kind of prowling around down there, looking for the timing, looking for the opportunity. But here comes the double LG doing exactly what it should do. But oh no, we've got Spit on BJ, and it looks like he's going to be surviving that with just 12 health.
So just barely edges out from that damage there and is able to recover some of his own HP. He's going to need to get the rest of that armor, though, as he's still really low. I'm not sure if he can actually survive this next engagement versus Galisac, but thankfully he brought Galisac down pretty low, too. However, the LG wins it out. So finally, he zacks out that Blazkowicz, putting Roulette onto his second champion.
Galisac down to 11 HP, though, and coming out of that teleporter, he didn't look both ways before he crossed the street, and he got taken down.
So there's the nice quick trade coming out from Roulette there as he brings it up to a 1-1. Things are going to stay dead even here on this first map in a best-of-3 series. First player to get to 3 points here will be the one to be able to take this map and 1 point in the series.
Absolutely. So as we get back into it, we've got Roulette here now actually starting out with Sorlag. Things are working out pretty well for that Sorlag, so might as well lead with your best foot, especially against an Anarchy who's just throwing out so much LG. Roulette is taking a lot of that damage, but he's still in this. But the tracking on the machine gun does not quite give him the frag, so Galisac is going to be able to get that first frag.
Even with those 25 bubbles that he managed to pick up before he went down, it didn't make a difference. Galisac had complete control of that situation, so he gets a nice, fast, quick kill. Roulette getting a lot of damage off for free, though, and now his opponent trying to go in. He wanted to go for that mega health, but he mistimed it, so Roulette quickly trades it back, brings us down to a 2v2.
Rockets are capricious. I mean, sometimes that rocket jump doesn't quite go your way, and that really screwed up Galisac there. So now we got Roulette actually facing off against a fully stacked dude. This is kind of dangerous for him.
Yeah, Galisac's in a really good position right now. He's just going to open it up with a little bit of a range fight. You'll remember, again, there's no rails on this map, so you don't have as many long-ranged options as you would normally.
All right, but it's going to be another close-range fight down here at the Mega. Going to have to watch out for that spit and go on recovery. Fortunately, he can recover to the armor. It's going to be coming up just a few seconds after the Mega health. But here comes the trap, here comes the rockets, here comes the Dire Orb. It doesn't quite connect, and with 35 health left over, Roulette should be incredibly thankful that he's still alive at this point. But he's still coming back in for the fight. I don't hate that, but I love the shotgun from Galisac even more.
Yeah, when he bounced Galisac up into the air, he kind of lost his position, so Galisac was given the time to just leap over his opponent, switch over to the shotgun, and then quickly finish it off, as you mentioned, Roulette was already relatively low right there. So now it's brought Roulette down. He saved the best for last. He's gone over to the BJ Blazkowicz now, and we'll see how that is going to work out for him. Still get that stock and everything like that. He needs to pick up an LG still, but I don't think he's really going to be contested for it. He's able to run in, pick that up. His opponent will, of course, be battling him inside of this room, but he's got the dual wield ready to go. And that's a big amount of power that he can have. Even with that massive health pool that Galisac currently has, he can melt that down really quickly if Galisac's not careful.
Absolutely, but it would certainly do him a lot of good if he could whittle away at the stack a little bit before committing with the double LG. And a lot of the spam is doing a lot of good, especially as Galisac, once again, doesn't quite have the best awareness of the timing of the Mega Health. So as he comes back into mid, he's going to be running right into it. He's going to be able to avoid the fight and wait out the dual weapons, but he's still going to be stuck down below.
Roulette having to reset himself now and definitely looking to get the power up back up here as he just rolls around the map looking for the timing bubbles as well. He'll have the dual wield actually ready to go in about 5 seconds here, so we managed to get 6 bubbles, which reduced the cooldown to a huge degree. And now he does have it ready to go, so you can expect Roulette to want to look to re-engage here in just a second, even though Galisac did just get the Mega Health back.
And that's very dangerous for this dinosaur for sure, but at the same time, he's doing a ton of damage with the nail gun out of the teleporter. He's taken away Mega Health, and he's actually only got a couple minutes to run this thing. So if he can just avoid the fight long enough, but this might actually be a really good opportunity for Galisac. Yeah, once your opponent is coming up those stairs, they don't really have a way out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that last minute pop of the dual wield again happened at a bit of an inopportune time. The last 2 pops in general that we saw in the dual wield there from the Blazkowicz were at really poor timing, unfortunately, when it seemed like Roulette thought that his opponent was going to try to dive in and take him on, but definitely was not the case in both of those circumstances, and he really just whiffed both of them, which allowed for Galisac to just wait him out and then easily dive back in to do massive damage.
Yeah, being able to read those moments is, of course, one of the biggest factors with how much damage you're going to be able to get out of those dual LGs. But we have Galisac back up here once again as Anarchy, doing a lot of initial damage on Roulette, even though he's got such an awesome stack to contend with. Popping back through the teleporter, they're going to be trading a little bit of rockets and LG. Galisac just looking for an opportunity here. But at will, he can back up to the Mega Health. This is actually really good for him because he can bide a lot of time. He can actually leave the Mega up for a little bit, knowing that his back's to it, that Roulette cannot get it for free, and Galisac can control the timing a little bit more.
And Roulette's still kind of hopping around here. He's going to be sitting back, waiting for Galisac to stop.
It's always interesting when you find the player in those hallways because you can hear them, you know that they're back there somewhere, but they still have a lot of options for exit and a lot of options to throw the ambush back against you as these rockets come flying out of Roulette. Doing a bit of damage against Galisac, but Galisac is still thinking that he's owning the Mega, but oh, he wasn't looking the right way. He's going to need to drug up there and make sure he's back up on the health, getting over to the armor, but that is going to give up that Mega back over to a Sorlag, and you never want that.
No, not at all. You can just see how big Roulette's health pool tends to be. However, most of that excess health is now gone, as Galisac is given an opportunity to dive back in, try to finish off the job right here. Great LG work, pushes him right into the red corner. And that's going to be Galisac finishing off another initial kill, about 1.5 minutes into the round as well, so that went pretty quickly.
All right, so it looks like Corrupted Keep is starting to look pretty good here for Galisac, and of course this is the guy who almost took out Rafa earlier today. Still looking really sharp, still looking really strong, considering the fact that these guys have been playing all day. And hats off to them for sure. But Galisac now getting back up on full stack control. That's not going to give him a huge amount of actual stack advantage, but it makes sure that Roulette is going to be relatively weak.
And for Roulette, he's still trying to look to a lockdown position against Galisac. He did some nice work with the rail there, but he's stuck down below inside of the armor room, so he really doesn't have a great opportunity to kind of follow his opponent and chase him down to finish off the rest of that HP. Nor is his health really at a great position anyway either. That's another problem here for Roulette too. But, so Galisac, he's just hopping around the map. Just gonna stay away from Roulette for the most part here.
Yeah,
until he can
Gello
get into a good position to jump back in and engage.
Gello was playing a little bit risky there as he was running around with fairly low health, but he still had the adrenaline ready to pop whenever he needed it. He just needed to make sure that he wasn't going to be running into Roulette at the Mega. Fortunately for him, he got it pretty safe. Unfortunately for him, it also meant that he lost the opportunity to do some free damage down here. But with 3 seconds left to Mega, we're going to have to see if Roulette once again decides not to show up.
Galisac making another wrap around here to try and lock on the Roulette. There we go. He leaps right into the fight, getting massive rocket damage. And the problem is, though, is that Roulette did get the armor pickup there in that last spawn. So Galisac was not able to continue the fight. He did have to pull back. He just run away from that one. And he's looking for a few pickups of his own before he can route back in. I mean, just look at the speed from Galisac, though. It doesn't even matter that he lost that fight. He's able to go around the map so quickly that Roulette has completely lost the narrative in terms of where he's sitting from. So Galisac ends up in an advantage position, and now he can go right back to fighting his opponent here. However, there's the dire report coming back up on top. Great LG work coming in from Galisac, but at the same time, Galisac is forced back and is forced to use the injection.
I mean, his ability usage is just pristine here. When you're low on health and you're running around the map as an Anarchy, you just can't and you won't and you don't stop. You just don't want to get caught in any fights like that. But right now, Galisac is doing a fantastic job of just burning a lot of this clock.
Galisac is going to continue to showcase that.
Alright, so now Galisac top of the map here. We've got Mega Health spawning back up. We've got Roulette leaving it up in favor of armor, but the timing is going to be a little bit off, so that means that Galisac coming in face forward, leading with rockets more than anything else, is going to be able to do a ton of damage. Even with the heavy armor taken away, that means that the recovery room is definitely going to be a place to once again trap his opponent. Really good read on the Dire Orb. Knew that his opponent needed the health more than anything else, and that is going to be potentially corrupt to keep here. Not very long for the count. I mean, Roulette is already calling out GG here. There's still technically game to go, but maybe he's telling his opponent that, all right, I'm checked out.
Yeah, he's got a minute to get 2 kills, basically, so it's kind of, we'll have to see.
Well, with the BJ, it certainly could happen. We have 12 seconds left before we have that adrenaline come back up, and until then, Galisac is going to be a little bit weaker here and more vulnerable to these direct assaults from Blazkowicz. So Galisac is going to be able to recover, and once again, just using his speed to just outdistance, outpace Roulette at every turn.
It kind of looks like he's just trying to get Galisac to fight him at this point. Doesn't really seem to care, just leaping into the engagement. He wants to take a fight, even if he wins it or loses it. Doesn't really care for him, but Galisac doesn't want to take it. He just wants to run away and win this out behind the timer. It's only 10 seconds left, so I think Galisac is safe to finally dive into that fight. And there we go. He gets that final kill, and he'll close out 3-1.
That could have been a frag for Roulette there. I mean, one more second, half a second of that LG would have done the job and given him the opportunity to chase a spawn frag. But the way it goes, Galisac is going to be able to take away Corrupted Keep. I believe next up we've got Blood Run with Ruins of Sarnath as a potential tiebreaker.
Yeah, and there was some good play there overall from Galisac. At the end of the day, Roulette did, like I said, caught in the GG early. Even if he did get that 1 kill towards the end of it, he only had like 5-10 seconds to maybe get a second one, which is pretty much impossible. So
spawn frags can happen. I mean, it's something to always hold out hope for, even if you never see it.
In theory as well, Galisac could have just like, oh, I'm just going to sit here on the character screen for a couple seconds.
Right. That is something I'm still getting used to, is the 5-second respawn time.
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
Yeah. But anyway, guys, we should be jumping into that second map, of course, in just a moment. We have the players in the lobby and everything like that, so it should be a pretty quick transition into that one. And now this is going to be Roulette's chance to come back. He got so close on a few of the rounds. The match seemed kind of one-sided in the way that it played out with a 3-1 scoreline, but Roulette got very close multiple times. Problem is that speed that we constantly were seeing from Galisac, especially when he was able to continuously use the Anarchy throughout most of the round there, it was just so hard to keep up with. And even in those positions where it seemed like Roulette had an advantage positionally, seconds later it changed up because of how quickly Galisac was able to move around the map.
Players who depend, or rather rely a lot on Anarchy, I mean, you can see how difficult they are to chase down, how difficult they are to force into a fight. It's really just tough. But once you're able to take down that Anarchy, that tone can change very, very quickly. We've seen it with Galisac, we've seen it with Sane, and we're going to have to see if Roulette can make it happen here on Blood Run.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bloodrun, of course, going back to a classic Quake map. So for those of these players, and I believe both of them are, some of these players that have plenty of Quake experience in the previous games are going to be very familiar with this map. They're going to know exactly what it is. They'll have years of experience packed away potentially, and that'll make for a very intense matchup.
Absolutely. So, of course, this is going to be a little bit of a different role here. We've got Rail coming back into the map. We've got a lot more potential for Dire Orb shenanigans on both the Mega and the Armor. So I'm expecting a Ranger from both of them. He's been kind of a staple, and I don't expect that to change. The Sorlag is really the wild card here. I mean, it's something that you really want to pull out in certain maps and not in others, but which map that is really depends on which players you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody has their own preferences. We've seen before some players choosing to go for more of a tanky lineup here because of how quickly some of the spawn frags can happen due to the spawn timers. Some people just bring in the Galena because of how powerful the totems can be on this map.
I love the Galena.
Others still stick with their more standard layout of like a Ranger, Nyx, and then either like an Anarchy or a Visor or something like that coming in as the third pick. Tends to be the more standardized roster that we're seeing from a lot of players so far.
But another thing that's true of Anarchy players is that they will generally pick out Anarchy no matter what map it is, because once you go that fast, you just can't go back from it.
And we are seeing that as well, that obviously Galisac is going to be sticking with the Anarchy going into the second map. He already has it, and the game is going to be going live in about 2 or 3 seconds here, folks, so we should be able to hop back into the game and take a look and see if our player from the left side there, Roleth, is going to be able to recover, or if he's going to drop this map too, and it'll be a quick 2-0 for Galisac to push in to a Quake Con slot.
Absolutely, and these slots are hotly contested for, but we're going to be seeing Roulette having no contest on that armor just to get started here. But we have a bit of a fight over the rocket launcher. It's going to be rails on rails, just trying to punish each other, but it's Roulette ending up taking a couple hits too many to really justify his move back into mid-map very cleanly here. He's going to wait before popping through the teleporter, going to get a little bit of leaven from that blood before he commits to it. He's actually going to hear Galisac up top, allowing him to move cleanly through the teleporter, get a little bit of fresh armor, and be ready maybe for this Mega.
Roleth swinging around on the top side here. Galisac still hanging out down below, back by the health. He's managed to pick that up. Unfortunately for Roleth, though, he wasn't really able to figure out where exactly Galisac was coming from, so missed that Q and some potential free damage, and now Roleth's going to have to swing across and try to get back to a better position to re-engage on Galisac, because right now he's kind of on the run.
Yeah, losing his control of the items right now, or even just awareness of the items, would be especially disastrous. Fortunately for him, they're coming up at the same time, so he can listen and look for where Galisac is going and maybe juke out the other direction. And being up here on top of the platform, this is a pretty good way to do it. So he's going to be able to get back on armor, and ends up not getting railed for his trouble, so he can maybe anticipate a move through the teleporter. Galisac is going to be incredibly quick, but of course, he's also smart. He's not going to be diving through that unless he knows it's going to be safe.
And he's anticipating that. Rouleth's going to be a little bit careful here. He's only got 1 rail shot remaining, so in a second he does have to move away and scavenge for ammo pickups, which he's now doing. A little bit more needed, however. So he's going to have to go back down into the pit to pick that up or locate the actual ammo box.
Yeah, getting a little bit of recovery here. Rouleth is now looking for an opportunity to rail Galisac up at the armor. He was the last one to get it, but now it's always an easy opportunity for a rail or two. Doesn't quite connect with anything, though, and now we've actually got Galisac, again, using that Anarchy speed to show up someplace where you wouldn't normally expect to fight. Now Rouleth taking a little bit of rocket damage and actually just feeling the pressure more than the hurt.
Rouleth's still kind of stuck over here by the armor room. Hasn't really found what he needs to jump back out and really engage back against his opponent here. He's trying to go for Mega Health, but so is his opponent. A potentially fatal mystery from Rouleth. Thankfully, he doesn't actually take all that much damage from the fight, but still, that could have been a lot worse. Yeah, if Galisac was on point with the engagement there.
If you don't play against Anarchy a lot, I mean, it can be really difficult to change how you predict these fights to go. I mean, when you come around that corner, you're thinking, okay, I can throw a rail up there. He's probably going to be at the pad. No, little do you know that Anarchy is already in your lap. And so, yeah, those rockets easily could have been a big problem for Rouleth.
Roleth is still sitting down below here as well, trying to buy time a little bit more. As Galisac, well, he wants to take that fight, but Roleth actually is doing the one that's getting most of the damage off right now. Nice little pokes here and there. He did miss that Dire Orb toss. I think he wanted to try and pour it up top and steal the armor away. But now this is actually going to become problematic for Roleth, as he does not have any armor to build off of whatsoever here. Even with that Mega Health that he picked up, 10 seconds ago here, he's only at 80 health and he's gotten 125 armor tick.
Yeah, that fight cost him so much, and he didn't even know that his spam was like not even close to the same zip code as Galisac. So again, there's more opportunities for Galisac to kind of put the pinchers on Rouleth. He's just not making them just yet. But again, we're seeing Rouleth get eaten away by this pressure, by this damage, just minute by minute.
Corp coming back in. He's attempting to hold off his opponent here, but now he's going to rocket jump up on top there as he's already used the Dire Orb. So he gets it, goes in for the armor. It's hit by almost a head-on rocket, though, so that's a lot of extra damage that he's going to have to eat up. Thankfully, he still ends up better off than Galisac, as Galisac basically has no armor to play off, but just his basic health pool.
Absolutely. So Ruleth popping back through the teleporter here. He's going to be finding Galisac up on top of the armor room. Coming back in for a little bit of recovery, but it's always a guessing game which way they're going to go out. And so you try to listen, you try to predict, but right now Ruleth standing at the LG is not going to be getting much else other than rockets up the back. And missing the Dire
He's
as
getting
well.
unlucky with the Dire. It's like the second time we've seen him try to teleport with it and missing it.
It's a good plan. It's a great plan, and it would have helped him out a lot, but it didn't quite go together for him, and he's also losing this opportunity to do damage against Galisac, and that's really the thing we haven't been seeing. It's been Galisac getting a ton of spam, Ruleth running the items, but still just taking all the hurt.
Ruleth's going to be pushing back in. We have a very close range fight here so far. The orb once again being pushed out. Probably not going to be taking the port on that one, however, as it was way off the mark. And now Ruleth just sitting in the blood pool, meeting up and getting all that health back. Galisac still better off than his opponent currently. He's got that 24 armor to play along with the basic health pool. So if Galisac wants to hunt down the kill, he can do it, especially now that he's got the mega armor.
That was a weird little situation there where Ruleth was able to pop through the teleporter, get chased through the teleporter, but Galisac just either didn't see, didn't hear, or didn't want the fight. But Ruleth, again, down to 25 health. That makes this next play for the Mega Health incredibly risky for Ruleth. I mean, maybe he could throw down a little bit of spam, maybe some tribal, but otherwise he's got to leave it alone.
Yeah, he's just going to sit back completely, so Galisac's going to run right over that, get it for free. And now it's going to come down to the last kill. There's like 10 seconds remaining in regulation time here. So Galisac, he had his opportunity a moment ago, but now he could potentially lose, just run into a 100 damage nade. Thankfully there was health nearby, but now Galisac has actually lost the armor in a moment here too. He could lose the health if he takes about 10 more seconds. There we go, rail shot connecting onto Galisac as well, so he's going to be brought down very low.
After forcing your opponent through the teleporter like that, you need to be able to get through, get up top as quickly as possible, and be able to cap them off as they try to make their move. And here's the move, here's the play, and it should be good for Ruleth. He took away the Mega, he took away the frag, as well as the first round here on Blood Run.
Great timing from Ruleth there towards the end of it. Dives right back in, is able to get that Mega Health, which boosts his health enough just to take a straight-on fight versus his opponent there and actually knock him out of the running, finally winning out the first round, which went all the way to OT without a single kill.
I mean, it just shows just a lot of respect between these two players. They know what situations they can bank on, they know which ones they have to avoid, but right now, Ruleth is actually being a little bit more aggressive. Popping through the teleporter, he might be able to come through this armor room expecting Galisac up the jump pad. No, he's not going to get that, but he's fine with that. All he gets out of that is free armor.
Yeah, so Ruleth is still going to be hanging out, trying to play cautiously here. Dives in with the nail gun, but the nail gun aim is not on point, unfortunately. He's going to be missing a lot of those shots there. And Galisac gets away pretty much scot-free from that fight.
With a lot of spam, it's the thought that counts, and sometimes you get a little bit more than that. 65 damage on a rocket is not bad when you're facing off against an Anarchy. And through the teleporter, we've got Galisac just pushing on forward and pushing on down, just baiting Ruleth into this close-range fight. But we still hear the teleporter taken once again. Ruleth going, all right, is this Mega really going to be mine, or am I going to be getting a Galisac in my lap again?
Galisac pushing back in at the last second, trying to clip off a rail shot there too. You saw just barely inched in to peek for that one, but missed it. Was not in the direct path of it, and now he can dive back in here and take control of the Mega. He still thinks that Galisac's down there actually, but Galisac is right below him, so a bit of a misread from Ruleth there. He'll still get the Mega armor, but he does let Galisac run right in and get the health, basically with no trading damage. Now though, he's got the armor advantage and he did great. About 100 plus damage, so he can chase down Galisac and try to end it here, getting himself an extra kill. But chooses not to, chooses to sit back and play it passively.
Yeah, Galisac's speed is getting him out of a lot of these sticky situations. Those two rockets were absolutely brutal, but he was able to pop through the teleporter before Ruleth really realized what was up. So Ruleth would really have a lot to gain by baiting out the Mega like he is here. I mean, a little bit of damage goes a long way against an Anarchy. And so if that means that, you know, an item gets left up and Galisac runs away, who does that really help at that point? But there's the Dire Orb, there's a little bit of LG, tries going for the rail. That would have done it. Didn't quite make the connection though, but here at the bottom of the stairwell, yeah, Galisac is going to realize what's up, throw out an awesome spam rocket, and just get out of that fight once again.
Ruleth just trying to chase it down, but again, he just can't keep up with the speed. There's a rail shot though, connecting on the Galisac. And now again, he's low, but Ruleth just too slow to be able to chase any of this down, so Galisac is allowed to just run away scot-free and reset his position for the next fight. This keeps happening over and over
This
again.
is the thing that happens, yeah, you're chasing, you get railed, and now you gotta go get 25s, you gotta go get small armors, and even if your opponent is leaving you the heavy armor or the Mega health, you're losing your ability to know where your opponent is, and they're using that time to go into hiding, to change their routing. But here's a really close range fight, one that Ruleth is actually going to be backing away from, knowing that he was railable.
Yeah, he does back into that portal at the very last second. I'm not sure if he actually purposefully wanted to back into that portal or not, or if he just accidentally went a little bit too close to it.
Honestly, I'm not sure if he's sure either.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it. He went through and he was still like shooting rockets in the corner, like he was trying to aim for something there. So it did seem like it Almost went through it accidentally, but now he's going to be forced to comment against Galisac, though. Also choosing not to continue that fight. He had a great opener there on the LG, and now, well, Roulette's going to try to turn that back around as he's doing massive damage, but Galisac holds on and does better work with the rockets so that he can finally get a first kill against Roulette.
Really solid work there, and of course, LGing somebody as fast as an Anarchy is never an easy feat, but we have 2 seconds to Mega, and Roulette is making sure he's got some modicum of arsenal before he commits to the item. He's also expecting a fight from Galisac, so he kind of pre-vomits, which is a nice defensive mechanism, but not the most effective.
No. Well, now Roulette is going to be able to play a little bit more carefully here, a little bit more cautiously now that he has the boost of that Mega health. It's going to make him essentially, will take the next rail shot or two for free, even if Galisac gets a nice advantage to engage upon him here.
Now, like you saw in the last round, we saw Ranger v Anarchy go into overtime, so I think Galisac, if he thinks he can get away with it, will be more than happy to just burn this remaining minute and 10 seconds using just Anarchy, just the speed that he has over this Sorlag.
That's a nice rocket, though, to punish Roulette as soon as he tries to jump back up. That armor's out in the open right now, but Galisac doesn't care, wants to take the fight, and he succeeds in picking it up there. Second kill now claimed for Galisac. He's going to take a lot of damage from the dot, but is still able to recover it pretty quickly, and then just uses the injection to get his health back up to max, as he knows that Roulette's respawn should be pretty close.
It certainly does help, but as Roulette comes up onto the tribal platform, he's going to be eating a rail from Galisac. Can't afford too many more of those. Even as a Galena, he's going to be able to recover a little bit on the totem and also set a few more traps. But man, these rails coming at Galisac. He's looking for the last one, fading away before he escapes through the teleporter. Doesn't quite get it, but that certainly sets a tone for this next fight. And now he's got to watch out for these totems themselves. Actually, this is something where I'm wondering where this Galena didn't get pulled out into the game earlier, because those totems against a 75 max health character can end up going so far. But man, these rails again from Galisac just keeping him in the ring.
And there's little tiny peaks as well, just little dips of damage that is able to keep Roulette low, keep him on the run, and there you go! Perfect movement from Galisac to be able to trade out round number 2 and tie it up at 1-1.
Wow, I mean, he really pulled out all the stops in that last minute. It seemed like his movement was on point and all of his rails were just right where they needed to be.
Seems like he was in the rocket room one moment, and then all of a sudden he's back up on the ledge, up on top of where Armor spawns there. So very well done from Galisac. You just cannot run away from this guy. And with that, Roulette drops round 2 now, and lets Galisac get up onto the board, tying this match up. And oh, beautiful opening rocket from Galisac, and a second one as well. Roulette just sitting on top of the balcony there makes it very easy for Galisac to chase that down and get a quick first kill.
No more Ranger for Roulette here. I mean, losing a frag that early on definitely doesn't set a good tone. And against Sorlag, again, we're going to come into the same problem potentially, where Galisac is just able to slip through Roulette's fingers every single time, while at the same time making a lot of consistent rails. That is 2 up against Roulette, and now he's in that unfortunate situation where, yeah, he's Sorlag, yeah, he's slow, but he also doesn't have the stack or the hit point advantage here. And close range with these rockets, Galisac might be looking to finish off.
Roulette is going to be holding on towards the back here now. Now that he has control over the armor room, he's got to be very careful of the speed from Galisac. That was becoming an issue in the last round. It continued to be an issue at the beginning of this round. That's wow, he lost that champion so quickly. He does not expect Galisac to get on him that fast. And now, well, he is hopping around. He's getting a little bit more mobile as he's trying to make sure that he can pick up the stack for himself. You'll note he only right now has rockets, nail gun, and an SMG. It isn't even the upgraded one either. He's just sitting on the basic spawn one. So he's still throwing. He finally got an LG pickup for himself, so he's getting that stack going. Still no rails or anything though, so Roulette is definitely not really going to be wanting to take a fight for at least another 20 seconds or so until he can get a rail.
That is no fun, as Galisac was trying to set up a bit of a trap on the armor room. But here comes the jump pad, here comes the LG, and that Sorlag is just going to be torn apart by the lightning gun. Galisac putting Roulette back on Galena one more time here on Blood Run, but as he comes out of it, he's looking for the spawn, he's looking for the sounds, he's looking for Galena, looking for a rocket launcher. And even though he's going to be forcing Roulette off of that for the moment, he also doesn't have the opportunity to force a fight.
That's going to be very annoying as well for Roulette, because that's just after he finally gets his full stack going that he goes up that jump pad and just ditches the trap that's sprung at that point. And Galisac's like, oh, I'll just spam LG you into a corner. There's nothing you can do about this. So is able to knock him out pretty quickly there as he reads into it, gets the perfect read against Roulette there, and really doesn't give him any other option. Just forces him into a corner, and it's an easy kill for Galisac to get. And now locking it down, just one more champion for Roulette before Galisac goes up 2-1.
like many things in Blood Run, you know, that jump pad is only safe if you know where your opponent's at. If you don't know where he's at, that teleporter could be unsafe, that jump pad could be unsafe, you know, moving into the armor room could be unsafe. It's a really baity and trappy kind of map. But we've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds knocked off. Galisac 2 frags in the lead.
Roulette, this is so unfortunate because he wants to go up and get that armor that's in front of him, but he actually doesn't have rockets right now. He can. There is that trick he can do with tri-bolts. I guess he didn't realize that.
Oh, he tried and didn't quite make it. I mean, he can set another totem down there, but that's going to be opening himself up to another potential rail from Galisac. One that was missed, so, you know, no harm, no foul there. But again, it burns off a lot of time.
Yeah, indeed. Thankfully, Galisac just, I believe Galisac just assumed he got it there, so he didn't really try to chase it down too much. In fact, you can see this now. He is trying to go in. He was expecting it to be spawning, I think, right around this point, but this aligns with about the 10 or 15 seconds it took Roulette to actually finally complete that jump and get up on top to steal the armor.
Somebody who didn't get an item, who the opponent assumes got that item, ends up being one of the biggest things that turns into upsets in Quake. I mean, it is such a vital piece of information to miss for both players. But 3 minutes and 20 seconds knocked off here. Galisac still looking for an angle on the rail. Coming up the jump pad himself this time. It's not going to turn into quite the deadly trap it was for Roulette. And indeed, Galisac is going to be able to do a lot of damage there.
Galisac's actually been, as another point here, he's been pretty good at managing the totems for the most part here. Just making sure that Roulette doesn't have too many on the board at once. Like, he's got one down right now. In a second, he's going to be able to put down a second one, but he's been taking them out almost as soon as they get put down most of the time. There's only been 1 or 2 sneaky ones that have been able to stay alive.
Really ballsy play out of Galisac as he was able to move in and get the grab for Mega with only just, what, 8 health left over. So a quick pause there as he's making sure that Roulette will not be right around that corner, or dropping a totem right around that corner as the case may be. But final minute here, and Roulette has got to go on the hunt.
He's hopping back up now. He's going to want to try to push back in and chase down a potential final kill against Roulette, excuse me, if he can get up with Roulette. Now leaping through the portal. Thought he had the engagement against Galisac, but no, he's on the Anarchy, so good luck catching that. As we've seen plenty of times before, Galisac can immediately disengage from these fights, and if he wants to now, Galisac, I mean, there's only 40 seconds left in the round. He can just run around and just completely avoid his opponent, even if he dies. Like it's a 4, they got the respawn timer still to worry about, and not only that, but it's going to give like 20 seconds max to get the kill on the refrag here. So Galisac is actually quite low. It's got the injection though, so it saves his health pool. Brings back a little bit. Nice shot from Roulette, though. Out of nowhere, knocks him out.
That's exactly what we were looking for. I mean, at some point, that hunting dynamic turns into a hiding dynamic, and that it can be incredibly dangerous. But still, 10 seconds, 1 frag. We're going to have to see if Roulette can hunt down the Sorlag and get the LG going. He's only got 35 cells, though, which is just not enough to make it happen. And as you see Galisac disappear through the teleporter, the chances for him are also going to disappear.
So round number 3 goes over to Galisac. He goes up 2-1. He's 1 more round away from a slot at QuakeCon.
Man, it's so close. And this has been an intense matchup, one with a lot of damage trading, but Galisac has consistently been able to evade fights and just dictate the pacing of this match with that Anarchy. And still we have Roulette starting off the match with a Ranger instead of something that might be able to take down that Anarchy a little bit more effectively. He's using the Dire Orb effectively here to just get a sight on the map. He doesn't have any weapons at this point other than the Tri-Bolt. He's going to know that, you know, LG, rockets, they're all potentially dangerous. He wants to make sure that he's not inviting a fight.
Yeah, so Roulette is still taking it slowly here right now. Meanwhile, for Galisac, well, he wants to dive in and take this fight.
But he might not have the option here. As he's left that 66 health, if he can defend himself, it'll be a miracle, but no miracle for him. Galisac is indeed going to be turning this back around. And here comes Galena. I like this. We have Galena being pulled up as the second champion for Roulette, and this can turn into a real problem for Galisac, potentially.
Even when Galisac gets bounced, though, you saw that there. It seemed like, oh, he's bouncing in the air. He should be able to lose this fight now. Roulette just not able to finish it off, so nicely done from Galisac, controlling the situation despite not having full control over his mobility in that fight. Really well played out. Still able to get that first kill, knocking out Roulette's Ranger right from the start. Nice and early, gives him plenty of time to buffer up now. And for Roulette, well, he's going to have the pressure on him as he's working from behind again.
When you bounce somebody with the rocket, it's a test of skill for both players. You know, it's difficult to aim down and get that shot and recover. It's also difficult to track somebody who's just been popped over your head. But Galisac is actually, ironically enough, with this Anarchy, slowing things down here a little bit. Coming over the top of the map, he's going to be really noisy. We've got to have Roulette knowing he's there. No, he didn't seem to get the message. Well, he got the message from that 96 damage rocket, as we're going to be seeing a ton of hurt coming Roulette's way.
Roulette is trying to avoid this now. He doesn't have the health spawning for another couple of seconds here. Galisac, though, is not really concerned concerned with actually going straight forward with this kill, so he's going to let Ruleth go in and pick up the Mega Health. In a second here, too, Ruleth can place down another Totem. So we'll see. I believe right outside of the portal is where he's going to go for it. Oh, I imagine Ruleth would be kind of mad if that instantly got killed, but he stays alive. However, he might not be alive for too much longer. There we go. After 2 rail shots back-to-back, Galisac chases it down with the lightning gun, is able to complete that kill. And he might just go for the third and final one right here as well. Trying to chase down Ruleth's final champion. He did lose in those. He's probably going to have to reset.
As we've been saying throughout the course of the day, well, actually, we have rockets too. Maybe one more rocket. The spit is going to do a lot of damage. That is going to be the 3rd frag and the last chance for Ruleth there. So it's going to be Galisac. Moving forward, we're going to be seeing him in Dallas.
Yeah, so Galisac nicely done. Almost took down the current QuakeCon champion earlier on in the bracket, towards the upper bracket there. So it's not too surprising to see him come through in the lower bracket, as he does pretty much, as he does take down Ruleth there and is able to knock him out. So he's going to be heading home, and Ruleth's only chance now is to qualify through the open bracket, unfortunately, as he's faltered here. But congratulations to Galisac. Very well played. Great movement overall there on the Anarchy. Really good stuff, and Ruleth could just never catch up with it.
An impressive day for Galisac, for sure. I wish he was here in the studio so I could shake his hand, but we'll be getting that opportunity very shortly at QuakeCon.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to be seeing him there in just under a month, of course. So with that said, I believe we have the analysts ready to break down this final match and talk a little bit more about today's action.
I mean, there it is. There you have it. What do we got to say about it?
You know, congratulations to Galisac. Watched him long time here with the qualifier. Good job. You know, tough break for Ruleth. We've also been following him. He's also one of the favorite players of mine I've been following. I like his approach to the game. Just came up a little short today. But yeah, you got to congratulate the player who made it. Galisac, see you at QuakeCon, buddy.
Definitely looking at Galisac across all day, right? Put the work in on Rafa, but not enough. Just barely. And then coming here now, he deserves it. He's earned his spot there.
Yeah, you know, you got to give him credit, one, pushing the champ the way he did. And then one, you know, it was a tough loss. I can imagine, you know, coming back, he was so close. I'm sure he felt like he could have got that win. So to bounce back and keep your head in the game and come back and win those tough matches here in the lower bracket, or the losers bracket, however you want to say it, you know, it puts extra pressure on you. You know, with the double elim environment, you can't lose again. It's just extra pressure, and you got to rise above it. So good job for Galisac keeping his head in the game, and a little, like I said, tough luck on Ruleth.
Well, in case you're late to the party, let's take a look at what you have missed thus far, and that would be the brackets, because right now the storylines are there, the numbers haven't lied, and this is what we're working with. So from the top, let's just take it from the top, right? We've got Chance, Dehang, and Tom Servo. Which of those players are sticking out to you?
Dehang, obviously. You know, Team Liquid, we saw him play earlier, very solid, great mental approach to the game. Chance is no joke either. You know, Chance has been around. You know, he's competed a lot. Just quite hasn't been able to break through to that upper echelon. And Tom Servo's experience. But out of those three, I got to go with Dehang.
Well, let's stay on the Dehang train for a second, right? Because looking at this player, Timothy Fogarty, what else do we know about Dehang?
Oh, he's got a lot of experience. He's been competing and, like, being at the top level, probably the last 6 years now.
Oh, that's it, just 6?
Oh, well, I mean,
goodness. That's good.
I mean,
That's
he
good
started
esports
before that. He started, but I mean, consistently placing top 5, top 4, top 3. I mean, he's just in that upper echelon. I mean, you can't mention top Quake players without mentioning Dehang in North America, I'll tell you.
Well, this other gentleman that we're going to mention is also a top Quake player. Let's talk about Rafa.
Again, you know, I repeat myself a lot with Rafa, and yeah, to me, he's the complete Quake player to me. He really is. He's got a good mental game. You know, he plays really intelligent. Obviously has the mechanics down. You know, he's got solid aim. All his weapons across the board. He doesn't have any real holes in that department. And then, of course, you know, the psychological, the emotional part of the game. You can see the experience. 5-time QuakeCon champion. You can see how cool he is under pressure. It's a big factor in this game, keeping your wits about you.
Well, even focusing on Rafa, we saw him pretty much breeze his way to this event, and then had a little bit of trouble earlier today with Galisac, but you know, obviously comes out on top of there. What are your predictions for him at QuakeCon?
You know, it's a little tough because I've been watching the Europeans as well. You know, they had the regionals over there, and he's going to have some stiff competition coming from across the pond. It won't be an easy road. Do I think he's in the running to win and will be, you know, among those in the discussion, you know, as the tournament moves forward? Yes, I think he's going to be right there. Is he the favorite? I mean, yeah, you know what? Right now, I'd have to say, yeah, I'm going to go with the two-time defending champion. Is the
Two-time.
Back-to-back right now.
Back-to-back.
Yeah, and 5 overall, So
that's a lot.
That's a lot. It's the most QuakeCon wins ever. He's the winningest Quake player in history, basically, in that regard. And so, yeah, I'm going to go with the proven commodity there and think he's probably going to get it done again.
Well, even continue down that path. We got two guys to his left and right. Let's talk about Waze. Let's talk about Carnage.
Carnage is okay. Carnage
is a character. Carnage is a character.
Okay, first of all, everybody knows Carnage is a character. If you watch his Twitch, you know he's a character. But let me tell you, he's a wild card to me. He's a wild card. He honestly reminds me a lot of myself when I used to play. Very talented, but his thing, he's got to keep his emotions in check. He's a very, emotional kind of guy, and he has a lot of fun with the game. But as long as he keeps his head in the game, once he gets in like this zen state, Carnage can kind of get a little agitated or a little too high or a little too, when he's in his mode, he's very dangerous and he's very tough to beat. So I really like Carnage. I feel like he's a wild card in this tournament. Waz has a lot of experience as well. But if I was just going to be honest and call it, I think he's gonna run into some tough guys. I don't know if it's going to be tough for him to get in the money.
Well, also having a chance now at going for that money, we do know that Griffin just qualified in his matchup. So with that being said, that does complete our lower bracket of Galisac, Griffin, Scissor, and Astro Boy here. So looking across this entire lower bracket, does anything stick out to you overall?
Scissor.
Yes.
Yeah. I've been following him since the first week in the qualifier. He had a tough road. He played some really tough opponents that knocked him out. I mean, he ran into Rafa. I think he ran into Dehang one week.
That's just bad luck.
That's just bad bracket luck.
Sounds like a bad day.
Yes, but he stuck with it. He played week to week. He beat some really good guys on the final week to get here, and then we saw him get through against Sniper Eyes. I'm just really impressed because he's coming from a different game. So
right.
I like to see how he adjusts.
So there's that sort of X factor about it, right?
Yeah. Talking to him, like I said, it's neat coming from a different game. And I like to see how quickly he's adjusting. It just shows how talented of a player he really is. And I give him a lot of credit. So it's actually somebody I'm looking forward to watching. And, I wish him a lot of luck. I really hope he does well.
Those are definitely players that is exciting to have eyes on throughout the duration of a tournament. Let's shift the focus now over to Griffin. What do we know about Griffin and how he's going to do over at QuakeCon?
Griffin's been around for a while too. Been in the scene for a while, as you can see with his bio. Top 8 finishes and so forth. He's got a lot of Quake experience. And not to mention, hey, he's a great guy. Let me just point that out. Hey,
on top of all that stuff,
Griffin's a cool dude. But yeah, actually, looking at the brackets, he just beat Lattice Davis. I've watched Lattice play several matches. Tough opponent, very tough opponent. So good job for Griffin for getting that win. That was not easy, I can assure you. In fact, I'm looking forward to go talking to him and get his thoughts after.
Well, now that the North American, duels regional part has come to, ahead, what is there to say about the older generation of Quake players and the newer generation of Quake players underneath that format?
It's interesting because I think we're kind of merging all these, old Quake, you're bringing a lot of old players out of the woodwork. Shoot, I even play, and I hadn't played in years, So you got a good mix of younger and older players, and I think the older Quake veterans are really taking it, we want to help the newer players, and we want more players. We want younger players to give it a shot, and we want to instruct them because, hey, I'm 37. I'll be 38 this month. I can't play Quake forever, man. I want to teach that new champ, that new stud to be the winner, the new QuakeCon champ.
The cool part about it is that in our generation and the older guys, I think in the nursing homes there will be Quake and all those single player missions that you never played from other games. That's very much a thing, I think, in our lifetime. But before we shift any focus away, let's shift over now to tomorrow with the sacrifice game mode. Now we're going to be going into a 4 versus 4 team-based environment. What should we look out for different from today?
Wow, it's a lot more fast-paced. You're going to see a lot of action with sacrifice, that's for sure. It totally changes. Some of these teams, for example, Team Johnson, they had 4 of their players, all 4 of them qualified for the dual regional finals.
Which is awesome.
Which is just awesome. But it's a totally different game there in a team environment where you got to kind of put aside your own personal ego and work with what's best for the team. And so I expect a lot of fast-paced games. and competitive matches, honestly.
Well, speaking of those matches, let's take a look now at the sacrifice bracket for tomorrow. Team Johnson, Totem Telly's at the top, Liquid Turbo, Top Gun Win in Doubt, and then there's going to be TBA and On Time. So, out of all 4 of these matchups, which one are you most looking forward to?
Ooh.
Tough.
Ooh.
I didn't want to hit you with hard hitters, but it had to happen at some point.
I want to see, Pitt, Team Top Gun. I'd like to see him, he had a tough loss today. I'd like to see Top Gun really make it through to QuakeCon, and it was a tough loss for a young player, man. He's an upcoming player. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Top Gun and see how Pitt, looks forward the next day.
The story behind Top Gun, personally, I think is a really cool one in its own right there. I think it's definitely a storyline where, okay, so you've got a Navy officer / I think nuclear chemist or something of those sorts. Either way, when I read this, I'm like, what is going on here? But it seems as though they're the team to watch along with Liquid with your defending champions. What else should we know going into Sacrifice tomorrow?
Oh, well, naturally, watch out for Team Johnson, as we mentioned. If you look at the upper part of the bracket when we just looked at it, Team Johnson wins, Team Liquid wins, they're facing off in game 2. So that's actually something I'm kind of anticipating that we're going to see is Team Johnson versus Team Liquid. And, you got to realize Team Johnson, Liquid's the one, they got the jerseys. They got the sponsors on the jerseys.
They got the swagger.
Yeah, they got the swag. Team Johnson wants to come in and take a little bit of their thunder. That's what they want to do.
I'm pretty sure I heard Carnage say their shirts cost $15 a piece earlier, but I could be wrong. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's awesome. I think that they've got a well put together design, and I think that these guys, they have the right mentality. They have the right attitude. They look like a good group of friends that, they're going to come together. They got that common goal, and they're going to try to achieve it together.
Yeah, and one of the most important things in the end, it's a game. Have fun. Have fun. And it seems like they really enjoy playing with each other. And, right, I mean, you're going to have a great time, and you're having fun, and it's just going to elevate the game for all of you guys. I mean, it really is. So you can tell they enjoy playing with each other. They were having a lot of fun. I try to, point out that this is a tournament. There's money on the line. It can get really intense. But in the end, you should be having some fun here. It's a game after all, and, just compete and have fun.
Well, compete, have fun, play hard, all that good jazz. But that does it for the duels portion of the North American Regionals. Tomorrow we'll be moving into the Sacrifice game mode. Again, a 4 versus 4 team-based competitive vibe. And I can't think of anywhere else that you should be other than here with us on twitch.tv/Quake Champions.
That's right. Shoot, I'm looking forward for the matches, man. Can we just move right into them now? I don't know.
We can, but not before we sign off today. So thank you guys for joining us. We'll catch you guys tomorrow.